Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a global notice. The world's first real-life virtual game, Peak Ninja World, will be in global public beta at midnight tomorrow. This game will use the world's top holographic reality simulation system, with a fidelity of up to 99.9%, and will be fully controlled by the artificial intelligence brain, which can accommodate tens of billions of players online at the same time. Summer 2019. A super online game that has been going on for more than 10 years has come out. In just a few hours, it caused an uproar around the world. This game is developed by the esports department of the League of Nations. Its main purpose is to curb the ever-expanding resource currency, transform physical resources into virtual information. It's similar to the previous Wexen and Siefubao. Meanwhile, Gangnam Province, Gold City, Love Western Restaurant. A handsome teenager who was on a blind date suddenly woke up from his daze. The boy's name is Yuan Qing, and he is a time traveler from a parallel world. But just now, he seems to have become a reborn again. That's right. He inexplicably returned to the present from a post-apocalyptic war more than 10 years later. Am I not fighting those guys from the Western Alliance? How did you go back more than 10 years? Could it be that he fell for illusion? No, after opening the 8 gates Dunjia array, the chakra in my body is in the berserk stage. Even if it is a UE level illusion, it is impossible for me to have the slightest impact. Am I really born again? Yuan Qing frowned and muttered in a low voice. He remembered it vividly. Just a second ago, he was still on the top of the Tianshan Mountains, fighting against a group of extremely powerful foreign invaders. And at that time, he had already opened the 8 gates Dunjia array to the extreme. Moon step. Sunset. Even the Yekai, who injured 1,000 enemies and damaged 999 self-losses, was displayed. In order to keep the last inch of pure land in China, he's ready to die with those invaders. But what's going on now? Outside the window, the wind and the sun are beautiful, and the voices are boiling. How can there be a desolate elephant of a ruined country and a ruined family? Thinking of this, Yuan Qing suddenly remembered something. I took out my phone and took a look. July 25, 2019. I doubt it was really reborn, and it was reborn the day before the start of the Peak Ninja World. Suddenly, Yuan Qing seemed to have an understanding. Raising his head suddenly, his gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of fog barriers, looking directly at the universe. And his eyes also became firm at this moment. It seems that the heavens will not die in my huaxia, since God has let me live a new life. Then, in this life, I will make those beasts and scumbags pay for their blood debts. Yuan Qing knows that Peak Ninja World is not just an ordinary large-scale online game. Its birth will completely turn the entire human world upside down. The artificial brain is much more terrifying than imagined. If humans want to control it, they will undoubtedly dig their own grave. Others may not know, but Yuan Qing knows very well. While running Subverting the Ninja World, this artificial brain will continue to update and upgrade itself. And every time it is updated, it will make its brain system more perfect, until it is completely free from the constraints of human beings. At that time, artificial intelligence, which is well aware of the inferiority of human beings, will use brainwave nerves to genetically stimulate all players, so that human beings can gain far beyond their own limits. Synchronize your gaming abilities with reality, and it's called genetic evolution. But at the same time, when you have unprecedented power, the primal desires of the human heart, and a great ambition for power, it will also be infinitely magnified. And then there's crime, unrest, confusion, and also endless war. Past. Huaxia was completely eaten away under the invasion of several foreign alliances. The people of the country are either enslaved or tortured and killed. It can be said that China at that time was on the verge of annihilation. Hey, how much money do you make in a year? What kind of car are you driving? Is the house 200 square meters? Did you buy it in full? I'm going to make it clear, I'm not going to waste my time on a poor dick. At this time, a cold female voice dragged Yuan Qing back from her memories. Yuan Qing turned his head and saw a sexily dressed woman sitting opposite him. At this moment, he is looking at himself with disgust. Yuan Qing then remembered that at this time, he seemed to be on a blind date. And the woman with heavy makeup in front of her is the one she met on the Century Blind Date internet a few days ago, and it is said that she is still an internet celebrity female anchor. What is it called? Ma Lily. Stupid. Yuan Qing remembered that this Ma Lily was a green tea who was attached to the flames. I was cheated by her in my previous life, not to mention how miserable it was. So I'm not ready to give each other a good look now. As soon as you exit, it's critical damage. After returning from rebirth, Yuan Qing is no longer the honest person who has just stepped into society. He has experienced the war of aggression in the last days, and he has never seen any big scenes. And Ma Lily obviously didn't expect the stunned boy on the other side to say such a thing. Immediately, his face changed. You dick, if it weren't for the fact that my mother was pregnant and wanted to find someone to pick up, do you think you can be worthy of me even if you were poor and sour? However, before Ma Lily could speak, But seeing Yuan Qing said indifferently, a green tea who doesn't know how many hands has been passed is still so demanding. Excuse me. Are you a tease? Peak Ninja World is about to start, and Yuan Qing doesn't have time to spend time with this woman here. After saying that, he got up and left the restaurant. Only Ma Lily was left to sit there, messy with the wind. A few minutes later, just when Ma Lily found her next target and was ready to go to the plate, a waiter suddenly walked up to her with a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite. This lady, this is the wine you wanted, and it has been woken up for you. Wine? I didn't ask for alcohol, Ma Lily hurriedly said. It was ordered by the gentleman who came with you just now. What? Ma Lily looked confused. Could it be that this wine was invited to me by the straight man of steel just now? But didn't he think I was here just now? That's right. It must be a duplicitous guy again, and I guess I want to lick me for a long time, and I want to have a desire to get away with it, right? As soon as he made a shot, it was a bottle of 82 Lafite, and it seems that the straight man of steel still has a bit of capital on him. Let's see how the old lady will clean you up next time, and then let you like to be a father. Ma Lily thought to herself. The other party's low-level flirting methods may be able to slap a few times in front of other little girls. It's a pity that in front of her, the old fungus, it's not enough to see. Just when Ma Lily was thinking about this, the kitchen curtain was lifted again. Immediately afterwards, I saw another row of waiters holding silver plates and walking over respectfully. This lady, this is the orange set you ordered. This lady, this is the Kobe beef you ordered. This lady, here's the crab roe shark fin you ordered. This lady, this is the foie gras you ordered. There are more than a dozen in a row, almost all of which are the most expensive dishes in this Western restaurant. This time, Ma Lily looked stupid. It's going to be tens of thousands of dollars, right? Suddenly, something occurred to her. He looked up at the waiter with red wine, and said with tears in his eyes, little brother, the sheet on this table, the steel just now. No, did that gentleman buy it? After leaving the Western restaurant, Yuan Qing was not in a hurry to go home. He came to a direct marketing store that specializes in selling the game pods of Peak Ninja World. As the login device of the world's top game network, there is international financial support behind it. Naturally, the game's game pod is unattainable by other games. There is an exclusive game landing pod. Not only can you play games comfortably in the game pod, but also if someone approaches the game pod, or if there is any danger from the outside world, such as an earthquake or tsunami, the alarm device in the game pod will be turned on automatically. Enhanced security level of the game pod. Even heavy weapons can't damage players inside for a while. At the same time, holograms near the game pod will also be immediately projected to the player's game perspective. Let players know where they are in the real world for the first time. So, as soon as you enter the game pod, players are basically completely cut off from the real world. Don't worry about security. Of course, such an advanced game landing pod, naturally, comes at a high price. Yuan Qing spent all his savings before he reluctantly bought one. Although it was painful, Yuan Qing was relieved when he thought of the game resource information he had. After all, compared to that money, being able to get the highest achievement in Peak Ninja World is the most important thing. In his previous life, he didn't settle in the Ninja World at the first time because he was worried about the money. In the end, I missed a lot of server launch events. It also opened up a gap with the first batch of players stationed in the Ninja World. Even if by chance, he obtained the mystery of physical arts, and cultivate 8 Gates Dungia to the extreme. She the strongest skill in physical arts, Yakai, to no avail. Although the 8 Gates Dungia array is strong, it is only a moment of beauty, and what I want now is to be brilliant forever. Yuan Qing's eyes were full of confidence. Reborn and returned. He has absolute self-confidence and is unbeatable in the ninja world. After all, there is probably no one in the world who is more familiar with that game than him. After spending some time and setting up the game landing module, Yuan Qing went out for dinner first. When I came back, it was already 8 p.m. There are still 4 hours left until the open beta time of Peak Ninja World. With nothing to do, Yuan Qing simply turned on the computer and browsed around the official website of Peak Ninja World. The server is about to start. At this moment, a lot of data about Peak Ninja World has been announced on the official website. This information, before that, was hidden. Faction, Fire Country, Kanaha. Land of Earth, Iwakur. The Land of Water, Foggy. The Land of the Wind, Sand Shinobi. Land of Thunder, Cloud Hide. That's right. Compared to the 2-faction duel of those big online games in the past, the 5 camps of Peak Ninja World definitely have a fatal attraction. But only Yuan Qing knows these 5 camps. It's just the initial faction in the early game. Player level, Novice stage, level 0, level 10. Lower Ninja stage, level 11, level 20. Intermediate Ninja stage, level 21, level 40. Special Ninja, level 35 to 40, need to master 1 or more secret arts. Upper Ninja stage, level 41, level 60. Elite Shinobi, level 61, level 80. Peak Shinobi, level 81, level 99. Quasi Shadow, level 100, need to pass the trial of the Shadow Ninja of this faction. Shadow level 101, level 150. Super Shadow, level 151, level 180. 6 Paths, level 181, level 200. Besides, there is also an introduction to the 5 major countries and the 5 ninja villages, as well as some specialty information. Of course, Yuan Qing knew very well that these official materials were not worth anything at all. The information that is really valuable is basically in the hands of those big forces. It won't be until the later stages of the game that other players will gradually dig it out. But at that time, this information was basically useless. I'll go. The 5 camps, playing so big, wouldn't it be exciting if it was a faction war? Officially certified, the game currency can be directly cashed back, the ratio is 1:1, is it really fake? So, wouldn't I be able to play the game full time? Damn, that's amazing. This game, backed by the League of Nations, is cowhide. The Hero Pavilion recruits major scattered players, starts the server in the early morning, teams up to brush the level, and beats all kinds of local tyrants. Ask Teenla to recruit heroes from all over the world. If you want to apply, come quickly. Prague has settled in the ninja world, and now recruits well-known players in the Circle, Garbage Detour. The Wolf Clan has settled in the ninja world, and has mastered the first-hand plot information, and senior players in the Circle are welcome to join. On the official forum, almost all of the major game guilds are recruiting information. Some large guilds even use plot materials as a lure to recruit players from all walks of life to build momentum for their guilds. In this regard, Yuan Qing just smiled. Peak Ninja is based on the anime Naruto as the background world. But this anime does not exist in this world. That's right. It's a parallel world without Naruto. Everything about Peak Ninja World, most people's cognition is limited to the rough leakage of the official website information. But Yuan Qing is different. He's a traverser. Where I used to live, there is this anime. Plus relive a lifetime. It can be said that no one knows the game Peak Ninja World better than him. Not even those superpowers who have first-hand information. Midnight AM Yuan Qing stepped into the game cabin. Log into the game. Exclusive login starts. Iris locked. Palm print locking. Gene locking. Start binding identity information. Start scan. Scan successful. Welcome to the Peak Ninja world. Please create a character information. Note, the character is considered unique, and cannot be deleted or modified after creation. After a series of chimes ends, a glittering character frame suddenly appeared in Yuan Qing's sight. This is where players create their own characters. However, just when Yuan Qing wanted to create an exclusive character, a figure suddenly loomed in his character box, dressed in Sengoku plate armor, foot on the cracked wasteland. The left eye is red, and the right eye is white. Standing there majestically, domineering, it is the game character of Yuan Qing's previous life. That one who has cultivated the mysteries of physical arts to the extreme, and opened the 8 gates Dungia array. After only 3 seconds of happiness, a cold voice came, making Yuan Qing fall into an ice cellar in an instant. Big brother, is this number reborn with me? Reset your sister. Yuan Qing wants to cry without tears. I thought I could be like the protagonists in those novels, invincible at the beginning, but I didn't expect to be directly slapped back to the original shape by the system in the next second. What is this Nima called? Ding, character reset successful. All the resource information of the original character will be distributed to the new character in the form of compensation packages. The value of the gift package is the same as the valuation of the original character. Please create a character as soon as possible. Just when Yuan Qing's heart was like ashes, that cold prompt sound sounded again. Yuan Qing was stunned. A compensation package equivalent to the original character's valuation? Really? You know, although his tuba is not the existence that stood at the top of the pyramid in his previous life, but it has also made a great name in the world server. The left eye kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the power of Amaterasu, can release endless black flames and annihilate all beings. The right eye is full of white eyes, and the weak click can be broken, which can seal a person's 100 points, cut its combat power, and die in close proximity. With the 8 doors fully open, even if he is a 6th level character, he can fight with one of them. In a past life, those foreign invaders are trying to encircle him. But at any cost, 3 top gods of the 6th level were dispatched at the same time. Actually, it's just a pseudo 6-way, and it hasn't reached the real 6-way level, but it just has some strong skills at the 6th level. 12 super movie level bigwigs. Shadow level, Quasi Shadow is as many as hundreds. It can well be imagined. How intimidating is his top level tuba? Just a compensation package. How can you be worthy of the top tuba in your previous life? Although I am unwilling. But now that the situation is in front of him, Yuan Qing has to make a compromise. Nonsense. The numbers have been reset. Can you ever come back? A compensation package is a compensation package. Anyway, it's just started now, and it's better to have a compensation package blessing than fruit bend. In Peak Ninja World, exclusive characters are created without a specific class. It's just a character image. Only when the player has reached level 10 and is eligible to become a shinobi, you can choose the specialization attribute. That is, the legendary chakra attribute. After that, you will be able to open the talent tree and skill tree. Yuan Qing quickly created a character. Ding, the compensation package has been successfully distributed, please check. As soon as the character is created, the compensation package will appear directly in the system package. Named Compensation Pack, Legendary, Effect, immediately obtain a legendary item. Description: I've heard that this pack can open unimaginable things. Damn, it's a legendary pack. The moment he saw the compensation package, Yuan Qing's eyes straightened. This is a gift pack that can open legendary items. In Peak Ninja World, equipment and items are also ranked. From low to high, whiteboard, bronze, black iron, silver, gold, black gold, epic and legendary. And the legend is the highest level of props. In the previous life, even in the late stage of the apocalyptic war, it was a rare existence. The advent of each legendary item will cause a bloody storm. Yuan Qing swallowed his saliva and opened the compensation package with excitement on his face. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining the bloodline, 6 paths of immortal body. Name, 6 immortal bodies, blood following the snar. Level, legendary. Efficacy, complete attribute points, and open the 7 attribute specializations of fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, and yang. Bloodline ability, chi and blood limit plus 500%, chakra limit plus 500%, health recovery plus 500%, chakra recovery plus 500%, physical attack plus 500%, physical defense plus 500%, ninjutsu damage plus 500%, ninjutsu resistance plus 500%, seal speed plus 500%, movement speed plus 500%, attack speed plus 500%. Conditions of use, unlimited. Description: this is the power of infinite proximity to God. Get it, and you'll be in control. It turned out to be a 5-star legendary bloodline. Awesome. Legends are also graded. And 5 stars. It's the top. A top-level tuba has been changed to a god-level bloodline with infinite growth attributes. Isn't that the same value at all? It's all blood. In fact, Yuan Qing didn't know that when the system was calculating the compensation, it included all the growth time of his tuba. And that top tuba, in his previous life, it took him more than 10 years to practice to level 180 of Super Shadow. At this moment, Yuan Qing can't wait to get into the game. Please select the starting faction. 5 initial factions. Yuan Qing decisively chose the Fire Country Konoha Ninja Village. The newcomer's birthplace is not Konoha Ninja Village. It's one of the many small villages scattered across the realm of the Fire Nation. Coming to the novice village, the first thing Yuan Qing did was to activate the 6 immortal bodies. Resolutely open the compensation package. Ding, congratulations on successfully activating the 6 paths immortal body. Sure enough, there are no restrictions on use. Yuan Qing smiled faintly. You must know that the activation conditions of some bloodlines are extremely harsh. A legendary pedigree. Open the roles bar, character name, Long Song, character level, novice level 0, faction, Fire Country, Konoha Ninja Village, title, none, bloodline, 6 paths immortal body, blood following the snar, chakra attributes, fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, yin, yang, chi and blood, 500, chakra, 500. Physical damage 10, ninjutsu damage 10, physical defense 10, ninjutsu resistance 10, attack speed 10, movement speed 10, printing speed 10, character attribute points, body 10, 9,999, affects the upper limit of chi and blood, force 10, 9,999, affects physical damage, ninja 10, 9,999, affects ninjutsu damage. Resistance 10, 9,999, affects physical defense. Resistance 10, 9,999, affects ninjutsu resistance. Min 10, 9,999, affects attack speed. Shift 10, 9,999, affects movement speed. Printing 10, 9,999, affects the printing speed. Unassigned attribute points 0, unassigned skill points 0, experience points 0%. The player's initial chi and chakra are both 100 points, and Yuan Qing soared directly to 500 points because of the blessing of the 6 immortal bodies. As for the rest of the panel information, there's nothing out of the ordinary. The bloodline's kicker stat is not displayed directly on the panel information. However, when he saw the attribute point, Yuan Qing's heart was shocked. The number in parentheses is the maximum number of stat points a player can have in the current stage. For example, the attribute points in the novice stage are only capped at 20 points. In the lower ninja stage, it is 200 points. Of course, these are the base caps. If there is a player awakening family lineage, there will be varying degrees of cap amplification. In his previous life, Yuan Qing had seen a shadow-level player who had great luck and obtained an epic Uchiha bloodline, which greatly increased the attribute ceiling. Later, in a faction war, he forced a super shadow-level god to retreat. Let countless people smack their tongues. And Yuan Qing had heard that shadow-level players say that the upper limit of his Uchiha bloodline main attribute was 6,000 points. Remember, it's the primary attribute cap. And Yuan Qing's 6-Dao immortal body is the upper limit of 9,999 for all attributes. What's more, he's still a novice. In other words, if conditions permit, he will be able to beat the 6 great gods in the novice stage? Forget it, let's go pick up the newbie mission first. Yuan Qing turned off the character panel, and then walked in one direction of the novice village with his memory. In the novice stage, if you want to quickly level up, taking on the novice mission is the fastest choice. Sometimes you can even get some starter gear and coins. It's much faster than just farming. Open the package. Wear the novice kunao and novice cloth given by the system. Item, newbie kunao. Quality, whiteboard. Physical attack, 2, ninjutsu damage, 2, equipment requirements, none. Durability, 100/100. Description, this is called a weapon? It's just a piece of rusty iron. Item, newbie cloth. Quality, whiteboard. Physical defense, 2, ninjutsu resistance, 2, equipment requirements, none. Durability, 100/100. Description, a rag that seems to only be used to cover the body. The quality of the novice kunao and the novice cloth is unbearable, but because there is an increase in the 6 immortal bodies, Yuan Qing can already walk sideways in the novice village. Nonsense, plus 500% for all attributes. Who else? Now, although the service has only been launched for a short time, the novice village is already overcrowded. In the birthplace, there is a white glimmer of light that continues to appear, and there is an endless stream. That's the characteristic of the player's first descent into the ninja world. Damn, it's early in the morning, why are there so many people? Hehe, the promotional activities of this game started as early as half a year ago, and the momentum is huge, and there are more than the exchange functions of game currency and real currency. Of course there are more people playing. Lao Tzu has resigned, and now he is not playing a game, but a job, understand? I'm going. It seems that I have to go outside the village to grab monsters quickly. According to the speed at which this player enters the game, it is estimated that the novice monsters outside the village will be cleaned up soon. Hurry up, get together. Most of the players rushed out of the village after entering the game. Their idea is simple, it's to farm monsters and level up. After all, this is the easiest and most convenient way to improve your strength. No need to brainstorm. However, there are also quite a few players among them who did not follow the large army out of the village. Instead, wander around the novice village. But if you look closely, you can see that these people are not wandering aimlessly. It's more like looking for something. Most of these people are veteran players who play online games regularly. Knowing that in the case of many people and few monsters, it is not the first choice to follow others to rob monsters outside the village. But if you look for NPCs in the village and trigger a dialogue, you might even be able to get a newbie mission. After all, the NPCs of the novice village of other online games will have the she of issuing novice tasks. And the experience gained from doing tasks is much faster than farming. Damn, these NPCs are so, they don't even give a novice task. My day, why are the NPCs in this game so temperamental? I just got into a farmhouse and was kicked out by an NPC. At the same time, I also received a prompt tone from Novice Village Prestige 10, saying that I trespassed on the house. What's the situation? Brother, take it easy. The official website says that once your reputation drops to a certain level in a certain place, you can't take on tasks there. What's more, in addition to not being able to take on the mission, you may not even be able to buy the supplies in the store. It seems that I'd better go directly to the outside of the village to grab monsters. But beginner missions aren't so easy to trigger. Soon, some players touched the dust in front of those NPCs. Not only did he receive the novice task, but he also blew up the prestige of the novice village. Meanwhile, the other side. Yuan Qing had already bypassed the crowd and came to a half-deserted field in the corner of the village. In sight, an old farmer wearing a hat on his head is turning over the ground by himself, sweating like rain. Due to the remoteness of the place, there are no players here yet. This is it. Seeing the old farmer, the corners of Yuan Qing's mouth couldn't help but hook up a touch of art. Coincidentally, his birthplace in his previous life was also number 520 Novice Village. The only NPC in this village who can receive a novice quest is this old farmer. And the old farmer has another identity, that is, the Novice Village head. Yuan Qing walked over. Yuan Qing remembered that when he took on the novice task in his previous life, he didn't have these two hidden messages. Isn't it a bug that comes with rebirth? Yuan Qing thought with excitement on his face. Familiarity with the background of the game world and the memory of rebirth is already an advantage that other players can't match. Later, I inexplicably got a compensation package, activating the 6 immortal bodies of the 5-star legend. Let your server opening advantage soar into the sky and throw off other players by hundreds of streets. And now, I found that I could actually see the hidden information of NPCs. This gold finger is simply unwanted. If there's one word to describe it, it's refreshing. Of course. Yuan Qing had another idea in his heart. I just don't know if the system will take back this ability to defy the sky after it detects it. Then send yourself a legendary compensation package. The more Yuan Qing thought about it, the more excited he became. But after all, he is a reborn, a person who has seen the great world. Yuan Qing quickly recovered his emotions, and then began to think about how to trigger that side quest. Proactive conversations are simple. Passive conversations. Young man, you've been standing there watching me hoe for a while, what's wrong? Do you want to learn to farm, too? Just as I was thinking about it, an old voice suddenly came. Yuan Qing was stunned for a moment, looked up, and saw that the village chief didn't know when he had walked towards him, and his face was full of smiles. Belch. Does this count as passively triggering a conversation? Yuan Qing snickered inwardly, but his face still showed a calm expression. No, I just go around. Hee, young man, a group of robbers have recently come to the mountain behind our village, and they often bring people to harass Tonga village. I see that you are young and strong, and you still have a guy in your hands. The village chief intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the novice Kuwu on Yuan Qing's waist, and then said slowly, I don't know if you can help us drive those robbers away. Ding, congratulations on triggering the hidden side quest, expel the bandits, acceptable? I went, and I actually triggered the hidden mission. Except, Yuan Qing decisively took over the side task. In Peak Ninja World, the novice quest only earns novice level equipment and a small amount of experience. However, the main quest, dungeon story quest and side quest can obtain attribute points. If you're lucky, you'll have skill points left. The main quest and dungeon story will only be available after the player reaches the lower ninja level. At present, if there is a player who can receive a side quest, it is already an ancestral virtue. Even Yuan Qing himself didn't expect that his luck would explode so much. I wanted to take on a novice mission, but I didn't expect to accidentally trigger a side quest. After taking on the side quest, Yuan Qing naturally took the novice quest. By the way. Side quest, expelling bandits. There is often a gang of robbers in the back mountain who come to the village to make trouble. Go and drive them out. Mission information, clean up the bandits 0/20, kill the bandit leader 0/1. Beginner quest, collecting wood. The village is currently under construction and needs a lot of building materials, so go and help the village chief collect some wood. Mission info, obtain wood 0/20. Hidden information, collecting 20 pieces of wood will get a small amount of experience rewards, collecting 50 pieces of wood will get a lot of rewards, collecting more than 100 pieces of wood will get a large amount of experience rewards and 1 piece of novice equipment, and 2 attribute points, 90% rewards excellent equipment, 10% rewards exquisite equipment. Damn, that's okay? Seeing the mission information, Yuan Qing's eyes bulged and he was overjoyed. It's just enough to be able to see the hidden information of NPCs. I didn't expect to be able to see the hidden information in the mission. It's really going to be developed this time. Look, there's an old man there, let's go check it out. Damn, there aren't many NPCs in this broken village. It seems that there are no novice tasks to receive. I think we should go outside to grab monsters and upgrade. Don't worry, it's all here anyway. Let's go over and ask first. Remember to have a good attitude. Don't be like that guy just now. You'll be killed by an NPC and come back to life. It's a shame for our senior players. At this moment, a group of veteran players who are trying to find NPCs in the novice village to trigger a conversation also arrive at this farmland. However, looking at their disgraced appearance, it is estimated that they should have suffered a lot of blows before this. Seeing this, Yuan Qing couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart, and then jumped over, easily climbed over the fence, and walked towards the back mountain. The NPCs in this game are exactly as realistic as real-world humans. Especially those ninja NPCs, the IQ is even higher. Some people have a bad temper, and it's not easy to provoke. If you trigger a conversation with them, the tone is a little harder, and you might even be beaten up. Just when these veteran players were full of respect to trigger a conversation with the village chief, Yuan Qing has come to a bamboo forest in the mountain behind the village. The name of this bamboo forest is Jade Bamboo Forest. It's a beginner's map. From time to time, there will be some novice monsters such as hares and wild cats for people to level up. However, it is a peripheral area of the novice village. It's still not immune to the ravages of those rookie players. After all, these novice monsters are perfect for newcomers who have just entered the ninja world to practice. Low attack, low defense. The amount of blood is still low. What's more, after killing these novice monsters, not only can you get a small amount of experience points, but you can also take the novice kunao to skin the corpse. The fur can be exchanged for coins or supplies in the shops in the starter village. Leveling up and swiping money is not wrong, but alas, the wolf has more meat and less meat. Only a certain number of players will be able to get a share of the soup. Often as soon as it is refreshed, before the monster can be heated, it is snatched up. But Yuan Qing's goal is not here. It's the pine forest behind the bamboo forest, because the wood needed for the beginner's quest is only available there. As for the bandit gathering place mentioned in the side quest, it's in the hills further back. Yuan Qing ignored the players who were robbing monsters in the bamboo forest, and walked directly through the crowd and continued towards the pine forest. This person is awesome. The pine forest behind is the entrenchment of wild dogs, level 5 monster, fast moving speed, the attack power is not weak. Just now I saw a team of 5 people in it that was bitten by a wild dog's pants all fell off. Isn't it, a whole squad hanging? Then if he goes in alone, isn't he looking for death? Isn't this person stupid? It may also be pretending to be forced, deliberately showing a sense of existence. This kind of stupid fork happens every year, don't pay attention to it. That's right, this guy will definitely hide in a safe place after he goes in, and then he will deliberately come out to show off his boldness, so that the girl can admire and admire. I played with this tactic a few years ago. Cowhide, broken sound. For those players' cynicism, Yuan Qing naturally had no idea. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't pay attention to it. Soon, Yuan Qing came to a small pine forest land. As far as the eye can see, clumps of bushes surrounded by thorns are scattered among the trees, and you can see them everywhere. Yuan Qing looked around and soon found those logs scattered among the bushes. These logs are exactly what you need for the beginner's quest. However, just as Yuan Qing was about to walk over to collect wood, a vicious dog the size of a calf suddenly jumped out of the haystack beside him. Then he pounced with his teeth and claws. The fierce face is revealed. Wild dogs, grade LV5, HP 300, skill grab, tier, description an ordinary dog, abandoned here because of infection, be careful of their teeth, there may be rabies virus on them. LV5's monsters are already extremely aggressive, and their HP is much higher than those hares and wildcats outside. At the beginning of the server, players have neither supplies nor equipment. It's going to be very hard to deal with this kind of monster. If you are not careful, you will even end up in a group annihilation. But Yuan Qing is different. With the blessing of the 6 Dao immortal body, his whole body attribute is almost 5 times that of players of the same level. Plus 500% blood blue recovery. It's stress-free to deal with this kind of monster. Yuan Qing took out the novice kunao, skillfully turned it a few times in his hand, and then walked directly to him. Buzz. In the next second, the sound of breaking wind sounded. I saw that the novice kunao flashed on the wild dog with a cold glow. Fast as thunder. 67 HP wild dog splattered with blood. Under the pain, its fierce flames were even worse, and it directly opened its blood basin and bit it over. However, Yuan Qing seemed to have guessed its attack trajectory a long time ago, and his body was slightly on one side, and he easily dodged it. Then the backhand is another knife. 69 HP a few seconds later. This vicious dog, which is currently a nightmare for all novice players, has fallen in a pool of blood. Brought 80 experience points to Yuan Qing. Putting away the novice kunao, Yuan Qing didn't even look at the corpse, walked straight to a bush, and began to collect wood. Although the wild dog is sensitive, he hasn't even touched the corner of Yuan Qing's clothes from beginning to end. If there are other players here, I am afraid that even my jaw will drop when I see this scene. Just kidding, right? A level 5 monster that can destroy a team of 5 people was easily abused to death by a level 0 player? If this is preached, will anyone believe it? However, Yuan Qing did not think so. The biggest cheat of Rebirth, for him, is not familiar with the plot direction and framework background of the game. It's the actual combat experience brought by the previous life. You must know that in addition to some necessary data information, the degree of realism of this game and other aspects is not much different from the real world. Players who play this kind of real-life game for the first time still need to be familiar with the controls. Even those who are professional gamers can't make it to the top in one step. But Yuan Qing is different. His actual combat operation has long been super shadow level. Especially in terms of physical attainment, even those 6th level players may not be his opponents. What does it mean to be in a position of God? What is God's prediction? That's it. It took Yuan Qing half an hour to collect all the wood in this pine forest, a total of 38 bundles of wood. As for the wild dogs that lurk in the bushes, at this moment, all of them have been turned into experience points, and they have been taken away by him without hesitation. Quest materials take a slow time to refresh. According to the memories of Yuan Qing's previous life, the refresh time of the next wave of wood is about 20 minutes. Don't want to waste time. After collecting the wood, Yuan Qing continued to walk towards the hill behind the pine forest. There, it's where the side quests are located. Humanoids are not the same as beasts. Have a certain IQ. They also use weapons, and some bandits even throw shurikens. What's more, when the humanoid monster sees that the momentum is not good, it will also call for help from its companions. Because of this, Yuan Qing didn't brush the robbers in the first place before. Instead, choose to collect wood in this grove first. But now it's different. The XP gained from killing the wild dog has raised his level to level 3. For every level raised, the system will automatically give players 2 attribute points that can be freely distributed. A team of 5 hurried here. Damn, I brought enough medicine this time. If I can't brush these dog things anymore, then I can only go outside and grab the novice monster with others, said a player with the ID of a demon. Don't worry, Captain, this time we have also charged up the money and bought medicine, although it is not as good as you, but we have a little confidence. It's still the captain. He charged 10,000 yuan as soon as he shot, and he deserves to be a kryptonite player. Haha, I'm going to brush him here this time. Everyone laughed. This team is the team that was attacked by wild dogs in the pine forest just now, and there was no medicine, and then it was wiped out. But this time, they were clearly prepared. Everyone recharged their money and bought a tonic potion, especially the Captain AMO. He spent tens of thousands of dollars and purchased hundreds of bottles of military food liquid, in order to be able to farm monsters and level up in this pine forest where no player has yet come. Don't talk nonsense, let's try to brush more before anyone else comes here. Speaking of this, Demon A's eyes were full of pride. When the time comes, the level reward will be ours. It's still the captain who thinks thoughtfully. There are only a few of us on this map, so we don't have to worry about it at all. That's right, after the previous group annihilation, I think I can already figure out the attack routines of those wild dogs, and this time I have brought enough supplies, I can definitely fly up. Hearing the words level reward, everyone else also had an eager expression. Before the open beta of Peak Ninja World, it was explained on the official website. On each server, the first 100 players who reach level 10 can get a good reward for starting the server and rushing to level up. In addition, there will be a regional announcement in the novice village where they are located, especially the top 3. In addition to the extremely rich level rewards, there will also be a full server announcement. The first 3 are not daring to ask for extravagance, but in the top 100, maybe you can work hard for it. Soon, though, they noticed that the grove seemed to be much quieter than before, and in the air, there is a faint smell of blood. I remember just now at the entrance to the grove there was a damn wild dog lurking. Why is it missing now? Demon A looked around and said suspiciously. Hearing this, the others also faintly felt that something was wrong. Oh, yes. When they came to this pine forest just now, it was the wild dog that suddenly rushed out and attacked him. It was precisely because of that sudden sneak attack that the team's position was disrupted. That's what led to the team's annihilation. So they all remember very well. Here, there should be a wild dog lurking. But now, how could it be gone? Captain, I doubt I found that wild dog. At this time, one of the players suddenly pointed to a pile of grass not far away. Everyone raised their eyes and was stunned. In sight, a wild dog was lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood. And at this time, everyone realized that the smell of blood that had been permeating the air seemed to be wafting from there. Dead. Demon A walked over and took a look, and then frowned. Oops, there must be other teams coming to the pine forest to brush the level, and those who can kill level 5 monsters at this stage are estimated to be a team of kryptonite players. Damn, how long have we been gone, and we were taken first. Damn, these people didn't even skin the wild dogs after killing them. It seems that they are not short of money at all. Yes, it seems that I have met a real team of local tyrants. Hearing that there seemed to be a strong team stationed in the pine forest, everyone's faces suddenly turned like earth. Although they are also charged with money, they are compared to so many real local tyrant players. They have that money, it's nothing. Such a team. They can't afford to mess with it. Although this pine forest is not big, but with the current players level, the team should not be able to brush quickly. Let's look nearby, maybe we can detect leaks. Demon A thought for a while and said, but remember, try to avoid that team. We can't afford to provoke the local tyrant team. The captain is awesome. Not only is he not chaotic in the face of danger, but he can also come up with a countermeasure, and I will mess with you in the future. Yes, Captain, you just said that you will create a guild next time. Don't forget to invite me when the time comes. And me. Next, the group began to wander cautiously through the pine forest. Of course, the carcass of that wild dog, they naturally did not let it go. A dog skin, market price of 10 coins. If you sell it to players who are learning how to make armor, the price can be even higher. Don't waste it. Captain, I think we'd better go back. Along the way, I picked up dozens of dog skins for nothing, which is a bit of a gain. Yes, that team's spawning speed is too fast, we can't grab them at all. It is estimated that all of them are local tyrant players who are not short of medicine, and they killed so many wild dogs just now, and the level must have come up, and the speed of monster farming will only be faster. At this moment, the rest of the team was almost discouraged. And no wonder. From the beginning of the server to the present, they have not even killed a monster. If this continues, let alone the level rewards, it's not bad to be able to keep up with the level up of a large group of players. I knew it was like this. It's better to squat and refresh the hand monster at the beginning. Alas, forget it, it's not a way to continue like this, let's go back. A demon shook his head and smiled bitterly. That being said, but he was very unwilling in his heart. There are so many players near the newbie village now. If you grab monsters with them, you will definitely miss the level reward. Ding! Just as everyone was about to go back, a sound similar to the collision of iron suddenly came into everyone's eardrums. What sound? It's from behind that dirt slope. Is there someone farming there? Isn't it? According to the map, it seems to be a mountain entrenched by bandits, and there are all humanoid monsters there. How can there be players looking for death there at present? There was a lot of talk, but at this moment, once again, the sound of iron clashing was heard clearly, and it's faster. Let's take a look. Demon A waved his hand in motion for everyone to remain silent. Then he bent on his waist and quietly climbed up the small dirt slope. Others followed. But just after everyone climbed the dirt slope, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. In the line of sight, I saw a figure shuttling between more than a dozen robbers, walking like flying. It's even faster. And every time you make a shot, you can make one of the robbers hang the lottery. And those robbers' counterattacks can't touch each other in the slightest. It's like no one's land. Not for a moment. The dozen robbers fell to the ground in a wail. There are also a lot of items dropped. There are also a few pieces of equipment in it. This scene stunned everyone. While other players are still fighting to the death for a newbie, this man has already penetrated deep into the map and slaughtered those humanoids. And it's crushing. Isn't that perverted? We've met a great god, a demon couldn't help but say. Meanwhile, below the soil slope, Yuan Qing had already finished picking up the loot. Although humanoids are harder to kill than those beasts, the explosion rate is still good. These dozen robbers not only brought him a good experience, and hundreds of coins have been dropped, and a handful of shuriken and a kunao. Item, broken shuriken. Quality, whiteboard, throwing weapon. Physical damage, 3. Equipment requirements, none. Durability, 1/1. Description, the shuriken that is about to be shattered is slightly more lethal than the stone. Iron kunao. Quality, whiteboard. Physical damage, 5. Ninjutsu damage, 5. Equipment requirements, LV3. Durability, 79/200. Description, a handful of ordinary kunao, which looks nothing special. Shuriken is a one-time consumable that can be thrown remotely. Grade, LV12. HP, 1500. Skills, throwing, charged strike, stand-in technique, transformation technique, clone technique. Description, a vicious bandit leader. I heard that if you kill him, you can take away the treasure he is hiding. LV12 level humanoid monster, and there are also 3 basic ninjutsu. This kind of strength is no longer comparable to novice players, and as the boss of the robbers, how can he not have a younger brother? Soon, after the bandit leader appeared, a group of robber brothers also rushed out from behind, stared at Yuan Qing viciously one by one, looking like Yuan Qing had molested their wives. It's a side quest, and it's too difficult to get past the beginner's quest. This bandit leader alone, without a level 10 squad, can't take it down at all. Not to mention that the other party is followed by a group of menacing little brothers. It's kind of interesting. Yuan Qing smiled faintly, and then his body suddenly turned into an afterimage, and he rushed forward directly. To him, these bandits, including the bandit leader, are a reward for experience. Captain, is that guy still human? That's awesome, but why is he moving so fast? I can't even catch him. Look, his attack speed is so fast, and his shots are clean and neat. This is a real god. I wonder if he's missing leg hair. On the dirt slope, a demon and the others were already completely confused. They originally thought that the other party could kill the robbers enough. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the other party will be involved with the bandit leader. And looking at that posture, it seems to have the absolute upper hand. Talking. The battle circle below the dirt slope is also nearing the end. Yuan Qing deliberately bypassed the bandit leader, and with the movement speed bonus given by the 6 immortal bodies, he wandered among the group of robber brothers, and there were afterimages. Soon, the menacing bandits were slaughtered. Very well, you have managed to me off. The leader of the robbers is also a hard-working man, and when he saw that all his subordinates were killed, he immediately ran away. And after Yuan Qing cleaned up the robber brother, he didn't hesitate, and directly took out the shuriken and threw it over. Bang! Shuriken hits the bandit leader. But in the next second, I saw a burst of white smoke rise, and the body of the robber leader suddenly turned into a log. Stand-ins. Yuan Qing showed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, and he didn't hold back, and instantly swept behind him. Poof! Kuan Bias stabbed the bandit leader who didn't know when he appeared behind him. At the same time, the bandit leader's head also soared out of the damage value of -112 HP. The effective tactic of the stand-in technique is to use the stand-in to lure the enemy, and then the deity goes around behind the enemy to carry out a sneak attack. In Peak Ninja World, many humanoid monsters like to use this routine to mutilate players. and novice players who have not seen the stand-in technique are often abused to death by this routine. But alas, Yuan Qing is not a novice player. His actual combat experience is beyond even the reach of Chaoying. As early as the moment the bandit leader used the stand-in technique, he had already seen through everything. Poor bandit leader, the end was already doomed from the beginning. Even if there is a three-body technique, it will not help. Finally, the bandit leader let out a roar of rage and fell in a pool of blood. A bunch of golden drops have exploded. There are actually 2 skill books. The bandit leader is worthy of being the boss of this mountain, and his family is rich. In addition to coins and shuriken, there are also 2 skill books among the dropped items. Stand in. Skill level D. Skill effect. Swap identities with other objects to yourself. You can dodge an attack. Cooldown 30 seconds. Chakra consumption 30. She condition none. Description: with this skill, my mother will never have to worry about me being beaten in the future. Transfiguration. Skill level D. The 3-body jutsu is a basic ninjutsu, and there are no restrictions. She at the beginner level. It's not aggressive, but it's very useful, especially the stand-in technique. In the early stage, it was a life-saving escape technique. After Yuan Qing finished learning these 2 skill books, there were suddenly 2 more options on the originally empty skill bar. Well, now there's only the newbie mission left. The side quest has been successfully completed. Yuan Qing has calculated the time, and the wood on the other side of the pine forest has almost been refreshed. What's that? Just as Yuan Qing was about to turn back, his gaze just schemed over the back of the dense forest that the robbers had rushed out before. There, as if there was something. Yuan Qing took a closer look and found that it was a certain tent. There's also a bonfire burning outside the tent. It's a camp-like place. Yuan Qing then remembered that when he came here before, he was outside with 2 robbers who looked out for the wind. Later, the 2 robbers called for help, and then a bunch of robbers called. And this should be the bandits' camp. Yuan Qing didn't receive this side quest in his previous life, so he didn't know much about the terrain of this hilly land, and he didn't know that there would be a regular camp here. At this moment, the camp was empty. Yuan Qing walked over. At the moment when the tent curtain was opened, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. In the line of sight, I saw a huge iron box placed in the middle of the tent in such a grand manner, eye-catching. In Peak Ninja World, where humanoid monsters gather, there is a certain chance to refresh the treasure chest. According to their rarity, they are divided into wooden boxes, iron boxes, copper boxes, silver boxes, and gold boxes. Chests can be used to open equipment, items, coins, and skill books. The higher the level of the chest, the better it will be. The golden chest even has a chance to get the blood relay limit. In his previous life, Yuan Qing had heard that a player had opened a corpse bone vein in a golden chest. Yuan Qing decisively opened the iron box. Ding, congratulations on acquiring the iron sword *1 handle. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the rations pill, red *1. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the skill book Fire Escape, Phoenix Fire *1 copy. 1 to 3 items will be found in the chest, but only players who are lucky enough to blow up the sky can open 3 kinds. Yuan Qing didn't expect that the first time he opened the box after his rebirth, he would open 3 things at once. Item: refined iron sword. Quality: bronze. Physical damage: 35. Ninjutsu damage: 10. Additional attribute: ignores 5% physical defense of the target. Equipment requirements: LV5. Durability: 300/300. Description: a sharp instrument made of stainless steel, with good lethality. Item: military food pill, red. Quality: efficacy: increases physical damage by 10%, reduces physical defense by 10%, and lasts for 60 seconds. Description: a pill that can make people crazy. Fire Escape, Phoenix Fire. Skill level C. Skill attribute Fire. Skill effect: condensed chakra, spit out fireballs from the mouth continuously. There is a chance to attach a burning effect to the target. Cooldown 30 seconds, duration 10 seconds, chakra consumption 50. Note: the power of ninjutsu is increased by the increase of the player's ninjutsu damage and skill level. Learning Shi requirements: fire attribute chakra is required. Description: the most basic fire attribute ninjutsu, the power is okay. It's still a bronze weapon. In Yuan Qing's previous life, he took the output route of the Department of Physics, and this sword was like a tiger with wings for him. And the 1-star quality red military food pill is an explosive pill. Although the side effects will reduce the survival rate, they can be used to deal with bosses when you are in a team dungeon. Note: auxiliary drugs are divided into 9 stars. Since I have awakened the 6 immortal bodies in this life, then, I will take a route that no one has ever taken. Yuan Qing took the skill book of Phoenix Fire, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth in the end, and decisively chose to learn Shi. Generally speaking, players can only learn Shi attribute ninjutsu after reaching the lower ninja and choosing their own specialization attributes. But Yuan Qing is different. Since awakening the 6 Dao immortal bodies, his attributes have been completely completed. It doesn't matter if it's the attribute skills of the 5 major departments, it's still yin and yang. In his previous life, Yuan Qing took the route of physical art specialization and did not pay too much attention to attribute ninjutsu. After all, what he awakened at that time was the Hyuga bloodline, the pure body magic flow. The maximum limit of force-sensitive attribute points explodes. But in terms of ninjutsu, it's no different from other ordinary players. But in this life, the full limit of the full attributes of the 6 immortal bodies gave Yuan Qing more choices. After sweeping the iron box away, Yuan Qing turned around and left the tent. Big guy, beg for thighs. Great God, take our knees. However, as soon as the curtain was opened, Yuan Qing saw a few newcomers walking over with charming faces. One of them even wanted to squat down and pull his own pant leg. It looks like a licking dog. What are you doing here? Yuan Qing looked confused. He couldn't figure it out. The level of these guys was still level 0. How did you get here? You know, it's far from the beginner area. And there are also those level 5 wild dogs who like to sneak up on the way. And novice players want to come over. It's impossible. Unless you're like him, there's a special treat. Big guy, we saw it all just now. You're really awesome. He single-handedly killed a litter of robbers. Yes, our worship of you is like the water of the Yangtze River surging endlessly, and like the flooding of the Yellow River, it is out of control. By the way, God, you also cleaned up the wild dogs in that grove just now, right? You're so good, or just take us. Yes, we haven't even killed a monster now, and the level is already behind most players. Great God, you just let us hug our thighs. Don't worry, we will definitely not grab the dropped items. Those people didn't seem to be as cold as the other gods when they saw Yuan Qing. Felt that there was a drama, so he continued to open the commercial touting mode. And after Yuan Qing heard these words, he suddenly realized. It turns out that these guys came with them. No wonder. Yuan Qing didn't want to pay attention to these guys. Bringing people to this kind of thing is not good for others. What's more, he is also determined to get that level up reward. How can he lead someone to level up at such a critical moment? But just as he was about to refuse, Yuan Qing suddenly saw a familiar figure. The man didn't speak, just stood silently behind the dog-licking players, his head down, and his face was full of depression. Yuan Qing couldn't help but say, this person is the boss of the guild who took him in when Yuan Qing first entered the ninja world in his previous life. It's also his brother, a demon. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be from this novice village. You don't know me, a demon was flattered and said. Although he also knows a lot of veteran players in the gaming industry. But this great god in front of him has never been seen before. Sort of. Yuan Qing smiled indifferently, and then asked, these people are all your friends? He's referring to, naturally, those dog-licking players. It's not. Amo said truthfully. In fact, this team was temporarily formed by him, and the team members are all petty bourgeois players, and they have a little spare money in their hands. Is that so? I'm going to go to the grove right now to do a mission. Do you want to go together? Yuan Qing nodded, and then directly handed over an invitation to form a team. In his previous life, Yuan Qing entered the game relatively late, and there was no power behind him, so it was very hard to level up in the early stage. Many times, they will be suppressed by other newcomers who are covered by high-level players. Blame can't grab it. No one wants a copy. At that time, if it wasn't for the appearance of a demon and inviting him to his guild, he would have had a chance to develop. If you can't say enough about later history, it will be rewritten. Not to mention becoming the first person in Chinese physical arts. It's likely that you're still lingering in the ranks of third-rate players. Thank you, great song god. I will definitely return this favor to you in the future. A demon is not a fool. He can naturally see that Yuan Qing is taking care of himself. The pine forest is full of level 5 monsters, and the other party invited him, a level 0 novice, which clearly wants to bring his own rhythm of leveling. What about us, great god? Those dog-legged players saw Yuan Qing inviting a demon to join the team, but they turned a blind eye to them, and they immediately panicked. If you want to join the team, 2,000 per person, and you must transfer money first. Yuan Qing turned around and said as a matter of course. He didn't want to pay attention to these people, but after thinking about it, he had already spent all his savings because of the purchase of the game cabin. If you don't make some money to spend now, how will you live next? Eat? Anyway, bringing one is a belt, and bringing a group is also a belt. He doesn't rely on that weird experience. Most of the heads are on 2 missions. As long as you complete those 2 tasks, the impact reward will definitely not be able to run. Well said, as long as the great god is willing to bring, money is not a problem. We'll send you the money right away. 2,000 yuan is not a lot of money for these petty bourgeois players. What's more, you can also take this opportunity to get to know a great god. Its value is far from being comparable to 2,000 yuan. Soon, those dog-licking players transferred the money to Yuan Qing's bound bank card. With 8,000 oceans in one fell swoop, Yuan Qing naturally felt good in his heart. Yuan Qing led people back to the pine forest. Sure enough, Just as he expected, the mission wood in the pine forest had been refreshed again at this moment. There was no hesitation. Yuan Qing quickly stepped forward and began to collect wood. The level 5 monster that can wipe out our group, in the hands of the great god, lasts less than 2 seconds, isn't that terrifying? Experience is going up so fast, I'm about to level up. Under Yuan Qing's frenzied monster farming speed, the experience slot of a demon and the others was like a rocket tide, scurrying upward. In less than a moment, everyone had risen to level 1, and as the wild dogs continue to be tortured and killed, their experience continues to go up like crazy. Quest tip: congratulations on successfully collecting 1 piece of wood, current timber count 45 suba. Quest tip: congratulations on successfully collecting 1 piece of wood, current timber count 46 timber. Quest tip: congratulations on successfully collecting 1 piece of wood, current timber count 47. And Yuan Qing here, the amount of wood is also rising. In a few moments, it was more than 50 yuan. Although the experience of party farming will be less, the team also has a team experience bonus. Plus, there's no other player in the grove yet. Therefore, Yuan Qing's leveling speed is actually not slow. After all, there is no player who can be as perverted as him, and can run rampant in the area of the novice village. Half an hour later, the timber and dingoes in the pine forest are emptied again. While waiting for the wood to refresh, Yuan Qing was not idle. He took everyone and returned to the bandit camp again. A killing feast has been launched against the newly refreshed bandits. Ding, kill bandits to gain 120 XP, gain an additional 12 bonus party experience. Ding, kill bandits to gain 120 XP, gain an additional 12 bonus party experience. Ding, kill bandits to gain 120 XP, gain an additional 12 bonus party experience. At this moment, Yuan Qing's information column has already occupied the screen with such information. In addition to the crazy amount of experience points, dropped items are also soft to pick up. Shuriken, coins, bread, primary chi and blood recovery medicine, used in a non-combat state. Water, primary chakra recovery, used in a non-combat state. There are also quite a few whiteboard equipment. That's it. Yuan Qing took a demon and the others back and forth in the grove and the bandit camp. If there are other players here, they will definitely be envious to vomit blood. You know, they're still out there scrambling to kill 10 novice monsters with more than 10 experience points. But Yuan Qing is good here. Don't talk about chartering. The monster farming speed is still so fast. Do you want to give people a way to live? Another 1 hour passed. Yuan Qing has already collected 113 pieces of wood, which is more than enough to complete the task. And his level has also reached the height of level 6. Half a set of whiteboard equipment and a bronze weapon. Panel properties directly explode the table. Character name, Long Song. Character level, Novice level 6. Faction, Fire Country, Konoha Ninja Village. Title, None. Bloodline, 6 paths immortal body, blood following the snar. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, yin, yang. Chi and blood, 3,500. Chakra, 3,500. Physical damage, 57. Ninjutsu damage, 25. Physical defense, 20. Ninjutsu resistance, 12. Attack speed, 12. Movement speed, 12. Printing speed, 11. Character attribute points, body, 10, 9,999. Force, 22, 9,999. Ninja, 10, 9,999. Resistance, 10, 9,999. Anti, 10, 9,999. Min, 10, 9,999. Shift, 10, 9,999. Print, 10, 9,999. Unassigned attribute points, 0. Unassigned skill points, 0. Experience points, 12%. For every 1 level of character level, the maximum amount of chi and blood and the maximum chakra will increase by 100 points. If other players reach level 6, if they don't take the blood resistance route, then their upper limit of chi and blood is only 700. But here in Yuan Qing, directly multiplied by 5 times, reached 3,500 points. This is almost the HP of a newbie village boss. Through the hidden information of the mission, Yuan Qing knew that as long as he collected 100 pieces of wood, he could get a large amount of experience points and 2 attribute points, and you'll get an extra piece of equipment. Now that there is enough wood, there is no need for him to continue wasting time here. Under the leadership of Yuan Qing, a demon and the others also successfully rose to level 4. At this moment, everyone's face is filled with happy smiles, and their hearts are even more refreshing. Although the dropped items were all wrapped by Yuan Qing alone, but those wild dog skins, the gods don't look down on them, so they peeled it all by hand. More than 100 dog skins. For them, it's a lot of money. At this time, Yuan Qing proposed to end the brush and go back to the novice village. The others immediately said that they would go back to the village to pick up the novice task. After all, when they came before, they didn't know that there were still tasks to take in the novice village. And now, with their level, even without Yuan Qing's belt, it is enough to run rampant in this grove. And yet just as they were about to leave, outside the pine forest, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Judging from the mission map, it should be the front. This forest doesn't seem to be large, and I don't know if the wood has been refreshed. I heard from those people outside that there are level 5 monsters lurking in the woods in front of them, and they like to sneak attack players passing by, so you have to be careful later. Along with the sound came a team of about 20 or 30 players. The levels are almost all around level 2. It was the veteran players who followed Yuan Qing before, found the village chief and triggered the newbie quest. In fact, after receiving the task, these people want to come here to collect wood. It's just that when they were in the jade bamboo forest, they heard from those players who were besieging and killing novice monsters that there were level 5 monsters lurking in this pine forest, specializing in mutilating newcomers passing by. So just in case, they squatted outside to level 2 first. That's when people were gathered to attack this pine forest. But when these senior players came to the pine forest with great interest, they happened to bump into Yuan Qing and others who were about to leave here. How can there be players here? Could it be that you're here to do a beginner's quest too? Impossible, we are the first people in this novice village to find the village elder, and we have been guarding outside before. How can there be players who are faster than us? Maybe it's a bunch of stupid people messing around with the map. Don't you see them walking back? I guess I was scared by those level 5 monsters. Wait, look at their ranks. Oh my god, all level 4, aren't they all big guys? Everyone first sneered, thinking that these people in front of them were just a group of brainless newcomers running around the map. However, when they swept each other's character information, everyone was stunned. Now the game has only been open for more than 2 hours, and these people have already reached level 4. That's too perverted, isn't it? Now, seeing Yuan Qing leading people towards him, everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back to both sides. Soon, a walkable path was made way for the crowd. Yuan Qing continued to walk out expressionlessly. Choose to turn a blind eye to those fiery eyes around you. After all, this kind of scene has long been commonplace for him. But others can't be as calm as him. When I saw the senior players I needed to look up to before, I was looking at myself with envy at the moment, and my heart was surging. On weekdays, they are just a group of otaku, although they have a little money, but where have they been treated like this? At this moment, the worship of Yuan Qing in the hearts of a demon and others can be said to have reached the point of no return, because they know very well that all this is given by the other party. After Yuan Qing and the others left the pine forest, the veteran players recovered from the shock. Everyone was silent, and their faces were extremely heavy. As veteran players in the gaming industry, they know that this time Peak Ninja World is in global open beta, and it is clearly stipulated that real money and game money can be exchanged for equal amounts. There will definitely be a lot of big forces in the game. The top guilds that have dominated other games in the past, as well as game studios with deep backgrounds, will definitely not let go of this opportunity to make money. Besides, those gods of the game world hidden in the market will inevitably take this opportunity to come to the ninja world. After all, with the strength of those people, it is easy to gain a foothold in the ninja world. It seems that this open beta of the ninja world, there are already a lot of bigwig level players coming. A veteran player suddenly sighed. Everyone looked at each other. No one spoke, but it was clear to all. Forces from all directions come together. It's bound to cause a bloody storm. And they, although in the eyes of ordinary players, can be called senior players, but compared to those real bigwigs, there is still a world of difference. Did you notice just now that among the group of people just now, there seems to be a person whose level is not level 4, but level 6? At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. This voice broke the short silence. It also made many people's faces change. I've noticed it too. It seems that there is also a great god in our novice village. I have to inform the president quickly so that he can be prepared. Another veteran player said solemnly. I don't know if that great god is a scattered person or already has an organization. A great god player, followed by all bigwig level players. The forces behind him must be not small. Maybe it is still a super force that has mastered the inside story of the game. We can't afford to offend such a person. No, I have to tell our boss about the situation here. If any of our guild's unsighted guys offend that great god, then it's over. Long Song God, can you add a friend? Today's favor, I will definitely pay you back in the future, and I will never break my promise. At this time, Demona once again emphasized that he would return the favor. Of course, it's one thing to return the favor. Adding Yuan Qing's friends is the most important thing. After all, being able to become friends with a god who hangs the sky will be a great help to him in creating a guild in the future. Don't miss this opportunity. Having said that, Demon A himself knows it. People are great gods, and the location of the friend bar is expensive? When Ping Shui meets, it is already a gift to be able to take them to brush the level. Still want to add friends to each other? It does seem to be a bit too much. Ding, you receive a friend request. do you want to check it out? Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, Demon A saw a name suddenly appear on his friend application list. Friend request, Long Song. Seeing this line of information, Demon A looked abrupt. He never thought that the great god would take the initiative to add his friends. It doesn't matter if you don't return the favor. Yuan Qing stopped and said, I'll go back first. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can find me at any time. After speaking, Yuan Qing waved his hand and directly threw a few pieces of whiteboard equipment over. Then his figure flashed, and he suddenly turned into a black shadow and left this place. Looking at the equipment in his hand, a demon was a little overwhelmed. There is even a feeling of being flattered. He thought this great god was too strange. I obviously don't know each other, but the other party seems to take care of me very much. Not only did he take him to level up, but he also told him where the NPC to receive the starter quest was. Now, it's time to take the initiative to add friends and send equipment. What's even more unexpected is that the other party even said that you can find something at any time in the future. A demon once wondered if he had a dream. It is rumored that the great gods are not all cold-looking, and no one should enter? When did you become so talkative? Could it be? What kind of special fetish does the other person have? Thinking of this, Demon A suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. The body is even tighter. His face instantly turned extremely blue. Nope. No way? Brother, in the previous life, you took me to fight the heroes, and in this life, I will take you to the world. At the same time, on the other side, Yuan Qing, who was galloping, suddenly flashed a trace of melancholy on his face. In fact, he chose to take care of a demon so much, in addition to repaying his kindness, there is another reason. That's guilt. In the previous life, when the game ability appeared synchronously, the world soon broke out in a scuffle. Countless foreign invaders have targeted the vast land of China. At that time, Demon A responded to the call and led the congregation to the front line to defend against foreign enemies. It's a pity that he was ambushed by a strong enemy on the way. Collapse the nest. And Yuan Qing was also a member of the 8 Demon Guild at that time, and he was also the head of the main combat force. However, at that time, he was frantically improving his strength in the ninja world in order to sprint to the 8-gate Dungia formation, and he didn't go with him. Later, when he successfully broke through the 8 gates Dungia formation and achieved the pinnacle of physical fitness, he learned that his guild had been wiped out. Brothers, friends, men, all of them were spared. Although Yuan Qing later killed all the foreign invasion battles that ambushed his guild, the guilt of Demon A and his guild in his heart could not be erased. It became a knot in his heart. Even if you are reincarnated, you will still not be able to forget it. He the leader of a main combat force group is nowhere to be seen when the guild encounters a fatal crisis. How sad it is. Between thoughts. Yuan Qing has already come to the jade bamboo forest, just like when you passed by before. At the moment, it is still full of people. The newcomers are in groups of 3s and 2s, each teaming up, constantly snatching and killing the wildcats and hares that have just been refreshed. Due to the large number of people, the scene looks a little chaotic. Yuan Qing came out from the depths of the bamboo forest and quickly attracted the attention of many people. Look, that guy who was pretending to be a coerce just now came out of it. I guess I can't stay in it. I want to come here to share a piece of the pie. Stupid one, don't pay attention. If he comes to rob us of the refresh point, labor and management will teach him the truth of life. I think it's very likely that he was sleeping in it before. Didn't a group of veteran players go in just now? I guess he was in the way, so he was kicked out. Haha, that makes sense. Wait a minute, what's the deal with that weapon behind his back? You look at his character information again, it's day, level 6. I'm a mother, it's true. Damn, this person must be pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and his real identity must be a god in the online game industry. There is a great god hidden in our novice village, it's too scary. Yes, I'm so scared that the old lady is cracked underneath. There were many players in the vicinity who had seen Yuan Qing before, and there were even some people who had made mockery of him. Therefore, when he saw that it was him at this moment, his face was full of disgust. Some players have even made plans to send him back to the village for free if Yuan Qing goes over to rob the monster. But, when they viewed Yuan Qing's character information, the disgust on his face instantly turned into a shock. Like the group of veteran players before them, everyone stood on the spot. Even if there is a novice monster refreshed under his feet, he didn't go to kill it. Didn't you say that the other party was stupid? After making your way through the crowd back to the newbie village, Yuan Qing found the village chief as soon as possible and delivered the task. Young man, I didn't expect you to complete the task I entrusted to you so quickly. Yes, this is a reward for you. I hope that the honor of the Fire Nation will continue to be passed on in your generation. The village chief Balabal said a lot, but Yuan Qing didn't listen to it at all. Because his mind is full of this prompt now. Ding, congratulations on completing the starter quest, collecting wood, and earning 10,000 XP rewards. Ding, congratulations on overcompleting the starter quest, collecting wood, and earning 50,000 XP rewards. Ding, congratulations on successfully completing the starter quest, collecting wood, and earning 100,000 XP points. Ding, congratulations on successfully completing the starter quest, collecting wood, and receiving an additional 2 attribute points. Ding, congratulations on successfully completing the beginner quest, collecting wood, and receiving the red flame ring from the village chief. Ding, congratulations on completing the side quest, expel the bandits, and earning 50,000 XP points. Ding, congratulations on completing the side quest, expel the bandits, and getting 2 stat points. The rewards for successfully completing the beginner quest are even more than the rewards for the side quests. As soon as the 2 tasks were handed in, Yuan Qing directly gained 210,000 experience points. And that red flame ring turned out to be a black iron equipment that could only be obtained with a 10% chance. That's good luck. Bang, bang, bang. With the golden mangs flashing again and again, Yuan Qing's character level was instantly upgraded to level 10. Ding, congratulations on becoming the first player to reach level 10 on the Huaxia server, and you will receive the server upgrade package *1, experience points reward 500,000. Ding, since you are the first player to reach level 10 on the whole server, the system is about to announce you to the whole server. Do you hide your name? Ding, given that you are the first player to rush to level 10 in the 520 novice village, the system is about to make a regional announcement to you. Do you want to hide your name? Beeps rang one after another. No need to hide. The corners of Yuan Qing's mouth hooked. Just when Yuan Qing handed over the task. Fire Country, number 8 novice village. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar of thunder continued to come from the mountains and woodlands outside the novice village. Echoing in the valley, it is long and long, like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring, making people shudder. But all players who pass by this mountain range will consciously avoid this place and go to other places to farm monsters and level up, because there have been a few brave players who have gone inside to find out the source of the sound before. It's a pity that as soon as the front foot stepped in, it was directly blown back to the resurrection point. Not only did he lose the level, but he also blew up the only supplies left on his body. After the news of this happened, all the players talked about it. And that mountain range has therefore become the number 8 novice village, a forbidden area for all players, and no one dares to enter. I don't know how long it took. Finally, the roar was gone. Many players rushed to hear the news. Then, they saw a young girl covered in dirt, running and jumping out of the mountains. The girl's ID is called Purple Rose, with a delicate figure, and a playful and cute goose egg face, delicate with a hint of unruliness. Like a hare sprinting. Hee hee, I didn't expect the detonation charm to be so easy to use. But why isn't there anything like that for sale in the novice village? As Purple Rose ran towards the village, she remembered the scene when she had bombarded the tigers with detonators in the mountains. Thinking about it, the little mouth unconsciously cocked, and his face was proud. Forget it, let's go back and hand in the newbie mission first, so that you should be able to rush to level 10. Purple Rose shook her little head, then picked up speed and ran towards the newbie village. Just now, when she was farming monsters in the mountains, she found an iron box in a cave. A bunch of things called detonators were opened. Although it is a primary detonation charm, it is amazingly powerful. A level 8 tiger will be killed in one blow. Then, the Purple Rose used those detonation charms to lure monsters into bombing. I almost didn't blow up this mountain range. Some unlucky players who happened to come to this mountain range to level up were directly killed by her. Now that the detonation charm has run out, her level has been raised to level 9. If you include the experience of delivering the beginner mission, you can almost rush to level 10. However, just as Purple Rose returns to the newbie village, ready to hand over the mission, a voice rang out. Server notice, congratulations to Long Song of Fire Country for becoming the first player to reach level 10 on the Huaxia server, and get 1 server rush level pack *1, experience points reward 500,000, 30,000 coins. Hearing this voice, Purple Rose was stunned for a moment, and then stomped her feet again and again. A Long Song, it should be a handsome guy by the name, but don't think that if you look handsome, I'll let you go. The Purple Rose jumped like thunder, and secretly remembered the name Changa in her heart. Meanwhile, Land of Thunder, number 18 novice village. At the moment, hundreds of players are farming monsters in a reef area near the sea. This scene seems to be visible on all major beginner maps, which is not surprising, but if you look closely, you will find that these hundreds of players will not directly kill the sea monster in their hands. Instead, they will be beaten into blood first, and then sent to a young man to take the head. And this young man, although he didn't kill monsters, his rank is the highest here. You've reached level 9. Fan Xiao, after brushing these, you can almost rush to level 10, right? A dog-licking player threw the dying sea monster in his hand in front of the young man, and then licked and laughed. When the time comes, once you get the level reward, you will definitely soar to the sky. Humph. The young man named Fan Xiao smiled domineeringly, raised his knife and fell, and harvested the sea monster with ease. Then he pretended to force, actually, the level reward is not my ultimate goal, the level reward is easy for me, and my ultimate goal is to take you to conquer the 5 major countries, and then command the entire ninja world. As soon as the words fell, a majestic voice came with a bang. I didn't expect the Rampage Lori's leveling speed to be so much faster than in her previous life. Could it be that the butterfly effect of rebirth has already worked? Hearing that the time of the second full server announcement was so close to himself, Yuan Qing couldn't help but take a breath. He remembered that in his previous life, when Purple Rose got the first rush reward, it should have been the 5th hour after the server was opened. Now, it's less than 3 hours. Forget it, anyway, the first rush of the whole server has arrived, let's see what's in it first. Although the official website says that the top 3 server players will be rewarded with a full server announcement, but that leveling package is different. The rewards in the first rush package are definitely much higher than the rewards for the second and third places. In the previous life, the Purple Rose rose strongly with the help of what was opened in the first rush pack. From an amateur gamer, he has directly become the leading powerhouse in the whole server. In the end, it was squeezed into the list of the top 10 hegemons in China. Since Purple Rose's figure belongs to that small and delicate type, her temper is extremely hot. So at that time, it was always praised by Chinese players as a rampaging Lori. And the 2 guys who got the full server notice in the back, although they made a little name in the early stage, they were unknown in the later stage. Not much accomplished. However, Yuan Qing didn't know what rewards were hidden in this first rush package, because Purple Rose never revealed to outsiders what she got in the first rush pack. With a strong curiosity, Yuan Qing opened the first charge gift package. Ding, congratulations on acquiring the Twin Blade Flounder epic weapon. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a Whetstone *10. Ding, congratulations on earning 100 character attribute points. Ding, congratulations on earning 20 skill points. Ding, congratulations on obtaining transformation technique *1 stand-in technique *1 clone technique *1. With a flash of white light, Yuan Qing's package suddenly contained 3 more skill books, 10 stones with a glittering black luster, and a domineering bandage broadsword. Damn, it's this weapon. Yuan Qing was overjoyed and opened the package directly to check it. Item, Twin Blades, Flounder. Quality, Epic. Physical damage, 1500. Ninjutsu damage, 500. Additional attribute 1, heavy attack hit the target has a 20% chance to knock it back. Additional attribute 2, Flounder critical attack each enemy killed can increase 1 stack of charge state, and each layer of charge state increases the power of the weapon by 1%, and the blade will also become larger, accumulating up to 100 stacks. When the character dies, the charge state is reset to 0. Additional attribute 3, Flounder liberation bursts all charged states at once, temporarily increasing the next weapon attack by 2%-200% true damage and 50% critical hit effect. Additional attribute 4, explosion injecting your own chakra into the weapon can cause the next weapon attack to cause a blasting effect, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Additional attribute 5, split blade splits the weapon into 2 knives to attack, increasing the attack speed by 50%, but reducing the weapon's base attribute by 20%, reducing the chance of heavy attack by 30%, and making it impossible to use the liberated state. Equipment requirements, 100 strength attribute points are required. Durability, 2000/2000. Description, one of the 7 knives of fog and concealment, the entire blade of the knife is covered with chakra, so it is usually wrapped with a special bandage on the outside, which is inconspicuous. The more enemies this knife kills, the stronger the power. This is a weapon that makes the user stronger and stronger. After seeing the Flounder's attributes, Yuan Qing was already so excited that he couldn't breathe. No wonder the rampaging Lori in her previous life has been carrying it. Even after being promoted to the shadow level, she didn't choose to change weapons. It turns out that the additional attributes of this weapon are so perverted. The Flounder has an explosion of physical injuries and low tolerance, so it can be said that it is a weapon with pure physical output. The 2 additional attributes of Storm Attack and Liberation give the Flounder a very strong explosive output, especially the additional attribute of Critical Attack. You can even accumulate the number of kills and increase the power of the weapon. It is no exaggeration to say that although the level of Flounder is epic, it is definitely not far behind those legendary weapons. Yuan Qing originally took the all-out route, plus in order to immediately equip this epic weapon that bombed the sky. So without the slightest hesitation, he directly smashed all the 100 attributes given by the first rush gift pack to the power. The moment he held the handle of the Flounder knife, Yuan Qing suddenly felt an extremely surging force. If this knife goes down, even if it's a middle ninja, it's going to be finished, right? After reaching level 10, if you want to continue leveling up, you must arrive at Konoha Ninja Village. Then go to the ninja school for the lower ninja assessment, and if you pass the assessment, you can have the qualification to become a lower ninja. At that time, the subsequent level increase will be opened. However, Yuan Qing has 6 immortal bodies, and in terms of the upper limit of attribute points, he has long had no pursuits. So for him, he is not in a hurry to advance to the lower ninja. After equipping the flounder, Yuan Qing took out the red flame ring obtained from the side quest. Item: Red Flame Ring. Quality: Black Iron. Physical damage plus 20. Ninjutsu damage plus 20. Ninjutsu critical strike plus 5%. Physical critical strike plus 5%. Additional attribute: when using fire escape ninjutsu, there is a 10% chance to deal additional scorch damage to the target. Equipment requirements: LV10. Durability: 500/500. Description: forged in the flames of a ring with incredible power. In Ninja World, there are 8 pieces of main attribute equipment of the characters, namely helmets, masks, necklaces, weapons, armor, wrists, rings, a pair, trouser legs, and shoes. In addition to that, there are throwing weapons and forward guards. Among them, rings and necklaces are the hardest to obtain. Because of these 2 pieces of equipment, there is a certain chance to add a critical hit status. The Black Iron Ring's damage and critical hit bonuses are very impressive. Don't explain, just put it on. The equipment is done, and next, Yuan Qing begins to improve his skill level. The first thing to improve is the public escape magic skill, the stand-in technique. Ding, your stand-in level has been increased, and your current skill level is LV2. Ding, your stand-in has been leveled up, and your current skill level is LV3. Ding, your stand-in has been leveled up, and your current skill level is LV4. In addition to spending a lot of experience and a lot of coins to level up your skills, the most important thing is skill points. Yuan Qing just raised the stand-in technique to LV4, and he had already exhausted the 20 skill points given by the system, and the experience points directly cost more than 400,000, nearly 20,000 coins. Almost all the first rush rewards have been lost. However, Yuan Qing did not regret it. Increasing the skill level will not only increase the power of ninjutsu and physical arts, but also reduce the cooldown. Some skills can be discarded and used instantly after reaching the full level, and stand-in is one of them. Is it only level 4? However, if you add the seal amplification of the 6 immortal bodies, it should almost be able to achieve an instantaneous stand-in, right? Yuan Qing was thoughtful. Look, it's Chang'e, alas, the god who ranks first in the whole server. I didn't expect that this time our Fire Nation directly occupied the first 2 positions in the rank quota, and the next time the faction battle starts, I'm afraid the other 4 countries will kneel and lick us. Chang'e is so handsome, I don't know if I'm still single. If I can spend the spring festival with the god of Chang'e, I am willing to reduce my lifespan by 10 years. Don't be an nymphomaniac, with the honor of your excellency, I think the great god of Chang'e would rather reduce his life by himself than sleep with you. Next, we have to find a way to pull up the flounder's violent attack state. After changing the equipment and improving the skills, Yuan Qing has more confidence in his heart. After all, next, it is necessary to compete for resources with those large forces. What if you don't have some strength? Yuan Qing continued to trigger a conversation with the village chief. Young man, the previous commission you completed is very beautiful. To tell you the truth, in fact, I am a ninja guide arranged here by Lord Hokage. After investigation, you already have the strength to become a ninja. This is a letter of recommendation and a map. Take them, and start your ninja journey. The village elder god said. Ding, you received the main quest, a letter of recommendation for the Hokage. Once the player reaches level 10, an NPC will automatically appear in the taskbar that can take on the main quest. This is a passive forced quest that will appear in your taskbar whenever you talk to an NPC. Quest items will also appear in your package. A road map from the novice village to Konoha Ninja Village, and a letter of introduction to the current Hokage. Submit the letter of introduction to the Hokage to receive a quest reward. At the same time, you will be eligible to enter Konoha Ninja Village. Without a letter of introduction, players will soon be kicked out by Konoha's patrolling ninjas. It's like a pass. Konoha Ninja Village is a must-visit place for players in the Fire Nation camp, so this main quest is understandable. After taking over the main quest, Yuan Qing left the 520 Novice Village directly. Meanwhile, in a grocery store in 520 Newbie Village, a few level 6 and 7 players were sitting around, sneering on their faces, looking like they were discussing something. These people are some of the highest level in the 520 Novice Village. The person at the head has already reached level 8. This person's name is Long Zacian, and before Yuan Qing released the announcement of reaching the top of the full server, he was the player with the best chance of getting the level reward in the 520 Novice Village. But now, he's changed his mind. Since the guy who won the first rush reward is in his own Novice Village, then, just grab his first rush reward. In its opinion, compared to the first rush reward, the other rush rewards are not worth mentioning. Just then, a player suddenly ran in from outside, panting and said, Long Xiao, that Long Song has already left the village. Hearing this, Long Zacian's face suddenly showed a sneer. Take everyone and do it. The other side. Yuan Qing had already walked to the entrance of the village. After reaching level 10, there is no point in staying in the novice village anymore. Now, he's ready to set off for the first gathering place of Fire Nation players, Konoha Ninja Village. Speaking of hurrying, Yuan Qing couldn't help but want to complain about the setting of this game. That is, the level of realism is too serious. Many online games have teleportation stones and portals, but there are no them here. Except in the late game, when the player has the Flying Thunder Rod technique, or the Flying Thunder God, set the coordinates of each stronghold. At that time, it will be possible to teleport over long distances. Otherwise, until then, all players will have to travel on their feet. The front. Whoever is that, give me a stop. Just as Yuan Qing was about to leave for Konoha, a group of aggressive players suddenly rushed out of the novice village. The person who shouted was the dragon in the sky. Yuan Qing paused and stopped. Yuan Qing stood there with his head down, looking a little like he was frightened by Long Zacian and the others, but no one noticed that the corners of his mouth had been slightly raised at the moment. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the game world without any constraints, but sometimes, it's hard to tell who is the prey and who's the hunter. Killing players from the same faction accumulates kills. When the kill value accumulates to 100, it will be defined as a traitor to the Fire Country, and will be wanted by the Konoha Shadows. Yuan Qing was still worried about how to accumulate the Flounder's violent attack state before. No, it's just delivered to your door. When he was in the novice village, because the system had protection measures for newcomers, Long Zacian couldn't do it directly. He could only send someone to stare at Yuan Qing secretly. But now, there is nothing to be afraid of. Long Zacian quickly led people to surround Yuan Qing. Then he pointed to Yuan Qing's nose and said, "Stinky boy, you have eaten the bear's heart and leopard's guts, dare to snatch my first reward." And those who know each other quickly spit out all the rewards to me, and then kneel down and shout, "Dad, I won't bother with you about the 500,000 experience, otherwise I'll kill you, the first in the whole server, back to the mother's womb." Long Zacian is a village tyrant in 520 Novice Village. Relying on the strength of the crowd, grab everything in the wild. Newbies, supplies, animal skins. Sometimes when you see a female player with a good look, you have to go up and touch a few handfuls. Many players hate him. Long Zacian, who knew that he had been tricked, was furious in an instant, and directly ordered, "Go and kill this kid for me, and then send someone to guard the exits of the novice village and block him for me. Number 1 in the whole server, right? After today, Lao Tzu will make you the penultimate one." Moment. Those players who came with Long Zacian swarmed up and launched an attack on Yuan Qing. "I'll go, isn't that the god of long songs? Why did he that guy in the sky?" Chang'e is too impulsive, although he is the first in the whole server, but now in this situation, there is only one dead end. Long Zacian, this guy is notoriously domineering in the 520 Novice Village, and when he chartered the field in the swamp just now, he killed a lot of people. Damn, charter leveling, no wonder the level is rising so fast. I really hope that the god of Chang'e will teach the dragon a good lesson. Hehe, Chang'e is now unable to protect himself. How can he teach a lesson? Alas, I didn't expect that the god who was the first in the whole server was going to be blocked in the Novice Village. If you want to block a great god, how can it be so easy? I think it's the guy who was in the sky, who offended the god of Chang'e, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to mix up in the future in the country of fire. A conflict broke out between Long Zacian and Yuan Qing at the gate of the Novice Village, which soon attracted a large number of novice players to watch. However, most people are not optimistic about Yuan Qing. After all, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, not to mention that the dragon is on the other side of the sky, and now there are dozens of pairs of hands. Even if you are a great god, you have to avoid the edge for the time being, right? But just when everyone thought that Yuan Qing was going to be hacked to death with a knife, a shocking scene appeared. I saw that the moment Yuan Qing was hit by Kuwu, as a burst of white smoke rose, his body directly turned into a log. What's going on? What about people? Damn, did he run away? How is that possible? When did he escape, and why didn't I see it? Looking at the broken wood on the ground that had been split into several pieces, Long Zacian and his men were confused. Actually, it's not just them. The players who were watching nearby were also confused at the moment. The people who were standing here just now. How did it turn into a log in the blink of an eye? Is there any trick you can do in this game? Fire escape, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Just when everyone was puzzled, a faint voice suddenly came from the woods not far away. This was followed by an unbearably hot airflow. How is that possible? The dragon shuddered in the bottom of the sky and turned his head sharply. Then, he saw a picture that he could never forget in his life. In sight, I saw several fireballs filled with raging flames flying out of the woods quickly. Was so anxious that he didn't even have a chance to react. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball hits the crowd and detonates instantly. The flames rose into the sky, engulfing Long Zacian and the others. 2934 HP 3122 HP 684 HP, sputtering. 87 HP, cautery. 3312 HP 721 HP, sputtering. Hiss. As a huge amount of damage rose from the flames, the audience suddenly resounded with a breathing sound. Everyone was stunned to see this scene in front of them. This moment, there was a dead silence in the audience. Soon, when the fire fades, everyone found that there were a few more big pits emitting black smoke at the entrance of the novice village. As for the group of people in the sky, they are long gone at this moment. There was just a bunch of dropped items lying there quietly. Most of them are supplies such as coins and bread. Novice village Ichba, vulnerable. Yuan Qing walked in front of the potholes without changing his face, his big hand at a glance, and directly pocketed the fallen items on the ground. Is this the Phoenix Fire after being amplified by the 6 immortal bodies? It is worthy of the legendary god-level bloodline, and if you don't major in ninjutsu, you can even hit this level of damage, and this is just the skill level of LV1. Looking at the pit under his feet, even with Yuan Qing's characterization, he was a little shocked. In fact, he didn't need to use ninjutsu at all, and he could easily clean up the dragon in the sky. Yuan Qing just fought back passively. Even if you kill all of them, they will only be judged by the system as legitimate defense, and will not accumulate kill points. This is also the main reason why Yuan Qing kept provoking Long Zacian with words before. Nonsense, don't hurry up and provoke each other. Do you still have to listen to a lot of nonsense from the other party and waste your time? Anyway, the other party is in a hurry to find death. How fast is this? After sending Long Zacian and the others back to the survival point, Yuan Qing's flounder has accumulated to the 34th layer of the storm state. Instantly increases weapon power by 34%. If it is liberated at one time, the power will probably be temporarily avoided even by the upper ninja. After picking up the drop, Yuan Qing chose to continue on the road. As for those onlookers, they are already confused at this moment. Damn, what just happened? Isn't it because I'm old eyes dizzy? It's so shocking. The one that the great god of Chang'e released just now should be the ninjutsu mentioned on the official website, right? It should be. I didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so powerful, and it killed all the people in Long Zacian in one fell swoop. That ninjutsu should be the first rush reward, right? Otherwise, the newbie village wouldn't be able to get that kind of thing. Damn, I'm going to talk about the planning of this game here. Except for some dispensable information on the official website, all other information is incomplete. What exactly is ninjutsu? Spell skills. But this power is too perverted, right? Hee, if you have the ability to abandon your travel, complain or something, what's the point? Didn't the official website say it? The background of the game and the ninja world needs to be explored by ourselves, and a clear address is also given. You mean Konoha Ninja Village? Everyone came back to their senses, but the shock in his eyes has always been difficult to subside. At this moment, their pursuit of ninjutsu has become more urgent. 520 Newbie Village. Resurrection Point. With a series of flickering white lights, Long Zacian and his men appeared at the resurrection point. Damn, what was that just now? It took all of us seconds at once. Long Zacian said with palpitations. A player's younger brother said with a bitter face, Long Xiao, that Long Song may have opened the fire escape ninjutsu in the first Chong gift package. I heard a friend in the Wolf Clan Guild last time say that the power of ninjutsu skills exploded, but in terms of damage output, it is still the fire escape ninjutsu that is the most awesome. Wolves, you mean the super guild that dominates the whole server in the demon world? Long Zacian frowned. You have this kind of inside information, why didn't you say it earlier? The player's little brother said aggrievedly, you didn't ask either. Fuck it. Long Zacian kicked away the poor subordinate, and then said angrily, Special Mother, if you don't avenge this revenge today, I will change my life and call the worm in the sky in the future. Go, immediately contact my eldest brother Long Bangtian. This time, I want him to die without a place to be buried. Just when Long Zacian contacted his eldest brother, Yuan Qing has stayed away from the novice village, and with a movement speed far 5 times faster than ordinary players, quickly approach Konoha Ninja Village. Although the novice village is scattered all over the land of fire. However, in order for players to be able to reach Konoha smoothly and not be killed by high-level monsters on the way, each beginner village has a safe route to the Konoha area. It's the roadmap that Yuan Qing got from the existence before. As long as you don't die and deviate from the roadmap, you won't be in danger. Fortunately, 520 Novice Village is not very far from Konoha Village. Yuan Qing trekked all the way. Finally, we arrived at the area of Konoha Village in 1 hour. At the end of the line of sight, I saw a lonely and old giant village standing between the mountains and forests, with strong barriers. From a distance, it looks like a prehistoric giant beast that has been sleeping for thousands of years crawling there, which makes people shudder. And it's no wonder. After all, Konoha Village seems to be picturesque, but those who are familiar with it know that this is only a superficial phenomenon. Light and night coexist forever. What's the situation? Yuan Qing's face changed, and then he immediately found a big stone to hide. The roar made him feel the pressure. According to the experience of his previous life, Yuan Qing could judge that the owner of that voice was definitely not something he could compete with at the moment. That's just at this time. With a rumbling sound, the towering trees in the mountain forest suddenly fell down in rows. Then, Yuan Qing saw a huge toad flying upside down from inside. The toad's body was like a mountain, at least 50 meters high, and there was a shocking scar at the corner of his eye. He was wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt, with a pipe in his mouth, and a sharp short knife on his claw, which looked quite funny. Bunta, Toad Boss. Seeing this toad, Yuan Qing's eyes suddenly widened. Damn, this is a psychic beast comparable to a shadow-level ninja. Also, how did it end up here? And it looks like he's still fighting something. I'm thinking. Suddenly, another huge triangular rhinoceros suddenly crashed out of the mountain. Roar! After the triangular rhinoceros rushed out, it immediately raised its head to the sky and roared. That voice was exactly the same as the roar Yuan Qing heard just now. Presumably, it was this triangular rhinoceros that was barking blindly. However, to Yuan Qing's surprise, after the triangular rhinoceros appeared, it did not rush towards the Toad Boss, but shook its head and began to spin in place. It is comparable to the iron hooves of a tank, and every time you step on it, the ground will shake. That power, even Yuan Qing was secretly frightened when he saw it. No wonder he is as strong as the Toad Boss, and he has been blown by it. Now it's an immortal fight. Yuan Qing doesn't dare to come forward. Although he has 6 immortal bodies and epic-level artifacts in his hands, he is still only a novice after all, and he is still fledgling. How can he participate in a shadow-level battle? Wait a minute, what's that? At this moment, Yuan Qing suddenly found that there seemed to be 2 black dots flashing rapidly on the head of the triangular rhinoceros. If you look closely, it turns out to be 2 people fighting on it. Both of them are fighting hand-to-hand with physical skills. The shot is as fast as lightning, extremely ruthless. Because of the distance, Yuan Qing couldn't read their information. But judging from the clothes, one of the white-haired men should be one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha Jiraiya. And the one who fought with it, judging from the opponent's uniform, seemed to be a ninja from the fog-hidden village. A ninja who can fight with Jiraiya and can psychic such an awesome psychic beast. That must be a movie-level boss, undoubtedly. Do you want to give Zilla a hand? Seeing that Miss Ninja, Yuan Qing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I'm also an NPC from the same faction, so if you can help the other party retreat from the enemy, you can definitely get a lot of benefits. Maybe you can even sign a contract with Myoki Mountain. But a shadow-level powerhouse, with his current strength, it's useless to make a move? It may also be a drag on Jiraiya. Let's see, shall we? You might even find an opportunity. Yuan Qing glanced at the flounder behind him and chose to wait and see what happened. If it had been before, he would have taken a detour to get out of here. After all, the strength does not allow it, and the strong masturbation will only be wiped out. But when you think of your current physical damage, you also have the explosive power unique to flounder. Yuan Qing suddenly felt that he might still have a chance. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Yuan Qing had been leaning quietly behind the stone, looking at the 2 big and 2 small figures in the distance. The battle circle there is in full swing. However, according to Yuan Qing's understanding of the strength of the shadow level, both sides should also be almost consumed. Bang, bang. Sure enough. After a few more minutes, the psychic time between the Toad Boss Wenta and the triangular rhinoceros finally came to an end. The mountain-like bodies turned into white smoke and dispersed. At the same time, the battle between Jiraiya and the Misty Shinobi is also coming to an end. I saw that Zilla also took advantage of his unpreparedness and directly used a big firebomb, cornering the other party. At this moment, the Mist Shinobi was already scarred, panting, visibly exhausted. It seems that I underestimated the strength of Konoha-Sunin, but Jiraiya, if I want to leave, you can't stop it. Mist Shinobu looked at Jiraiya very arrogantly and said. He knew that the other party was currently in a state of exhaustion. If you want to evacuate this place, you can't stop it. After saying that, the Mist Ninja began to seal quickly, as if he was about to leave this place with a retreat. On the other side, Jiraiya just gritted his teeth and looked at each other with an anxious expression. It's not that he doesn't want to stop it, it's just that the previous battle has exhausted the chakra in his body, and even if he makes a move, he can't stop it. Whoosh! That's just at this time. Just as the Misty Shinobi's escape mudra was about to end, a shuriken suddenly shot out from a distance. Humph, is there still a helper? What? Seeing the giant blade that was blooming with blue light, Miss Ninja's face changed dramatically in an instant. But at this moment, it's too late to dodge. Boom! The 34th floor of the storm state was instantly liberated, and with the blasting effect, the huge bombardment force was enough to blow up a building. Although the Mist Ninja is a shadow-level powerhouse, he has been beaten to residual blood by Jiraiya at this moment, and even the chakra has been exhausted. Without any means of defense, he was directly bombarded back by Yuan Qing for hundreds of meters. The body dragged on the ground for a long distance before it stopped. 8632 HP, blasting. The amazing damage value is snatched out from the eyes of the Misty Ninja. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the Misty Hidden Village Spy, level 107, and earning 20 WXP reward. Fire Nation has 100 reputation and 20 skill points, attribute points 50. Ding, congratulations on reaching 100 fame in the Fire Nation and upgrading your relationship with the Fire Nation to friendly. The prompt sounds. In the ninja world, killing an enemy is not a cumulative damage, but a final blow. Poor shadow-level Fog Ninja, who traveled thousands of miles to the country of Woodfire to spy on the strength of the three ninjas of Konoha. As a result, he died at the hands of a newcomer who was not even a shinobi. And Yuan Qing also picked up a big bargain because of this. In the ninja world, the relationship between the player and the faction nation is divided into hate, hostility, coldness, neutrality, friendliness, respect, and worship. Reputation is very important to the player, and sometimes it can even affect the acceptance of missions. Of course, the most obvious perk is the treatment that the faction enjoys when purchasing items. After the relationship with the Fire Country is upgraded to friendly, Yuan Qing can enjoy a 9% discount when he buys items in the Fire Country in the future. In disguise, I saved myself some money. Not much to say about skill points and attribute points. It's all precious things. The same is the same, the attribute points are all plus power. Skill points are all smashed into the stand-in technique. Ding, your stand-in level has been increased, and your current skill level is LV5. Ding, your stand-in level has been increased, and your current skill level is LV6. This time, 20 skill points have only increased by 2 levels. There are still 4 levels away from the full level. However, Yuan Qing was not in a hurry. Skill points were already very difficult to obtain. On the first day of the server, I was able to raise the stand-in technique to the level of LV6. It's already very good. You must know that in his previous life, in order to raise the stand-in technique to the full level, he spent more than 3 months. At this moment, Yuan Qing has already emptied all the 30,000 coins in the first rush gift package. Fortunately, there were 8,000 oceans sent by those dog-licking players before. Otherwise, he will have to worry about eating again. Alas, this money is really not forbidden. Yuan Qing couldn't help but sigh. Damn, the opening resources are exploding. It's rebirth again, it's the top legendary bloodline, and it's the first rush reward for the whole server. As a result, I made a mistake with the word money. As a reborn, Yuan Qing is ashamed of himself. I didn't expect a Miss Ninja spy with shadow level strength to be killed by you, a kid who is not even a ninja. I'm afraid no one will believe it, right? At this time, Jiraiya walked over with a surprised face. Name, Jiraiya, NPC. Power Faction, Fire Country, Konoha Ninja Village. Level, Shadow level 132. Description: one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, the personal disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage Fei with shadow level strength, usually loves to write novels, and often uses the name of looking for materials to peep at girls taking a bath, and the reputation of the Konoha bathhouse is not very good. Before advancing to the next ninja, players won't be able to see other information about the NPC. There is only one name and faction, but in Yuan Qing's eyes, all the information and data of Zilla are clear at a glance. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Jiraiya first beat him to a serious injury, I wouldn't have been able to pick it up. Yuan Qing spread his hands and said, the NPCs in the ninja world have their own mindsets, but the system is so that players can better integrate into this complete world. Some information has been forcibly injected into these NPC natives. If you had put it in the past, when you saw the flounder and the 7 blades of the fog, you would have been suspicious for a long time. But now, in his eyes, this flounder is a good weapon at best. Ha ha ha, that's a good point. You kid is very much to my liking. Hearing Yuan Qing praise himself, Zilla immediately burst out laughing. But soon, he calmed down again, looked at Yuan Qing and said, your kid's combat experience is okay, you can even think of using the stand-in technique to replace the shuriken you thrown, and then take advantage of it to be unprepared, launch a fatal blow. Whether it is the timing or the angle, it is very accurate, not bad, really good. The more you look at Yuan Qing, the more pleasing it is. I sense that you came out of a nearby forest path just now. Are you going to Konoha village? After the relationship reached a friendly level, Jilla and Yuan Qing also began to get acquainted. Well, I'm going to the Hokage's office, and I have a letter for the Hokage-sama, Yuan Qing said truthfully. Jilla is also an 8 flying son, that is, one of the 3 great apprentices of the Hokage today. If he recommends him, maybe he can get special treatment at the ninja school. In his previous life, Yuan Qing had heard other players say that if an NPC was recommended to go to the ninja school, if he was lucky, he could directly skip the assessment link and directly promote to the lower ninja. It saves a lot of time. Therefore, Yuan Qing does not plan to let go of this opportunity. Recently, I seem to have heard from the old man that there are many young people from nearby villages who want to come to the ninja school for assessment, and it seems that you are one of them. Jiraiya dragged his chin and looked like he was thinking. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and said, that's it, I'm just going to go back and tell the old man about the Miss Ninja Spy. You can go back with me, and then I'll accompany you to the ninja school again to make sure you pass the assessment. Then thank you, Jiraiya-sama, Yuan Qing said with a smile. Next, Zilla also carried the corpse of the mist ninja spy on his back and returned to Konoha with Yuan Qing. After the death of a special person, the corpse does not disappear immediately, but will remain for a period of time. Maybe it's because of the relationship that delayed some kung fu on the road. When Yuan Qing followed Jiraiya back to Konoha village, there are already quite a few players hanging out in the village. These players are basically powerful players who have come from the novice village that is relatively close to Konoha village. Of course, there are some lucky people who have a chance. For example, if you open a box somewhere, you get a good weapon, equipment, or props. For such lucky players, the level up speed is generally not too slow, unless it's an idiot. Yuan Qing followed Jiraiya all the way to the Hokage building. Now, outside the Hokage's office, there are already quite a few players. There is no doubt that these people are here to hand in letters of introduction. However, the Hokage's office is the important place of Konoha village after all. If you want to go in and hand over the tasks, you can only go in one by one. If anyone dares to mess around, then the 2 Hokage guards standing outside the door will teach them the truth of being human. It seems that there are quite a few people here today. Seeing so many people around the door, Jiraiya smiled proudly. The more newcomers who come to assess shinobi, the stronger their Konoha strength is. That's a good thing. However, seeing Jiraiya come in with a corpse on his back, many players showed disgusted expressions. Why did you come in with a corpse on your back? It stinks to me. Yes, don't think you're an NPC because you're amazing. I'm telling you, it's the Hokage, the most powerful NPC in the ninja world. Do you understand the rules? Isn't it great to dye your hair gray? A delinquent youth like you, I tell you, I can fight 10 at a time. It's not too big, and I don't even have a ninja forward guard on my head. I'm afraid it's just a small character who carries a corpse, right? No one else can be an NPC to your level. Hee, there is still a word oil on your head. Why do you eat too much fried food? Get out of here, it stinks to death. Oops, what are you talking about with a waste NPC? Don't forget, we're about to become a ninja. I heard that ninjas are in this world, but they are a very powerful character, and many garbage NPCs will be respectful when they see ninjas. Also, this NPC wants to protect his forehead without protecting his forehead, and he wants a ninja uniform without a ninja uniform. He is definitely not a powerful character, and he is probably a garbage NPC. Everyone looked at Jiraiya with a disgusted gaze. When he speaks, he has a high-minded attitude. Alas, a bunch of idiots. Yuan Qing sighed softly. These guys really don't know how dead words are written. To say such a thing to a shadow-level NPC. Also ninja uniforms? Hee, people don't bother to wear Konoha Suninja, okay? Is Konoha Huang gambling and drug in vain? The current plot line is a few years after the Nine Tails Rebellion. Naruto was still a child, and Jiraiya was also in his prime at this time. How could he endure being ridiculed like this? Boom! In an instant, a terrifying chakra swept out of Jiraiya's body, and the powerful wind pressure bounced out of all nearby players. Hit the wall hard. Since Zille also controlled Chakra's relationship, it did not affect Yuan Qing. Therefore, now he is the only one in the audience who is standing in place unharmed. Lao-Tzu likes white hair, can you manage it? Jiraiya pursed his lips, and then walked straight towards the Hokage's office with the corpse on his back. Yuan Qing followed. Everyone stared at each other with a confused look. By now, if they hadn't understood what was going on, all these years would have been in vain. The strength is so strong, and he still carries the corpse on his back. This is clearly here to kick the restaurant. The Hokage is the most powerful NPC in the Land of Fire. You white-haired man will definitely be killed later. Someone stared at Zilla Yadeo viciously. And no wonder. Although Jiraiya wears a forehead guard on his head, it is from Miyama Mountain, and it can't match the forehead protection of the 5 major countries announced on the official website. So, these players see this scene. When I think of the TV series I watched before, it is easy to create the illusion that the other party is here to kick the gym. However, just as Jiraiya walked to the door of the Hokage's office, everyone saw that the 2 Hokage guards, who had been standing at the door without smiling, actually bowed respectfully to him. He also called him Jiraiya-sama. See this scene. All players are instantly ossified, especially those who scolded Zille for being garbage before. They felt a hot pain on their faces. Jiraiya took Yuan Qing directly into the Hokage's office. By the way, did a player just go in with you? At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly said this. Then, the scene began to mess up. I've been patronizing that fried guy before, and I almost forgot that there was a player behind him. Didn't you say that you can only go in one person at a time? Those 2 Hokage guards talk like they know in mud. By the way, the player who followed in, his ID name seems to be a little familiar. I don't know where I've seen it. Long Song, isn't this the god who won the reward of the whole server? And he is also the one who won the first place. Day the great god was in front of me just now. I actually missed him. It's a pity. Anyway, the god of Chang'e is so handsome. If only I could have a child with him. Gee, there are more people who want to have children with the god of Chang'e. can it still be your turn? It's enough to have one child, at least twins. No, it's supposed to be quadruplets. Awesome, you're really awesome. You two don't talk about it. The old lady laughed when she said it, but I remember that the one who is in the Hokage's office now seems to be a great god too, right? I don't know what it will be like when the two gods meet. Maybe we'll have a baby together. You still say. Hokage's office. Jiraiya threw the corpse on his shoulder to the ground. Then he looked at an old man sitting on an office chair and said, Teacher Ape Fei, this is a spy from Wuyan village. I met on the way back. He has shadow level strength. He shouldn't be a nobody. That old man, naturally, is the third generation of Hokage Ape Fei Ri slashed. At this moment, Ape Fei Ri is reading the letter in his hand. Opposite him, there was a petite and delicate girl. The girl's face was not good looking, her embroidered eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked as if someone owed her a lot of money. The moment she saw this girl, Yuan Qing was slightly stunned. This woman is none other than the Purple Rose, who was known as Rampage Lori in her previous life. The characters in the ninja world are based on real people's virtual projections, and although you can make some subtle adjustments to your face and hairstyle, you won't change much overall. In her previous life, Purple Rose was the goddess that everyone dreamed of. In terms of appearance, you can definitely throw off those first-line actresses on a few streets. Provided, of course, that she is not violent. Just when Yuan Qing looked at the Purple Rose, the Purple Rose also happened to look at it. Then, the two looked at each other. Is that you? Seeing Yuan Qing, the corners of the Purple Rose's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but say, she directly picked up a handful of green kunao and split it over. The groove. Yuan Qing hurriedly dodged. But the Purple Rose still didn't give up, chasing him and slashing him again and again. Eldest sister, this is the Hokage's office. Aren't you afraid of being kicked out of Konoha village if you do this? Seeing that the Purple Rose was chasing after her, and she looked like she was about to eat herself, Yuan Qing hurriedly shouted. He's not afraid of the Purple Rose. It's just that this is the Hokage's office. If you really fight, maybe you will be caught and locked up by the shadows for a few hours, or even a few days. It's not worth it. Boy, you have a good eye. This girl is a superb, childish cough, you should understand. Unexpectedly, at this time, Jiraiya was blindly coaxing on the side. There was also a meaningful expression on his face, not to mention how cheap it was. Ahem. Hearing Jiraiya's golden and jade good words, the corners of Ape Fury's mouth twitched a few times, and he was almost so angry with this disciple that he vomited blood. And Purple Rose also noticed her gaffe at this time. After a pause, he looked at Yuan Qing and said, I'll clean you up later. Yuan Qing said bitterly, Eldest sister, did I recruit you to provoke you? Do you have to chase me? You can't have a crush on me, right? Sharp-toothed stinky boy, if it weren't for you, the first prize for the first place would be mine. Purple Rose waved her small fist with an angry expression. Lao Tzu won the first place with his strength, a hair. Yuan Qing was not convinced. Jiraiya, this foggy spy with shadow-level strength, did you kill it? At this time, Sarutobi suddenly stood up from the office chair, and then looked at Jiraiya with a puzzled expression. Jiraiya's current strength is shadow-level, and the strength of the fog ninja is also shadow-level. The strength of the two is about the same. In addition, the other party is an elite spy who often lurks in various countries to collect information resources. Ape Fei Ri glanced at Yuan Qing, and then confirmed to Jiraiya. He couldn't believe that a kid who wasn't even a shinobi could kill a shadow-level powerhouse. Even if it's a sneak attack. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it was real. Zilla also spread his hands and said, but then again, this kid's combat experience is definitely not below me. He took advantage of the Miss Ninja to perform the escape technique, first through with inferior shuriken, so that the other party deliberately underestimated the enemy, and then at the moment when the shuriken approached the other party, he used the stand-in technique and the shuriken to switch positions. Zille also recounted the general process of Yuan Qing's killing of the fog ninja at that time. As the Hokage, Sarutobi was quite calm, but the gaze that looked at Yuan Qing had changed from his previous doubts to a strong appreciation. And Purple Rose, after hearing Jiraiya's narration, has long been completely stunned. A shadow-level powerhouse was killed by a novice player who wasn't even a ninja? If this spreads, I'm afraid that the entire Huaxia server players will be shocked, right? Although the main attack is another shadow level, he can do a sneak attack and successfully give the opponent the final blow. This kind of record is enough to make everyone smack their tongues. I didn't expect the stand-in technique to be so useful. Purple Rose's eyes flickered, and the resentment towards Yuan Qing in her heart unconsciously decreased. She didn't expect that the stinky boy who was flamboyant to herself just now would be so powerful. As the second person to be rewarded for the level of the whole server, Purple Rose naturally also obtained those 3 basic ninjutsu. She's also used stand-in techniques, which are ninjutsu that can swap positions with any object within a certain range. It's a good escape skill. However, she never thought of this escape skill in her eyes. In Yuan Qing's hands, it turned into a displacement skill that could sneak attack a shadow-level powerhouse. Unbelievable. Ding, Sarutobi Hitcha / Mayome Hokage has plus 10 opinion of you. Ding, Sarutobi Hitcha / Third Hokage has plus 20 opinion of you. Ding, Sarutobi Hitcha / Third Hokage has plus 20 opinion of you. Ding, congratulations on your relationship with Sarutobi Hizashi Mayome Hokage on your promotion from neutral to friendly. Easygoing with a series of prompts sounding. Yuan Qing and Ape Fei Ri/'s favorability was also directly promoted to friendliness. If this is seen by other players, it is estimated that they will be so angry that they vomit blood. You know, now that there are players who can have a friendly relationship with a mid-ninja level NPC, it is enough to make many people envious. But Yuan Qing is here, and he is directly 2 shadow level. And one of them is also the strongest Hokage on the bright side of the Fire Country. Hearing the prompt sound, Yuan Qing was also surprised. He didn't expect this Gillette to be a god assist, was praised by him like this, and he actually became good friends with the 3 generations of Hokage. Such teammates, another pile of trouble. The fog-hidden village of the Land of Water and Arcana have always been hostile, and this time I was able to kill one of their shadow-level spies. Thank you very much. Ape Fury looked at Yuan Qing with a smile and said, I heard that Zilla also said that you were also a newcomer from a nearby village who came to Arcana for assessment. Yes, this is the letter that the village chief asked me to hand over to you. Yuan Qing took the opportunity to hand over the task letter. Ding, congratulations on completing the main quest, letter of recommendation to the Hokage, and getting 20,000 XP rewards. The follow-up main quest opens, pass the lower ninja trial and become a Konoha lower ninja. The reward given by this main quest is really stingy. Yuan Qing complains secretly. Yes, among the students I've seen, I'm ape flying and I would like to call you the strongest. Sarafiri quickly finished reviewing the letter, then took out a skill book from the drawer, handed it over and said, with your talent, your future achievements may be even higher than Gilla. This is a reward for you to kill the Misty Ninja spy. I hope you make good use of it. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Yuan Qing muttered, and then took the skill book from the ape flying sun slasher. Ding, congratulations on receiving the Hokage's appreciation and rewarding you with 1 B rank skill book. This way you can also get a skill book? It seems that the Hokage's favorability is really more reliable than that of Jiraiya. Yuan Qing's heart was dark. Open skill scroll, shadow clone. Skill level, B, skill attribute, none. Skill effect, use chakra to create an entity clone, and the clone has 30% of the attributes of the body. After the clone disappears, the vision information obtained will be obtained by the main body. Cooldown, 30 seconds, duration, until chakra is depleted, chakra cost, 20%, up to 10 entity clones can exist at the same time. She requirements, reach LV2 in the level of the doppelganger. Description, a high-level doppelganger technique, with a consciousness independent of the body and a certain ability to resist blows, a very practical ninjutsu. In the case of insufficient chakra, please use it with caution. I didn't expect it to be a shadow clone. This is a common ninjutsu used by the protagonist in the original book. Not much to say about practicality. In short, this kind of entity-like doppelganger technique is more and more awesome in the later stage. Don't explain, just learn Shi. Warning, failed to learn Shi shadow clone, please raise the level of the clone to LV2. The prompt sounds. I almost forgot. Learn Shi shadow clone and upgrade the clone technique to LV2. Forget it, let's learn it next time. Helpless, Yuan Qing had no choice but to throw shadow clone back to the package. Changa, I see that you are very handsome and have some strength, how about it? Do you want to come to my sister's guild? My sister can cover you? On the way to the ninja school, Purple Rose has been trying to pull Yuan Qing into the guild. Originally, she thought that it was other big forces who robbed her first rush reward. As a result, I found out that the other party turned out to be a loose person. This is incredible, a wild god. If you pull him in, the guild you belong to will definitely be like a tiger. Maybe it will go to the next level on the Huaxia guild rankings. Don't bother, I'm not interested in joining the guild. Yuan Qing refused again. Although guilds can take advantage of the situation, there are many of them. Once inside, it's easy to get all sorts of restrictions. For example, fighting guild wars, or a guild group event. If you don't participate a few times, you will be counted down by the management or even kicked out of the guild directly. It doesn't make sense at all. Besides, if he really wants to join the guild, Yuan Qing will also choose the guild of a demon. Although the guild where Purple Rose is located is strong, it is of little significance to Yuan Qing. Team fights are important, but if the individual strength is strong to a certain extent, it is possible to ignore the numerical advantage. You must know that in the original anime, there is a record of Madara Uchiha and his rival of tens of thousands of troops in the ninja world. This is the best representative of individual strength. And Yuan Qing, he is confident that he will reach that height in this life. Even beyond that height. Didn't you say you're a loose man? How? Look down on your sister's guild? My sister's guild is the 7th ranked Linjian pavilion in the Chinese game world. As long as you come in, my sister will give you a lot of benefits. The Purple Rose continued to tempt Yuan Qingdao. Yuan Qing shrugged. Hee, then you will give yourself to me, right? He just said it jokingly. Unexpectedly, the purple rose blushed, and said in a voice like a mosquito, look at how handsome you look, then sister, I'll think about it. Hey, you two are enough, don't you know if there's another person here, flirt and go home, don't sprinkle dog food in front of me. At this time, the self who had been following him really couldn't listen to it. The purple rose finally fell silent. The roots of his ears were cleaned, and Yuan Qing was amnesty. Soon, the three of them arrived at the ninja school. As the only ninja school in the land of fire, the scale of the place to cultivate the new generation of ninjas is not bad. The playground in front of the academy alone is nearly 10,000 meters in diameter. The campus is lined with high-rise buildings. Dormitory building, cafeteria, ninjutsu experimental site, physical training center, accident first aid center and cultural course classrooms are all available. It's much bigger than what was described in the original book. Now, the playground outside the academy was already full of players. As far as the eye can see, there are all black-pressed human heads. However, the nearby chat channel is now angry and scolding, I'm going, there are so many people, they're all about to be squeezed to death. Damn, who stepped on my feet, pay attention. Who the squeezed me, give me a dead stay, pervert. Lao Tzu is going to be squeezed into a man. Brother, be careful, I'm going to go crazy if I squeeze me anymore. Oh day, the population of Huaxia is full, and I strongly ask the official to expand the map. I didn't expect so many students from nearby villages to come this time. Jile also shook his head, and then took Yuan Qing and Purple Rose to bypass the crowd and walk towards a small path. This path is freely accessible only to ninja NPCs, that is, the legendary IVP entrance. There are special guard handles, and if a player accidentally breaks in, they will be driven out. Of course, if you have a ninja NPC as an introducer, you can enter the school from here. Compared to the noisy and chaotic environment outside, the path is noticeably quieter. There are also some players who, like Yuan Qing and them, are led by several NPCs wearing mid-ninja uniforms, and they are unimpeded on this VIP passage. Get out of the way for me, let Lao Tzu come first. Just as Yuan Qing and the others were about to step into the teaching building, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly came from behind them. Who is that guy, so arrogant? Don't you know there are so many ninja NPCs here? Look at his ID, the dragon bombs the sky, hee. Those who can take this kind of brainless name are probably all ruffians and hooligans with little culture. Ha, look at the NPC next to him, how is the uniform on his body different from the NPC around us? It seems to be a little more delicate, and there are a lot more pockets on it. Could it be that ninjas are like beggars, the more pockets they have, the more powerful they are? This is .7 bags elder? Many players in the vicinity whispered, and as the dragon bombs along the way, the NPCs around the other players will respectfully greet the NPCs around the dragon. Kanaha Kami Shinobi? Yuan Qing raised his eyebrows, and there were not many players who could gain the favor of a Shangnan NPC in the early stage. But what made him care more was the player's ID. Damn, this dragon is so arrogant, he actually molested people in public. This kind of man is the most disgusting. If he dares to do this to me, I have to crush his eggs. Hee, the introducer of the family is a ninja NPC, and he has arrogant capital. Isn't it just a referral for a bullying dog, and it's not your own strength? What's there to be proud of? That's right, this kind of person basically dies early. Alas, it's a pity that the girl is so exquisite. I didn't expect to be touched by a lewd man. The crowd looked at them with disgust. They are sympathetic to what happened to Purple Rose. However, just when the dragon is about to touch the Purple Rose, the Purple Rose suddenly went berserk. Pressing the dragon to blow up the sky is a blast. 73 HP 84 HP 66 HP. The staggering damage value continues to soar out of the dragon's body. Although the poor dragon is also level 10 in the sky, in the hands of the Purple Rose, he has no power to fight back at all. And no wonder. After all, Purple Rose won the second place reward in the rush level. How can it be compared to those ordinary players? Mom, that young lady is so violent. Haha, I didn't expect this young lady to have such a bad temper. This time the dragon is really going to blow up. But Long Bangtian is now with his own introducer. Isn't the young lady afraid? That's right, it is said that when the friendship with NPCs in the same camp reaches a certain value, players can ask each other to make a move. Then it depends on the level of favorability of Long Bangtian and that Shangnan NPC. Everyone gasped. But at the same time, I was secretly worried about Purple Rose. If that Shangnan NPC makes a move, then no matter how strong the Purple Rose is, it will definitely be killed in seconds, right? Not for a moment. Long Bangtian was beaten with a blue nose and swollen face, and even the blood trough bottomed out. Purple Rose clapped her little hand with satisfaction and returned to Yuan Qing's side. Yuan Qing said, why don't you just kill it? It stands to reason that with the temperament of the Purple Rose, Long Bangtian should be directly beaten to death. Purple Rose shrugged the tip of her nose and said with a look of disgust, "This kind of garbage, killing him will only dirty my hands. Hee hee, it's good if you're happy." Yuan Qing's face is black. Feelings, if you beat someone, you won't get your hands dirty. At this time, Long Fried Heaven stood up from the ground with a pig's head, glared at the Purple Rose, and said angrily, "Damn, you are dead, I will call." However, the words did not speak. Another strange voice came from the school building, interrupting him directly. "What are you two doing here? Hurry up and get the qualification to get the lower ninja. I still have to go to the bathhouse to find materials, but I don't have time to watch you two sprinkle dog food all the time." At the same time, Zile also walked out of the teaching building with an impatient face, and when he saw Yuan Qing and Purple Rose standing at the door, he was ready to reprimand. As a result, before the words could be spoken, I saw an assessment student with a blue nose and swollen face pointing at himself and scolding. "An NPC who sells fried food also dares to interrupt me. Get away from me, otherwise when I become a shinobi, I will go and smash your stall selling fried food." As he spoke, Long Bangtian was ready to ask the ninja NPCs around him to deal with Purple Rose, but in the next second, he was dumbfounded. I saw that the ninja NPC who had been standing beside him was full of pressure, and suddenly changed his face. With a respectful expression, he walked up to the NPC who seemed to be selling fried food, and bowed. "Jiraiya-sama." In the end, the Shangnan NPC opened his mouth and said a title that made everyone present stunned. "My lord? That Shangnan NPC actually called the white-haired man who sold fried food? What the heck?" Long Bangtian was stunned. "Lord Long Zi Saburo, what are you doing here? He's just a fried food seller." "Shut up." The upper ninja NPC said angrily, "This is Lord Jiraiya, the descendant disciple of Lord Hokage, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha village, what sells fried food. Be careful when you speak." As soon as the Shangnan NPC finished speaking, Long Bangtian heard such a voice in his ears, "Ding, Saburo Tatsuzawa has a -10 opinion of you. Ding, Saburo Tatsuzawa has a -10 opinion of you. Ding, Saburo Tatsuzawa's friendship with you has been reduced from friendly to neutral." Holy, don't. The dragon is really panicked now. It took him a great deal of money to have a relationship with this ninja NPC named Tatsuzawa Saburo. It's good now, one trick back to the pre-liberation period. But disaster doesn't go alone. Just when Long Bangtian was trying to save this relationship, Jilla suddenly asked Long Zi Saburo, "You are a recommender for this assessment student from the countryside, are you very familiar with him?" In an instant, Long Zi Saburo was shocked into a cold sweat, and hurriedly said, No, I'm not familiar with him, not familiar at all." Ding, Saburo Tatsuzawa has a -10 opinion of you. Ding, Saburo Tatsuzawa has a -40 opinion of you. Ding, Saburo Tatsuzawa has a -50 opinion of you. Ding, Saburo Tatsuzawa has lowered his friendship with you from neutral to disgusting. A series of prompts sounded. In the ninja world, the relationship between players and NPCs in the same faction is hatred, disgust, neutrality, friendliness, and reverence. Maintaining a good friendship with NPCs is extremely important in the ninja world, because once the relationship with an NPC is reduced to hatred. So, I'm sorry, if you encounter this NPC in the wild, you should ask for a lot of blessings. Relationship is reduced to disgust, and although it is not life-threatening, you will not be able to get any resources from this NPC. For example, when you are doing a quest, if you happen to do something related to this NPC, unfortunately, you can only choose to interrupt the task to improve your friendship, or just give up. Of course, there are downsides and pros. If the relationship with an NPC is upgraded to friendly, there is a good chance that the player will get some benefits from that NPC. For example, Yuan Qing accidentally got a copy of Shadow Clone at Ape Flying Sun Shop before. This is the benefit that favorability brings to players. With a bit of luck, you can even trigger side quests in some cases. As for reverence, this is the highest level of relationship value in the ninja world. When this relationship value is reached, the player has a chance to get a surprise from the NPC. After the dragon fried the sky tearfully went offline, Yuan Qing and Purple Rose followed Jiraiya to the assessment location in the ninja school, a group office in a school building. This is just one of the places where the shinobi is examined. In the ninja school, there are nearly 100 places like this. But despite this, the assessment speed is still too slow for the endless stream of novice players. Coincidentally, the college teacher who assessed Yuan Qing and Purple Rose this time was none other than the tragic villain in the original book, Mizuki. "Jiraiya-sama, are you the recommender of these 2 assessment students?" Seeing Zilla also following behind Yuan Qing and the others, Mizuki suddenly showed a bright smile. "Well, that's right, the strength of these 2 people has reached the level of lower ninja. You can just take 2 lower ninja qualification techniques, no need to assess." At this moment, Zilla is full of force, as if he even speaks with the wind. "Okay, wait a minute." Mizuki picked up the stamp and stamped the information document with the portraits of Yuan Qing and Purple Rose. Then he handed the 2 documents to Yuan Qing and Purple Rose. "With Lord Jiraiya as a guarantee for you, I think you must be a very good newcomer. Ding, congratulations on completing the main quest, becoming a lower ninja, and getting 50,000 experience points reward, 5 attribute point rewards, and 2 skill point rewards. Ding, congratulations on your successful promotion to the lower ninja. The character level will be automatically increased, and the current level is level 11 of the lower ninja. Gain 2 stat points. Yuan Qing and Purple Rose heard a prompt sound in their ears at the same time. Damn, it's cool to have NPC referrals. Yuan Qing couldn't help but sigh. You must know that in his previous life, he did 2 days of assessment and trial before he obtained the qualification for the lower ninja promotion. Generally speaking, if there is no referrer, players must pass 2 tests in order to advance to the lower ninja. One is the ninjutsu test. You must learn the 3 body technique, all of which are indispensable. The other is the quest trial. The school will issue a quest for players to complete. The 3 body technique can be obtained by killing humanoids on the Novice Village map or in the mountains near Konoha Village, but the explosion rate is not high. The trial mission itself is not very difficult, but the more players do it, the difficulty will skyrocket. In short, if you are unlucky, even if it takes a whole week, you may not be able to brush up all the quest materials required for the trial. After passing the assessment, Yuan Qing and Purple Rose also got their wish to get the lower forbearance forward. Item, Forward Protector, Konoha Ninja Village, Land of Fire. Level, Shinobi. Ding, congratulations on your promotion to the lower ninja and the successful opening of the talent option. Once a player becomes a shinobi, another option will be opened in the character attribute bar. Talent specialization. Physical mastery, basic attack damage plus 5%, physical damage plus 10%, movement speed plus 5%, attack speed plus 5%, chi and blood plus 20%, forbearance plus 10%, physical defense plus 10%. Fire attribute specialization, qualified to learn Chi Fire Escape Ninjutsu, increases Fire Ninjutsu burn chance by 10%, Fire Ninjutsu scorch damage plus 10%, and splash damage plus 10%. Water attribute specialization, qualified to learn Chi Water Escape Ninjutsu, chakra limit plus 20%, chakra recovery plus 20%, cast water ninjutsu when there is water nearby, can reduce chakra consumption by an additional 50%. Earth attribute specialization, qualified to learn Chi Earth Escape Ninjutsu, the upper limit of Chi and Blood is plus 20%, Chi and Blood recovery is plus 20%, physical defense is plus 20%, and when you cast Earth Escape Ninjutsu, there is a chance to add a layer of hardening to yourself. Wind attribute specialization, qualified to learn Chi Wind Escape Ninjutsu, plus 10% movement speed, plus 10% attack speed, and an additional 10% increase in wind ninjutsu / damage, bleeding continuous. Thunder attribute specialization, qualified to learn Chi Thunder Escape Ninjutsu, plus 10% movement speed, plus 10% attack speed, and an additional 10% penetration effect of Thunder Ninjutsu. Tool mastery, enhanced throwing, increases throwing damage by an additional 20%, including ranged weapons, plus 10% power when using ninja equipment. Healing mastery, plus 10% for all attributes. When using healing ninjutsu, the healing effect is increased by an additional 20%, and the primary healing skill, binding, is obtained by 1. In the lower ninja stage, there are a total of 8 talent specializations to choose from. When a player is promoted to a mid-ninja, they can choose an advanced talent. Or maybe it's an extra talent. Advanced talents can increase the amplification attribute of the original talent, and a variety of talents can allow players to have more tactical combinations. For example, if you choose both wind and fire attributes, when fighting against people, the wind will help the fire, and if you cast 2 ninjutsu at the same time, there will be a compound ninjutsu effect, which will greatly increase the power of ninjutsu. Of course, more importantly, the Chi of the Blood inheritance limit. For example, learning Chi and Wood to escape the blood requires the player to have both water and earth talents. Learning Chi melting blood succession requires players to have both fire and earth talents. And so on. The same is true for the elimination of the 3 attributes of blood. These will be mentioned later, so I won't talk about it now. Secondly, it is the choice of combat mode. Specialized in physical skills, with the most attribute increases and good damage increases, it belongs to the tank type. The manipulation specializes in long-range physical injuries and is an expert in the use of forbearance tools. In the original work, the representative character is Tian Tian. Let's not talk about the healing department, nurse, add blood to people, the soul of the team battle. As for the 5 attribute specializations, the selection is wide. Fire escape talent, the most powerful, belongs to explosive output, continuous magic damage. Shui Dun talent, the effect of returning to the blue is remarkable, and he is good at fighting a protracted battle. 2 Dun talent, thick blood and endurance, bias towards Phaeton. Wind escape and thunder escape, tier penetration, attack speed and movement speed bonus, bias towards assassin type ninjas. In the original work, the representative character Ape Flying Asma, Kimui of Yokai. Of course, these are just the basic definitions of these 5 major ninjutsu. When the talent is activated, the system will give the player some hints. As for how to position yourself, it depends on the player's own conditions. After all, there are thousands of ninjutsu in the ninja world, and each ninjutsu has its own characteristics and ways of use. Ranged, melee, support, trapped enemies, and healed, the list goes on. Yuan Qing has the attribute completion of the 6 immortal bodies, and the 5 major ninjutsu talents are dispensable to him. After all, the key to these talent attributes is that you can learn Shi corresponding attribute ninjutsu, and the 6th Dao immortal body already has the ability to learn all Shi ninjutsu. After a moment of thought, Yuan Qing decisively chose the talent of physical arts. As the first person recognized in Huaxia in his previous life, Yuan Qing has a unique advantage in physical skills. Even those 6th-level gods can't compare. Physical skills are the mainstay, supplemented by ninjutsu. Weaknesses are made up, and they are flawless. This is the route Yuan Qing has chosen in this life. You must know that the 5 elements are mutually restrictive, and there is no absolute talent advantage in the ninja world. Any kind of talent has a talent to counter it. For example, the water escape can restrain the fire escape, and the fire can escape from the wind. Feng Kuei, lake earth, and so on. As for the 2 talents of physical skills and rigging, one is pure melee and the other is pure range. The flaws are even more obvious. If Yuan Qing can really do it, there are no weaknesses at all. Then, he will be the first person in history to stand at the top of all fields. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the physical mastery and gaining the talent attribute. Ding, since you already have the 6 bloodlines, you have successfully activated the hidden talent ability, Outer Path, Ninjutsu. Hidden talent ability, active activation Outer Path, Ninjutsu. Activation condition: when the player has the 6 paths physique, there will be a certain chance to activate the talent, and the activation chance depends on the purity of the bloodline. Talent ability: Chi and blood limit plus 100%, chakra limit plus 100%, health recovery plus 100%, chakra recovery 100%, physical attack plus 100%, physical defense plus 100%, ninjutsu damage plus 100%, ninjutsu resistance plus 100%, seal speed plus 100%, movement speed plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%, cooldown 120 minutes, duration 60 seconds, no consumption. This talent and the 6 constitutions can be stacked with each other. Innate ability: in the state of the outer path, the caster can change the release path of ninjutsu, so that ninjutsu can attack in the form of physical arts, and maintain the characteristics of all attribute ninjutsu. Talent description: an advanced version of ninjutsu, which can stimulate all the potential of the caster within a certain period of time, and has the terrifying power of destroying the world. With a series of beeps coming into your ears, Yuan Qing was stunned on the spot. What's the situation? Turning on the physical talent actually triggered the hidden talent ability additionally. Moreover, it's such an awesome natural ability. When activated, it can be stacked with the 6 paths constitution. In other words, in the state of the outer path, the ability of the 6 immortal bodies can be increased by 1 time. Previously, the attributes of the 6 paths immortal body were increased by 5 times. However, with the activation of the innate ability, it can be increased up to 10 times. All stats are increased by 10 times. This is going against the sky. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing was suddenly overjoyed. But it's an old fritter after all. Although he was excited in his heart, Yuan Qing's face still had a calm expression. No one knows what kind of turbulent waves are set off in his heart at this moment, after the talent is stimulated. Next, Yuan Qing allocated the attribute points obtained by completing the task. It's still all in one. As for those 2 skill points, they were directly added by him to the clone technique. Ding, your clone skill has been boosted, and your current skill level is LV2. Fortunately, there are not many coins needed to improve the doppelganger technique, and Yuan Qing just has that little remnant. After the doppelganger technique was improved, Yuan Qing immediately took out Shadow Clone, and then clicked to learn Shi. Ding, congratulations on successfully learning Shi B-rank ninjutsu, Shadow Clone. The prompt sounds. Then, there was another option on Yuan Qing's skill bar, which was the Shadow Clone technique. Since it's a student brought by Jiraiya-sama, I'm sure I'll become a pillar of my Konoha ninja village in the future, so I'll give you something extra. After getting the qualification for the lower ninja, Yuan Qing was about to leave the school with Jiraiya, but at this time, that Mizuki suddenly walked over, holding a few skill books in his hands, with a flattering expression. Mizuki stuffed 2 skill books into Yuan Qing's hand, and the other 2 skill books into Purple Rose's hand. Then he said step by step, I hope these 2 ninjutsu can help you grow up. After speaking, Mizuki bowed to Jiraiya very respectfully, and then returned to his position. All right. This should also be a blessing from Jiraiya. It is worthy of the favorability of a movie-level powerhouse. This advantage is reflected at once. Maybe it's because of the choice of physical talent. What Mizuki gave to Yuan Qing happened to be 2 ontological skills. Shadow Dancing Leaves. Skill level C. Skill attribute, physical technique. Skill effect, deal 80% physical damage to a single target, and have a chance to kick the target into the air, appearing a floating effect. Skill cooldown 10 seconds, chakra consumption none. Shi condition none. Description: the lower section of the upper kick, a common rigid physical technique, is often used in the starting style of physical combos. Konoha Whirlwind. Skill level C. Skill attribute, physical technique. Have you seen it? That NPC from the ninja school actually sent a skill book. I was also introduced by NPCs. Why didn't we have it? It's not fair, I strongly protest. Protest a chicken. I want to go directly to the official website to complain and report. Damn, Lao Tzu charged 50,000 yuan, and now there are only 2 basic ninjutsu, and they are also purchased from other players at a high price, crying and chirping. Isn't 2 basic ninjutsu enough? I've also charged 50,000 yuan, so far I don't even have a skill. If it's not for the luck of finding a middle ninja NPC to brush up on some favorability, it's estimated that I'm still worried about the next ninja assessment. Don't say it, I charged 100,000 yuan, but I didn't even have a chicken passing by. I charged 200,000 here, and I was in tears like crazy. In this classroom, all the players who were introduced by NPCs were all wide-eyed and envious when they saw Mizuki sending out the skill book at this moment. Little Lori, look at you smiling like a country girl. What kind of skill book did you take too? Say it and listen. Seeing that the purple rose was secretly laughing, Yuan Ching asked casually out of curiosity. Want to know? Purple Rose suddenly showed a sly smile. Come to my sister's guild, and my sister will tell you. Cut it still hard, wait for when you give yourself to me. Saying that, Yuan Ching emphasized again, by the way, I have a spiritual cleanliness habit. If you have been reclaimed, then I will dislike it. Straight male cancer. Purple Rose pursed her lips. After leaving the ninja school, Purple Rose said she was going to gather her guild sisters, and left. But before leaving, she still added friends with Yuan Ching. Say yes to be easy to contact later. Yuan Ching didn't care. After all, Purple Rose was also one of the top 10 powerhouses in China in her previous life. It's another childlike little Lori. The other party offered to be friends, why should they refuse? As for Jiraiya, this product is estimated to have been fed dog food, and it has disappeared before it leaves the ninja school. Let's go clean up the package first and get some money. Yuan Ching is thinking about going to Konoha to sell some things in the player's commercial street. As a result, just as he was about to leave, he heard a prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the 100 players in the Fire Nation camp for successfully advancing to the lower ninja, and the character level list is opened. As the prompt sound came to an end, Yuan Ching's player's perspective suddenly appeared on a golden list. Character rank list, Fire Nation faction. I didn't expect the level list to open a lot faster than in the previous life. This butterfly effect seems to be quite fierce. Yuan Ching shook his head helplessly, and then opened the rank list. Character rank list, Fire Nation faction. No one, the power leans towards the opposition, the lower ninja level 12, 37%. No 2, Wolf King, lower ninja level 12, 19%. No 3, Tang Seng Shampoo with rejoicing, lower forbearance level 11, 89%. No 8, Purple Rose, lower ninja level 11, 69%. No 9, Rainstorm Pear Blossom, Shinobi level 11, 68%. No 10, Love's Lust, lower ninja level 11, 66%. In the parentheses at the end are experience points. There are 100 places in the rank list. The first page of the list is almost all famous people from previous lives. Purple Rose made it to the 8th position with the experience given by the second place rush reward. And the others, almost all of them are the leaders of the big forces. Yuan Ching turned a few pages back. Finally saw my name. No 88, Long Song, lower ninja level 11, 13%. It fell directly to 88th place. Alright. Experience is used to level up your skills. With the amount of experience you have left so far, it's good not to fall into 100th place. Yuan Ching said it didn't matter. This level list seems to be awesome, but the moisture is also great. Because people with high levels may not be strong. Moreover, Yuan Ching also knew that 48 hours after the server was launched, the 100 weapons list and combat power list would also be opened. Those two lists are extremely golden. Are these people all crazy? They actually passed the lower ninja trial so quickly. I'll go. It's only been a long time since the service was opened. How do they all level up? Are they all kryptonite players? It's for sure, if you don't buy supplies in the early stage, you still want to level up quickly. Damn, the official website also says that the game environment is absolutely fair. Dogs, no all nonsense. There is a player in our novice village who has hundreds of thousands of krypton and directly purchased a large number of shuriken in the novice village, clearing monsters remotely. That speed, not to mention how fast. What are you? I've seen a guild charter leveling, and it's not a small venue, it's a whole map. The 0 UN party is not convinced, and it must seriously resist this kind of behavior and give us a good game environment. I'm not convinced by your sister. This game was originally developed by the League of Nations to maintain the world economy. If they don't attract money, how can they maintain it? I just said that the ads on the official website must not be trusted. The money game is a big pit, and the previous Penguin game company was like this, planning this kind of creature, pulling out the dick and not recognizing people. Damn, it's so expensive to improve your skills. This is a local tyrant game at all. The opening of the rank list has made many players understand the gap between themselves and those bigwigs on the list. But there's no way around it. After all games are the same. If you want to become stronger, Krypton Gold is king. Ninja World can be exchanged for game currency and real currency in equal amounts, which is already considered benevolent. After all, the planners aren't fools. If you really want to develop a game that allows players to make pure money, then the developers eat. Yuan Qing ignored the complaints of these players, and after closing the rank list, he found a direction and walked over. Soon, Yuan Qing came to a commercial block. This street is a consignment street developed by Konoha Ninja Village for players. It's similar to the Tile City in many games. I have to say, the realism of this game is really awesome. Not only is there no teleportation tool, not even a mall or anything like that. Players want to sell valuables. It can only be consigned in the commercial streets of major towns. And for the things sold, the merchant will also take a 10% of the labor fee. The remaining 90% will be automatically transferred to the player's account. It's a. Of course, if you're short on money, you can also sell it directly to the shop NPC. But in terms of price, you will be slaughtered by the other party. Hello, PLS, would you rather sell items or consignment items? Yuan Qing came to a store selling equipment, and he was greeted by a beautiful girl with a smile on her face. Consignment. Yuan Qing poured out a bunch of miscellaneous items from the package, most of which were whiteboard equipment that exploded from the robbers. Do you want to sell this equipment at a price or at a competitive price? The girl asked again. Let's put a price on these, 2,000 coins each. As he spoke, Yuan Qing took out a thin knife with a flickering cold light from the package, which was the black iron weapon that had been opened from the iron box before the refined iron sword. This weapon is sold at a bidding price, with a starting price of 30,000. Okay, wait a minute. The girl quickly hung a few pieces of equipment that Yuan Qing had consigned to the top of the cabinet and marked the price. Among them, the fine iron sword was directly hung in the most conspicuous position. The marked price is 30,000 coins, starting price. In view of your prestige in the Land of Fire, we only take 7% of the labor fee, and the coins will be automatically transferred to your account after the goods are sold. The girl said respectfully. Yuan Qing nodded. Then trouble you. Players consign items, and the merchant's commission is indeed 10%. However, if the player reaches a certain level of prestige in the area, there will also be a discount. After selling all the equipment on consignment, Yuan Qing came to a store that sold skill books on consignment. Then hang up the 2 skill books. One stand-in technique, one transformation technique. Both of these books were opened in the first rush gift package, because the bandit leader had already given him these 2 skills before. So, now is the right time to use it to save the world. 2 skill books were hung up at a price of 10,000 coins each. Objectively, are you sure you want to put these 2 low-level skill books at such a high price? I advise you to sell less. This kind of skill book is not uncommon in Konoha Ninja Village, the shopkeeper kindly reminded. Yuan Qing didn't care. No, you just sell it like this. In fact, when the player consigns an item that exceeds the market price, the store owner will give such a reminder. This kind of reminder may help players a little in the future. But it is likely to turn out to be misleading, because Yuan Qing knew that this kind of low-level skill book was the most valuable in the early stage of the service. Even if it exceeds the market price several times, there will be local tyrants rushing to buy it, and once the server period has passed, the price of this skill will plummet, until no one cares. After selling everything that is a little more valuable, Yuan Qing cleaned up some garbage shuriken and supplies medicine again. These things were available at the store, so he sold them directly to the store. Got a total of 1,312 coins. After doing all this, Yuan Qing looked at the time and then went offline. The ratio of time between the game world and the real world is 1:1. Yuan Qing played in the game world for nearly 5 hours. When I got back to the real world, it was almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Puff. As the heavy sound of opening the cabin slowly sounded, Yuan Qing walked out of the game cabin. How this feeling is. Stretching his muscles and bones, Yuan Qing suddenly felt that there seemed to be something familiar in his body. It was as if a warm spring filled the limbs and flowed through the body. It gives a feeling of great comfort. It's chakra? After a while, Yuan Qing's eyes suddenly widened. The handsome face with clear water chestnut angles was full of disbelief. Isn't it, ability to withdraw so quickly? There was a chakra feeling brewing in his body, and Yuan Qing couldn't be more familiar with it. But Shouldn't the extraction of game abilities start 3 years later, when the master brain system evolves into the super god Noah? Is it because of his own rebirth that he has disrupted the trajectory of history? But this change is too big, right? Yuan Qing walked quickly to the bathroom, looked at himself in the mirror, and he fell into deep thought. Wrong. The speed of evolution of the mastermind cannot be so fast. If it can evolve directly into Noah on the same day as the server starts, then it will not be possible for it to precipitate for 3 years in the previous life. What's more, it's not a good thing for humans to have access to gaming abilities in advance. After all, Noah has the ultimate genetic control system, which can control the game ability of all players, and can even perform brainwave stimulation to amplify the negative emotions of human beings. However, the current mastermind is just a game mastermind. It is not yet possible to break free from the bondage of human beings. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing suddenly looked abrupt. He thought of another possibility. Perhaps it's because he has memories of his past life, and he's an outlier to the mastermind. If that's the case, then the bugs that appeared on me before can be explained. The mastermind extracted the genetic data of all players, but only here is there is a mistake. After all, human memory is itself a kind of genetic code. Hearing the voice outside the door, Yuan Qing remembered that at this time, it seemed that he had been in arrears with the landlord's rent for several months. How many months it was, he forgot. However, at least I owe $10,000. And the crisp and pleasant female voice outside the door at this moment, if Yuan Qing remembers correctly, it should be the landlord's daughter Wang Shanshan. This girl was pretty good to him in her previous life. Yuan Qing remembered that at that time, the landlord saw that he couldn't pay the rent, so he wanted to drive him away, which was Wang Shanshan's plea for him. It's over, now it's 8,000 yuan on the card, and I can't pay the rent at all. Yuan Qing panicked. If you put it before, you may be able to pay 8,000 yuan first, but there is still that game pod in the living room. A game cabin costs more than 30,000 yuan. If Wang Shanshan sees that she owes rent to buy a game cabin, doesn't that chill people's hearts? Forget it, let's hide for a while, and when the equipment is sold, we will pay the rent first. After making up his mind, Yuan Qing found a stool in the bathroom and sat down, and then his hands flew up. Bang! As a white smoke rises, Yuan Qing's figure disappeared. But on that stool, there was an extra bar of soap, or a new lavender-scented soap. How obviously the lights are on, why doesn't anyone open the door? Did that kid go out and forget to turn off the lights? Man, sometimes they like to turn on the lights to do things. But I see that he is usually quite thrifty. Forget it, I have the key, go in first, I'm dying of heat. At some point, another woman's voice came outside the door. Wang Shanshan took the key and opened the door. Then, Yuan Qing heard 2 hurried footsteps kicking in from outside the door. Getting closer. Listen to the sound, it looks like you're coming straight to the bathroom. Isn't it? Come straight to the bathroom, do you know I'm here? Yuan Qing was suddenly shocked. But now that they have become soap, even if they know that they are here, they will not recognize it, right? Just thinking about it. The bathroom door was pushed open. Then, Yuan Qing saw 2 beautiful girls walking in. One is a cute girl with a double ponytail and a casual sportswear, who looks very simple, is Wang Shanshan. And the other who came in was a girl in a professional suit. This woman has delicate facial features, fair skin, and a short shoulder-length hair full of luster and a slender figure. Shanshan, didn't you say that your tenant's financial conditions are not good? The game pod outside the door is the most advanced virtual equipment now, and one costs at least 30,000 yuan. The girl in the suit saw that there was no one in the house, and her voice became louder. I don't know, maybe I've found a good job recently. Wang Shanshan showed a worried look, then changed her words, and said, forget it, since Yuan Qing is not here, then let's take a bath first. Nanyu, please lock the bathroom door, if Yuan Qing comes back later, it will be bad to see us. At this time, I saw the girl named Namya smiled evilly. That's not right, you said that if he came back and saw 2 beautiful women taking a bath in his bathroom, it would be embarrassing. After all, our 2 bodies are so explosive, maybe the young man will do something unkind when he gets angry, Wang Shanshan and Namya dragged their wet hair out of Yuan Qing's house. Shanshan, next time you have a birthday party, can you find a nearby swimming pool, so that even if the water stops, you can have a place to take a bath? Do you want to eat fart? How expensive is the pool party? Besides, I didn't expect the water to stop at home today, but fortunately Yuan Qing didn't stop here. By the way, how do I think you have been protecting that Yuan Qing? You shouldn't like him, right? Why, how can I like him? It's good if you don't, a poor boy who rents a house won't have much to offer. Don't talk about this, by the way, didn't you notice just now, when that piece of soap is wiped, it doesn't seem to have any soap bubbles. Yes, and it feels hotter and hotter the more you rub it, and it's hard. It seems that it must be a cheap piece of soap. You see, even such a close-fitting thing as soap has to be bought cheap. Do you think such a man will be promising? The voices of the 2 women drifted apart. Soon it disappeared into the night. And just after the 2 girls walked away, A piece of soap that had been thrown in the corner of the bathroom suddenly banged and a puff of white smoke rose. Then, Yuan Qing's figure reappeared in the bathroom. Fortunately, there is a ninjutsu blessing effect of the 6 immortal bodies, otherwise I would have been beaten back to my original form just now. After turning back into a human form, Yuan Qing suddenly felt a little afraid. But then again, those two girls are really in good shape. Yuan Qing reminisced about the spring color of the garden just now, and at the same time took a towel and prepared to wipe his wet body. As a result, as soon as he brought the towel in front of him, he was stunned. Because what he is holding in his hand at the moment is not a towel, but small pants. What's more, it's the kind with a cartoon motif printed on it. Who dropped this here? Cartoon type, so cute? Yuan Qing shook his head, threw away the little pants that he didn't know who it was, and then changed into a dry towel to continue wiping. By the way, I took a shower. Wash up. Yuan Qing went straight back to bed and swiped his mobile phone. The GamePod has an automatic sleep aid system, and the player's body remains asleep after entering the game world. So when players fight in the game world, it's actually like sleeping. Don't worry about the probability of sudden death due to overplay. Yuan Qing turned on his mobile phone and entered the official website forum of Peak Ninja World. Suddenly, a video post on the homepage with a click-through rate of more than 10 million caught his attention. 520 Novice Village was shocked to see a mysterious god, and his true identity turned out to be. The title of the post is deliberately made like this, probably like trying to cheat a little click-through rate. But it has to be said that this method does work. Otherwise, the number of views would not have exploded so much, and it was pushed to the home page. However, the reason why this post attracted Yuan Qing was not that the poster used the title that led to the traffic. It's the words 520 Newbie Village. After all, he himself was born in this novice village. Mysterious gods, it can't be me, right? Yuan Qing opened the post suspiciously. Then the screen turns. A short video of about 2 minutes appeared in front of me. In the video, I saw a teenager-like player walking out of the novice village with a giant weapon wrapped in a white bandage. The young man is handsome and sunny, his expression is indifferent, and he looks quite dusty. It has attracted the attention of many female players. It can be described as a spring breeze. But soon, the boy was blocked at the entrance of the village by dozens of fierce men. Among them, the man who seems to be the leader seems to have threatened the boy with a few words. It may be that the player who shot this video is relatively far away, so there is no dialogue between the two sides in the video. Next, the leading man seemed to be enraged. Order! Dozens of big men immediately swarmed up. Seeing this scene, many female players couldn't help but cover their eyes. But the next second, a shocking scene happened. After the boy was stabbed by several kunai, he turned into a log and turned into a log. Almost as soon as the boy turned into a log, several fireballs suddenly roared out of the woods behind everyone. It smashed into the group of men in an instant. When the fire is extinguished. In the video, the dozens of men have disappeared, and only some supplies are scattered on the ground. Apparently all of them were sent back to the respawn point. Then there was a burst of exclamations from the crowd of onlookers. This concludes the video. Based on my years of experience in playing online games, it can be concluded from the details that this god with ID named Long Song is definitely the son of the game operator. Seeing this, Yuan Qing suddenly cried and laughed. God fuck kiss son. This is a game developed in collaboration with the League of Nations. Nearly 100 member countries. If the other party counts it like this, how many fathers does he have to have? Sure enough, the replies to the following posts are basically spraying this poster. The old lady is on the top. First floor, I'm your uncle. Does this game have an operator? If the poster is talking nonsense, be careful that I report you with my real name. Time is like an arrow. Second floor, hee hee. The International Alliance has issued a global notice. This game is operated by the artificial brain itself. It is absolutely fair. There is no such thing as a son. Rogue robbers. Third floor upstairs is not entirely right. You see those local tyrant players, how hated they were in the early stage. What is the difference between these people and their own sons? Demon. Fourth floor is the fire escape ninjutsu released behind the Long Song god. It looks like it's so powerful. Stand-in technique is connected to ninjutsu. This set of matching skills is simply perfect. It's worthy of a god. Delang doesn't take medicine. 324th floor, stick to the master stupidly. Firm up. Meng Meng Rabbit. 325th floor. The Long Song god in the video is so handsome. The timing of that stand-in technique is too good. But it's a pity that the Lun family is not in number 520 Novice Village, otherwise you must go and bow down. Make money with open legs. 326th floor. The old lady has countless pregnant people, but the god in the video is indeed the most handsome man I have seen over the years. There is no one, but unfortunately the old lady is already a broken flower and a willow. If there is an afterlife, I will abide by chastity for it. Long Zacian. 327th floor. Garbage stuff. I'll kill him next time. And who recorded this video, delete it immediately, otherwise it will be killed by the time. Scarlet Rose. 328F. Look at the ID upstairs. Could it be the big brother who was served by the great god in the video? Big brother, are you still there? Evergreen, 2762nd floor. The two on the 325th and 326th floors, I advise you to lick the dog to the end, there is nothing. 100 Demon Holy Lord, 2763 floor. Agree with the view upstairs, licking the dog is not a good death. Marshall Tianpeng, 2764th floor. That's right, licking a dog can't die well. Breaking the intestines, 2765th floor. Licking the dog is not good to die. The messages in the comment area have exceeded 10,000, and they are still accumulating. The click-through rate has skyrocketed. Yuan Qing casually flipped through a few pages of comments and withdrew. Truth be told, this post is worthless other than that battle video. That's when it happened. The phone suddenly vibrated continuously. Ninja World information, congratulations on your Iron Kunao has been successfully sold, and you will get 1,860 coins after deducting the labor fee of the shop. Ninja World information, congratulations on your Silver Fist belt has been successfully sold, and you will get 1,860 coins after deducting the labor fee of the shop. Ninja World information, congratulations on the successful sale of your stand-in technique, and you will get 9,300 coins after deducting the labor fee of the shop. More than a dozen of these messages followed. Directly called Yuan Qing's game account for more than 40,000 yuan. I didn't expect to clean things up so quickly, but I just don't know when that black iron weapon will be sold. Yuan Qingguan smiled. Whiteboard equipment and skill books are sold on a fixed basis, so they are sold relatively quickly. And that black iron weapon, Yuan Qing chose to sell it at a competitive price. After the player gives the price, he needs to wait 1 hour for the transaction to be confirmed, during which time other players can bid with him, and the highest bidder wins. Therefore, this method of trading tends to be slower and is not suitable for players who are in a hurry to use money. But Yuan Qing is not in a hurry. The money from selling the equipment skills, plus the 8,000 yuan given to him by those dog-licking players, is enough for him to live. With a single operation on his mobile phone, Yuan Qing quickly withdrew all the money in the game account. If you have money, you naturally want to go to the restaurant to have a good meal. Yuan Qing changed his clothes, and then went directly to a nearby ramen shop to order an egg noodle, which was still the kind with more soup and more. Coming back from the end times, he hadn't eaten a delicacy like this for a long time. After eating egg noodles, Yuan Qing packed another braised pork fried dumpling and prepared to eat it at noon. Yuan Qing currently lives in an old-fashioned villa in the suburbs. With a total area of several hundred square meters, the decor style is biased towards European architecture, and if you look at it from a distance, it will give you a castle-like feeling. However, this villa is lived in by Wang Xinshan's family. He just rented an additional bungalow on the edge of the villa. That's about 60 or 70 squares. It's not as good as the castle villa next to it, but it's still clean and tidy. When Yuan Qing came home with braised pork fried dumplings, he happened to see Wang Xinshan wandering outside his house, looking very anxious. "Are you here for me?" Yuan Qing walked over and asked. Wang Xinshan's face turned slightly red, and she said with some embarrassment that yesterday I borrowed your bathroom with a friend and I seem to have forgotten the keys in it. Speaking of this, Wang Xinshan seemed to think of something again, and quickly explained, "It's not what you think, the water stopped at home yesterday, and then I just attended the birthday party, and I was covered in sweat, so I came to you to borrow the bathroom. Oh yes, I knocked on the door yesterday, but you just happened to be not at home. Oh, is there anything else besides the key?" Yuan Qing suddenly thought of the cartoon on the edge of the lace last night, and thought, could it be Wang Xinshan's? No, I just forgot the key. Wang Xinshan's face suddenly turned as red as a tomato, and even her speech was knotted. Yuan Qing took out the key and opened the door. Seeing this, Wang Xinshan immediately rushed in, and then ran directly into the bathroom. The door was also locked. Then, Yuan Qing heard the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets in the bathroom. A few minutes later, Wang Xinshan walked out of the bathroom. She smiled brightly when she saw Yuan Qing, but she didn't speak, and ran away with a red face. "Is this girl crazy today? Forget it, I wanted to pay the rent today, so I think I'll talk about it next time." Yuan Qing shook his head and walked to the bathroom to take a look. Really? Yesterday's cartoon that was almost taken as a towel is gone. Back to the living room. Yuan Qing directly opened the game cabin and lay in. It was also when Yuan Qing lay down in the game cabin, ready to shine in the ninja world. Inside the villa, Wang Xinshan was sitting on the sofa in her room with a flushed face, looking a little nervous. "It's so dangerous, he must have just come back from outside, right? You haven't been home yet, have you? Shadat didn't see this, did you?" she said to herself as she spread out her clenched right hand. Suddenly, the pants printed with cartoon patterns popped out of her hand. "Taking a bath in a boy's house, how can you forget this thing in someone's bathroom? Alas, it's really shy. If Yuan Qing sees this, then how will I see people in the future?" The more Wang Xinshan thought about it, the hotter her face became, and finally she simply rushed to the bed and buried her head in it. Her body kept twisting around. "I didn't know, I thought she was a nymphomaniac." After going crazy on the bed for a while, Wang Shanshan suddenly sat up again, muttering, "By the way, I didn't expect Yuan Qing to also buy the game cabin of the ninja world, and I don't know what level of strength he has reached now?" Listening to Nanmu, this game has an advantage for Krypton players in the early stage, so he must be very tired of brushing levels, right? Well, next time I find a chance to ask for his ID, and if I have a chance to bring him, in this way, maybe I can cultivate a relationship. With that, Wang Shanshan walked down from the bed and walked quickly to a side room. Indoors, I saw a brand new game pod lying there quietly. Meanwhile, Ninja World. Just when Yuan Qing was just going online, some familiar lines suddenly came from the other side of the commercial street. "Get out of here, you damn demon fox. If it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't have died. You killed the whole village. Why did Hokage-sama keep you in the village?" Naruto Uzumaki is the protagonist of the main plot of the world, and if you can get his favorability, the benefits will definitely not be inferior to that of a shadow-level NPC. You know, the plot line of the game world will follow the anime, and Naruto will eventually be the one who saves the world. The importance of such NPCs cannot be overstated. Yuan Qing remembered that in his previous life, someone had obtained the Tailed Beast mode, 9-tailed status on Naruto. The strength can be called against the sky. Skipping the level of dry racks is all home tea. At the beginning of the camp war, that big guy only used one-tailed beast Jade to wipe out a team of 100 people formed by special upper ninjas, which can be called perverted. And at that time, the normal strength of that big guy was about the same as that of ordinary Shangnin. While thinking about it, Yuan Qing had already walked over with a scolding voice. On the other side of the player's shopping street, there happens to be a shopping street for the local residents of Konoha. Here, players can also spend money to buy supplies. For example, some commonly used supply items, or some ordinary ninja or something. Even the detonation charm and high-grade shuriken that are not available in the novice village can be purchased in limited quantities. In the past, Ichiraku Ramen was the most famous cooking shop on this street. Just by eating a bowl of ramen, players can get a 30-minute buff blessing. However, the price of ramen is slightly expensive, and generally only local tyrants can afford to eat it. When Yuan Qing came to the NPC shop street, there are already quite a few players in the vicinity. In the middle of the crowd, a group of local NPCs were pointing at a yellow-haired cat-tattooed teenager in a yellow suit, and spit out a few ugly curses from time to time. And the yellow-haired boy has been scolded by those NPCs at the moment and squatted on the ground, his face full of tears. Why does this situation always feel familiar? The yellow-haired boy NPC can't be the protagonist who can trigger the story mission, right? It's possible, many TV series now have this kind of bloody shot. Damn, then you have to hurry up and get some favorability with him. It is said that if you reach friendship with NPCs, you have a certain chance of triggering side quests and even the main story of the world. Isn't it? Where did you hear this? What is the main plot line of the world? I don't know the specifics. I also heard from a friend in the big guild. Damn, the real chickens envy those big guilds with inside information, and scattered people like us may only rely on gossip. Who's going to try it first and see if you can brush that yellow-haired boy's favorability? The players were talking to each other, and many of them showed an eager expression. Soon, a shinobi player named Overlord World squeezed out of the crowd, escorted Naruto, pointed at the group of NPCs and shouted angrily, "What are you doing here? He's still a child. What's coming at me? Don't embarrass the child." The Overlord said with dignity, and at the same time, he was secretly happy in his heart. I didn't expect it to feel so good to help the weak. I don't know if the NPC named Naruto Uzumaki will be grateful to me later when he sees me standing up for him, and then give me a little benefit, haha. Thinking of this, the Overlord added another sentence later, "My name is the Overlord World, and I speak for myself." When the group of NPCs saw that someone was standing up for the demon fox, they immediately scolded, "What do you know? Get out of the way." That's right, a newcomer from the countryside dares to be so arrogant. Don't think it's great to become a shinobi. My son is still a Konoha shinobi. I'll just say, Hokage-sama let these countrymen come to our Konoha is definitely a wrong decision. Yes, get him out. Get out. With the angry scolding of those NPCs, a series of prompts suddenly sounded in the minds of the overlords. System warning, because you angered the villagers, your reputation in Konoha village is -20. System warning, because you angered the villagers, -50 reputation in Konoha village. System warning, because you provoked the anger of the public, your reputation in Konoha village is -200. System warning, your reputation in Konoha village has been reduced from neutral to cold. System warning, your reputation in Konoha village has been reduced from cold to hostile. When reputation is -100, the reputation of the player and the region will be reduced to cold. If the reputation is -500, it will become a hostile relationship. Although the hostile relationship with the same faction will not be the same as that of other factions, the Overlord World can no longer talk to any NPC in Konoha village. This means that he can't buy supplies here, and he can't do consignment services. You can't even take on daily tasks. It can be said that it is difficult to move an inch. But at this moment, the Overlord still has a glimmer of hope for Naruto in his heart. Damn, I'm out for you, you have to give me some benefits, right? Just as he was thinking, Naruto stood up from the ground, and he looked up at the Overlord. But what appeared in his eyes was a kind of anger. Ding, Naruto Uzumaki's opinion of you is -10. Ding, Naruto Uzumaki's opinion of you is -20. Ding, Naruto Uzumaki's opinion of you is -50. Ding, your relationship with Naruto Uzumaki has been reduced from neutral to disgusting. A series of beeps sounded again. Now, the Overlord of the world is completely kneeling. A couple of players approached and asked, "Die? How's that, did you get a prompt sound?" The Overlord hadn't reacted at this time, and when he heard someone ask, he nodded blankly and said, I received a lot of prompts. Cool, it seems that yes, the NPC called Naruto Uzumaki is definitely the main character. You dare to educate us, do you know what this demon fox is? I think these rural people must be in the same group as the demon fox. What the hell do you have to talk to them, just drive them all out of Konoha. That's right, get them all out. The NPCs are scolding. Soon, these unsuspecting players are treated in the same way as the overlords. Everyone's prestige in Konoha village has been forcibly reduced to a hostile state. Fuck you, Overlord the world, you give loud za out, didn't you say that you can get a lot of prompts by doing this? Damn, we've been tricked. Hostile relations, hegemonic world, I must kill you. Everyone was furious, eager to directly break the Overlord into pieces. But it's a pity, and the Overlord saw that the situation was not good before, and he had already left in disgrace. How can I still see his figure now? If you want to forcibly intervene in the main plot of the world, how can it be so easy? Seeing the angry looks of those players, Yuan Qing couldn't help but shake his head, and then continued to walk towards Naruto. It was also when he was close to Naruto Uzumaki. Something hidden suddenly appears in the field of view. Hidden message, ask Naruto Uzumaki to eat Ichiraku ramen, and you can get 20 opinion points. Hidden message, help Naruto Uzumaki clean up the room and get 10 opinion points. Hidden message, say something that Naruto Uzumaki agrees with, and you can get 20 opinion points. 3 hidden messages in a row. It's all about favorability. Yuan Qing was suddenly overjoyed. He originally wanted to come here to take a look at this future savior, but he didn't expect to accidentally trigger a hidden message that could brush the other party's favorability. Naruto Uzumaki, what are you doing here? Go, I'll invite you to eat ramen. Yuan Qing looked down at Naruto, a smile on his face. And when Naruto heard the word ramen, his eyes lit up, wiped his tears and said, Big brother, are you telling the truth? It's been a long time since I've eaten ramen. Of course it's true, a huge amount of Ichiraku ramen, plus 2 poached eggs for you, it's full. Yuan Qing pulled Naruto directly and walked towards Ichiraku ramen shop. Boss, let's have 2 servings of ramen, the kind that needs to be increased. After coming to the ramen shop, Yuan Qing generously ordered 2 servings of yul ramen. Uncle Ichiraku is the most mysterious character in the Hokage world, and 2 steaming portions of ramen were served in less than a minute, which is amazing. Wow, it's so fragrant, I'm going to start. Naruto picked up the ramen bowl bigger than his face and began to gobble it up. And at this moment, Yuan Qing's ears also heard such a voice, ding, Naruto Uzumaki's plus 20 opinion of you. After receiving the prompt tone, Yuan Qing smiled slightly, and then began to eat ramen. Not for a moment. The 2 servings of ramen are consumed. And Yuan Qing also got a buff, plus 10% recovery of chi and blood, duration 30 minutes. This is obtained automatically after eating Ichiraku ramen. Naruto, what do you think of the people of Konoha village to you? After eating the ramen, Yuan Qing went straight to the point again and talked to Naruto about his life ideals. Naruto wiped the corners of his mouth with his crumpled cuffs and said silently, I don't know why, the people in the village hate me, and I don't even know what I've done wrong. Naruto, I think you need to be strong, because in this world, only the strong can be respected, and in the same way, only the strong can be recognized by others. Yuan Qing continued to flicker. But that's not what Grandpa Hokage said. He said that as long as there are leaves flying, there will be pure. Seeing that Naruto seemed to be about to bring out that classic Hokage quotation, Yuan Qing immediately interrupted, you said it yourself, is Grandpa Hokage strong? Naruto nodded cutely, well, Grandpa Hokage is the most powerful ninja in the village. Yuan Qing smiled again, that's not the end. What a strong man says, others will naturally approve. If Grandpa Hokage is just an ant who sells vegetables, do you think what he says, others will approve? Hearing this, Naruto's eyes suddenly showed a bright glow, as if he had realized something. At this time, Yuan Qing continued to fan the flames and said, I have heard others say such a sentence before, the rich eat green vegetables, that is called health, and the poor eat green vegetables, that is called shabby. I don't know if you understand this truth. Ding, Naruto Uzumaki's plus 20 opinion of you. A white light suddenly flashed in Yuan Qing's package, and an extra purple scroll appeared. Item, Quest Pass. Quest name, Knight of the Nine Tails, Scene Quest. Dungeon Difficulty, SS. Effect, use this scroll to get one entry into the scene dungeon, can enter with a squad, up to 5 people. Quest entry conditions, Upper Ninja, total attribute reaches 2000 points. Clearance reward, have a chance to get epic equipment, epic items, and S-level skill books. I didn't expect it to be a dungeon pass with double S difficulty. In the ninja world, a quest pass is the only condition to enter a scene dungeon, except for special copies, and there are many ways to get a dungeon pass, in addition to having a chance to get it by doing quests. NPCs who have a good friendship with themselves are sometimes gifted. If you're lucky, monsters can also drop, but the chances aren't high. The difficulty levels of the dungeon passes are Rank C, Rank B, Rank A, Rank S, Rank SS, and Rank SSS. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more difficult it will be to clear the level. Correspondingly, the rewards you get after clearing the level will also be more generous. But alas, for this double S level difficulty dungeon, Yuan Qing has not yet met the entry conditions. However, there will always be a chance. After putting away the dungeon scroll, Yuan Qing followed Naruto to his house again. Then I casually made an excuse to help him clean up the room. Naruto was very moved. Finally, another 10 favorability points will be credited. As long as the friendship relationship between the player and the NPC reaches 50 points, it can become a friendly relationship. But to achieve reverence, you need 1000 points. Alas, it's a pity, this hidden information seems to only give a hint when the NPC needs it, otherwise, you can infinitely brush your friends. Yuan Qing sighed secretly. Of course, if these words are heard by those players who have been pitted by the Overlord, they will probably be so angry that they vomit blood. You just fooled around and got so much favorability. And what about them? After doing it for a long time, not only did they not get 1 point, but they also made it self-defeating and became a hostile relationship with Konoha village. There's no place to cry. Bidding farewell to Naruto Uzumaki, Yuan Qing followed the village road to the Hokage building again. When the player reaches the lower ninja level, they can pick up daily missions at the Hokage building. The pickup location is in the mission hall on the first floor of the building. Compared to the early hours of the morning, more players come to the Hokage building during the day to deliver letters. The lines are all out into the streets. Fortunately, there are not many players handing over tasks in the lobby on the first floor at the moment. Yuan Qing quickly came to the mission hall and found one of the 7 mid-ninja NPCs in charge of daily missions to trigger the dialogue. Daily missions have a similar mission system to those in the original books. The lower ninja can receive D-level and C-level tasks, and after completion, you can get a good experience point reward, as well as a small monetary reward, a small chance to get character attribute points or skill points, and a very small chance to get item rewards. The middle ninja can also receive all tasks at and below A level, and after completion, you can get rich experience points and a lot of money rewards, and you have a certain chance to get character attribute points or skill points, and you will get prop rewards. However, the difficulty of the tasks above level B is relatively high, and sometimes you have to go out of the range of the country of fire and go to the realm of other countries. As for A-level and higher missions, you need to go to Hokage-sama to get them. The conditions for receiving it are the upper ninja level and above, including the special upper ninja. Of course, if the player's reputation relationship with Konoha village reaches worship, it can also be claimed directly. Completing tasks of this level, in addition to obtaining huge experience points and monetary rewards, there is also a greater chance of obtaining character attribute points, skill points, and advanced skill books, and if you are lucky, you can also get additional forbidden arts. Actually, the dailies are only for D-class and C-class missions, because B-level and above tasks basically take more than 2 days. It's no longer part of the dailies. Yuan Qing can currently directly receive D-level missions and C-level missions. D-class missions are generally about delivering letters and collecting items, and are easy to achieve, but the rewards are not high. And most of the C-level tasks are to clean up bandits and escort important people, and the difficulty is okay, but it takes a long time. Hello, please advise me along the way. After receiving the task, a tall girl NPC walked out of a room in the hall and looked at Yuan Qing with a soft smile. Character name, Daylina. C-rank escort quest NPC, long song. Subsequently, Yuan Qing opened the mission map and confirmed. This hot spring town is located southwest of Konoha village, with a target distance of 17 kilometers. Let's go! After confirming the map, Yuan Qing directly took the NPC named Daylina to open the way. Just when Yuan Qing escorted the NPC to the hot spring town, Konoha Ninja Village, in front of a barbecue restaurant. A lot of players are gathering here, and it's roughly estimated that there are at least 100 people. Several of these players also wore the enviable Konoha forward guard on their heads. Apparently he has successfully advanced to the lower ninja. With such a group of people gathered here, other players were afraid to approach this barbecue restaurant. Damn, it's been so long, why hasn't anyone come yet? Big brother, don't worry, my friend is a figure on the level list, and his strength is guaranteed. He can definitely let that changa go around without eating. I don't care if that long song dies, it's just that the girl next to him is quite chic, it's the type I like, this time, I must get it. Don't worry, big brother, if the woman is also by the other party's side, I will honor her to you when the time comes. Haha, okay, if I can get it, I'll let you try it when the time comes. Big brother, it's not good that you've been letting me use the rest of you, I'd better find one myself in the future. The two players who seemed to be the leaders were talking with smug faces at the moment. If Yuan Qing was here, he would definitely be able to recognize these two guys. It's none other than the two brothers Long Bangtian and Long Zaishan. At this moment, a player's younger brother suddenly ran over and said, Chang'e has already left the village, and now he is heading towards the southwest of Konoha village, and it seems that he still has a woman by his side. Female? Hearing that there was a girl beside Yuan Qing, Long Bangtian immediately licked the corners of his lips and said, a woman? What kind of posture? This dead at that time, the distance was too far, and I didn't see it clearly, but looking at the back, the figure should be good, and it is the type I like, the player's younger brother recalled. Long Bangtian kicked the player's little brother away, and said angrily, fuck you still said that you didn't see it clearly, you can even see what type it is this called not seeing clearly? It didn't take long. A player with the ID name Pan Bone came to the front of this barbecue restaurant. This person is wearing heavy plate armor, tall, and on his bear-like back, he is also carrying a double-edged giant axe with a cold glow, which is terrifying. And when he saw the person coming, Long Zaishan immediately greeted him, Brother Pangu, you can be regarded as here, we already know the whereabouts of that person, let's go now. Pay half of the deposit up front. He raised his hand and said unceremoniously. Long Bangtian frowned, and pulled Long Zaishan to say, God, didn't you say that he was your friend? How can I help kill someone, and do I have to charge for it? Big brother, you don't understand this, do you? This is called the appearance fee, the more the appearance fee, the stronger the strength, I have a good relationship with him, he only charges me half the price, Long Zaishan said with a smug face. Hearing this, Long Zhantian nodded as if he had realized, so that's the case, but as long as you can get that little lady, it's worth it. Then, Long Zaishan gave Pengu a bag of coins very boldly. The group set off in a majestic way. Look, it's the Long brothers, what are they doing with so many people? Do you want to go to a private venue again? These two brothers are ruthless, I heard that in the real world, they are still the head snakes of a certain place, so they are not easy to provoke. How the one who followed behind the Long brothers, isn't it the 68th boss on the character level list, why is he here? This Long brother can do it, even the big guys on the list follow them, awesome. Yuan Qing had already taken the NPC named Dalina to a dense forest filled with purple fog barriers. According to the map, the hot spring town can be reached by following the outer canal of the village and bypassing a vast grassland. This route is relatively safe, and it is also the recommended route given by the mission guide. Generally speaking, whether it's a player going to a hot spring town to deliver supplies or escorting NPCs, they won't hesitate to choose this route. But Yuan Qing knew. In addition to that safe route, there is another route. That's the purple mist jungle in front of you. This route is the shortest in a straight line, but the danger factor is extremely high. Because the purple mist jungle is inhabited by a kind of green llama spider with a level of about 15. This is a kind of demonic beast with chakra in its body, it is extremely strong, and it is also good at laying nets and ambushes, which is not comparable to ordinary beasts. Even a well-equipped shinobi squad may not be able to kill it. However, Yuan Qing knew that although this kind of demonic beast with chakra in its body had no one to provoke in the early stage, but before long, it will definitely be a popular monster for all players to kill. Because this kind of demonic beast with chakra in its body, after death, it can not only gain several times the experience points of beasts of the same level. What's more, after killing it, there is a chance to get the beast's psychic scroll. Psychic beasts, also known as summoned beasts in legends. In the late stage of the ninja world, that was almost the standard for the strong, but any player with a certain reputation will cultivate one or more psychic beasts of their own. This can be seen from the previous battle between Jiraiya and that misty ninja. The importance of the powerful psychic beast to the player is definitely no less than an artifact. Yuan Qing did not hesitate at all, and directly chose the second route. Across the purple mist jungle. Damn, look at that person, he actually went to the purple mist jungle inhabited by demonic beasts, awesome. Tut, didn't you see a girl behind him? Maybe he went inside to find excitement. I'll rub it, then it's even more awesome. Is this the legendary peony flower who dies and is a ghost? I heard that there is a big green spider in that jungle, which not only releases poisonous mist, but also spits out a liquid similar to sulfuric acid, which is very scary. That's right, a few hours ago, I saw a 20-strong group of people in Prague go to conquer there, but in the end, no one survived, all of them died inside, and then the boss of Prague announced that all members should not go near that area until they reached the 20th level of the lower ninja. Prague, you mean the first force to establish a guild in the ninja world? Yes, it is said that a player with bad luck opened an iron box in the field and issued a guild construction order, but it was bought by the boss of Prague, and it is said that it cost 5 million coins. I'll go, the Grand Guild is rich, and this money is smashed, so I really don't feel distressed at all. Seeing that Yuan Qing actually took an unarmed girl into the Purple Mist Jungle, many players showed a playful smile. They know the horror of the Purple Mist Jungle. It was not long after Yuan Qing entered the Purple Mist Jungle. The Long brothers also came here with the bones and more than 100 little brothers. In the crowd, a player in charge of keeping an eye immediately said, "Big brother, the Changa has just entered not long ago. If we catch up with us now, we should be able to block them soon." "Fuck you." Long Bangtian glared at the beads and said, "This Purple Mist Jungle is a forbidden place for players. Whoever goes in will die. We will wait here for the rabbits, and wait for them to come out while farming monsters. It's worthy of being a big brother. In this way, we can level up and guard people correctly. Maybe when they come out, our strength can go to the next level." The dragon echoed in the sky. Of course, it is best not to enter such a dangerous place. Naturally, there is no opinion on the pelvic bones. His purpose was to take people's money and eliminate disasters for others. What's more, now you can practice leveling by the way, which is also good. However, at this moment, the player in charge of stalking said a word, which made Long Bangtian immediately change his attention. "Big brother, I just heard from others that Changa and that girl are going to the Purple Mist Jungle to find excitement. They will definitely not go deep, maybe they will run errands on the periphery of the jungle now. If you wait for them to come out, then you can only play Changa and play the rest." Fuck, Laozi's gun carriage. Few Laozi's woman also dares to get that long song. He is breaking ground on the tiger's head. "Don't wait, kill it now, and kill that kid in me." Long Bangtian immediately ordered everyone to march towards the Purple Mist Jungle. Long Zacian was embarrassed. "Big brother, didn't you say that you want to wait for the rabbit?" Long Bangtiandeo, hold a few, you also know the degree of realism of this game. Players can have virtual mating before, that feeling, it's exactly the same as real people. Lao Tzu is not like you know how to play other people's leftover second-hand goods. For the dragon bombing team that was chasing behind him, Yuan Qing didn't know it. At this moment, he was taking Dalina slowly along a forest path covered with stumps and leaves. "It's scary here, can you go faster?" Dalina shrunk and leaned against Yuan Qing, with a little anxiety in her voice. You can't go too fast, otherwise you'll bring something even more terrifying," Yuan Qing said indifferently. "These are certainly." I said this to appease Dalina. Otherwise, if this guy is scared away, then his escort mission will be over. The reason why he walked slowly was because he wanted to find a few green yan spiders to brush by on the way. Unlike the beasts outside, this type of monster has very few spawns, and as soon as you refresh it, you'll be running around the map. There is no fixed refresh point at all. But what made Yuan Qing even more strange was that it's been more than 10 minutes since he walked this way, and he hasn't even encountered a green spider. It's so weird. It stands to reason that even if the number is scarce, it won't go untouched, right? Could it be that I was scared away because I sensed the 6 blood veins in my body? After walking for a while, he still didn't see the shadow of the green yan spider. Yuan Qing finally gave up. Because these demonic beasts have chakra relationships in their bodies, they already have an IQ that is not weaker than that of humans. Some of them will even comprehend the ability to sense, and if they encounter a player who is very different from their own strength, even if they are nearby, they will not show up. Extremely cunning. Alas, it's really cold in high places. Forget it, let's go and complete the escort mission first. Yuan Qing sighed softly and was about to speed up his travel. And yet at this moment, suddenly, there was a scream behind him. Although the voice is weak, it is particularly harsh in this uninhabited Purple Mist Jungle. What's the situation? Could it be that there are other people in the Purple Mist Jungle? Yuan Qing's eyes flashed, and then he immediately rushed over with Dalina in the direction where the screams came from. Meanwhile, the outer area of the Purple Mist Jungle. The Long brothers are fighting a huge green spider with their Bela men. Green Yama spider. Grade, LV16. HP, 5W. Skills, poisonous mist spitting, toxic slime, heaven and earth net, tempered skin. Description: a terrifying killer lurking in the shadows, with a very high IQ, likes to hide in dark places, will track prey that passes nearby, and waits for opportunities to attack. Be careful, its body is full of toxins. This green spider is about the size of an adult elephant. Those 10 steel spear-like claws stretched out, at least more than 20 meters long. The gale gusted between the dances, like 10 sharp blades attacking at the same time, and there is a terrifying toxin on the tip of the blade, which can make the person who touches it continue to reduce damage, and the power is terrifying. And what's even more desperate is the terrifying amount of blood of the green Yama spider. 50,000. This is already the HP of a boss-level monster. No wonder the 20-member elite group in Prague was wiped out before. This level of monsters is simply a nightmare for all players at the moment. Damn, which bastard just said that Changa was stealing on the outskirts of the Purple Mist Jungle? Stand up for me, I promise not to kill him. The dragon is really going to blow up this time. He just listened to that bastard's words, and that's why he led everyone to the periphery of the Purple Mist Jungle to catch the traitor. As a result, people didn't meet it, but they met this big guy. You know, this giant spider also wiped out an elite regiment in Prague not long ago. Although there are many of them here, in terms of combat effectiveness, it is estimated that they are not as good as the elite regiment in Prague. How to fight? Isn't this looking for a group to destroy yourself? At this time, Long Zacian's voice came, Big brother, the guy who instigated you to come to the purple mist jungle has been killed by the green llama spider just now. Fuck, tell the other brothers, see you in the future and kill once, don't give me face. Long Bangtian said angrily. Big brother, there are already a lot of brothers hanging back, what should we do now? Seeing that there are brothers falling under the steel spear of the green llama spider, the heart of the dragon in the sky is also dripping blood. If a player dies once, they will drop one level. These people are the team of their two brothers, and if they are all wiped out here, it will be a big loss. Don't worry, there are many people here who have been promoted to lower ninjas, plus there are friends on your list, maybe you can give it a go. Long Bangtian is worthy of being the boss here, although he panicked in his heart, he quickly calmed down and began to command everyone to fight in an orderly manner. One person in front of the pelvic bone, fighting against the green yan spider as the main attack, and the more durable tank players are on the side to help share the pressure. Healing keeps up. The rest of the people use shuriken to attack from a distance. Nearly 100 people besieged and killed a green yan spider at the same time. It's a spectacular scene. 28 HP 35 HP 126 HP. The Long brothers led the Jedi counterattack, and although they resisted the attack of the green llama spider for a while, they soon showed signs of decline. Because chakra is not enough. At the beginning, under the leadership of the pellet, the cooperation of nearly 100 people was okay. At least the number of casualties has dropped dramatically. However, with such a crazy amount of healing, the chakras of those healing players simply can't last long, bottoming out soon. And without the treatment team, it can be said that it has lost its soul. The green llama spider sprayed down with a mouthful of poisonous mist, and those players who had not yet advanced to the lower ninja, the blood gauge was like a flood that broke the embankment, and it suddenly poured thousands of miles. And although the pelvic bone knocked a few bottles of expensive instantaneous return potions, it temporarily resisted the crazy decline in the blood trough. But in the end, it still did not withstand the continuous toxin erosion. Not for a moment. I can't stand it again. Half of the treatment is half and half on, don't all gather together, come back first to make up the basket if you don't have blue, other forbearances, if you can't bear it, prepare the stand-in technique to temporarily leave the battlefield to replenish blood, brother pellet, don't save the instantaneous return potion, use as much as you want, and we will make it all up for you when the time comes. While commanding the battle situation, Long Bangtian did not forget to throw shuriken at the green llama spider. And Long Zacian has also joined the battle circle at this moment, I have to say. But there is a set of commands for the dragon bombardment. After he let the heel take control of the chakra, the tide of battle turned again. Although the damage value played by many players is low, the ants eat more dead elephants, and even one person can only deal 10 damage. If you have 100 people together, you can also lose 1000 damage. Although the number of team members is still decreasing, but at least, Long Bangtian and the others have already seen the hope of victory. After 3 minutes, the green spider's HP is only 30%. And here in the Long brothers, nearly half of the players have been killed back to the resurrection point. Damn, I'm fighting with you. At this moment, seeing the blood groove of the green llama spider, which was about to reach the bottom, Long Bangtian looked excited. Then he unknowingly took out a few talismans from his arms. Get ready to snatch the final blow. Tut, this was originally reserved for life-saving, and it looks like it's going to be used this time. Long Bangtian laughed secretly in his heart. Meanwhile, Long Zacian, who was standing not far away, also secretly locked a few giant shuriken, throwing weapons, from the package. He bought it from the shop at a great price. Originally, it was intended to be used against Yuan Qing, but now that he saw that this green yin spider was about to die, he also moved his mind. As for Yuan Qing, he had already been thrown out of the clouds by him at this moment. Damn, if they can kill the green llama spider who wiped out the elite group in Prague, then their dragon brothers' popularity in the ninja world will inevitably rise, and maybe they will be co-opted by those large forces and ascend to the sky in one step. At this time, Long Bangtian suddenly chatted privately to Long Zacian. Tian, be smart, you must grab the final blow of this green yen spider later, and you must not let that bone be taken. Long Zacian replied in private chat, don't worry, big brother, this green llama spider must be ours. Items dropped by mobs are determined by the final hit. Within 1 minute, only the player who gave the final blow can pick it up. During this time, the rest of the team is not authorized to pick it up. For non-team players, it will take up to 10 minutes to pick up. Soon, another 2 minutes passed. At this time, there were only a dozen people left in the team of Long Bangtian. As for the green llama spider, it only has less than 3000 HP at the moment. Tian, get ready to get your hands dirty. At this moment, Long Bangtian suddenly shouted, and at the same time pinched the detonation charm, ready to throw it out at any time. When Long Zacian heard this, he immediately took out the giant shuriken from the package and locked on the green yan spider that was already bloody. Want to snatch the final blow, how can it be so easy? He sneered, and then took out a black ball from the package as well. This is the thunderstorm ball that he opened with the black iron axe when he opened the box before. It can unleash the power of the Sea-Strike Thunder Escape ninjutsu. It's a little more powerful than the primary detonation charm. However, just when the three of them had their own ghosts, they all wanted to take advantage of the situation to grab the final blow. A figure suddenly fell from the sky and stepped directly on the head of the green Yama spider. Konoha Whirlwind. Bang! 9376 HP in an instant, an explosion that shocked everyone rushed out from the head of the green Yama spider. And the huge body of the green Yama spider also fell to the ground with a loud bang. Bang la la. A large pile of dropped items burst out of the green Yama spider and spilled all over the ground. Among them, a green scroll printed with a spider motif stands out. What the hell just happened? That man actually kicked the green spider to death. What happened? Fuck, it's open. It's got to be open. Report a wave. Looking at the green spider that fell to the ground and had been kicked to pieces, everyone was stunned. They never imagined that the green spider that was harvesting their heads like a lawnmower just now would be directly kicked to death by a player. It's terrifying. Even the green Yama spider has reached the point where it has run out of oil, but there are still thousands of blood. If the other party had used a detonation charm or other powerful ninja equipment, they wouldn't have been so shocked. But with a kick, this result is unbelievable. Therefore, they finally came to the conclusion that the other party must be hanging. It's him. At this time, Long Zacian gently pulled the corner of Long Fangtian's clothes and reminded, "Big brother, that guy is Changa." I know. Long Frishan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. In fact, the last time he was in the ninja school, he had already recognized Yuan Qing as the player his brother had been chasing. It's just that I was attracted by the beauty of the purple rose at the time, so I shifted my target. Shall we get him now? Long Zacian asked again. Long Bangtian looked at a few remnants of the defeated soldiers around him, and then glanced at Yuan Qing, who was in high spirits not far away. Finally, he smiled bitterly. Get a few handfuls. Didn't you see how much damage he did with a kick just now? A few of us, it's probably not enough for him to blow up. Although Long Bangtian is lustful and impulsive, he is sometimes a little anxious. He thought about it and said, "We'll go to the official website to report it later, and see how long he can be dragged away." Hearing this, Long Zacian was overjoyed. It's worthy of being a big brother. This trick is too awesome to kill people with a knife. Report, must report. Just when the two of them were thinking about countermeasures, Long Zacian suddenly found that the plate of bones had already carried his huge axe and walked in front of Yuan Qing. Then without saying a word, he just chopped it down with an axe. Boom! With a loud bang. I saw that where Yuan Qing was standing before, a bottomless crack had been carved out by the axe blade. Damn, why did this guy suddenly do it? Crazy. Also on the list, isn't this stupid? Seeing the disc bone shoot, Long Zacian suddenly panicked. You know, they are now a team, and the other party is doing it. Isn't that even pulling them into the fire pit? Looks like there's no way. At this moment, Long Bangtian's expression suddenly became solemn. Let's go together. If the other party really hangs up, then even if we are killed by him, we can also find the official website to ask for an explanation, get some compensation or something. Anyway, we won't lose. Kill him for me. With the dragon blowing up the sky, an order is given. Those players who had survived the siege of the Green Yan Spider before immediately rushed up and killed Yuan Qing. Long Zacian gritted his teeth and was about to rush forward, but was pulled back by Long Zhantian, who was standing behind him. "Big brother, what are you doing? Aren't you going to go?" Long Zacian looked at his eldest brother with a puzzled expression, and Long Bangtian gave the other party a brain. "Your sister, I just said that, just to let others cut off the queen for us. Why do you want to evacuate? Can't you find the official website to compensate? Make up for your mother's size. What if you can't get it? You've already died once. If you die again and drop level 2 in a row, how can you continue to mix in the ninja world in the future? Big brother is awesome. Don't be a cow, run now." After saying that, the Long brothers quietly left here. A minute later, those little brothers of the players who were fooled by the dragon bombing sky were all overturned to the ground by Yuan Qingen. Only the bone is still standing there unharmed. "Why don't you kill me?" At this moment, Pan Gooseface had become extremely ugly, and there was even a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Yuan Qing, because he knows that he can live until now, but the other party doesn't want to kill him. "If hands on, you will die." Who am I messing with? What does it have to do with you? The Panbone is also a violent temper, and when he saw Yuan Qing ridiculing himself at this moment, he immediately said angrily, "Take people's money and eliminate disasters for others. No matter who it is, in the end, they will become a lonely ghost under Lao Tzu's axe. Your temper hasn't changed at all. Looking at the familiar axe-wielding man in front of him, Yuan Qing shook his head, and then said indifferently, "If you are short of money, you can go to Konoha to find a person named a demon, and say that I introduced it. Of course, if you want to choose to continue to fall, then I didn't say it." After speaking, Yuan Qing turned around and left. Everyone has the right to choose, and he does not want to forcibly intervene. Moreover, he also believes that the pelvic bone will make the right choice. Who the hell is this guy? How would he know I'm short of money right now? Looking at Yuan Qing's distant back, he fell into deep thought. As a list powerhouse with strength and luck, the reason why he mixed with the Long brothers was to be able to earn more money and treat his sister who was seriously ill in bed. But he also knows that if he wants to become famous in the ninja world, if he continues like this, he will only let himself fall deeper and deeper. In the end, it is very likely that he will burn his opening advantage. Perhaps I should give myself another path of choice. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he already had a decision in his heart. And just when Yuan Qing and the pellet were catching up, the other direction of the purple mist jungle, two figures are speeding through the hazy dense forest. The two of them are about the same size and appearance, and they are the Long brothers who escaped from the battle before. It was so dangerous just now. If it weren't for the big brother, you were in a hurry, maybe we would have been planted there. Tut dead deist friends don't die in the poor Deo. The little brother can be collected again if he is gone. It's a pity that he can use him to do a big career. Big brother, don't worry, that guy has been short of money recently. As long as I give him more at that time, he will definitely give us the first look. Okay, now let's go back and report it first. Haha, I heard that the most hated thing about those dead fat houses is to hang up, and as long as they see us report it, there will definitely be a lot of people to support it. While the two of them were evacuating from the purple mist jungle, they were already planning to report it, and at this very moment, under the cover of the fog barrier, two blurred figures suddenly appeared in the field of vision of the two. Big brother, there seems to be someone in front. I saw it. The Long brothers leaned over. However, just when they saw the two figures clearly, they instantly stood on the spot. It's this one. How could he possibly be here? Long Zayton looked at the two people in front of him dumbfounded, his eyes were full of shock. It was none other than Yuan Qing and his quest NPC Dalina who appeared in front of them. Plug-in, this special mother is definitely a plug-in, Long Bangtian said with a twisted face. And Long Zacian was already sitting on the ground at this moment, his face full of despair. He didn't want to run anymore. Is it useful to run away? In the blink of an eye, people are stuck in front. Running a bird. Damn, if you can't run, you'll fight with him. At this moment, the dragon exploded into the sky, and directly took out the two detonation charms and threw them over. Big brother, you can say it anyway. Boom, boom. Two deafening explosions rang out. Yuan Qing and Dalina are fine after all. With Yuan Qing's movement speed, it can be said that it is easy to avoid the explosion range of the primary detonation charm. But the dragon was not so lucky in the sky. Because he had given up the relationship of resistance before, when the detonator charm was thrown over, he was still slumped on the ground and did not react. Then, he was blown up. Just as Long Bangtian's face was full of annoyance, another voice came from behind him. Long Bangtian turned around, and then he was directly stunned. It's this. At this moment, the dragon exploded, his face was full of astonishment, looking at the figure walking from behind him, he was already shocked and couldn't even speak. It seems to have set off a stormy wave in my heart. The person behind him turned out to be a Long Song. How is this possible? Long Bangtian rubbed his eyes, which were almost blind, and then turned back to look at the other Long Song who was standing with Dalina. After confirming that the ID information of the two people is Long Song, he was finally in utter despair. One is perverted enough. You're with another one now? This chicken's plug-in is too rebellious, right? How much did you spend on this plug-in? Finally, Long Bangtian spat out such a sentence from his mouth. Yuan Qing smiled indifferently, didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and shot directly and sent it back to the resurrection point. Ding, you have successfully killed the gray player Dragon Blast, this act is justified defense, and no kill points are accumulated. Ding, your flounder critical attack status +1, and the current cumulative critical attack status is 15 stacks. The prompt sounds. In fact, when Long Bangtian used the detonation charm to blow up his brother just now, he was already a gray name, and Yuan Qing chose to shoot at this moment, he would not accumulate kill points. So far, Long Bangtian and his party, except for the bones, the whole army was wiped out. What's even more ridiculous is that Yuan Qing still doesn't know that these people are here to hunt him down before. It's just that I met the green spider halfway, and that's what happened next. Yuan Qing picked up the fall of the Long brothers on the ground, then walked to Dalina's side. At this time, another Yuan Qing suddenly turned into a white smoke with a bang and disappeared. I didn't expect you, a lower ninja who has just graduated, to be able to shadow a high-level ninjutsu like a clone. Dalina looked at Yuan Qingdao with interest. As an NPC in the ninja world, she naturally also knows about the high-level ninjutsu of shadow clones. It's just a B-rank ninjutsu, is it very advanced? Yuan Qing shrugged and said, Hey woman, the hair is long and the knowledge is short, the ancients did not deceive me. Before, when Yuan Qing came here, he saw the screams in front of him and the fierce battle, he was afraid that something would happen to Dalina, so he left her here and set up a shadow clone to protect him. And the route that the Long brothers escaped from before also happened to be this. And then that happened. I have to say, the road is narrow. Afterwards, Yuan Qing took Dalina and continued on the road. The safe route distance from Konoha Ninja Village to the hot spring town is 17 kilometers, but if you cross the Purple Mist Jungle, you only need 8 kilometers to get there. It would have been 2 hours away. Yuan Qing is now done in 1 hour. But unfortunately, I didn't encounter the green llama spider on the road. When walking out of the Purple Mist Jungle, looking at the hot spring town not far away, the corners of Yuan Qing's mouth suddenly curled. No wonder the name of this town sounds so familiar. Isn't this the town where Tsunade used to gamble in the early game? Thinking of Tsunade, Yuan Qing suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. Then he immediately took Dalina's little hand and ran towards the hot spring town. Meanwhile, Konoha Village. Respawn points. The Dragon Brothers appeared at the resurrection point almost at the same time. Big brother, you're so bad, even I will blow up. Long Zacian said with a face full of grievances. Long Fangtian shook his eyebrows and said embarrassedly, Don't worry, let's report it first and then talk about it. Okay, report it first. Then, the two brothers directly opened the official website forum online and started to report. However, they searched for a long time, but they did not find any channel to report. In desperation, the two brothers could only post a report post on the official website forum, hoping to resonate with other players. As a result, as soon as the post was sent, it was sprayed with feces by other players. These two are stupid, aren't they? Is still singing and harmonizing. What about playing double reads? Is there a cheat for this game? Stupid. Hehe, the ninja world is operated by the artificial mastermind, and the degree of the virus is being screened every second, and it is still plugged in. Wake up, mommy is telling you to go back to dinner. I didn't expect that there would be such a worrying player in your fire country. Haha, if the players in the fire country are all with this kind of IQ, then they will wait to be destroyed when the faction fights in the future. There aren't many ninja NPCs in it, most of them are resident NPCs who don't have any abilities. In the Fire Nation region, there are countless towns like this. When players get the qualification for the lower ninja, they will basically leave the main ninja village of their respective faction and go to different towns to seek their own development. After all, although there are many ninja NPCs in the main ninja village, but in the eyes of players, it is at best just a big novice village that overkills new players, and the level of the wild monsters near the main ninja village is not high. Maybe there will be players here in the early stage, but soon, as they level up, they will find that staying in the main ninja village will only make themselves frogs at the bottom of the well. And it's slightly different from the original anime. In this game, all towns will have strongholds of the main ninja village. In these strongholds, players can also claim daily missions. So, even if they leave the main ninja village, they won't have anything to lose. What's more, in these towns, players can also rent or even buy their own shops, sell or buy everything from other players. Don't pay for that cheat dad anymore. This is definitely a fatal benefit for those life players. You know, there are still a lot of life skills in this game, such as forging, gathering, mining, tailoring, alchemy, and more. Because there is no relationship with the system mall. If you want to sell the items you create yourself, you have to rely on those player shops. In the previous life, it was precisely because of the existence of this kind of game setting. The ninja world has attracted a large number of business elites to settle in. And these business elites, with their business acumen, have pushed the commercial economy of major cities and towns in various countries to the top. Not only has it made a huge profit, it also drives real-world economic growth. Virtual goods have also become synonymous with global hot sales for a time, and Peak Ninja World is also defined as the second world of mankind. At this moment, there are not many players who come to the hot spring town. Yuan Qing came in from the entrance of the town with Dalina, only to see a few players with IDs on their heads hanging around. Most of these people came to the hot spring town from Konoha to do daily quests. They wandered idly through the streets. From time to time, ask a few NPCs about the hot spring town. Yuan Qing didn't care too much about this. After all, now that the server has just opened, most players are still bouncing around in the novice village. Later, everyone's level will come up. A town like this that is so close to Konoha Ninja Village is full of players. Yuan Qing followed the quest prompts, and soon came to a house where the NPC lived, and then sent Dalina inside. Ding, congratulations on completing the C-level escort mission and getting a 50,000 XP reward, 2,000 gold reward, obtain an additional C-rank ninjutsu skill book, Wind Escape, Great Breakthrough *1. Wind escape, the great breakthrough. Skill level, C, skill attribute, wind. Skill effect, spit out a hurricane from the mouth. There is a certain chance to knock back the enemy or blow away ninjutsu, no killing effect, cooldown, 20 seconds, chakra consumption, 30. Learning Shi condition, wind attribute chakra. Description, no offensive ninjutsu, but if used well, it can also have the effect of defeating the enemy. It's this ninjutsu. Yuan Qingwan smiled and decisively chose to study Shi. Although the ninjutsu of wind escape breakthrough does not have any lethality, it can be used in conjunction with other ninjutsu. The effect is very different. The first time you complete the escort mission, you get a skill book. If other players know about this, they will probably be envious. So, let's go to the casino and make some money. After handing over the task, Yuan Qing did not rush back to Konoha in a hurry, but began to wander around several casinos in the hot spring town. In the ninja world, the role of casinos is also for players to have fun, but unlike other online games, sometimes NPCs are involved. And what Yuan Qing has to do now is to find Tsunade, and then use her as a beacon to get some money to spend. The Six Paths immortal body gave him the right to learn any skill Shi. Yuan Qing remembers that there are a total of 3 gambling houses in the hot spring town. If he's right, Tsunade should be being slaughtered in one of the gambling houses right now. Yuan Qing went directly to the nearest gambling house. At the moment, because there are not many players who have come to the hot spring town, there are only a few NPCs playing around in the casino. Yuan Qing glanced at this gambling house and saw that Tsunade was not there, so he left directly. Then I went to the second one. It turned out that there was still no one. Am I mistaken? Isn't Tsunade in this town yet? Yuan Qing frowned, and then went to the third one. However, after a round in turn, he still hasn't seen Tsunade's woman. It seems that I really remembered wrong. Forget it, let's go to Konoha village to see my black iron weapon. It's been so long, why hasn't anyone bought it yet? Yuan Qing shook his head helplessly, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Since there is no hope for Tsunade Heim's side, I have to go back to Konoha village first and see the fine iron sword that hangs in the equipment store. In fact, he was also wondering, in the early stage of the service, the value of a black iron weapon will definitely not be less than 30,000. You know, in the previous life, there was a player who sold a black iron weapon on the 5th day of the service, and the attributes were not as good as his. They were all sold for more than 40,000 yuan, and his one, the low bidding price is only 30,000 yuan, so no one cares, right? It's not that there are as many tyrants as dogs in this game. Is the second generation all over the place? Why is it that no one even asks for a black iron weapon for 30,000 yuan now? Thinking of this, Yuan Qing walked directly towards the outside of the hot spring town. However, just as he passed by a tavern, with a crisp sound of bang dong, the tavern glass shattered. Then, Yuan Qing saw 2 players flying out of the window like cannonballs, smashed on the rockery opposite the tavern, smashing the rockery to the point that there were cracks. Look at those 2 players again, their mouths are spitting blood and their faces are pale at the moment. Apparently it has reached a state of residual blood. Yuan Qing's expression was grim. These 2 players are lower ninjas, able to knock them away with one blow, and crippled at present. In addition to themselves, I'm afraid only NPCs above the strength of the middle ninja have this strength. But the hot spring town is just an ordinary town. In addition to the Konoha stronghold where daily missions are released and the substations of the major families, there should be very few ninja NPCs in the town. I don't know who these 2 guys offended and were beaten into this pig-headed 3. Damn, that fierce woman is so terrifying. She actually knocked both of us out of the tavern with a single punch and almost burped. I didn't expect that woman's strength to be so terrifying, but we don't lose anything, isn't it that she didn't die? Haha yes, by the way, did you touch it just now? Alas, don't mention it, it's just a little bit, but I didn't expect there to be such a magnificent woman in this NPC. The game planning is really popular. Next time you have the opportunity to bury your head in it, why don't you just pull it out and squeeze it in? Damn, Buddy is a civilized person, how can he do such a trivial thing? After the 2 players got up from the ground, they first glanced at Yuan Qing, and then left here while talking. Hearing the conversation between the 2 goods, Yuan Qing was stunned. A fierce woman with terrifying strength, could it be? Just as he was thinking, another person came out of the tavern next to him. Yuan Qing turned his head to look. I saw a fierce woman with blonde hair and a green brocade robe, who was staggering towards him with a large wine bottle at the moment. Look at the familiar magnificence, and the huge word gamble on the green brocade robe. Yuan Qing couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Isn't this the Tsunade you're looking for? What about those 2 stinky boys just now? After Tsunade walked over, he first glanced around, but saw that there was no one, so he looked at Yuan Qing and said, "Are you in the same group as the 2 stinky boys just now?" No, I don't know them." Yuan Qing hurriedly shook his head and said, "Damn, when we just met, were we mistaken for an outlaw who touched someone's murder? That's too cheating, isn't it? I see that you look very handsome, and you don't look like a friend of those two lewd guys." As he spoke, Tsunade picked up the large wine bottle in his hand and poured a few sips into his mouth, and continued, "Little handsome guy, how is it? Do you want to have a drink with my sister?" "I won't drink it today, I still have something to do, I have to go first." Yuan Qing deliberately took 2 steps back. "Something? What can you do with a little brat? Isn't it not to give my sister face? Do you know what it is?" Tsunade suddenly raised his fist and shook it in front of Yuan Qing, a fist as big as a sandbag. "Have you ever seen it? If it weren't for the fact that you are still a little handsome, sister, I wouldn't have invited you to drink." It's not my fault that I'm handsome." Yuan Qing complained silently in his heart, but he said, "I want to go to the gambling house in front of me to play too now. Try your luck, if you win, I don't need you to invite you, I'll treat you to an all-nighter." "What?" At the moment, because there are not many players pouring into the hot spring town. In this casino, the work is basically done by some nearby resident NPCs. And seeing Yuan Qing and Tsunade walking into the casino, those NPCs who were betting immediately surrounded them. Then Tien shamelessly turned on the touting mode. "Tsunade-sama, what do you want to play today?" "Yes, Miss Tsunade, I see that you are full of red light today, and your wealth must be prosperous. Do you want to come to something big?" "It's terrible, it looks like Tsunade-sama is going to kill all sides today. Baccarat or Pai Gao?" Listening to the compliments of these NPCs, Tsunadeheim, who was already half drunk, suddenly floated away. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Which one is exciting to play today?" "What a stupid woman. I'm drunk like this, and I'm going to gamble. No wonder it is regarded as the legendary big fat sheep." Yuan Qing sighed secretly in his heart, but he didn't stop Tsunade. After all, he hooked the other party over for this purpose. However, just after Tsunade let out cruel words, Yuan Qing looked at Tsunade's information, and suddenly there were some changes. Hidden message, helped Tsunade win money, you can get plus 100 friendship. Hidden info, helped Tsunade win big and win, you can get plus 500 friendship. Hidden message, take the opportunity to touch Tsunade to gain minus 100 friendship. 3 hidden messages in a row. Yuan Qing was directly stunned. Is this favorability so frustrating? If you do it all, won't you soon have a reverence relationship? But what the hell is that negative favorability hidden message? Yuan Qing was excited in her heart, but at the same time, he was hesitating. If he goes to help Tsunade win money, then how can he rely on the other party's light to bet? Moreover, it is very difficult to help Tsunade, the big fat sheep, win money. Damn, this huge amount of favorability is really hard to earn. Yuan Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head, then fell into deep thought and began to think of a way. And at this moment, Tsunade has already begun to kill all sides at the table. To be exact, it should be killed by the people. Tsunade is worthy of the legendary big fat sheep, and every gamble will lose. In just a few minutes, she had already lost tens of thousands of coins. And there is a great momentum that you won't go home if you don't lose all today. Wait a minute. Just when Tsunade was drinking alcohol and was about to bet indiscriminately, Yuan Qing suddenly shouted, and then leaned into Tsunade's ear and said a few words softly. Hearing this, Tsunade's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed, and he looked at Yuan Qing and said, "This method. Are you sure you can? Trust me." Yuan Qing smiled faintly at Tsunade. "If this method doesn't win money, I'll sleep with you. Phew, I'll give you a beating." Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'll trust you once, but I won't lend you money. Ahem, I have money myself." Yuan Qing shrugged, then sat down next to Tsunade as well and started placing bets. At this time, Tsunade and the NPCs in the casino were playing dice rolling. She bought small. However, at Yuan Qing's suggestion, Tsunade only pressed 10 coins. Then, Yuan Qing directly poured out all the belongings. A total of 8,362 coins, all of them are big. All right. I've withdrawn all the coins that I sold my equipment before. This money, except for the 2,000 coins obtained from the mission, the rest of the money was still burst from those people who exploded in the sky before. This is also the reason why Yuan Qing is in a hurry to find Tsunade to be the light. Because I'm poor. I have to say it, though. Tsunade's buff aura of losing every gamble is really awesome. Yuan Qing pressed against her and won the handle. The money in the wallet is doubled and doubled. 10 later. He has accumulated more than 600,000 coins on his countertop, and Tsunade sighed, although he lost everything, but at Yuan Qing's suggestion, he only lost a few hundred coins. Compared with her previous loss of tens of thousands of random handfuls, it is insignificant. I didn't expect you kid to have such a high achievement in gambling. Tsunade looked at Yuan Qingdao with great interest. Obviously, under Yuan Qing's superb gambling technique, Tsunade has been completely convinced. And Yuan Qing also knows that if he wants to increase his favorability with Tsunade, his performance at the gambling table must be as high profile as possible. So he cleared his throat and said unceremoniously, "Actually, when I was in my hometown, others called me to gamble. Saint." The word saint deliberately dragged out a long sound, which is quite a bit of the demeanor of the Star Master. Really? As soon as the words fell, Yuan Qing heard such a prompt sound in his ears. There is money to be made again. This treatment is so cool that you don't want it. And after the previous temptation, Yuan Qing has already concluded at this moment that this Tsunade is definitely the key person who can make his life turn around. From the poor boy, become a rich man. Sister Tsunade, let's play like this next. At this time, Yuan Qing leaned into Tsunade's ear and whispered a few words. And after listening to Yuan Qing's words, Tsunade suddenly trembled, covered his mouth and said, "Are you sure you want to play so big? To tell you the truth, although I have been in the casino for more than 10 years, I have never played such an exciting game." Yuan Qing said indifferently, "I swear in the name of my gambling saint, this time I will definitely let you win." "Good, then I'll see." With that, Tsunade got up and sprinkled a bunch of coins onto the table. "This time I'm pressing this dot and that, this 2 dot and those 2, give me 10 coins each. All of these leopards are also crushed by 10. A minute later, Tsunade finally put down all the bets on the table. Each bet is pressed with 10 coins. Only that 666 didn't press. But because the countertop was so cluttered, no one noticed this detail. The dealer was stunned, then looked at Tsunade and smiled, "Hee hee, big fat dot Tsunade-sama. It's not interesting for you to press like this. Even if you let one win, the others will lose outweighed the loss. I'm happy, can you handle it?" Tsunade pursed his lips and said, "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and shake your dice cup." The other side. Looking at the table full of scattered coins, Yuan Qing smiled and said nothing, just about to place a bet. At this moment, a group of players with very similar IDs suddenly walked in from outside the casino. "Yo, I didn't expect there to be a gambling house in this game, it's interesting." A player with the ID name, Prog Night God, glanced at the gambling house, and finally saw that only Yuan Qing was here, so he also walked over. Others are following. Seeing these uninvited guests, Yuan Qing frowned slightly. It's not that he's afraid of these people. It's just that he saw that on the heads of these people, in addition to the acquaintance ID name, there was another title, Prog Guild Member. I didn't expect the time for Prog to establish a guild so much earlier. Yuan Qing was secretly shocked in his heart. Prog is one of the most prosperous guilds in the Chinese online game industry. There are at least hundreds of thousands of members in it, and they have a deep heritage. It is said that there is also a huge consortium behind this guild organization. Prog ranks third in the Chinese online game guild. Its status is much higher than the Linjian Pavilion, where the Purple Rose is located. Can match it, except for the Divine Domain, which has always stood at the pinnacle of the Chinese online game industry. There are only the second-ranked Wolf Clan and the fourth-ranked Fengdu Ghost Dragon. But what shocked Yuan Qing the most was, the founding time of Prog will be so much earlier. You must know that in the previous life, Prog was also the first force to create a guild, but that was a week after the service started. And now, day 1, 7 days in advance. I didn't expect to meet the god who ranked first in the whole server here, what an unexpected joy. At this time, the night god had already led his men to Yuan Qing, with a faint smile on his face. Who expected the voice to land? Saw Yuan Qing raise his head expressionlessly. His cold gaze swept over everyone. Finally spit out a word from the mouth, "Get out." For the Guild of Prog, Yuan Qing didn't have a good feeling, and even had some hatred, because in his previous life, Prog and his guild were mortal enemies. The two associations have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and each has its own damage. However, this was not what made Yuan Qing really hate this guild. But during the period when the Foreign Alliance invaded China, Prog actually committed treason. Hearing the word roll, the smile on the night god's face immediately froze. Then came the rage of rage. "Changa, do you know who you're talking to?" As the head of the Prog Pioneer Regiment, he was a respected presence wherever he went. When has someone ever been humiliated like this? If I'm not mistaken, your current identity should be the head of the first pioneer group in Prague to enter the ninja world, shouldering the heavy responsibility of map clearing and personnel deployment, which can be said to be a high authority. At this time, Yuan Qing slowly stood up from the gambling table, looked at the night god and the group of Prague congregants behind him, and said disdainfully, "But in my eyes, you doubt it's just garbage. You're looking for death." When he heard the first half of the sentence, the night god was still a little complacent, but in the end, when the word garbage came to his eardrums, he finally couldn't help but burst away. In a fit of rage, the night god directly pulled out the short knife hanging behind his back and slashed it over. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the night god move, the rest of Prague also drew their weapons. But just when they were about to surround and kill, sudden mutation. In his sight, he saw that the short knife that the night god had slashed down suddenly stopped at the enemy 2 inches away from Yuan Qing's forehead. To be exact, it was blocked by a sudden hand. The sharp blade is tightly clasped by it. Click. With a crisp sound, the short knife broke in response. See this scene. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The one who blocked this knife was Tsunade. Shadow NPCs, the night god said with a shudder. After the player is promoted to the lower ninja, he can already find out part of the information of the NPCs of the same camp. And at this moment, the strength information that Tsunade showed in the eyes of the night god was shadow level. Tsunade casually threw away the hand-breaking blade, looked at the night god and those men behind him, and his face showed impatience. Give you 10 seconds, get out of here immediately, or I'll kill you. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and retreated in a panic. Threatened by a shadow-level NPC, even the Prog Guild has to admit it. The night god clenched his fists, looked at Yuan Qing and said angrily, Chang'e, don't think that you are the first in the Huaxia service to rush to the level. You can see no one who offends us in Prague will have a good end. Really? Yuan Qing smiled faintly, and then walked in front of the night god as if no one was around. A leg lift is a kick. Kanaha whirlwind. 9274 HP in an instant, the body of the night god flew directly out of the gambling house like a cannonball out of the chamber. One-hit kill. Because Yuan Qing shot too quickly, when the others reacted, they found that the night god who was originally standing in the crowd had disappeared. Gray names can't be wasted. Yuan Qing clapped his hands, then looked at the stunned Prague congregation and said, go back and tell your boss, not everyone is something that Prague can afford to mess with. The god of the night is seconds. The rest of the Prague congregation fled. The gambling house is calm again. What a disappointment. Tsunade muttered quietly, then waved at Yuan Qing and said, come, let's continue. Yuan Qing shrugged his shoulders and sat down at the table. Then, he pushed all the coins on the table to the 666 mark. It's all overwhelmed. After everyone has finished betting, the dealer starts to shake the dice. Bang la la, bang la la. Watching the dice cup keep flipping in the hands of the dealer, at this moment, Tsunade's face was unprecedentedly dignified. And although Yuan Qing knew that he had a great chance of winning, he was also a little worried when he looked at so many coins. Damn it. This time, more than 600,000 people are pressed in. If you don't win, you'll have to go home and eat dirt. Good, bet on leaving, open. The dealer rolls over the dice. When he saw the 3 dice that were exactly the same, Yuan Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, a wave of ecstasy welled up in my heart. Now, on the outskirts of the Ape Fae clan's clan land, thousands of players are standing there. At least more than half of them have already worn the lower ninja forehead. It can be seen that the strength is shown. These players stand neatly and solemnly, like battle-hardened soldiers, well-trained. And many people still have a faint sense of arrogance. But the most striking thing is the ID prefix of all of them. Prague. If Yuan Qing was here, he would definitely see that many of these people were characters he was familiar with. Standing at the top of the team is a young man named Prague White 2. This person is dressed in a bronze whiteboard mix and match, and the snake-patterned dagger on his waist is even more flashing with a cautious coldness. Obviously a black iron weapon. Being able to wear such sophisticated equipment at this time is enough to prove his status in Prague. White Slaughter. Commander-in-Chief of the Prague Warband. He is also the highest person in charge of the ninja world in Prague at present. Now, the night god who had been killed by Yuan Qing in one blow before was standing in front of Baitu respectfully, telling him something. That's really what that long song said. After listening to the night god's narration, Baitu suddenly revealed a gloomy smile. The night god said solemnly, it's true, the congregation that was with me at the time heard it. That long song was extremely arrogant, relying on the shadow-level NPC to support him, and beat us up. If it weren't for the shadow-level NPC, we would have killed him a long time ago. Baitu sneered, the shadow level is strong, but in the ninja world, it is not the strongest. Your first task now is to improve your strength and distance yourself from other players as soon as possible. Among the top 10 guilds in Huaxia, it is not only my Prague family who has entered the Fire Country, but also those guys from Feng to Ghost Snake and Linjian Pavilion. In addition, other guilds can't be underestimated. After all, the ninja world is a new virtual game, although we have mastered the intelligence resources that other players don't have, but it's not comprehensive. A lot of things need to be explored by yourself. The role of your vanguard group is this, and you will be smart in the future, understand? I see. The night god nodded and said, Commander, what should I do with Chang'e? Let's check his details first. If there is no background, just issue a wanted warrant, and he will naturally not be able to stay in the ninja world at that time. As he spoke, Baitu turned to look at the buildings behind him and said, the family mission should be about to start. The direct bloodline of the contemporary Hokage, the Sarafii clan, must be the strongest bloodline in the ninja world, and when the time comes, as long as the family honor is brushed up and exchanged for the bloodline, my Prague strength will inevitably improve by leaps and bounds, and at that time, even if it is the divine domain, we will be able to fight with it. Speaking of this, Baitu's expression suddenly became cold. Feng to Ghost Dragon, Linjian Pavilion, and those 10 major guilds in other countries, what will your choice be? Meanwhile, outside the Hyaga clan, Purple Rose is waiting with a group of female players behind her, with anxious faces. I don't know what that Chang'e is doing. In fact, sometimes I really envy those scattered people. Freedom, do whatever you want, don't worry about the guild's affairs. Purple Rose pursed her lips and muttered softly, Yo sister Rose, You're thinking about that long song again, isn't it interesting to people? Seeing Purple Rose showing a Sichun expression, a tall female player next to her suddenly joked, but if you really invite that god who is the first in the whole server to Linjian Pavilion, it will also be very beneficial to our guild, come on. If you really can't do it, just seduce with beauty, do you need my sister to teach you? You, how could I be interested in that kind of guy? Purple Rose hurriedly argued, but at this time, her face was already as red as a ripe apple. At this moment, the same scene is being staged outside the various families of Konoha village. The Fenga Ghost Dragon, ranked 4th among the top 10 guilds in Huaxia, chose the Uchiha clan, and in addition to these superpowers, the same is true for some of the larger guilds that have inside information in their hands. Hero Club chose the Inyazuka clan, Overlord Palace chose the Mountain clan, Burning Flame Valley chose the Nara clan, Ant Nest chose the Autumn Road clan. Besides, the other 4 countries are almost in the same situation at the moment. The major forces have gathered outside the clan territories of the major families, waiting for the opening of the family mission. The Shangshui Lu clan of Yinyan village, the Liangping clan, the Sand Waterfall clan in Cheyenne village, the Cho clan, the Ghost Lamp clan of Weian village, the Take Torai clan, the Yayu clan of Leiyin village, the Darrow clan, and just when those large guild forces were still preparing for the family mission, the other side, the Land of Fire, Hot Spring Town. After a few hearty fights, Yuan Qing and Tsunade finally walked out of the gambling house. I didn't expect this gambling house to be so stingy, didn't it just make us win a little money, so I said that we were going to go bankrupt, sister, I'm still on the rise. Tsunade said meaningfully. We've won all the money in this gambling house, even if you want to gamble, you don't have the capital, or let's go to the other 2 casinos? Yuan Qing continued to instigate. Damn, he won a total of 300 million this time, and the part that was allocated to Tsunade has been removed. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Making money, sometimes it's that simple. Hearing that Yuan Qing was going to harm the other 2 gambling houses, Tsunade's eyes suddenly lit up, hugged his neck and laughed. You kid still understands me, sister, I'm itching, if you don't let me play 2 more, I have to smash several gambling houses in this hot spring town. Just you, a big fat sheep, are you still itching, hee hee. Yuan Qingkang smiled, but said like this, Sister Tsunade, violence can't solve any problems. Tsunade took a look at the big hand, and directly touched out 2 skill scrolls from his chest. I see that when you kid did it just now, it seems that he used it as a rigid physical technique. You may be able to use these 2 physical techniques, sister, I sent you. Yuan Qing took the skill scroll and glanced at it, and suddenly his breath stagnated. Strange force. Skill level, C, skill attribute, physical technique. Skill effect, accurately control chakra, cover the whole body, increase physical damage by 10%, basic attack damage by 30%, weapon damage is invalid, skill cooldown, none, chakra cost, turn on the strange power state, which consumes 1% chakra per second, minimum cost, 100 points per second. Condition Shi learning, reach 100 strength attribute points. Description, practicing this technique will allow you to have invincible power, easily shatter rocks, and it will no longer be a dream. Air explosion. Skill level, B, skill attribute, physical technique. Skill effect, the chakra covering the whole body will burst out at one time, emitting a powerful air current, shocking back enemies within 5 meters around, and has a certain chance to cause a stun effect, and the stun time depends on the opponent's resistance. Skill cooldown, 2 minutes, chakra cost, 5%, minimum cost, 500 points. Condition of use, strange power state. Description, before the force rises, the chi comes first. A highly effective group attack support skill. If exercised properly, it is enough for the caster to take the head of the enemy among 10,000 people. These 2 skills are simply tailor-made for me. Looking at the introduction of these 2 skills, Yuan Qing was extremely excited. Strange Force is only a C-level skill though, but its practical value is definitely higher than that of A-level skills. It can be said that it is a skill that all physical players dream of. Increases physical damage by 10% and basic attack damage by 30%. This is still at skill level LV1. If you continue to increase your skill level, then this damage bonus will reach a terrifying level. If you combine it with some physical skills, the damage output will definitely explode. Of course, the most important thing about this skill is the continuous status bonus. That is, once this state is turned on, the caster is completely output with a powerful buff bonus. The downside is that it's too blue consuming. With a chakra of 100 points per second, it is estimated that many players can only be a 5-second man at present. Even in the later stage, deducting chakra's defects by percentage is an irreparable shortcoming of the skill. But these defects do not exist here in Yuan Qing. 6 immortal bodies, 5 times the chakra limit, 5x chakra recovery. The later it gets, the faster it recovers. And if that's not enough, then directly open the outer path talent. 10x cap, 10x recovery. Just ask if you're afraid. As for the skill of air explosion, although it does not have such a high practical value as Strange Force, but when it is besieged, it is also a magic skill to break the siege. Its role in deterring enemies is also a part that cannot be ignored. Jirei was also at the door of the Hokage's office before, and he used a similar skill effect. And in the original book, when Orikimura used the filthy earth to reincarnate in Psychic to create the Four Shadows, Thousand Hands also used this chi explosion skill, and he directly shocked Uchiha Sasuke and others into a cold sweat, as if facing a great enemy. The Ghost Light Water Moon is almost scared to pee. It can be seen how powerful the aura of this skill is. Thanks, Sister Tsunade. Tsunade, this light is really easy to use. Winning the bid every time. 2 hours later. Yuan Qing's system account has accumulated a huge amount of 900 million. In less than half a day, I made money that most people can't earn in a lifetime. This mood, not to mention how refreshing. Damn, it would have been nice if I had met Tsunade earlier in my previous life. After leaving the gambling house, Yuan Qing couldn't help but sigh secretly. When he met Tsunade in his previous life, the world plot line had developed to the time when the Akatsuki organization collected tailed beasts. At that time, Tsunade had become the Hokage of all eyes, and he was so busy with affairs that he didn't have time to go to the gambling house to spend time. And then Jireiya's death also made her give up gambling completely. Because the Tsunade bet won. The only time in my life that I won a bet, but I lost everything because of it. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing couldn't help but feel a little more pity in his eyes when he looked at Tsunade. This woman seems to be very arrogant, but he knows that the other party's life can be said to be extremely bumpy. The younger brother died tragically, the lover died tragically, and the master was killed by his former colleague Fa Xiao. In the end, even his childhood sweetheart, who had been silently guarding him, died for it. Not even the body was found. Even if it's the Hokage, so what? In the end, it's not nothing. Alas. Yuan Qing sighed heavily. In this life, he has a good relationship with Jiraiya and Tsunade in the ninja world, and the personalities of these two people are also very compatible with him. If he could, he really wanted to forcibly change the world plotline, but he also knew that if he did, then, the intelligent brain system will inevitably intervene in itself at all costs, and there may be an irreversible crisis at that time, and thus pay a terrible price. At this moment, Yuan Qing felt unprecedented pressure. Even if he's already above all the players, even if he already has the potential to become a peak powerhouse, but at this moment, he still felt the depression brought by powerlessness. Boy, what's the sigh of? Seeing Yuan Qing's depressed expression, Tsunade thought that he hadn't gambled enough, so he leaned over with a smile. What? After winning so much money, are you still too little? Would you like to go for a few drinks with me? Next time, I still have some business, so let's go first. Yuan Qing refused. The gambling houses in the hot spring town have all been closed down by him. It is estimated that it will not be able to open in a short time. Even if you keep staying, it's not fun. And calculate the time, the family mission should start soon. Yuan Qing felt that it was still necessary to go back to Konoha to have a look. Although there are also sub-family stations of major families in the hot spring town, you can also receive family quests. But those NPCs who are extremely important to the world's plot line are mostly gathered in Konoha village at this moment. If he rushes back now, he might be able to reap a little extra benefit. Of course, these are things that other players don't know. Saying goodbye to Tsunade, Yuan Qing immediately set off to return to Konoha. However, at the moment when he stepped out of the hot spring town, suddenly there were two prompts in my ears. Faction notice: congratulations to the player Long Song for successfully purifying the atmosphere of the hot spring town and gaining 100 points of reputation in the fire country. Regional notice: congratulations to the player Long Song for successfully purifying the atmosphere of the hot spring town, gaining 1000 points of reputation in the hot spring town, and the relationship with the hot spring town has been promoted to reverence, enjoying a 20% price subsidy. The first prompt tone is still the faction announcement, second only to the server-wide announcement. Yuan Qing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he would be able to get such benefits by winning 3 gambling houses to the point of closing down. Could it be that all this anti-pornography crackdown is now in the game world? Yuan Qing immediately started at full speed and galloped all the way in the direction of Konoha village. Last time, because of the escort mission, Yuan Qing spent more than 1 hour crossing the purple mist jungle, and this time, it took him less than 20 minutes to get back to Konoha. Now, due to the increasing number of players coming from the major novice villages, the Konoha village has become more crowded, especially the Hokage building. The queue is like a train. Every now and then, someone will come over to cut the line. The scene is extremely chaotic. For this reason, in order to maintain order, those ninja NPCs also specially sent 2 mid-ninja teams to patrol here. And the players in the task hall on the first floor were also a lot more when Yuan Qing came to collect the task before. Look, isn't that the god of long songs who ranks first in the whole server? Wow, it's really a long song god. he's more handsome in real life than in the video. It seems that the camp news just now was also triggered by the great god of long song. It's so cool, but how did that god of purifying the town's atmosphere and singing did it? Could it be that he is sweeping pornography in a hot spring town? This game also has an anti-pornography function. I think the Minesweeper is about the same. When Yuan Qing walked into the gate of Kanaha Gate, those newcomers who were rushing from the novice village suddenly cast envious eyes. Some female players couldn't help but scream like killing pigs, hoping to attract Yuan Qing's attention, regardless of the feelings of other male compatriots. In this regard, Yuan Qing is also very helpless. He also wants to keep a low profile, but his strength doesn't allow it. One server-wide announcement and one faction announcement, it's hard not to be remembered. Bypassing the crowd, Yuan Qing soon came to the commercial street. At this time, he happened to see a group of players gathered in front of the store where he sold the equipment, shouting, not knowing what they were doing. Yuan Qing walked over. At this time, the voices of those people gradually came, damn, I'll give 70,000, don't rob me, Lao Tzu is a member of the Heroes Club. Fuck you, will the hero be amazing? Lao Tzu is still a person from Ziyun Pavilion. Have you heard of Ziyun Pavilion? Once in the demon world, it was a strong club that squeezed into the top 10, I'll give 72,000, see who will rob it. A garbage online game that no one plays, it's still in the top 10, even if I give me the top 3, I'm not rare, I want this weapon for 70,005, if anyone robs me again, don't blame me for turning my face and not recognizing people. Fuck off, what kind of bullshit guild? It's just a false name that doesn't even have a guild construction order, what a drag, whoever has money now is Lao Tzu, I want 100,000 yuan for this weapon. Fuck. You've got a seed. Damn, Lao Tzu is out of 105,000. Is it great to be rich? That's right, being rich is amazing. I'll give 200,000. You can go on and add, I don't care. Day you paid 200,000 for a black iron weapon. Why do you have a mine at home? Excuse me, I'll correct you. You should ask me how many mines I have in my house, not if I have mines in my house. Terrifying. Awesome. This is the real tyrant. When Yuan Qing approached this equipment store, he happened to see a player with the ID name Only My Hero, standing proudly in the middle of the crowd, being looked up to by everyone. Alone? Isn't this the third son of the richest man in China? I didn't expect to see him here. Seeing this guy, Yuan Qing couldn't help but be startled. This self-centeredness, Yuan Qing had not seen it in his previous life, but he had heard other people talk about his deeds. It is said that this person smashed hundreds of millions of dollars in the early stage of the game. Acquire the weapons and skills you need at all costs, and then spend money to hire people to level up. Even when the next dungeon is played, it is a lot of money to ask senior players to bring it. In the early stages of the game, the reputation of the egoist is very great, even surpassed those who had appeared in the system announcement at one point. And this guy has a lot of character too. I just like to play alone. Never join any guilds. In the past, many large guilds wanted to win him over as a gold master, but they were all rejected. The reason he gave was, it's just a game, and Lao Tzu can play it as much as he wants. As a result, when the war of aggression broke out in the last days, Sogoho was also the first person to disappear from the world. Some people say that he is because he is too arrogant in the game world, so he was kidnapped in the real world. Later, because he couldn't negotiate the ransom, he was torn up the ticket. I don't know if it's true. And at the moment, seeing that I was the only one who shouted the price of 200,000 yuan, everyone stopped squeaking. Even those who claimed to be grand guilds gave up their bids. They bid thousands and hundreds, and you can come up directly for 100,000 and 100,000 plus. How many more do you have to compete for? I'll give you 200,001 coins. The corners of Yuan Qing's mouth lifted. The group of players who suddenly burst into the crowd and surrounded the only ones he had just seen before were none other than those of the Prague Pioneers. That leader is none other than Prague Night God, who was kicked to death by himself before. And what surprised Yuan Qing even more was that the other party now seemed to take a fancy to the fine iron knife he was selling. I have to say, the road is narrow. Damn, do you know who I am? Seeing that he was surrounded by others, he looked like he was going to do it, but I was also angry. Lao Tzu doesn't care who you are, no matter how nonsense you are, believe it or not, Lao Tzu will send you back to life now. The night god's eyes were filled with a thick killing intent. It is said that the poor are afraid of the rich are afraid of the horizontal, and the horizontal are afraid of the dead. Absolutely. At this moment, I was the only one who saw the hideous appearance of the night god, and I was also cowardly. He shrunk his neck and whispered, isn't it just a black iron weapon? Lao Tzu is not rare, and when the decisive time comes to have a better silver weapon, it will not be too late to buy it. Of course, Soman is not a fool. He naturally knew that these people in front of him were not easy to provoke. The circle is big, and he will understand a little bit about everything, and the force behind Prague, even his father has to weigh it, not to mention his second ancestor, who has no real power at home. Count you as acquaintances. Seeing that I was the only one who was instigated, the night god suddenly snorted coldly. In fact, he is also on fire now. I was killed by someone in the hot spring town at level 1 before, and I thought of returning to Konoha to find Baitu, the chief commander of the guild, to help find the field. But he didn't expect that Baitu only thought about the family task in his heart, and just casually perfunctory a few words to him and then didn't follow. Later, when he was waiting for the family mission to start, someone told him that a black iron weapon with good attributes appeared in Konoha Commercial Street. So, while the rest of the guild was preparing for the family task, he led people to sneak out quietly. A superb weapon can give players a huge advantage. The Night God felt that if he could grab this black iron weapon, then, the next time he met Chang'e, he might be able to fight with him. At least, it won't be killed by the opponent with one blow like last time. Well, that's what he thought. After all, as a branch leader of a top guild, if he has been killed by people in seconds, then he must not be laughed to death? Yo, it's very lively here. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Hearing this voice, the Night God suddenly shook his tiger body. Turn around and look. In his sight, he saw a handsome young man with a giant bandage weapon on his back coming out of the crowd, and then looked at him with a smile. How did you end up here? The god of the night is like a great enemy. Why can't I be here? Yuan Qing said indifferently. Damn, don't be too arrogant, I'll kill you now. The Night God gritted his teeth and looked at Yuan Qing, as if his eyes were about to erupt with fire. Commander, don't be impulsive. Yes, Commander Baitu asked us not to cause trouble at this critical moment. You must not be impulsive. If you let Commander Baitu know that we sneaked out to fight with others, we will be expelled from Prague directly. Commander, you must hold back. Seeing that the Night God looked like he was about to go berserk, the people of his vanguard group immediately surrounded him and frantically dissuaded him. I still have something to do today, and I'll settle accounts with you later. Seeing this, the Night God suppressed his anger, then snorted coldly, and turned to look at the delicate long knife hanging in the shop. Don't pay attention to Yuan Qing anymore. Wait, Chang'e, when I get this weapon, I must make you look good. Looking at the fine iron sword hanging in the shop, the Night God's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of anticipation. Yuan Qing walked in front of Solitary How with a smile, and then deliberately pretended to be very puzzled and said, the black iron weapon hanging on the shop has a very high attribute, and it also has a rare defense-breaking effect. Don't you want it? What if you want to? Prague has a deep background, and I can't afford to mess with it. I spread my hands helplessly, and then reminded, I think you seem to have some grudges with those guys in Prague. Big brother, be careful. That guild is not something you can afford to mess with. Life is in the world, and living is a free and easy life. As he spoke, Yuan Qing suddenly showed a meaningful smile, and with your background, I don't think you need to be afraid of Prague, right? I was slightly stunned. Do you know who I am? It's not important. Yuan Qing continued to flicker. Think about it, you coaxed in front of Prague today. What if you fancy which piece of equipment in the future, and the people from Prague come to grab it again? Do you want to continue to admit it? It's okay to say that the equipment is outside the body after all. But what if the woman you fancy is also fancy? If the other party also takes a fancy to it, you will also give it to him, then you can really go herd the sheep. I was the only one who was stunned and said, herding sheep, miscellaneous. What do you mean? There is a Hulunbir prairie on my head. If I don't go to herd sheep, do I still go to drive? Yuan Qing was blunt. Hearing this, I suddenly realized, brother, you are right. If you are aggrieved, it is better to be a dog. At this moment, Sogo seems to have found a life mentor. He thanked Yuan Qing repeatedly, then straightened his chest and walked directly to the equipment store, raised his hand and threw out a heavy money bag, and said domineeringly, that fine iron sword, I will pay 300,000. I think you're tired of living. Seeing that the weapon that had almost been in his hands had been mixed again, the Night God was furious. However, at this time, the group of subordinates behind him rushed up again, frantically dissuading. Commander, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Commander, once you attack, you will become gray, gray name. Commander, killing the gray name will not accumulate kill points. Commander, you have to think twice. The men are crazy and hinting. In the gambling hall of the hot spring town, the scene when the Night God was killed in seconds is still vivid in their minds. The reason why I said this was because at that time, after the Night God was killed in seconds, they all heard Chang'e say such a sentence. Gray names can't be wasted. The Night God is not stupid, and after working with his subordinates for many years, he naturally heard some doorways. At this time, he subconsciously glanced at Chang'e standing behind him, found that the other party was looking at him with a smile, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If just hands on, maybe it's not the one who dies, it's me. I don't know why, but such an idea suddenly popped into the heart of the Night God. Damn, Lao Tzu is out of 310,000. The Night God was also angry, and with a wave of his hand, he directly added 10,000. Since you can't do it, you can only do it on the money. Prague is the third superforce in the Chinese online game industry, and there is the support of a mysterious consortium behind him. Are you still afraid that this rich second generation who came out of nowhere will not succeed? However, his idea was quickly hit. I saw that I was the only one who was pulling his fingernails and said, then I'll pay 400,000. Fuck your uncle, Lao Tzu is out of 410,000. The god of night gritted his teeth. I dug my nostrils, then I'll pay 500,000. Boy, you have a kind, Lao Tzu is out of 510,000, you have the ability to shout again. At this moment, the night god's heart is already dripping blood. Damn, spend 510,000 yuan to buy a black iron weapon, this is a blood loss. But now that so many people are watching, if he, the dignified head of the Prague branch, can't even compete with an unknown rich second generation, then how can he mix it up in the future? It's boring, I thought you would be so arrogant. 11,000 plus, isn't it too tired? I was the only one who yawned, and said excitedly, it's really boring, I thought it was a king, but it turned out to be a bronze. No money, what to pretend, I'll pay 1 million. Don't add any more, you don't have as much money as me, only I am a kind reminder, after all, in Huaxia, there is really no one who can be richer than him. The son of the richest man, is he called casually? However, these words fell in the eyes of the night god, but it was a great shame for him. Damn, Lao Tzu gave 10 million, see if you still can't keep up, the god of night shouted with red eyes. Of course, with so much money, he himself definitely does not have. I'll go, this is a fairy fight, a black iron weapon was auctioned for 10 million. Damn, I thought that one was awesome enough, but I didn't expect Prague to be even better. But 10 million to buy a black iron weapon, isn't this too outrageous? Hee, the world of local tyrants, we don't understand it. That's right, maybe this black iron weapon is of infinite value to those people in the Great Guild. I wonder if that egoist will continue to bid. Seeing that a black iron weapon was pulled up to a sky-high price of 10 million, many players took a breath of cool air. Quite capable, then I'll pay 20 million. However, the 10 million is not a big price in the eyes of the only man, and with a wave of his hand, another money bag was thrown into the counter. Then, everyone saw that the bidding under the refined iron sword directly changed from 10 million to 20 million. Damn, this is definitely not an ordinary rich second generation. The night god gritted his teeth, he wanted to give up, but when he thought that he could get the extra money back from the seller later, he was emboldened again. Lao Tzu out 30 million, then I'll pay 40 million. Fuck your uncle Lao Tzu out 50 million, then I'll pay 60 million. Soon, with the crazy bidding of the Solus and the night god, the price of this fine iron knife suddenly rose. In the end, it soared directly to 100 million. At this moment, the players who were watching nearby were already confused. Unbelievable. A black iron weapon was copied to such an unprecedented price. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I would never have believed that such a thing would happen for the rest of my life. I wonder if the seller of that weapon knows that his weapon has been copied to this price. If the seller knew, he would probably be smiling from ear to ear. It's not just a smile that can't be closed, so much money can smash other people's legs. I suspect you're driving, but I can't find any evidence. I'm so envious, why didn't I get a black iron weapon? There was a lot of talk. Boss, will you go too far? This 100 million is 1/3 of the current guild's initial capital. If it is discovered by Commander by 2, it will be terrible. At this moment, a member of the Prague guild suddenly leaned into the ear of the god of night and whispered, "That's right." In the end, it was the night god who gave a bid of 100 million. Forget it, if that guy raises the price again, I'll give up. Fuck, I met such a madman. The night god glanced at the only one with palpitations, and for some reason, there was a hint of retreat in his heart. He thinks that this rich second generation is not simple. Tell me to go down and find out the details of this one-man hero. The god of the night said to his subordinates. It seems that you still have some assets, but you want to compare money with me, it's a little tender. On the other side, seeing the night god's face was extremely pale, I suddenly felt that I had seen the dawn of victory. That's right. He's not fighting the other party for some black iron weapon now. It's in the comparison. More rich than anyone. This is already a matter of face for his richest son. However, just when I wanted to continue to increase the price, Yuan Qing walked over with a smile, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Enough, if you continue to increase the price, the other party is likely to give up directly." With Yuan Qing's experience in the world, how could he not see the next wishful thinking of the night god? I was the only one who said proudly, "Isn't that just right? I just want to show that booklet who is the richest lord here." Yuan Qing shook his head. Sometimes, winning or losing temporarily doesn't mean anything. The person who laughs last is the real big winner. Speaking of this, he glanced at the only man with deep business, and then continued, "Being a man, sometimes it is good for yourself to be low-key." In fact, in the eyes of the only one, Yuan Qing is already his life mentor at this moment. So when he heard this, he immediately nodded. "Brother, you're right. You still have to keep a low profile as a person, and I also understand the truth of obscene development." After saying that, I turned to the night god and said, "I give up the bid, you win." "What?" The night god's eyes bulged, and his face was full of astonishment. A member of the congregation in Prague said, "Captain, are you going to be fooled by that kid? Fart, how could someone as shrewd as me be tricked?" The night god raised his hand and said, "Forget it, The money has already been smashed into it anyway, waiting for the weapon to be obtained. I will contact the seller immediately and ask him to return the money to us. But the head of the regiment, after all, it's 100 million. If the other party takes the money and then abandons the tour directly, what should I do? Another Prague congregation said worriedly. Hearing this, the night god's face suddenly turned to ashes. Oh, yes. This game is fascinating though. But 100 million is not a small amount. If the other party takes the money and runs away, it's not impossible. Don't worry, with our Prague status in China, even if the seller wants to run away with money, he has to weigh it. Awesome, I think the god of the night must have been tricked by the solitary hero. That's right, only a braindead would spend so much money on a black iron weapon. Look, Prague is acting domineering. I don't think they will really spend 100 million to buy that black iron weapon. It is estimated that they will definitely contact the seller at that time, and then return the money. But there is also a risk in this. What if the seller collects the money and does not sell Prague face at all? You are too naive. With Prague's strength, even if the seller escapes abroad, they have to have the means to make the other party spit out the money. I forgot about this stubble. I thought that the seller could make a lot of money, but it turned out to be a bamboo basket for nothing. Seeing that the night god spent 100 million to auction the black iron weapon, instead of showing shocked expressions, the others began to worry about the seller of the weapon. It's not that easy to get cheap in Prague. When the time comes, you may not only have to return the money, but you will also have to build a black iron weapon for nothing. Yuan Qing automatically blocked these remarks, then the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he walked to the front of the store counter. Seeing this, the night god suddenly showed a disdainful expression. What, would you like to come and take a kick too? Do you have that power? Don't think that you can coax you to take the first place in the whole server. Tell you, now you rely on money to talk here, and you don't have the money to get out of the way. He knew that he couldn't beat Yuan Qing, but that didn't mean he would lose to the other party in terms of money. You must know that the Prague Federation currently has invested 300 million in the ninja world, and he, the head of the Vanguard Regiment, can temporarily call on this fund. Dogs can take advantage of people, not to mention that there is a big tree in Prague behind him. I don't have that much money from you. Facing the ridicule of the night god, Yuan Qing just spread his hands and said, but naturally, there will be fools who will send me money. The night god sneered, is it not ashamed? If there really is a fool who sends you money, then I guess that fool must be stupid to the sky. That's right, that idiot is really stupid. Yuan Qing looked at Yeshendeo with a smile. After saying that, he directly turned around and triggered a conversation with the shop NPC. I'll close the deal early. Hello distinguished guests, you still have a black iron quality fine iron knife in our store is bidding for consignment, and someone has already bid 100 million. Are you sure you want to end the bidding in advance and transfer all the coins you have won to your personal account? Seeing Yuan Qing, the NPC who had been indifferent suddenly became respectful. Sure, Yuan Qing did not hesitate. Bidding consignment takes 1 hour to confirm. However, after reaching friendly prestige in the region, players can close the trade early. Ding, congratulations on the successful sale of the consignment, Jingdi Tadeo. After deducting labor fees, a total of 93 million coins have been transferred to your personal account. Bang la 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 la. With the sound of money in the bag, Yuan Qing's materials suddenly skyrocketed again. So far, his total assets have reached 10 billion. And the other side, the god of night is completely gone. Looking at the fine iron sword that he had already obtained in his hand, he stared at his eyes in disbelief, his face full of despair. Because just now, he suddenly received a prompt tone for the successful transaction. Ding, congratulations on successfully bidding for iron sword from player Long Song for 100 million coins. The transaction has been successful. Thank you for stopping by. He never expected that he had tried his best to even use the guild's funds to bid for the black iron weapon, and its seller would be Changa, who was standing in front of him at this moment. The moment he saw the tone, the god of night was devastated. If he could, he hoped it was all a dream. Commander, why did the weapon suddenly come to you? Don't you have 1 hour of trading and bidding? Now that the weapon is in hand, then you should know who the seller is. Hurry up and ask him to return the money, otherwise Commander by 2 will find out. It's better to pull out the name of Prague directly, and let the other party weigh the consequences of not paying back. That's right, if you don't pay back the money, even if you go to heaven and earth, you have to hunt him down, and the real world will not let him go. And at this time, seeing that the fine iron sword that was originally hanging in the weapon shop suddenly appeared in the hand of the night god, those players of the Prague Pioneer Regiment immediately surrounded them, and then began to make plans. The night god took a deep breath. Then he looked at Yuan Qing with an ugly face, and said with a miserable smile, Changa, I accidentally made a mistake in the price just now. This transaction is not counted. The weapon will be returned to you. You can return the money to me. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was boiling. Damn, it turns out that the seller of the black iron weapon is here. I remember, he is the god who is the first on the ranking list of the whole server, Changa. Awesome, looking at the tense appearance of Changa and the night god just now, I'm afraid this matter is not simple. Damn, now that I think about it, it seems that Changa just now single-handedly promoted the crazy bidding between the only man and the night god. this guy is too awesome, making people in the palm of his hand terrifying. By the way, I just saw that it seems that Chang'e stopped me from continuing to bid, so he deliberately targeted Prague. Dared to deliberately provoke Prague, there must be a background behind this long song, otherwise it would not be so arrogant. Cattle batch, broken sound. For a while, everyone's exclamations spread almost throughout the entire commercial street. More and more players are coming from all directions. When they heard about this, everyone's eyes widened. But there was a dead silence on the side of the Night God, especially those of the Prague Pioneer Regiment. When they learned that the black iron weapon that their regiment commander had auctioned at a sky-high price of 100 million turned out to be Chang'e's, everyone was stunned. No way? Whose fault is it, but the evil star? That's a ruthless man that even the head of their Prague Pioneer Regiment would dare to kill. Totally lunatic. Wanting to get the money back from the other party, is it possible? Chang'e, if you are willing to return the money to Prague, I can write off the previous matter. Seeing that Yuan Qing looked blind to himself, the Night God frowned, and his tone became cold. Otherwise, that not only will you find it difficult to move an inch in the ninja world, but in the real world, Prague also has the means to get you. Prague, sorry, I never paid attention to it. The corners of Yuan Qing's mouth curled slightly. If it's okay, then please get out. Prague may be a behemoth in the Chinese online game world, but Yuan Qing was not afraid at all. In the ninja world, with his current strength, even if he can't defeat the entire Prague guild, it is not difficult to retreat with his whole body. And in the real world, with early access to the ability to play, he is already an outlier. There's no need to be afraid of anything. You've got a kind, we'll see. The Night God glared at Yuan Qing fiercely, and after throwing down these words, he left this place angrily with a few people from the vanguard group. Prague. It's always a curse to keep it. Looking at the back of the Night God and the others leaving, Yuan Qing's expression became colder, and there was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Prague is always a hidden danger in China, and if there is an opportunity, he will not hesitate to get rid of it. The people in Prague didn't plant it. At this time, seeing the Night God leading people away, only Idaho immediately walked over. He looked at Yuan Qing with a fanatical face and said, "Big brother, you are so handsome, even I didn't expect that the seller behind the black iron weapon would be you, and you made 100 million in just a few minutes. You are even more powerful than my father." Unconsciously, I was the only one who changed his name for Yuan Qing. From brother to big brother. Hee, it's just luck. Yuan Qing shrugged his shoulders with a disapproving expression. I was the only one who said, "By the way, big brother, didn't you just say that I should go to find a guild with the same strength as Prague? I don't think it's necessary, I'll just follow you." Yuan Qing wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, this is a vault, and it seems a bit too much to give up like this. You must know that in his previous life, so many guilds tried to pull him into the gang but were unsuccessful. You can't destroy the heavens. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing suddenly changed his tone and said seriously, "The establishment of a guild requires a guild construction order, and I haven't gotten that thing yet. After a while, I'll notify you first when the guild construction order explodes." Guild building order, this is simple, wrapped up in me. I patted my chest and promised. Yuan Qing smiled faintly, just about to say something, and at this very moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded at system announcement. Family quests are now open. Players can go to their respective factions' ancestral lands and subclan stations to receive clan quests. And the clan is regarded as the only one, which cannot be replaced or separated. Choose wisely. System announcement. Family quests are now open. Players can go to their respective factions' ancestral lands and subclan stations to receive clan quests, and the clan is regarded as the only one, which cannot be replaced or separated. Choose wisely. System announcement. Family quests are now open. Players can go to their respective factions' ancestral lands and subclan stations to receive clan quests, and the clan is regarded as the only one, which cannot be replaced or separated. Choose wisely. In addition to the system announcements coming from the ears, at this moment, everyone's player perspective was also bombarded with this series of system notification information, and it flashes back and forth in the most conspicuous places. It's hard not to be discovered. However, after seeing these three pieces of information, the players who were gathering around the shopping street were suddenly messy. Damn, what the hell is the family mission? What is a family? Where is the family? Where can I get the family task? Can you explain the system a little clearly? Damn, no wonder I haven't seen those people from the big guild recently. It seems that they must have received the news and went to prepare for the family mission in advance. I was the only one who saw that everyone else had left, but Yuan Qing was unmoved, so he asked suspiciously, "The family Prague chose, I'm not interested." Yuan Qing said disdainfully. He remembered that the family that Prague had chosen in his previous life was the Apefly family. This family is good at attribute ninjutsu. If you have the bloodline of the Apefei clan, even in the lower ninja period, you can learn Shi-5 attributes of ninjutsu. It can be said that it occupies a great advantage in the early stage. And Prague at that time, it was with this advantage that it once overwhelmed the Fengde Ghost and Linjian Pavilion in the same camp, become the strongest guild in the Fire Nation. It wasn't until later that someone in the Fengde Ghost Snake awakened the Uchiha bloodline, which broke the scale. However, the shortcomings of the ape flying clan are also obvious. That's too balanced. Except for the family psychic beasts, there are hardly any protruding combat power characteristics. In the later stage, especially after the shadow level, there will be a defect of insufficient rear force. If he wanted to choose a family, Yuan Qing would rather choose the Uchiha or the Hyuga clan than the Sarafii clan. Well, then I'm not going either. I am the only one who is determined to follow Yuan Qing now, and when he saw that Yuan Qing was not going, he also decisively gave up this plan. There's no need for you to be like this, it's useless to be a licking dog. Yuan Qing smiled bitterly. How can this be called licking a dog? This is respecting the teacher. In my heart, big brother, you are now my life mentor. Only I suddenly showed a serious look. Well, whatever you want. Yuan Qing didn't want to waste time on this topic. He looked at me and said, then tell me, what do you like? I thought for a moment and said, I like the convex and backward ones, preferably the ones above the F cup. I'll ask you what kind of fighting style you like, so I can introduce you to a family. Yuan Qing has a black line, and he was almost angry to death by this richest man's son. Only I thought about it again and said, I personally prefer knife techniques, the best kind of knife skills that can kill anyone in one sword moves. It's best to pull the wind a little bit. There are more handsome men and women in the clan. By the way, I heard that there are psychic beasts in this game, which are similar to the kind of summoned beasts in other games. It would be better if you could summon a lot of psychic beasts at once. Big brother, do you say there is such a family? You have a lot of requirements. Rich people are just difficult. Yuan Qing shrugged and said, but there is really a family that has exactly the characteristics you said, with knife skills, and the family members are also very handsome, with explosive appearances, and more importantly, the family psychic beasts of that family can recruit many at once. Really? Is there really such a family? Introduce me to it. After listening to Yuan Qing's narration, only my eyes lit up, and I couldn't wait to run to that family land immediately. Yuan Qing found a house on the map, and then pointed it to Sawaduhao. This is a hidden family, you have to go to this place and wait first. Well, it may take a while, that person will go home almost at night, and then you can find him to join the family. It's worthy of being a big brother, then I'll go right away. I was the only one who immediately ran towards the house. But just after running a few steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, by the way, big brother, what's the name of that family? Yuan Qing smiled, the Kimu clan. Awesome, as soon as I hear the name, I am full of characters, I guess it must be a big family. After getting the answer, I left with joy. Yuan Qing shook his head, if you are a big family, the Kimu clan should also be considered a big family in the past. In Konoha Ninja Village, in addition to those families on the surface, there are also some hidden families. These hidden families may have once flourished, but now they are in decline. For example, the Senju clan, the Kurama clan, the Heiji clan, the Shinura clan. You must know that when Konoha was first built, there were hundreds of tribes. The clan is so powerful that it can even overwhelm the other 4 countries with the power of one village. It was once recognized as the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, but with the war that followed, and the intrigue of the major families, the glorious days of Konoha are a thing of the past. Many families have been lost in the long river of history, but the 100-legged insect died but did not stiffen, and there are still many families that have survived in the cracks. Although the people are withered, at least there is still blood in the world. Among them, the Kimu clan is like this. In his previous life, Yuan Qing had heard that there was such a player who had inadvertently come into contact with Kakashi Heiji, and passed the family trial assessment and joined the Heiji clan. Later, after the precipitation, that player was born. Holding a white chakra short knife in his hand, he has made a name for himself in the Land of Fire. After the faction battle began, this person directly entered the hinterland of the water country with 1 person and 1 sword, and killed several enemy guilds participating in the war and fled, with a remarkable record. This is the terrible thing about Kimu's swordsmanship. Then, it's time for me to go to the Hyuga clan too. The originally closed doors of the major families have also been liberated. Seeing this, those power players who had been squatting outside the land of various ethnic groups suddenly poured in like a tide. However, this does not mean that all players who enter a clan land will become a member of their clan. If you want to join the family, you need to pass the family's entrance assessment. Only players who have passed the clan entry assessment and completed the trial tasks are eligible to be accepted by the clan as family members. After becoming a member of the clan, players can accumulate honor points within the clan through clan quests. Honor points can be exchanged for items unique to each family. For example, the family bloodline, the family psychic beast, and the family's unique ninjutsu, body arts, sword arts, blood inheritance limit, and so on. However, in order to exchange for high-level items, in addition to honor points, you must also have a certain reputation in the fire country. And with the announcement of the system, it resounded through the ninja world. Now, almost all of the Konoha village information channel is about family quests. Damn, where can I get the family quest? Does anyone know? I don't know. I've even been to the official forum. No one knows the process of the family task. This system is really cheating, and there is not even a single instruction. I just did a daily task and got a lot of experience and coins, but it's much cooler than killing wild monsters. This family task is more advanced than the daily task at a glance, but it's a pity that there is no way to ask for it. If there is any big guy who knows the news of the family mission, please chat with the little sister privately, and the little sister can chat with you on video. Is there any little brother willing to share inside information? Old lady. Phew, the little girl can come to the door? Oh my god, please give me a family mission, Amit Babuda amen. The hustle and bustle of complaints filled almost every corner of Kanaha village. For these casual players who have no intelligence resources, the opening of the family mission has made them completely confused. Some people even took this opportunity to start a dirty offline transaction. However, at this moment, I don't know who in the crowd said such a sentence anyway. I saw a lot of people running in the same direction on the side of the commercial street just now, and it seems that they have found a very awesome family. Should we go over and have a look? As soon as these words came out, everyone was boiling. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? Well done, big brother. If you can really find the family, my mother will accompany you for one night and never break her word. Little brother is so powerful. He actually shared this news directly. Those players who were still struggling to inquire about the family quest immediately rushed in the direction that the man pointed out after hearing the news. And this news, like ink dripping into clear water, spreads in the blink of an eye. 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1000. Not for a moment. Thousands of players picked up the news, and they all rushed in that direction. Succession. It's a spectacular scene. Prague is finished this time. This time many people go to grab the family task, and the early advantage is estimated to be squeezed out soon. Seeing that so many players were all rushing towards the station of the Ape Fei clan, the corners of Yuan Qing's mouth curled slightly. That's right. The person who spread the news just now was him. Next, Yuan Qing galloped all the way. Soon came to the vicinity of the Hyaga clan's clan land. I was about to continue going. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard some voices coming from the back of the house next to him. Why is this NPC so dragged? Didn't I just ask him about the family mission? He actually told me to get out. Yes, I just saw that he looked pretty cool. Say hello to him, and he told me to get out. Are the NPCs so arrogant now? It seems that it's time to teach him how to be a man. Don't mind, this guy is amazing. Just now a few players looked at him unpleasantly and wanted to teach him the truth of being a man, but he came to an anti-education. How is it so powerful? But he looks like he's only 5 or 6 years old. After all, it's an NPC, how can you judge it with common sense? Hearing these voices, Yuan Qing's pupil shrank slightly. 5 or 6 years old? Cool kids? And beat up the player? It can't be a second pillar, right? Thinking of this, he decisively turned around and walked towards the back of the house. Get around the house. Immediately after, a familiar face suddenly met Yuan Qing's eyes. Black hair and black eyes, handsome and delicate facial features still have a hint of childish charm. Looking at the 3 hidden messages that appeared in front of him, especially the last one, Yuan Qing was extremely excited. Sherinan is the highest level exchange item among the Uchiha clan. He remembered that in the honor exchange list of the Uchiha clan, even the Sherinan of the single Megatama state required 2000 honor points, and it also required the Fire Nation reputation to reach 200 points to redeem it. The reason why I know about the exchange information of the writing wheel eye is because Yuan Qing had obtained a writing wheel eye in his previous life. Moreover, it is also the writing wheel eye that opens the kaleidoscope. Its special ability is Amaterasu's Flame, which deals massive damage over time to enemies in the sight lock until death. However, at that time, his writing wheel eye exploded from another player, and it was not a family exchange item. Because there is no Uchiha bloodline, after activating the writing wheel eye, it has been turned on and cannot be turned off, which is extremely blue-consuming. Fortunately, at that time, he took the physical flow route, and he didn't have high requirements for chakra. Otherwise, it is very likely that like Kakashi Heiji in the original book, he will be super god in the early stage, and he can only be reduced to a soy sauce character in the later stage. In this life, although I still don't have Uchiha blood, the 6-Deo immortal body can be said to be the ancestor of the Uchiha bloodline. If you activate the writing wheel eye, it is very likely that there will not be a state that cannot be closed like in the previous life. Yuan Qing was thoughtful. Although the purpose of his trip is the white eyes of the Hyaga clan, if he can activate the writing wheel eye by the way, he will naturally not let it go. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing directly turned on the discussion mode, non-lethal combat, no deaths, and at this moment, Uchiha Suzuki had also walked towards Yuan Qing under the angry eyes of those players. Then, the two collided directly. Uchiha Suzuki frowned slightly. Don't get in the way, get out of the way. Yuan Qing rolled up his sleeves and showed an excited expression on his face. Get out of your paralysis, Lao Tzu is here to you. Ding, because you initiated a forcible exchange, Uchiha Suzuki's opinion of you is minus 20 points. There was a negative favorability prompt sound in his ears, but Yuan Qing didn't care in the slightest. For the 2 pillars in this original book, which is named Pretending to Escape, he wanted to beat it up for a long time. Nanny. Seeing Yuan Qing suddenly attack, Uchiha Sasuke was also stunned. With such an oversight, Yuan Qing's fist had already fallen. I have to say, Uchiha Sasuke deserves to be the genius of the ninja world in the future. At the moment when Yuan Qing's fist fell, he flipped his hand sharply and instantly used his stand-in technique to avoid the punch. The next second, Sasuke Uchiha's figure appeared on the pile of debris more than 10 meters away, with a vigilant expression. That's what makes it interesting. Seeing this, the corners of Yuan Qing's mouth hooked slightly, and his body suddenly turned into an afterimage and rushed up. Under Yuan Qing's overwhelming offensive, even if Uchiha Sasuke is known as a genius, he is shrouded in many auras, and he can only resist frequently for a while, and he can't spare his hand to fight back. And at the moment, the players who were watching nearby were already overwhelmed. I'll go, this big brother is amazing, he can fight with that hair-pulling NPC to this extent. Idiot, have you seen that person's ID? That's the great god of Long Song. You should say that the NPC who pulled off the hair can fight with the great god of Long Song to this extent. These two guys attack so fast, I can't see how they make a move. Damn, this game is so hard to play. I feel like I'll have to go home and nurse for a few years. This is how the real-life battle is like this, otherwise it's like other online games, you cut me, I'll cut you, isn't it interesting? That's right, this is called Operation Awareness. If your Operation Awareness is awesome, you can beat a bronze boss with a tabula rasa. Hey, then what level do you say the Operation Consciousness of the great god of Chang'e is now? Nonsense, do you still need to ask? It said that it's a great god. Of course it's a great god. Haven't you seen his battle with that NPC? Do you think you can go up and hold on for a few seconds? 3 seconds should be fine, right? It could also be 2 seconds. Well, it's not impossible to be seconds. Everyone was talking excitedly while watching the battle, but their eyes always stayed there, not daring to deviate in the slightest. I'm afraid I'll miss some difficult pictures. It's so exciting. This kind of combat mode has completely subverted their perception of this game. Some have even turned on the video recording feature and started recording this fierce battle. Soon, though, the scales of the battle between the two tipped sharply. Although Sasuke Uchiha is extremely talented and has many auras of the world's plot line, he is still only a student of a ninja school at the moment. In front of Yuan Qing, an old fritter, there were signs of decay immediately. Bang! With Yuan Qing's beautiful inverted side kick, Sasuke Uchiha was finally kicked out. A master move. One move to defeat, one move to defeat. Although Uchiha Sasuke is not a master at the moment, it does not mean that Yuan Qing is not. At the moment when Uchiha Sasuke flew out upside down, Yuan Qing's body moved slightly, and it was a shadow dance leaf when he went up. Immediately afterwards, a set of basic attack combos plus a Konoha whirlwind directly disabled Sasuke Uchiha and fell to the ground. Ding, Sasuke Uchiha is no longer able to fight. You have won this sparring match, and the sparring mode is over. Ding, Uchiha Sasuke's opinion of you, 100 points. Ding, your relationship with Sasuke Uchiha has been downgraded from neutral to disgusting. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Sharingan, single Magata, *1, I hear a chime. Only then did Yuan Qing restrain the fist that was about to swing down. Then he turned to look at a dense tree behind him, and said indifferently, seeing that his younger brother was made like this, he didn't even make a move. Is this what you call a weapon? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Yuan Qing suddenly hooked the corners of his mouth at this moment. One step out, not retreat but advance. It's a direct punch to those oncoming shurikens. Strange power state, open, bang. In an instant, Yuan Qing's fist seemed to be endowed with an extremely strong momentum. This momentum is good in the wind, and in the end, with a rolling fist wind, it directly collided with the shuriken. Bang la la, with a shattering sound. The shuriken was directly blasted by the fist and exploded, and finally turned into iron shards and scattered all over the ground. However, Yuan Qing did not relax by half a point. Instead, they became more vigilant. Because, he didn't see any figures on that tree. I don't feel the killing intent in you. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly came from behind. Yuan Qing frowned and turned to look. In the sight, I saw that Sasuke Uchiha, who had fainted on the ground, had been carried by a slender and handsome man at some point. The voice landed, flickering with a burst of afterimage. The man in black and Sasuke Uchiha disappeared from everyone's eyes. What just happened? Damn, that NPC was moving so fast just now, I didn't even see his face clearly, and he disappeared. A ninja NPC, what's the big deal about being powerful? But it's the god of Chang'e. He just blasted so many shuriken into pieces with one punch. This is too perverted, right? A god who has been on the whole server and has been on the camp announcement, can it not be awesome? Who is the announcement of the whole server? Who is the announcement of the camp? Why is the god of Chang'e on them? Stupid, you give me a serious point, but seriously, that NPC just now is quite similar to the stinky fart kid who was beaten by the evergreen god, and when I see their character names, it seems that they are still brothers. That's right, and Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke, it seems that they all start with Uchiha. Wait, that it's all Uchiha at the beginning. Do you think there will be an Uchiha family in the village, and those two NPCs are from that family? Damn, I actually missed a family clue just now. Wake up, even if you know there's a family behind them, can you keep up with them? That's what you said. Alas, this Konoha ninja village is so big, and I don't know where those families' clan lands are. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi has made many players interested in the family behind their two brothers. However, because the two of them have disappeared at this moment, even if they get some clues, it is useless. Uchiha Itachi, I didn't expect me to test it casually, and you were really hiding in that tree, Yuan Qing muttered with palpitations. In fact, after he beat up Uchiha Suzuki just now, he just said that sentence to make sure that the other party's big brother was standing nearby. After all, no matter how you say it, the two pillars are both the sons of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. In an environment where high-level forces like Konoha village are constantly intriguing, if there is no one to protect him, he doesn't believe it at all. And the one who is most likely to keep an eye on Uchiha Suzuki at all times is undoubtedly his big brother, Uchiha Itachi. However, Yuan Qing didn't expect that he would say it so casually. The other party really didn't hesitate to do it. According to the current plotline time, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi, although its strength is not as perverted as in the later stage, it already has the strength of a quasi-shadow. If you add that pair of kaleidoscope riding wheels, even Super Shadow has to be afraid of 3 points. If the other party had been ruthless to himself just now, I am afraid that he would have appeared at the resurrection point of Konoha village by now. Forget it, let's try this riding wheel. I hope that the 6 immortal bodies can be fused with the riding wheel. Yuan Qing shook his head, threw everything out of his mind, and took out an eyeball from the package. This eyeball is flashing with an extremely eerie red, and there is a tadpole-like black Megatama faintly flickering in the middle, which looks quite magical. Item, riding wheel single Magata. Whoever gets it will end up being an elite ninja with a reputation in the ninja world. And in this game, it's no exception. Riding wheel can bring extremely perverted dynamic vision to players, which can greatly increase the dodge rate and physical block rate, and can easily avoid the physical attacks of opponents of the same level. The percentage increase in agility is an indispensable attribute for all players. Even those who major in ninjutsu will be able to show their melee strength that is not weaker than that of physical arts players after having Sharingan. There's also a 20% chance to be immune to the passive effects of illusion attacks, not to mention that illusion, which is a high-level control skill in the ninja world, is extremely rare, but it is powerful enough to reverse the outcome of a battle. Especially those large-scale illusions, they are even more powerful weapons in group battles. The disadvantage is that this type of skill has a longer cooldown time and consumes more blue. Chance of being immune to this type of attack is undoubtedly fatal for those illusion-type players. The special ability Insight can clearly detect the amount of chakra of the opponent, and can formulate a battle strategy in time during the critical period to give the opponent a fatal blow. It is no secret to say that players with riding wheel eyes are already invincible in their class. The riding wheel eye can't be actively removed after activation. If it can't be fused, you can only find a way to kill yourself and blow up the side. Looking at the riding wheel eye in his hand, Yuan Qing hesitated slightly, but finally chose to activate. Ding, congratulations on successfully activating the Sharingan, single hook Jade. Ding, since you already have 6 bloodlines in your body, you can successfully trigger the bloodline fusion, and after the fusion, you can switch the state of the riding wheel by yourself. Ding, in view of the fact that the 6 Deo immortal body and the riding wheel belong to the same sect and the same lineage, congratulations on your successful awakening of the advanced attribute of the riding wheel eye. Ding, advanced riding wheel eye is a special item, and it will be bound to the player after awakening, and it cannot be dropped, traded, or removed in the bound state. After activating the riding wheel eye, with a series of prompts sounded, the riding wheel in Yuan Qing's eyes suddenly changed. Item, riding wheel eye, advanced type, level, legendary, current level, single Megatama. Efficacy, after activation, it can increase the user's dynamic vision, agility attribute plus 20%, evasion rate plus 20%, physical block plus 50%, and 20% chance to be immune to all illusions. Special ability, Insight, able to see the amount of chakra of the target. Status cost, 50 chakra per second. Advanced condition, 10 million experience points. Description, the powerful Sharingan is a mortal thing after all, but if it can continue to evolve, it may be able to gain the power of God. There is no change in the properties of the riding wheel. There is one more advanced condition. It's just that this advanced condition has directly promoted the epic quality riding wheel eye to the legendary level. And, it's still a 5-star legend. And the 6 paths immortal body. This. Could it be that you can directly advance to the 9-hook Jade reincarnation eye? At this moment, Yuan Qing was excited in his heart. He originally thought that it would be good if the 6 bloodlines could be fused with the same Uchiha bloodline as the Sharingan, but I didn't expect to unexpectedly awaken the advanced attribute of the riding wheel. This time it's really a big deal. You know, the limit of ordinary riding wheel eyes is 3 hooks. The more Megatama you have, the stronger your abilities. In addition to the increase in attributes, there are also additional special abilities. For example, the single Megatama only has an Eye of Insight, and the double hook Jade can have an additional illusion attack, and the power is not weak. As for the Sangoyu, it will come with an extremely perverted ability. That's ninjutsu replication. Turn on this state, you can copy any of your opponent's single attribute ninjutsu within a fixed period of time and turn it into use. The above is the strength increase brought by ordinary Riding Wheel Eyes to players, and on top of the ordinary Riding Wheel Eye, there are two more powerful pupil blood inheritances: Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel and Eternal Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel. Activating the Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel Eye will not only have the three abilities of the ordinary Riding Wheel Eye, but also a special pupil technique that is extremely strong. These special pupil techniques, no matter which one they are very terrifying existences. If there is a player who can control one of them, it is already those who are at the pinnacle of the ninja world. In the original book, Uchiha Obito ascended to the sky directly after awakening the Eye of Divine Power. With the assets of the middle ninja, he has mastered the terrifying strength that can be compared to the Super Shadow. In the end, it became an existence that could rival the six realms. Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel Eyes are scary, but the flaws are also very obvious. That is, it is too blue, and in a short period of time, if you use the Kaleidoscope Forbidden technique continuously, it will bring great side effects to the caster, and even appear weak in a short period of time, greatly reducing the physical attributes. As for the Eternal Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel, its ability can be said to be exactly the same as that of the Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel, but it can ignore the defects of the Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel. That's right. Eternal Kaleidoscope, you can use the Kaleidoscope Forbidden technique infinitely, and there are no side effects. And this is just the blood inheritance of the pupil technique in the stage of Riding the Wheel Eye, the pinnacle of the mortal eye. The unexpected awakening of the Riding Wheel Eye not only greatly increased Yuan Qing's strength, but also allowed him to gain even more powerful potential than before. I believe that in the near future, a peak player who is enough to make the entire ninja world tremble will be born out of thin air and dominate the world. After calming down, Yuan Qing turned around and continued to gallop towards the Sunward clan. The Hyuga clan has existed since the Warring States period, and after several dynasties, it is not only one of the best clans in Konoha village, and it has a great reputation in other ninja villages. His clan is located in the southeast of Konoha Ninja Village, covering an area of more than 10,000 hectares. It is one of the few big families in the village. The buildings in the clan are different from those in the outside ninja villages, and almost all of them are elegant pavilions. The stream outside the pavilion is trickling, and the fog is swirling, like a fairyland on earth. It's been a long time since I've been back to Hineda's ancestral land, and I really miss it. Looking at the beautiful picture in front of him, Yuan Qing couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, after leaving Konoha village, he had been working with a demon on the map of various towns in the Fire Country. Even if you take on the family mission, you will get it in the branch stations in those towns. The Hyuga ancestral land of Konoha village, he hasn't been back for a long time. Hey, this family has been taken care of by our Lingian pavilion, you go quickly, otherwise we will be rude to you. Just when Yuan Qing was immersed in his memories, a delicate voice suddenly came from his ears. Yuan Qing turned his head to look. In the sight, I saw several tall young ladies walking out of the gate of the clan, but the moment Yuan Qing turned his head, those young ladies were stunned for a moment. Even the fierce color in his eyes softened a lot. Wow, I saw that his body shape was so perfect before, but I didn't expect his face to be so handsome. Yes, such a handsome guy, isn't it a waste for us to drive it away? This is called spicy hands to destroy flowers. Oh no, it should be called spicy hands to pull weeds. You're such a wave, if you can't pull it out by then, it will be miserable. Alas, if only my boyfriend were so handsome. Several young ladies stood there and talked with their heads bowed and whispered, and their eyes were full of longing when they looked at Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing smiled faintly. It turned out to be the sister of Lingian Pavilion. I am here to participate in the clan entry trial, let's make it convenient. This little brother, we also want to let you go, but our president said that except for the sisters of Lingian Pavilion, no one can step into the Hyuga clan for half a step. You have to forgive the sisters, next time the sisters invite you to eat chicken. A young lady who seemed to be the leader of the team covered her mouth and smiled. Lingian Pavilion is a special guild, and almost all of them are female players. Even if there are occasional male players, the status will not be very high. The guild leaders are all female players. For the guild of Lingian Pavilion, Yuan Qing had no hostility. However, if the other party insists on blocking himself, then he can only destroy the flowers with his hot hands. Yuan Qing took a step forward and continued to walk towards the sun. Look, he's coming. What to do? Do you really want to do it? Several girls were also shocked when they saw that Yuan Qing did not listen to dissuasion and continued to walk towards the Sunward clan. Isn't this guy afraid of death? They had already reported the name of Lingian Pavilion, and the other party dared to break in. Is the head really so iron? And just when the girls of Lingian Pavilion hesitated to make a move, a few more girls ran out of the Hyuga clan's land. The one at the head is none other than Purple Rose. Captain Rose, Captain Rose. The young ladies who were in charge of guarding the gate of the clanland saw the Purple Rose, and immediately showed a respectful expression. Then his body leaned to both sides, just revealing Yuan Qing, who was walking in the Chao Sun Xiang clan's land. Long Song. Seeing the familiar figure outside the clan gate, Purple Rose was suddenly stunned. How did you get here? Did you finally figure it out and decide to come to my Linjian pavilion to develop? I think you've figured it out. Yuan Qing had a black line. I'm just here to do a mission to join the clan, but you people from Linjian pavilion won't let me in, which makes me very embarrassed. You can do it yourself. Hee, I see. Purple Rose sneered, then twisted her waist, looked at the young lady of Linjian pavilion who was guarding the gate of the clanland, and said, Chang'e is my friend. In the future, when he comes to the Hyaga clanland, you must not be rude, just receive him with the treatment of the head of the Linjian pavilion subgroup. What is the treatment of the head of the subgroup? The leading young lady was surprised. The Purple Rose embroidered eyebrows frowned slightly. What? If the president is not here, isn't it easy for me, the head of the war group, to speak? Purple Rose is worthy of being a rampaging lorry, and one sentence directly made the team leader lady speechless. Yuan Qing and Purple Rose walked between the rockery and the clan road, followed by a group of young ladies from Linjian pavilion. Anyway, the family mission has just started, and you have come to the clan land of the Hyaga clan. Do you also have any inside information? Purple Rose looked at Yuan Qing sweetly and said. And seeing the expression of the Purple Rose, the young ladies of Linjian pavilion behind them were immediately dumbfounded. No way? Sister Rose, who was extremely powerful in the meeting, would show such an expression to a man. Is this still the Sister Rose they know? It's unbelievable. Sort of. Yuan Qing smiled faintly and was non-committal. Soon, Yuan Qing and Purple Rose and the others came to a row of houses, and Purple Rose pointed to one of the houses and said, that's the place to receive the trial of entering the clan. You go and get it first, and then we will do it together. Belch still doing tasks together. This thing shouldn't really take a fancy to me, right? Yuan Qing glanced at the Purple Rose with a smile, and then walked towards the house. He naturally knew where to access the clan task, and he didn't need to be reminded by the other party at all. Sister Rose, this long song shouldn't be the long song that ranks first on the whole server's ranking list, right? Just after Yuan Qing left, a female player who followed behind him suddenly spoke. Purple Rose nodded. It's him, and I got the news before that he killed the leader of the pioneer group in Prague in the hot spring town. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, all the women gasped. One of the female players covered her mouth and said, Captain, he dares to kill even people in Prague. Then if we are so close to him now, if the white slaughter in Prague knew about it, would they be hostile to us? Purple Rose said disdainfully, so what? Prague is domineering and arrogant, with the same fire country camp, with their guild style of acting. Before the camp war starts, they will inevitably integrate all the forces in the fire country, and then one family will dominate. Although our Linjian pavilion is also one of the top 10 guilds in China, there is still a gap between it and Prague, and we must plan in advance. So that's the case, or Sister Rose is so powerful, she can think of so many at once. The female player suddenly realized, since Chang'e can be at the top of the ranking list, and he can also rush to the Hyaga clanland as soon as possible after starting the family mission, he must have also controlled some inside information. Plus there is already a grudge between him and Prague. Now that Linjian pavilion, are courting him, he will definitely choose to join our guild. Hearing this, everyone else nodded in agreement. Oh, yes. If the god who is at the top of the ranking list can be pulled into the meeting, it will definitely be a tiger with wings for Lingyan pavilion. Unexpectedly, at this time, Purple Rose shook her head and said, that guy is doing things resolutely, it's not easy to get him to join Linjian pavilion. As he was talking, Purple Rose suddenly received an intelligence message in her message bar. Open the message and take a look. Moment. Purple Rose's face changed dramatically. Sister Rose, what's wrong? Is there something going on in our club? Seeing that Purple Rose suddenly showed such an exaggerated expression, the faces of the others suddenly became solemn. It's not us, it's Prague. Purple Rose said with a shocked face, the ape flying clan land secretly occupied by Prague doesn't know what happened, but a large number of scattered players have poured over, and now it has become a mess, isn't it? When did those scattered people become so bold that they dared to go to Prague even in a presumptuous place? Yes, I heard that there are 4,000 or 5,000 guild players in Prague this time. Won't even some scattered people be dispersed? That's right, that by two, as the commander-in-chief of Prague, has so many means that casual players can't play them at all. I think it's just a farce at best. Girls, you and I talked about it sentence by sentence. As for Prague's strength, Linjian Pavilion, which is also one of the top 10 online game guilds in China, couldn't be clearer. Can casual players still make Prague restless? Is it possible? However, Purple Rose's next sentence directly brought their remarks to an abrupt end. There was even an expression of disbelief on his face. Of course, the small number of scattered people don't have the courage to do this, but this time, there are at least 20,000 scattered people who went to the Ape Fly clan to make trouble. Just when the women of Linjian Pavilion were shocked by what was happening in Prague, Yuan Qing was also in trouble here. and this trouble still seems inevitable. Honorable Lord, after the bloodline test, you already have an incomparably powerful bloodline. I can't, and I dare not include you in the clan. I'm really sorry. The NPC who issued the assessment task for joining the clan looked at Yuan Qing and said, that attitude was as respectful as when he met their patriarch. Yuan Qing forced bitterly, this bloodline is inherited, you don't have to worry about it, just give me a task to join the clan. The Hyaga NPC shook his head again and again, how can this be, the purity of your bloodline is higher than that of our patriarch. How dare I think you will issue a trial mission? Yuan Qing said, wouldn't I be able to join your family? The Hyaga NPC hesitated for a moment, and then said respectfully, I can help you inform our patriarch and let him take charge of your joining the clan. What do you think? That's all there is to it. Yuan Qing said that it didn't matter, as long as he could join the Hyaga clan, even if he let Hyaga Hinata and his father jump out of the coffin board and personally release the task of joining the clan. The Hyaga NPC respectfully handed over an ultimatum, this is the inner clan pass, as long as you take it to the inner clan, the guards will let you go. Thanks. Yuan Qing smiled, took the inner clan pass, and then left here. Back outside. I just saw Purple Rose and those female players of Linjian Pavilion discussing something. Seeing this, Yuan Qing walked over directly and said, did I suddenly have something to do, I need to leave for a while, join the clan task or something, will I talk about it next time? After speaking, without waiting for the Purple Roses to reply, they quickly walked towards the inner clan of the Sunward clan. Sister Rose, that Changa doesn't seem to want to join us on the task of joining the clan. He can't have failed the bloodline test, right? When receiving the clan trial, that NPC will run a bloodline test on everyone in case players who have already joined another clan will join the clan again. That's right, didn't the insider information say it? But all players who join the clan will have some changes in their bloodline, although the purity is not high, but it is enough to cultivate all the secret arts in the clan. I think that Changa must have joined other families, and now he wants to come to the Hyaga family to participate in the clan trial. What an insatiable guy. People are so handsome and so insatiable, isn't this a standard scumbag attribute? Sister Rose, it seems that we all misunderstood him, maybe he is a spy sent by Prague. It's possible, it is estimated that killing the leader of the Prague Pioneer Regiment is also a bitter ploy used by the other party. Sister Rose, you have to be careful. The beautiful man's plan and the bitter meat plan are used together, and they have bad intentions. Women just like gossip, and with the content of Yuan Qing's words, they suddenly thought of these many things. After passing the trial, players can join major families and learn unique secret arts in their clans. But that doesn't mean you're really a member of the family. In addition to those lonely hidden families, the major families have the main family and the division family. And after the players pass the trial assessment, the identity they get is also separated. In the Hyaga clan, the main family is the clan. The clan members have an extremely high status in the family. Without the permission of the clan members, the people of the subclan cannot enter the land of the clan within the clan. If someone trespasses, there is only one end. That's killing or killing. Damn, this guy shouldn't be the first time to come to the Hyaga clan land and get lost, right? Seeing Yuan Qing stupidly walking towards the clan land, Purple Rose's face suddenly changed greatly. Yuan Qing's current identity is not even a member of the family, he went to the clan land, isn't that looking for death? You know, even the guards who guard the gate there are all powerful characters at the level of ninja. When the time comes, even if you want to, you won't be able to escape. Thinking of this, Purple Rose immediately chased after the people of Linjian Pavilion. But when they caught up with the clan land, seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. In the line of sight, I saw Yuan Qing walking up to the two Shangnan guards and talking casually. Then the two guards bowed respectfully to him as if the eunuch had seen the emperor, and then invited him in. That's right. The Shangnan guard personally led the way and invited Yuan Qing in. This scene made the women of Linjian Pavilion look confused. I'm not mistaken, aren't those two Shangninis very indifferent? Why does it look like a licking dog now? Yes, I went to trigger a conversation with them last time, but they told me to leave, otherwise they would kill me, and they didn't pity me at all. Could it be those two guards like men? Isn't it are the NPCs in this game so diverse? What's the big deal? I was on the way to the Hyaga clan land just now, and I saw a white-haired NPC who looked like he was selling fried food peeking at other people's baths in the bathhouse, and it was disgusting to think about it. Selling fried food, peeking at someone else taking a shower, there are such NPCs in this game. Well, but I didn't walk over at the time, and I don't know what that NPC's name is. In short, sisters will see an NPC with the word oil on their foreheads in the future, so it's best to take a detour. The women were talking, but they were crooked when they chatted. After a while, Purple Rose directly opened the friend bar and sent a private message to Yuan Qing. Changa, how did you enter the mainland of the sect? Soon. She received a reply message from the other party. I don't know, by the way, I may not need to do any task to join the clan, you don't have to wait for me, do it yourself. Hearing this, Purple Rose suddenly had a black line on her face. He whispered in his mouth, what do you mean that you don't have to do the task of joining the clan? Could he still join the family directly? The other side. In an elegant attic in the interior of the Hyaga family, Yuan Qing closed the private chat message, and then continued to look at a middle-aged man with long hair in front of him and said, "So, now I'm a member of the Hyaga clan." The middle-aged man nodded, and said solemnly, "I also conducted a bloodline test with you just now. With your bloodline concentration, you are qualified to become a member of the clan. Maybe that you are not necessarily an orphan left behind by my father or even my grandfather. In short, welcome home." This middle-aged man with long hair and a bit of a sissy looks is the contemporary ruler of the Hyaga clan, Hinata. This person not only has a high prestige in the Hyaga clan, but also has a pivotal position in the entire Konoha ninja village. Even if the contemporary Hokage sees it, he has to give 3 points. Ding, congratulations on being accepted by Hinata, the patriarch of the Hyaga clan, as a member of the Hyaga clan. Ding, congratulations on winning the title of Hyaga clan's descendant. Ding, congratulations on earning an additional 2,000 clan honor points, Hyaga. As soon as Hinata finished speaking, a familiar prompt sound sounded in Yuan Qing's ears. What an accident! I didn't expect to come to the clan to take a trip. Not only became a descendant of the Hyaga clan, but also gained an additional 2,000 honor points. Well, family members can earn 1 to 5 honor points for each normal family mission. Harder family quests that can earn 5 to 10 points. The gold content of the family's honor points is extremely high, and these 2,000 honor points are already a huge amount of money. If you honestly brush the family task, it is estimated that you will not be able to get it in a few months. Bidding farewell to Hinata, Yuan Qing immediately came to the honor exchange point of the Hyaga clan. "Hello, do you need to exchange any items?" A sweet-looking girl looked at Yuan Qing and smiled. Yuan Qing waved his hand, "I'll take a look first." As soon as he finished speaking, a column of item exchange columns suddenly appeared in his perspective template. C-level physical skill, exchange price, 500 honors, soft fist method, C-level physical skill, exchange price, 800 honors, Bagwapom Huoshin, B-level physical skills, exchange price 2,000 points of honor, and the reputation of the fire country reaches 100 points, soft fist Bagwa 64 palms, A-level physical skills, exchange price for 1,000 points of honor, exchange conditions, fire country reputation reaches 200 points, Bagwapom mountain breaking strike, S-level physical skill, exchange price 10,000 honors, exchange condition, fire country prestige reaches reverence. The dazzling array of family exchange items appeared in front of Yuan Qing's eyes, as many as the stars. However, Yuan Qing is no stranger to the exchange items of the Hyaga clan. He only glanced at it and found what he needed. White Eye, Hitomi Blood Succession Epic, exchange price for 1,000 points of honor, exchange conditions, fire country reputation reaches 200 points, and you need to have the blood of the Hyaga clan. In addition to the exchange price, other conditions have been met by Yuan Qing. But he didn't panic, because at the bottom right of the redemption list, there is such a line of small red text that reads, "Efficacy after activation, it can increase the user's gaze distance, White Eye status, agility plus 15%, evasion rate plus 15%, physical block plus 40%, illusion resistance plus 100%, special ability 1, inspection. The line of sight distance has been greatly improved, and you can see unexpected places for 1 kilometer, special ability 2, we click able to see the chakra meridians in the target's body, attack its meridian acupoints, and break the surface with points, which can ignore the targets. Physical defense by 30%, and reduce the opponent's movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 30%. Special ability 3, full perspective. After opening the White Eye, the caster can have a 360-degree view of the surrounding view information. The family members are only 359 degrees, so they cannot control the full perspective. Status cost, 1% chakra per second. Description, lonely and terrifying eyes. No one knows its origin, even the secret books of the Hyaga clan are not recorded. The increase in the basic stats of the White Eye is slightly worse than that of the Riding Wheel, but its special ability is beyond the reach of the Riding Wheel. Even if the 3-hook jade Riding Wheel Eye is in front of it, it can only look at the back of its neck. In particular, the second special ability is simply tailor-made for physical players. Besides, the illusion resistance plus 100% passive ability is also a weapon against illusion players. It reduces the duration of illusion stun by 1 time. In the game world, the main function of illusion is the stun function. I wonder if it can trigger advanced attributes like Riding Wheel Eye. Looking at the white eyes in his hand, Yuan Qing's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of expectation. Then, activate the white eye. Ding, congratulations on successfully activating the white eyes. Ding, since you already have 6 bloodlines in your body, you can successfully trigger the bloodline fusion, and after the fusion, you can open the white eye state by yourself. Ding, in view of the fact that the 6-Deo immortal body and the Riding Wheel Eye belong to the same sect and lineage, congratulations on your successful awakening of the advanced attribute of the white eye. Ding, advanced white eyes are special items, and after awakening, they will be bound to the player, and they cannot be dropped, traded, or removed in the bound state. Sure enough, just as Yuan Qing thought, there were 6 immortal bodies as the foundation. The ancestral bloodline has once again triggered the advanced attribute of the white eye. When the chain of tones ends, The quality of White Eyes has been directly promoted from Epic to 5-star Legend. Like the previous Advanced Writing Wheel Eye, the basic attributes of the Advanced White Eye have not increased, but there is just one more advanced condition. It's just that this advanced condition is much higher than that of the Writing Wheel. It costs 100 million experience. But on second thought, the number of advanced levels of the White Eye is less than that of the Writing Wheel. It's okay to have a little more advanced experience. After all, scarcity is expensive. After exchanging the White Eyes, Yuan Qing went to the place where he received the family task and ordered a sea-level task. Mission information: exorcise the wolves in the Konoha forest. Mission level C: kill wolf 0/30, head wolf 0/1, quest reward family honor, 5 points. Luck is not bad, sea-level tasks can only get 5 honorary rewards at most, but I didn't expect to receive a full amount directly. Compared with the additional 2,000 family honors just given, these 5 points can be said to be a drop in the bucket. But the accumulation of small amounts adds up, and Yuan Qing didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, the family mission is one of the important sources of family honor points. After leaving the Hyuga clan land, Yuan Qing was preparing to go to the Konoha forest to brush the family mission. But at this time, a private chat message suddenly came from the message column. The message was sent by a demon. A demon: great god, I have a friend who invited me to go to their guild's family to do a clan mission. Do you want to come along? Yuan Qing replied, no need, I have already joined the family. A demon: it's still a great god, I didn't expect to pass the clan assessment so quickly. Oh yes, do you know that one who is on the level rankings? Yuan Qing: acquaintance, did he go to find you? A demon: well, you borrowed tens of thousands of dollars from me. Now I'm taking him to my friend's place to stay. I'm going to build my own guild next time I get the guild construction ordered. Great god, do you want to come then? I can make you the vice president, and it's the kind that doesn't have to take care of things. The real power is handed over to you. We'll talk about it then. Turning off the private chat, Yuan Qing shook his head, and then continued to walk towards the Konoha forest. Meanwhile, the other side. A demon turned off the private chat, and then looked at the Pan Bone standing aside and said, alas, if the god of Chang'e doesn't come, then I can't help it. Otherwise I can let my friend use the background of the Heroes Club to make Prague a little more jealous. Pangu frowned and said, Prague is a hare, let's go to your hero to find your friend first, and if Prague really plans to do something to Chang'e, we can also go to the aid in time. Alas, it's only like this now, but although the Heroes Club is also a big guild in the Chinese online game industry, there is still a big gap between it and Prague, and it's no problem to bless the long song in words when the time comes, but if Prague insists on doing it, I'm afraid my friend can't do anything. Demon A sighed, revealing a look of embarrassment. Yuan Qing was killed in the hot spring town, and he already knew something about the Prague Guild's funds in the commercial street. There are already a lot of players here in the Konoha forest who are busy with the task of joining the clan. In addition to those guild players, there are also some casual players. Originally, it was impossible for a casual player in Konoha Ninja Village to receive the task of joining the clan so quickly, except that there is no accurate address of the major families. One more point. That is, outside the ancestral lands of the major families, there are powerful players guarding them. Scattered people without a certain background want to cross the Thunder Pool, it is simply impossible. But this balance has now been broken, and the one who broke this equilibrium was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Prague Guild, by two. The Ape Flying Clan where Prague was stationed could not suppress the frenzied influx of a large number of scattered people, and in the end they could only be forced to compromise. Open the land of the Ape Fei clan to the outside world. However, Baitu deserved to be the commander-in-chief of the Prague Guild, and he saw that the Ape Fly clan could no longer be exclusive to Prague, so he made a quick decision, and directly came to a fish dead net. He asked the members of Prague to spread the word in Konoha village, and made all the family residences controlled by several other guilds public. In this way, casual players have a choice. It won't all be gathered in the Ape Flying clan. Of course, if Baitu did this, he would definitely offend other guild forces, but he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Even after all the family lands in Konoha Ninja Village were made public, one party was directly appointed. Nearly 10,000 guild members have been transferred from the Prague headquarters to settle in the ninja world. With such courage, who can transfer 10,000 guild members at once? I'm afraid that only the top 3 guilds in the Chinese online game industry have that qualification. Although these nearly 10,000 guild members are still leveling up in the novice village, they will not be able to form any combat power in a short period of time. But no one will underestimate these potential combat powers. And when the other guilds saw that Prague had moved such a big battle, they could only swallow their anger for the time being. However, privately, other guilds are also gathering people as soon as possible to gather strength. They won't sit back and watch the Prague family dominate. And when Yuan Qing came to the Konoha forest, he was also slightly stunned when he saw the overcrowded scene. He didn't expect that his move to pit Prague would actually involve other guilds. But that's fine. Anyway, the hatred has been taken over by Prague, and no one knows that the person behind all this will be himself. What's more, casual players are able to catch up with the progress of guild players. Balanced development. In the future, when the faction war begins, the combat effectiveness of the entire Fire Nation camp will inevitably shock the other four powers. The same thing. Only the overall strength of Chinese players is stronger when the game ability comes to reality. Those foreign invaders who are eyeing China will not be like in their previous life, and they will unscrupulously divide and encroach on the land of China. Yuan Qing smiled indifferently and was about to go to the depths of the Konoha forest to brush the family mission. Unexpectedly, at this time, a bright regional message and a task prompt suddenly came to his ears. Regional news: due to the fact that the number of players in the Ape Flying clan who have received the task of entering the clan has reached the limit, the personnel are mixed, and there is a riot in the psychic beasts in the clan, and there is a demon ape that has escaped from the ape cave. Please hunt it as soon as possible. Ding, the Ape Flying clan has released a bounty task, whether to accept it or not. Meanwhile, the players who farmed nearby monsters were also stunned for a few seconds. Then everyone's faces showed ecstasy. Holy, Ape Flyer, isn't that Hokage-sama's own clan? Psychic Beast Riot. What is a psychic beast? It looks awesome. You take the task quickly and look at the task reward. The person who hunted the demon ape can directly join the Ape Fae clan, and there is no need to do any clan entry tasks at all. It's true, and there are a lot of other rewards. It's too exciting, such a task. It's better to give me a few every day. Damn, don't be greedy, this bounty task only gives the approximate location of the demon ape's appearance. Let's hurry over and look for it, maybe we can hunt it one step ahead. That's right, this kind of bounty can't be cheapened by others. After receiving the bounty task from the Ape Fae clan, everyone present rushed over according to the coordinates indicated by the task. Soon, there was only one Yuan Qing left in the huge forest. Demon Ape, that rampaging psychic beast that escaped from the Ape Fly clan in the early game, I didn't expect it to appear like this. Yuan Qing naturally accepted the bounty task, but he did not act immediately like other players, but fell into deep thought. This raging demon ape, he had heard others say in his previous life that he was a psychic beast with the strength of the middle ninja, although it was not as perverted as the psychic beast of the ape flying and slashing, but it was infinitely powerful, and with one punch, it was estimated that even the players at the middle ninja level would die tragically on the spot. With the memories of his previous life, he quickly found the location of the wolves in the huge wooded area. Timberwolves, grade LV 14, HP 2000, skills roar, bite, claw strike, wolf pounce, description: a kind of vicious wolf that likes to live in packs. Because it has been lurking in the depths of the jungle for a long time, it likes to eat human flesh. Don't underestimate them, otherwise they will tear you to pieces. Compared to those novice monsters before level 10, the monsters after level 10, even ordinary beasts without chakras in their bodies, should not be underestimated. Especially this kind of monster that likes to live in groups. At this moment, 20 meters away from Yuan Qing, there was a group of about 10 timber wolves foraging around. I have to say, the difficulty of the family quest is indeed higher than the daily quest. The attack power of this timber wolf is not weak, and the speed is faster than the average shinobi. In the case of geographical advantage, even if a 10-person shinobi team collides, it will only be torn to pieces. Yuan Qing now has an epic weapon in hand. The damage is arguably enough to crush all players. However, in terms of defensive resistance, it does not have any outstanding advantages. After all, the 6 Dao Immortals are interested in potential, and before the basic attributes come up, except for the upper limit of Qi and Blood and the upper limit of Chakra, other advantages are not obvious. If he hadn't accidentally obtained the Writing Wheel Eye and exchanged it for the White Eye before, he wouldn't have been so arrogant that he would come to brush the wolves alone. Of course, Yuan Qing has another purpose in his heart at the moment. That's to experiment with that ninjutsu. If that ninjutsu experiment is successful, then the next monster farming will be much easier. Whoosh! Yuan Qing leaned behind a big tree, locked on one of the timberwolves, and threw out a shuriken. 873 HP with a staggering damage value, the hapless timberwolf was directly knocked out of nearly half of his health. Ah! And the timberwolf roared in pain at the top of his lungs. Then, the forest wolves that were foraging nearby turned the head of the cautious man, revealing their fierce face. After grinning for a while, the wolves suddenly rushed towards Yuan Qing. The timberwolf was originally a bloodthirsty beast, and when he smelled blood at this moment, his ferocity was also aroused. The speed of the wild run has also become a lot faster. However, in the face of the advance of the wolves, the corners of Yuan Qing's mouth hooked slightly at this moment. As a white smoke rises, a shadow clone identical to him appeared beside him. It was also at the moment when the shadow clone appeared. The two Yuan Qing flew back at the same time, distancing themselves from the wolves. Meanwhile, hands to seal quickly. Fire escape, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Wind escape, Great Breakthrough. Yuan Qing released the Phoenix Fire, and the Shadow Clone followed closely to catch the big breakthrough. The two ninjutsu are released one after the other, almost at the same time. Several Phoenix fireballs were pushed in midair by the hurricane that followed and directly collapsed. And then, fire borrows the wind. A flaming hurricane suddenly roared out, directly engulfing the wolves in it. 3339 HP-438 HP, burn damage, 3244 HP-6456 HP, crit. In an instant, a large amount of damage was generated from the flaming hurricane, accompanied by one wail after another. Ding, successfully kill the wolf and gain 500 XP. Ding, successfully kill the wolf and gain 500 XP. Ding, successfully kill the wolf and obtain. Wind escape and fire escape are released at the same time, which can form a compound ninjutsu effect, and the power is greatly increased. Moreover, after the advancement of the Great Breakthrough, the Phoenix Immortal Fire, which was originally a small attack area, suddenly turned into a flame tornado with area of effect. Before this group of poor timberwolves could get close to Yuan Qing, more than half of them were killed or injured. One of them was directly blown up by the ninjutsu crit. In the end, only 3 remnant blood forest wolves escaped from the edge of the Sea of Fire, and were easily taken away by Yuan Qing's Konoha whirlwind. I didn't expect the compound ninjutsu to be so easy to use in the early stage, and the monster farming is much faster than the physical technique. Seeing a group of timberwolves that were enough to put a team of 20 people into a bitter battle, and they were easily handled by themselves, Yuan Qing's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise. In fact, this compound ninjutsu is also the first time he has used it. After all, in his previous life, he had been playing physical arts, and he was not deeply involved in ninjutsu. Even if there is, it's just a random one when it attracts monsters. However, since he has awakened the 6 bloodlines in this life, he will naturally be a little familiar with these most basic ninjutsu applications. Of course, these so-called most basic ninjutsu application collocations are only for him. As for the other players, they didn't know that there was a compound ninjutsu at all. In this way, relying on the convenience of compound ninjutsu, Yuan Qing began to continue looking for a timber wolf brush in the Konoha forest. Not for a moment. The 30 wolves required by the family mission have been completed. Gain a lot of experience points. And when looking for the timberwolves, Yuan Qing was not idle. The Ape Flying Clan's bounty quest is so big, there will definitely be a lot of players who will pay attention to this. It's easy to find news about the Berserk Ape on the forums. Yuan Qing was not in a hurry. What if someone else finds the Demon Ape first? The information about the Berserk Demon Ape in the online forums has been continuous, and it has almost dominated one of the pages. Some are talking about what the magic ape really looks like. Some are speculating on the definition of a psychic animal. Among them, there are also some posts that publish the specific location where the magic ape appears. Of course, these so-called specific locations are, of course, fake. The purpose is to separate the others and then enjoy the demon ape for themselves. Seeing these posts spreading fake news, Yuan Qing could only shake his head and smile. Or exclusive? It's good to meet a demon ape to save your life. Do you really think that the bounty mission released by the Ape Flying Clan is so simple? At this time, Yuan Qing saw a familiar ID in a bunch of posts with little nutritional value. Linjian Pavilion live broadcast, Chief Leader Purple Rose personally led people to find the demon ape. The popularity of this live post has exceeded 10,000. And it's growing. This product is still live broadcasting. Is it planning to bring a wave of popularity to Linjian Pavilion? Yuan Qing couldn't help but smile. Most of the girls in Linjian Pavilion are beautiful, and they have a unique advantage in opening a game live broadcast. Purple Rose is smart enough to think of this. Yuan Qing opened the video post. I was surprised to find that Purple Rose was actually a live broadcast in the first person. In the video, I saw a group of beautiful girls walking in the forest, and there were quite a few of them. From the shaking site, it can be seen that there are at least 200 or 300 people. This should be a beautiful landscape. But it's a pity that most of the messages below the video are from some lewd men. The fifth girl on the left is good. It's my favorite type. If only I could do that. The girl in the middle is mine. Don't rob me. This wave of welfare is well played. So much white flesh, I can't help it. Upstairs, Lao Tzu has already taken off his pants. If you can't help it, buddy. Brother, you just took off your pants. I'm done. Record it first, and then you will open it later. A group of scumbags, they know all day long that they will be blind sooner or later. That's it, a bunch of garbage. You know at a glance that it's a bunch of dead fat house sticks. There are so many beauties in Linjian Pavilion. If you can enter this guild, you are willing to reduce your lifespan by 10 years. The task of killing the Timberwolves has been completed though, but the last head wolf has not yet been found. Yuan Qing simply scaled down the live video of Purple Rose and put it in the upper right corner of the player's perspective. Then continue to look for it in the Konoha forest. The Konoha forest extends in all directions and has a large area, so it's easy for people who don't know the route to get lost. Yuan Qing brushed the skilled ninjutsu of the forest wolf while looking for clues to the head wolf. Before I knew it, I was walking to the mountain area behind the Hokage rock. There was the sound of a stream running ahead. Yuan Qing knew that it should be the place where the two faithful enemies met for the first time in the original book, the original Hokage Senju pillar and the former patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha. Gollum Gollum. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came along with the sound of the stream. It sounded like something was drinking from the creek ahead. It was so loud that it almost drowned out the sound of the water. It can be seen that the thing that is drinking water must be not small. Is it a wolf? Yuan Qing groped for the past in confusion. Aside from the bushes, he saw a huge figure, lying on the pile of stones on the edge of the stream, with a pair of swarthy palms larger than a man, constantly trying to send water from the stream to his mouth. And the sound of drinking water came from Zhang Ju's mouth. Steel Arm Demon Ape, Berserk, Grade LV 35 HP 20W. Skills, Infinite Power, Passive, Charged Blow, Hardened Skin, Ground Crash. Description: originally a family psychic beast of the Ape Fae clan, for some reason, there was a berserk state. Its power is very huge. It is said to be able to smash rocks with one punch and crack the ground with 1 foot, which is extremely dangerous. I didn't expect this rampaging demon ape to be here. Yuan Qing retracted his gaze, and then breathed a sigh of relief. This demon ape's attributes are off the charts. Even among the medium ninja level psychic beasts, they belong to the kind of extremely difficult category. From the perspective of skills, it should belong to the power type psychic beast, and as a family psychic beast of the Ape Fae clan, it also has a lot of special abilities. For example, the infinite passivity. It is worthy of the berserk demon ape who crippled the 3 major unions in his previous life. This strength is well deserved. Yuan Qing glanced at the purple rose that was broadcasting live, then secretly shouted anonymously in the regional channel, found the demon ape behind the Hokage rock. The specific coordinates are Konoha Forest 453,873, come quickly. Found the demon ape behind the Hokage rock. The specific coordinates are Konoha Forest 453,873, come quickly. Found the demon ape behind the Hokage rock. The specific coordinates are Konoha Forest 453,873, come quickly. Regional channels are public information, and it costs 2,000 coins to shout once. The entire Konoha village is boiling. Some deep-pocketed players even ask directly about the accuracy of the message on the regional channel. At the same time, they are also speculating about who is sharing this intelligence information. You know, when others post regional information, they all bring their own names. After all, with 2,000 coins at a time, who would miss this opportunity to increase their popularity? But this anonymous boss, instead of revealing his ID, sent 10 identical messages in a row. That's a full 20,000 yuan. It's worth a month's salary of other white-collar workers. But at this time, no one doubts the authenticity of this information. After all, who would be so idle and spend 20,000 yuan to send a fake message? Konoha Forest, Southern Regions. After seeing the news, Purple Rose, who was broadcasting live, immediately rushed over in the direction of Hokage Rock with the people of Linjian Pavilion. At the same time, a message of the guild was sent out, and the congregations scattered all over the place were gathered. Meanwhile, Konoha Ninja Village. The Fengda Ghost Snake also poured out, and the head of the group, Succubus, led more than 2,000 congregations to set off from the Uchiha clan and rush to the location of the demon ape. And on Prague's side, Bai-Tu personally led nearly 5,000 congregants and rushed towards the direction of Hokage Rock under the shocked gaze of all the players in the entire Konoha village. In addition to the 3 major guilds, the Hero Club, the Ant Nest, the Burning Flame Valley and several other well-known guilds in the Chinese online game industry are also leading their congregations towards the mountain forest area behind the Hokage Rock at this moment. Other than that, there are also a larger base of casual players. If someone were standing in heaven at this time, they would have found it. The players of the entire Konoha village are like ants, slowly converging towards the same place. Dense. The first to arrive at Hokage were players who were looking for the demon ape nearby. But when they saw the terrifying attribute of the demon ape, everyone was stunned. No one dares to do it. But no one left. And as more and more players rush over from the neighborhood, soon, nearly 1,000 players appeared in the area, and everyone's face was full of excitement. Damn, let's form a group. Although the demon ape is powerful, but the ants bite the elephant to death. There are so many of us, we can grind it to death. Just when everyone was hesitating whether to make a move, a bold player suddenly stood up and looked at everyone and said, "Brother is right, the blood volume of the demon ape is 200,000, even if one of us hits 10 damage points, 1,000 people, 20 hits per person is enough." That's right, when I killed the bandit just now, I also exploded a thunder escape ninjutsu, maybe I can hit higher damage. Although my broadsword is only a whiteboard weapon, the damage is not low, and hitting 10 points of damage should be trivial. Good, let's go up together, kill the demon ape first, otherwise when those people from the big guild come, we probably won't even be able to grab a hair. Yes, get it, up. The crowd was excited. Then with a few players taking the lead, everyone was grouped into a warband. The warband is the largest team in the ninja world, with a maximum of 10,000 people. After forming a battle group, these nearly 1,000 players immediately launched an offensive against the demon ape. Thunder escape, the art of ground walking. Earth escape, rock iron cannon. Water escape, water waves. Some players who have already mastered a certain attribute ninjutsu, when they haven't gotten close to the demon ape, they directly seal their hands and blast out the ninjutsu skills, and they are bombarded with a burst of bombardment against the demon ape. Many players even threw shuriken directly. Try to consume a wave of HP at the beginning of the game, but in the next second, these people were stunned, because they found that the ninjutsu they released was bombarding the demon ape. Most of them were missed. Only Lei Dun, Huo Dun did some damage, but it's not high, only 20 points, and those shurikens that were thrown in the past were even worse, and they didn't even break the opponent's defenses. All of them were missed. At this time, those players who did not have long-range attack methods had also rushed in front of the demon ape. Then, without waiting for everyone to attack, the demon ape that was originally drinking water slowly stood up from the ground because of the attack. The moment it gets up on its own, everyone panicked. At this moment, they realized how small they were in front of each other. Roar provoked, the demon ape suddenly raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. That terrifying sense of oppression suddenly made many players retreat. But at this moment, the arms of the demon ape, which were comparable to trucks, had already been pounded into the air. Boom, with a loud bang. The hard stone ground was directly smashed out of a deep pit by the demon ape, and the player who happened to be standing there didn't have time to react before he found that he had returned to the resurrection point of Konoha village. Killed dozens of people in one hit. This scene shocked almost everyone. Quick. Come on. This demon ape is too terrifying, let alone 1,000 people. I'm afraid even if another 10,000 people come, it's useless, right? Is this the power of psychic beasts? What a chicken. Retreat, it's coming. Damn, don't squeeze me. The players who were still aggressive before, at this moment, only have despair in their eyes. This improvised 1,000-person war group is like a handful of sand pinched up, which seems to be solid, but in fact it is not. At this moment, the palm of the hand is released, and they have once again become a plate of loose sand. The players roared and screamed as they fled in all directions. The scene was chaotic for a while. However, most of these are lower ninjas, and some are not even novice players who are not even lower ninjas. In terms of speed, how can they be the opponents of the demon ape? When the demon ape killed all the players in front of him, the huge body like a mountain suddenly jumped, directly across distances of hundreds of meters. In an instant, he caught up with one of the players who were fleeing. Then he raised his giant arm and pressed down suddenly. Hammer, a big piece. A field of dozens of people. A tragic gluttonous feast is slowly being staged in the mountains and forests behind Hokage Rock. Nearly 1,000 players, within a moment, were all smashed back to the resurrection point by the demon ape in a berserk state. What's going on? Why are there so many player graves here? When the player dies, the corpse will turn into a grave and disappear after a certain amount of time. Look, Commander, there are a lot of drops over there, and no one seems to pick them up. By the way, what about the berserk demon ape? Didn't you say it was here? Why didn't I see it? It may have been led away, probably because I want to monopolize the demon ape. Let's go over to the grave and have a look. The first to arrive here was the Anthive Guild, but after they arrived at the information coordinates, they found that there was no trace of the demon ape, so they immediately set off and followed the graves of those players. It didn't take long. The Heroes Club, as well as the people of the Burning Flame Valley, also arrived here one after another. Although these big guilds, which are well known in the Chinese online game industry, do not have the background of the top 10 guilds, they can be regarded as pouring out of the nest this time, bringing a lot of people. The three guilds combined, there are almost more than 2,000 people. And those scattered people who rushed over from the neighborhood saw that there were people from the Great Guild here, so they all retreated back in recognition of each other, and their faces showed pity, because they know, from the moment these great guilds appear, that demon ape is none of their business anymore. Roar. Just as the two great guilds arrived in this area, a monstrous roar suddenly came from the valley not far away. Then, someone noticed that the mountain forest on the other side of the stream suddenly trembled rhythmically. As the tremor got closer and closer, ripples began to appear on the originally calm surface of the stream. Something's coming, everyone, prepare. The leader of the Heroes Association, Ling Xiaotian, frowned, and immediately ordered the people of the Heroes Association to line up in defensive formation. And the situation on the Burning Flame Valley side is similar to that of the Hero Club, but what they list is an attack formation. Only a handful of tank players are in front, and in the back are all ranged players who choose their rigged talents. At the moment when the two guilds lined up, two panic-looking players suddenly ran out of the woods across the stream. Save us. When the two saw that there were so many people on the other side of the stream, their faces immediately welled up with joy, as if they had seen a life-saving straw. But not yet, before they can make their next move. A huge figure suddenly fell from the sky and smashed directly on them like a meteor. As the damage of the two horrors soared, the two players who almost escaped ended up with two lonely graves on the ground. This is the demon ape? I'm going, so big? Those two people who seemed to be ant nests just now were killed in one fell swoop? Seeing the size and terrifying attributes of the demon ape, everyone was stunned. But after all, they are guild players, and their long-term cooperation has given them a tacit understanding that casual players don't have. At this moment, although he was afraid of the demon ape, he was not out of order. Tank on top, heal ready, melee output followed by long-range crazy output. Seeing the demon ape appear, Ling Xiaoqian immediately gave an order. The people of the Heroes Association took the lead in launching an offensive and rushed towards the demon ape one after another. President Ling, I can say it just now, I want to divide it evenly if I explode something. Red Flame looked at Ling Xiaoqian and bared his teeth and smiled, and then let the people of Burning Flame Valley join the attack. Soon, though, they discovered a fatal problem. The top tank-type players under his command couldn't even survive a round in the hands of that demon ape. As soon as I rushed up, I was seconded. And it's still a blockbuster. There is no way to start treatment, you can only stare dryly. And it's no wonder. It's still early in the game, and while guild players have a little better equipment and skills than casual players, it's not much better. Since the demon ape can scatter players in seconds, it can naturally also kill those guild players. Melee fighters are back, don't rush, remote output ready for kite tactics. Ling Xiaoqian and Red Flame glanced at each other, and then immediately changed their strategy. The last hope is pinned on the remote output. No way. The attack power of that demon ape is terrifying. When a melee player goes up, it's simply a death. However, although Ling Xiaoqian and Qi Yan's idea was good, it was a miscalculation. That's the agility of the demon ape. The kite stream is of no use to this extremely sensitive ape-like magical beast at all. Before those ranged players could output a few times, they were torn apart by the demon ape that suddenly jumped over. I'll go, the Heroes Guild and the two major guilds of Burning Flame Valley joined forces, and they were also beaten by the demon ape. This demon ape is too awesome, right? Maybe it's level suppression, right? You see that the demon apes are in their 30s, and we are only in our teens, spanning so many levels, it's strange not to be crushed. Yes, I thought this bounty task was here to send it, but I didn't expect it to be a big pit, and the NPCs of this ape fly clan are too insidious. Damn, if this continues, the overall strength of the players in our Fire Nation camp will have to drop a lot. It seems that we can only wait for the people from the three major guilds to come. This demon ape is so terrifying, I think it's useless even if the people from the three major guilds come. Seeing that the Hero Guild and the Burning Flame Valley were all defeated, those scattered players who rushed over to watch suddenly took a breath of cool air in unison. They never thought of it. So many people besieged the demon ape together, and they were beaten by the other party and had no power to fight back. It's unbelievable. Boom 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 boom. However, just when the Heroes Guild and the Burning Flame Valley were about to be blown up by the demon ape, piercing flames suddenly burst from the demon ape's body. 134 HP 143 HP 134 HP. I saw a group of arrogant players suddenly pouring out from behind the forest like a tide, densely packed, the number of which is definitely not less than 5,000. It is the Prague Guild that is currently the most powerful in the Fire Nation camp. And after the people of the Prague Guild appeared, they couldn't help but say, and immediately surrounded the Heroes Guild, Burning Flame Valley, and the demon ape that had been blown up. The expulsion order has been issued. If those people don't retreat, they will all be killed. Baitu slowly walked out of the forest, looked at the huge demon ape, and couldn't help but show a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I, Prague, want to take this opportunity to let everyone know who is the boss of the Fire Nation camp. Yes, everyone agreed in unison. Then hundreds of players immediately stood up from the team. He took out his shuriken and threw it directly at the demon ape. That's right. These are all ranged players in Prague with a talent for rigging. It's like the remote output team in Burning Flame Valley. The only difference is, the shurikens thrown from these people's hands were all attached to them with a burning talisman attached to them. It's the detonator. Although it is only a primary detonation charm, its lethality is already able to break through the demon ape's defenses. Moreover, the unique detonation effect of the detonation charm can sometimes affect the movement speed of the demon ape. It can be said to be a must-have prop for kite flow tactics. Under the continuous attack of hundreds of players, the blood gauge of this demon ape, which had been acting as a power before, finally began to decline. This made many players nearby can't help but exclaim, "It's nice to be rich." Yes. The primary detonator currently costs 1,000 coins in the item shop. The power can be compared to the sea-level fire escape ninjutsu with a skill level of about 3. In their eyes, those people in Prague don't call shuriken at all, right? It's obviously throwing money. Interesting, could it be that this demon ape was killed by the detonation charm in his previous life? And at this moment, Yuan Qing, who was hiding in the tree, saw this scene, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This killing intent is aimed at Baitu. As the commander-in-chief of Prague, the other party can be said to be the key person who leads the whole of Prague up. In the Chinese online game circle, this person is even called the undefeated myth, because almost every battle he has commanded has ended in victory. It's no exaggeration. If there was no white slaughter, Prague's status in the Chinese online game industry would definitely not be as loud as it is now. And this battle also fully demonstrated his command talent. I even thought of using the detonation charm to deal with the demon ape. And just when Prague was dealing with the demon ape, Purple Rose finally arrived here with the people of Lingian Pavilion, almost at the same time. The Fengda ghost led by the succubus also appeared in another direction, but looking at the demon ape that was roaring in the flames of the explosion, the brows of the Purple Rose and the succubus furrowed. Obviously, Prague has already taken the lead at this moment. If they do it again, they will declare war on Prague. But if you leave it alone, after Prague kills the demon ape, the benefits will be enough to get rid of the two guilds. And with this advantage, Prague is likely to be on top of it, firmly in the position of the first guild of the Fire Nation. At that time, the life of their two guilds will definitely not be easy. It seems to see the worry in the other party's eyes. The Purple Rose and the succubus looked at each other from afar, and suddenly tapped their foreheads. It seems that somehow, a consensus has been reached. By 2, we have all received this bounty task. You Prague don't want to occupy the demon ape. Purple Rose was the first to speak and said to By Tuesday, that's right, this bounty was received by everyone together, and if you Prague want to monopolize it, it's absolutely impossible. The succubus also chimed in. Prague is powerful, but Lingian Pavilion and Fengda Ghost Snake are not easy to mess with. Moreover, the two major guilds now have more than 2,000 people under their hands. If they join forces, even Prague will have to avoid the edge for the time being. At this time, I saw Baitu smile coldly and said, when did I say that I would monopolize this demon ape? As long as I am in the same team, after killing the demon ape, the entire team will get a bounty, so that you guys come to our team for the time being, and then we can get the bounty together. Baitu's words made Purple Rose and the succubus a little embarrassed. I thought that the other party would monopolize the bounty under various excuses, but I didn't expect to agree to share so happily. Okay, our three guilds will work together once. Since Baitu compromised, Purple Rose and the succubus also made a decision and directly led their subordinates to join the battle group in Prague. Now that the two of you have joined the battle group, you have to make some efforts, otherwise I will lose a lot in Prague. After the merger of the three associations, Baitu suddenly looked at the two women with a smile, and said such a sentence. I don't need you to talk about it. Purple Rose glanced at Baitu unhappily, and then ordered the people of Lingyan Pavilion to change the battle group mode, and launched an attack on the demon ape. The Fengda Ghost Snake then joined in. The three major guilds are not short of money in the first place. Props with good early lethality such as detonation charms are naturally available. At this moment, they are all taken out, and they are bombarded with the demon ape. Awesome, the three major guilds joined forces for the first time, and the demon ape was completely stunned. Damn, this kind of combat method, I'm afraid only the three major guilds dare to do this. Can other guilds afford to play? I can't help it. Krypton players are so awesome, if you don't accept it, you also go to Kryptonite. Loudza relies on technology, Krypton gold for me. Well, I can't afford to Krypton. Seeing that the terrifying demon ape before was being pressed and beaten by the three major guilds with detonation charms at this moment, many players showed an expression of envy. Really? There's nothing that money can't settle with, even in the game world. If this demon ape is really blown up, then it can be regarded as a glorious ancestor. After all, it is also a blessing to be stoned to death by money, and in the continuous bombardment of detonators. The demon ape's HP at the moment is declining wildly at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. 70%, 50%, 30%, 10%. Prague actually made a direct move against Lingyan Pavilion and the Ghost Snake of Sudu. Awesome, this white slaughter is too ruthless. However, Lingyan Pavilion and Suda Ghost Snake are both the top 10 guilds in the Huaxia online game industry in Prague. Prague is 1 against 2, will it be too impulsive? What's this? The top 10 guilds are also strong and weak, and Prague can rank in the top 3, which shows that the strength is not worth the other two at all. Forget it, what does the competition between the big forces have to do with our scattered people? They can play as much as they like. That's right, anyway, we just need to prepare a melon seed bench and watch the show. Seeing Prague directly turn against the other two associations, many players showed their shocked faces. Baitu, what are you doing? Purple Rose looked at Baitu with an ugly face at the moment, and her tone was full of anger. In the wave of bombardment just now, Lingyan Pavilion suffered heavy losses. Nearly half of the guild members were killed. If she hadn't hit quickly at that time, I'm afraid she would have died on the spot like those sisters now. What for? Baitu sneered and said disdainfully, even now, don't you think it's ridiculous that you still ask such a naive question? The succubus looked at the Purple Rose and said, Captain Rose, you still don't understand. This guy wants to take the bounty to himself. Succubus leader, you're wrong. At this time, I saw Baitu sneering and shaking his head and said, the bounty is not important to me in Prague at all. compared to it, being able to hit your two guilds hard is the real thing worth celebrating. As he spoke, Baitu waved his hand at his subordinates, signaling them to immediately harvest the demon ape that was already bloodied. You bastard! Purple Rose was originally short-tempered, but at this moment, she was so provoked by Baitu that she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart anymore, and rushed straight forward. Boom! But before she could take a few steps, the two figures fell from the sky first, like two meteors, and smashed directly into the crowd of the Prague team. Fire escape, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique, Wind Escape, Great Breakthrough, followed by a huge hurricane of flames swept up at once. Swallow the Prague members who are about to throw the detonator. 3245 HP, 3452 HP, 3342 HP, 6764 HP, crit, eye-catching explosion damage suddenly rushed out of the flame hurricane. In an instant, nearly 100 players, all turned into ashes. When the flames dissipate, sticking into everyone's attention are dropped items and player graves all over the ground. This moment, silence, silent. Everyone was shocked by the sudden scene in front of them. It's a long song. Finally, someone in the crowd recognized the figure standing in the pile of graves. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned. I'll go, what's going on? Why are there two long songs? Is it a doppelganger? But I just saw another long song also release ninjutsu. That's right, the doppelganger technique is an illusion, and it can't be attacked at all. Is it a more advanced doppelganger technique? Then this skill is too perverted. Ninjutsu skills are strange, and it's not strange to have a more advanced doppelganger technique. This long song is also ruthless. I remember that he seemed to have killed a branch leader in Prague before, and later he cheated Prague by 100 million, and now, in front of Baitu, he killed nearly 100 Prague congregants in seconds. I'm afraid it's not a slap in the face of Baitu. A great god is a great god, and he even walks with the wind, and people are not afraid of Prague at all, right? There was a lot of talk. Long song, I didn't expect that I wouldn't go looking for you, so you would send it to the door yourself. On the other hand, Baitu was already gritting his teeth in anger. Before, the night god said that Chang'e didn't take Prague seriously at all, and he didn't take it seriously. After all, Prague's strength is universally recognized, and it doesn't need a player to agree with it at all. But later, the other party actually took away 100 million guild funds in the hands of that stupid night god. This incident has made Chang'e appear on Baitu's must-kill list. And this so-called nirvana is not just for the game world, and the real world. After all, with the background power of Prague, it is very simple to want to lose contact with a person. Kill the demon ape first, you can't be robbed by others. Baitu deserved to be the commander-in-chief of Prague, although he gritted his teeth at Chang'e, but at this critical juncture, he still put the interests of the guild first. The Prague people must not be allowed to steal the final blow. The appearance of Chang'e caused a brief pause in Prague's offensive, and Purple Rose apparently saw this. Taking advantage of this gap, she did not hesitate to launch an offensive against the demon ape with the Lingian Pavilion congregation. A series of detonation charms were thrown out in an instant, and the practice of the pseudo-ghost snake is similar to that of Lingian Pavilion. In fact, it's not just Lingian Pavilion and pseudo-ghosts. Even the Burning Flame Valley and the Heroes Club, which had taken a back seat after being beaten by the demon ape before, were thinking this at the moment. Although they didn't have the financial resources of the three major guilds, they couldn't grind the blood of the demon ape to the residual blood with the detonation charm. However, they still have a chance to grab this final blow. That's why they stay in the neighborhood all the time. This moment, countless shuriken with detonation charms on them soared into the air from all directions, and with the sound of breaking wind, they shot quickly towards the demon ape. Want to grab the final blow right under my nose? You're still a little tender. The corners of Yuan Qing's mouth curled. The next second, as a white smoke rose up, his body suddenly turned into a giant shuriken. Meanwhile, the other Yuan Qing grabbed the inner hole of the giant shuriken and threw it at the demon ape. The flight speed of the giant shuriken is by no means comparable to that of ordinary shuriken. The second shot came first, and instantly crossed the shuriken with the detonation charm attached to it. Subsequently, as the flounder fell rapidly, its blade was instantly enveloped in a layer of piercing blue light. Coacervation. And then it broke out. With a loud sound like thunder, it was earth-shattering. And then, a picture that stunned everyone appeared. In his sight, he saw that the demon ape, which was as big as a mountain, was directly bounced out under the impact of that blue pillar of light. 13762 HP, heavy attack. Meanwhile, a staggering explosion of damage also appeared in everyone's field of vision. Ding, congratulations on successfully hunting the demon ape, Berserk, obtaining 50,000 XP rewards, 5,000 gold rewards, 1 Apefly clan membership quota *1, and family bounty pack *1. Ding, since you successfully hunted the demon ape, Berserk, Konoha village was able to restore peace, and everyone expected it, and your reputation in Konoha village was plus 200. Ding, congratulations on your promotion from neutral to friendly in Konoha village. The demon ape in the state of residual blood was hit hard, and the lottery was instantly hung. The moment the huge body falls to the ground, a large number of dropped items suddenly burst out, as if it were raining. Coins, skill book, armament, material, medicament. It's all over the place. But at this moment, Yuan Qing didn't have time to care about the falling items on the ground at all, because the moment the prompt sounds, the detonating charm that followed exploded around him. The sound of explosions one after another was like rolling thunder. The sky was filled with a sea of fire that almost flooded the entire sky. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped, and their eyes were full of deep fear. With such a number of detonating charms exploding at the same time, even the demon ape in the full state just now would have to be blown up half to death, right? Chang'e, you're killing yourself. On the other side, Baitu's face instantly became extremely cold after seeing Chang'e being engulfed in the sea of fire. Even if you rob the bounty, you are already in a mortal situation, and you still can't get those dropped items. As he spoke, he immediately waved his hand and instructed his subordinates, send someone to guard the resurrection point immediately, and after Chang'e is resurrected, he will be strangled immediately. I will make him unable to get out of the resurrection point. Remember, his weapon, leave it to me. He felt that the reason why Chang'e was able to hit more than 10,000 points of damage just now was definitely due to that weapon. Maybe, it's still a superb artifact above the epic level. Of course, such an artifact must be kept by Prague. Yes, I'll immediately notify the congregation stationed in Konoha village and ask them to block the resurrection point. After receiving the order, a branch commander in Prague immediately went to handle the matter of strangling Yuan Qing. At this time, Baitu glanced at the location of the other long song before without a trace, and finally sneered, I didn't expect him to have learned the B-level skill of Shadow Clone, but so what, there is only one way to go against my Prague. Even if he learns A-level skills and S-level skills, he can't change the ending. Others may not know the skills that Chang'e used just now, but as a high-level leader of the top forces in Waxia, Baitu knows those ninjutsu skills well. Shadow Clone, in fact, is a high-level clone technique. After use, an entity clone with the strength of the main body part can immediately appear. And the tactic used by the other party just now should be the Shadow Clone with the transformation technique. Although this set of tactics can't improve any substantial combat effectiveness, it can greatly improve the player's own mobility. It can be applied to a variety of geographical environments. However, when the main body dies, the Shadow Clone will also disappear. When Chang'e was engulfed in the sea of fire just now, he also noticed that the other party's Shadow Clone also dissipated at the same time. This is even more proof of the fact that the other party is dead. It's a pity, I didn't expect the great god of Chang'e to die like this. Alas, is this called a one-pass operation as fierce as a tiger, and in the end it is only 205. But he also grabbed the bounty reward, and this wave doesn't seem to be a loss. That's right, he doesn't seem to drop anything, but he got a bounty reward when he lowered a level, and he earned blood. It's a pity that the fall of the demon ape should have fallen into the hands of the people in Prague. Yuan Qing's death also made many casual players sigh. I thought that I had killed a Chang biting gold halfway, but I didn't expect it to be a thunderbolt. All at once I was playing with balls. Next, Baitu led Prague's men towards the demon ape's corpse. Now that Chang'e is dead, the items dropped by the demon ape have also become ownerless. At that time, as long as the 1-minute permission to pick up time has passed, everyone can pick it up. Although Prague lost nearly 100 people because of Chang'e's raid before, so what? Prague is still the most powerful guild here. Although there were a lot of people brought by Ling Yin Pavilion and Suda Ghost Snake this time, most of them had already been killed by themselves just now. If the rest of the people want to come and grab it, drop it, then he wouldn't mind killing them all. However, just when Baitu led the people halfway through, a white smoke rose up. Yuan Qing's figure appeared in everyone's eyes again. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The place where Yuan Qing appeared this time happened to be by Baitu's side. The sudden scene made Baitu shocked, and the others didn't have time to react at this time. I saw that Yuan Qing's fist had already smashed on Baitu's body. Bang 7985 HP. With a terrifying damage point jumping into everyone's eyes, Baitu's body flew out like a cannonball in an instant. In the end, it smashed the big tree dozens of meters away, and then it slowly fell. But at this moment, everyone knew that Baitu was already dead and couldn't die anymore. The scene calmed down for a while. Your normal attack successfully killed the player Prague White Slaughter, accumulating 1 kill point and 1 current kill value. After receiving the prompt tone, a smile appeared on the corner of Yuan Qing's mouth. Immediately, his body suddenly turned into a black shadow and quickly rushed out of the crowd. Stop him, can't let him go, avenged the White Slaughter commander. And when he saw that Chang'e was about to run, the people in Prague around him suddenly rushed up like a tide. Prague has a supreme position in the Chinese online gaming industry, but now he is being bullied like this by a scattered person. Even the commander-in-chief was killed by a sneak attack. If you don't get the field back, then I'm afraid that these people will become a joke in the eyes of others in the future. Thousands of players surrounded Yuan Qing in a mighty manner, looking like they were going to tear him to pieces. However, in the face of such a large number of players, Yuan Qing just smiled faintly. As he galloped, a halo suddenly emanated from his body. Strange power state, open, gas burst. Boom, in an instant, an extremely strong wave of chi suddenly spread in all directions from the center of Yuan Qingwei. Those prog members who gathered around were rushed by this wave of anger and instantly fell into a large area. Some of those who got close were even bounced out. Although he didn't take substantial damage, his movement speed was greatly limited. And Yuan Qing took this opportunity to rush directly to the corpse of the demon ape, take a big look at it and pocket all the items that fall on the ground. Then the figure flashed again, rushed into the forest, and immediately went here. This series of movements is extremely skillful and done in one go. There is not a single superfluous step. It's like going through thousands of walkthroughs. Search the entire Konoha forest for me, and you must find out that bastard Changa for me. Seeing Changa leave, a prog subhead suddenly said angrily. Immediately issue a wanted warrant for the next meeting, but if someone kills Changa, as long as the killing video is recorded and transmitted, iProg will definitely give a heavy reward. If it is a loose person, in addition to giving a bounty, iProg will also give him a deputy head to do. Another prog subhead continued. This time, prog has suffered a lot. In order to kill the demon ape, they spent a lot of money and bought a large number of detonation charms from the store. Be prepared. But in the end, he made a wedding dress for someone else. And more importantly, the commander-in-chief of Baitu, who is known as the undefeated myth in the Chinese online game industry, was even killed by the other party. The myth of undefeated is shattered. I believe that prog's status in the Chinese online game industry will definitely be affected in the future. This kind of thing must not be endured. So, Changa must die. Seeing that prog issued a wanted order for the guild with such a high gold content, many casual players showed greed in their eyes. No way. Prog's reward is so tempting. Usually, if there are scattered people who want to enter the guild in Prague, they must go through a lot of assessments, not only to pass the technical level, but also to be absolutely loyal. But now, you can directly skip those links and become a deputy head of Prague in one step. Plus, there's an extremely generous bounty. The gold content of this guild's wanted warrant is not low. That's it. Purple Rose suddenly walked over with the rest of the Lingian Pavilion, looked at the scattered people around him who were about to move, and said, Changa is my friend of Lingian Pavilion. If anyone receives this guild wanted warrant, he is making enemies of my Lingian Pavilion. Everyone had better think clearly about the seriousness of this matter. As soon as the words fell, the succubus also stood up with the person who was drunk and ghostly. That's right, from this moment on, I, the ghost of Sudu, have decided to protect Changa. If anyone dares to do anything to him, he must be ready to bear my wrath. As soon as these words came out, the scattered people began to hesitate. Prague's wanted conditions are tempting, but if you offend the other two guilds for this, it will be a bit more than worth the loss. What's more, how could the great god of Long Song be so easy to kill? Don't get the bounty by then, you have to put yourself in. It seems that the Ghost Snake and Lingian Pavilion are determined to go against my Prague. A Prague subhead said, looking at the Purple Rose and the succubus. Purple Rose raised the kunao in her hand. So what, if you want to fight, you can fight. Are you still afraid that you won't succeed? If Prague and Lingian Pavilion go to war, I won't sit idly by. At this time, the succubus walked to Purple Rose with his subordinates, and then looked at the Prague branch leader with a solemn face. Purple Rose glanced at the succubus gratefully. Thank you, Sister Succubus. I can't help myself. We'll see. The head of the Prague subgroup looked at the two girls and sneered, and then after throwing off this sentence, he left here with the Prague people. And just when the two major guilds came forward to protect Yuan Qing, the person involved in this matter has already arrived in a canyon in the Konoha forest at this moment. Have you accumulated 1 kill value? But if you can kill by 2, it's also worth it. Yuan Qing leaned against a cliff, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then took out the bounty package. From the package, opened the pack. Ding, congratulations on obtaining Spiritism *5 copies. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Fire Escape Fire Dragon Flame Bomb *3 copies. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Water Escape Water Wall *3 copies. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Earth Escape Rock Collapse X3 copies. Ding, congratulations on earning 20 skill points. Ding, congratulations on earning 50 character attributes. Suddenly, a series of reward information suddenly jumped into view. Yuan Qing allocated attribute points and skill points again. It's still the same. The attribute points are still in full force. After all, there are 5 times the attribute increase of the 6 immortal bodies. It would be a waste if you didn't pursue violent output in the early stage. As for skill points, it's still a priority to use stand-in skills, because only Yuan Qing knew that the skill of stand-in technique was completely a magic skill in the early stage. Escape, sneak attack, monster grabs. It can be described as a combination of multiple halos. In his previous life, Yuan Qing used the 3-body technique to derive a variety of combat methods, and the stand-in technique is an extremely important part of it. It's like just now, after he robbed and killed the demon ape, he relied on the stand-in technique to get out. First, he used the transformation technique to turn into a giant shuriken, and was thrown in front of the demon ape by the shadow clone, and then after killing the demon ape, swapped directly with a stand-in technique and a stone under the shadow clone's feet. And the moment the stone appeared in mid-air, the shadow clone and the stone are swapped again. Give people the illusion that he is still in mid-air. Meanwhile, the moment the deity returned to the ground, he directly cast the transformation technique and turned into stone, waiting for an opportunity to lurk. And at that time, it was the moment when hundreds of detonation charms exploded continuously. Many people's eyes were drawn to the detonator. So no one noticed the change in this detail. This is also the key to why when Bai-Tu led people over later, Yuan Qing could burst out and attack. Because he was the inconspicuous stone on the ground. This set of tactical steps. It may seem like a lot of work, but for Yuan Qing, an old fritter, it's not difficult. This is the embodiment of super shadow level combat awareness. 20 skill points to smash down. Yuan Qing's stand-in skill has been directly improved from LV6 to LV8. There are only 2 levels left until the maximum level. At this time, Yuan Qing looked at the time and found that it was already 2 o'clock at noon, so I decisively chose to go offline. Exit the game. The real world. Alas, I'm really addicted to the game for a while. I've been addicted to it all the time. I'm starving. Yuan Qing took out the beef fried dumplings that had been cooled and took a few bites casually. Then he took out a bottle of milk from the refrigerator that was about to expire and drank it down. These foods that are about to expire were bought when I was still a poor dick before, in order to save money, during the supermarket promotion. Although these things are not very good, they are already worlds different from the food in the apocalyptic environment of the previous life. Yuan Qing didn't ask for anything. Now working hard to improve your strength is the king. After the milk is full, Yuan Qing was ready to lie down in the game cabin again. As a result, at this time, a timid voice suddenly came from outside the door. Yuan Qing, are you at home? It's Wang Xinshan's voice. You won't have something left in the bathroom again, will you? Yuan Qing smiled helplessly, walked over, and opened the door. Then he saw Wang Shanshan and her best friend Nanyu, standing in the courtyard in front of the door. But at this moment, the 2 girls are looking at their phones with relish, their faces full of surprise. Seem to be attracted by the content on the mobile phone. Even Yuan Qing opened the door, and they didn't notice it. Ahem, what are you looking at? Yuan Qing coughed lightly and deliberately reminded the 2 girls. Yuan Qing, come and see, there is a great god here. Seeing that Yuan Qing had already opened the door, Wang Shanshan immediately beckoned and motioned for him to come over. What kind of god? Yuan Qing didn't know why, but he still walked over. It's the great god in the game in the ninja world. Aren't you also playing? Maybe you've heard of it. Wang Shanshan said while staring at the video. Yuan Qing walked behind the 2 women, but the moment he saw the video, he suddenly laughed. It turns out that the video that these 2 women are watching now is the video of themselves snatching and killing the demon ape. I don't know who recorded it and uploaded it to the forum. Wow, the great god of Chang'e is so powerful, he can even think of using the transformation technique to turn into a shuriken and fly up. But what is the matter with the other great god of Chang'e? How can he control 2 numbers by himself? Wang Shanshan said with a wistful face. Nanyu analyzed, maybe the other one is the twin brother of the great god of Chang'e. Wow Nanyu, look, how the god of Chang'e appeared next to Bai-Tu. I didn't even see it. Go back and take a look. I didn't see it clearly. Wow, what skills did the god of Chang'e use? He actually shook so many people away. It's so cool. I didn't expect our Linjian Pavilion and the Ghost Snake to support the great god of Long Song. This time Prague is probably going crazy. Prague deserves it, said that they bullied us Linjian Pavilion before. You see, so many sisters have been killed by them. It's a pity, the 2 of us weren't there at the time, otherwise it would have been fun. The 2 women sighed excitedly while watching the video. Soon. That's the end of the video. Wang Shanshan raised her head at this time, and at this time, she suddenly shook her head and said, Hey Yuan Qing, why do I think that the appearance of that Chang'e god seems to be a little similar to you? Should he be your relative? Yuan Qing's face was clouded. What a relative, is that me? Yuan Qing shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, yes, what's wrong? That doesn't seem like a surprise, right, if you didn't get the game's abilities before. Yuan Qing may also be wary of Prague's influence in the real world. But now, it doesn't matter anymore, because in the real world, I have nothing to fear. Nanyu said disdainfully, you just blow it, the god of Chang'e will send people under the fence. That level of god, that's good to live in a luxury villa. I didn't ask you to believe it. Yuan Qing was dismissive. Nanyu's mouth is mean, but his heart is still very hot. There are many things that will be there, too. Ordinary men can't bear it at all. Yuan Qing had already deeply understood this in his previous life. And he still remembered that Wang Shanshan seemed to have a crush on him at that time. But then I don't know why. Wang Shanshan suddenly followed her parents abroad. Even this villa was sold. Since then, Yuan Qing hasn't seen her. Until the end of the world erupts. Haven't seen each other again. At this time, I saw Wang Shanshan hesitate for a moment, and said, then I'll add your friends to see it then. Yuan Qing smiled, I closed the remote friend application. If you want to add me, you have to face, but I can add you directly. You are called Lighting Shan, right? Wang Shanshan was surprised, how do you know my ID name? I don't think I've ever told you about it. Didn't you tell me when you came to the bathroom yesterday to get the key, didn't you forget? Yuan Qing smiled brightly, and his face did not change when he lied. In fact, this information was already known to him in his previous life. However, Wang Shanshan obviously doesn't have the appearance of wanting to dig deeper. She lowered her head, blushed, and said in an inaudible voice, then you can add me then. After saying that, he ran directly into the villa. You guy, if you add friends in the future, you are not allowed to bully Shanshan, otherwise I will not be done with you. Nanmu glared at Yuan Qing fiercely, and then followed Wang Shanshan into the villa. Who am I messing with? Yuan Qing shook his head with a wry smile, then clapped his hands and said, I forgot to pay the rent again. Forget it, just turn it around with your phone, just do what you say. Yuan Qing immediately took out his mobile phone and operated. Directly transferred a sum of money to Wang Shanshan's account, and attached the remark, rent. After doing all this, Yuan Qing returned to the game cabin again. Lie down. Log into the game. Meanwhile, after Wang Shanshan and Nanmu returned to the villa, they were about to lie down in the game cabin and go online. At this time, a voice message suddenly came to Wang Shanshan's mobile phone. Your friend, Yuan Qing, paid you an account of 200,000 yuan, and the noticed rent. Hearing this voice, Wang Shanshan was stunned for a moment. Yuan Qing sent me 200,000. What's the situation? Doesn't he only owe me more than 10,000 points in rent? Even if you add the later deposit, it's only 20,000. Of course, she didn't know that this was because Yuan Qing had just withdrawn part of the game currency. Because of too much money. So when transferring money, I accidentally pressed an extra zero. Maybe he really won the lottery recently. Didn't you see that he even bought the ninja game pod? Nanmu urged, okay, Captain Rose is summoning the congregation in the group again, let's go online quickly, don't rub it off. After saying that, she couldn't wait to lie down in the game pod. Oh, good, Wang Shanshan nodded, and simply didn't care about the money for now. Putting down the phone, he slowly lay down into the game cabin. Ninja World. Yuan Qing logs into the game. It reappeared near the canyon of the Konoha forest. However, at the very moment when the perspective template was just formed, a bloody mouth suddenly appeared in front of him. Don't bring it with you. Yuan Qing decisively dodged the bite with a stand-in technique. Timberwolf King, Boss, Grade LV20, HP 6W, Skills, Roar, Claw, Bite, Rush, Gallop, Smell, Description. The first wolf in the pack, with a stronger physique and bite force than other timber wolves, seems to have some traces of chakra in its body because of the relationship with the ninja. It turned out to be a leader-level Timberwolf King. Looking at the Timberwolf King in front of him, who was about the same size as an elephant, Yuan Qing couldn't help but show a trace of joy on his face. The Timberwolf was originally an ordinary beast. But sometimes, for various reasons, there are also symbols similar to Warcraft. It's like the Timberwolf King in front of you. It is estimated that it was because he once ate a ninja and digested and absorbed all the chakras in the other party's body. That's why the attribute ability has been greatly improved. But this is better for Yuan Qing. He was already looking for the last wolf of the mission. Well, this Wolf King is also at the leader level, so he should be considered a wolf. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing immediately rushed forward with a fist. Didn't use flounder, and directly used physical skills to fight hand-to-hand with the Timberwolf King. And this Timberwolf King is also worthy of being a leader-level demonic beast. Not to mention the speed, it will also slow down the skill. A roar could actually make Yuan Qing feel similar to tinnitus. Movement speed and attack speed are a bit slower. But it's okay, because there is an amplification effect of the 6 immortal bodies. This slowing effect is not very effective for him. But after the speed slowed down, even Yuan Qing had some difficulty dealing with this kind of wolf demonic beast known for its agility. In order not to waste time, Yuan Qing decisively opened the state of strange power. Then, with the weak click breaking effect of the white eye, he launched a swift offensive against the Timberwolf King. A minute later, the Timberwolf King fell in a pool of blood. Drops a lot of dropped items. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the Timberwolf King, Boss, and completing the family mission, rank C, to earn 5 clan honors. The prompt sounds. Family quests are the same as daily quests. After completing the mission, you can get rewards without handing them over. That's pretty handy. There was another Psychic Beast scroll. This luck is really against the sky. When picking up the drops, Yuan Qing suddenly found that among the pile of dropped items, there was a green scroll with a wolf's head painted on it. It's the Psychic Beast scroll. Seeing the Psychic Beast scroll, Yuan Qing remembered that he seemed to have learned psychic techniques before. At the moment, there is a lack of a psychic beast that pulls the wind a little, so he directly crushed this psychic beast scroll. Although the green llama spider is also good, its appearance is too ugly. It's not as good as this Timberwolf King. She is not demanding. As long as the player reaches the level of the lower ninja, they can learn she. Its function is to summon a psychic beast that can assist you in battle. The power can be big or small. It still depends on what psychic beast you have. Of course, optical she spiritism is useless. It must be combined with the psychic beast scroll. It's like a beast pen, and activating the psychic beast scroll is equivalent to adding your own summoned beast to the beast pen. However, the she conditions for learning spiritism are not high. However, the amount of resources required to increase the skill level is not much different from that of S-rank skills, and it's no wonder. Because every time you increase your skill level by 1 in spiritism, you can not only increase the combat time of the psychic beast, and you can also summon one more psychic beast to assist the player in battle. That's the sassiest part. Think about it when your spiritism level reaches the max level. At the same time as PK with people, directly pull out 10 awesome psychic beasts to come out. After the other party saw it, he probably had to kneel down and lick you directly. In his previous life, Yuan Qing had seen many local tyrant players who specialized in improving the skill level of spiritism, and these players who specialize in fighting on the basis of psychics are collectively known as psychics in the ninja world. This is called. At that time, it was extremely prestigious in the ninja world, and few people dared to mess with it. Yuan Qing currently has 2 psychic beast scrolls. One is Green Llama Spider. One is the Timberwolf King. Here we have to talk about the rampaging demon ape of the Pit Daddy. In his previous life, he said that he had burst out a rare demon ape psychic beast scroll, but it turned out that there was not a single fart. It's basically some dispensable equipment materials. This made Yuan Qing very puzzled. Even suspected that his character was too poor, so he didn't break out. However, there is one thing in this pile of equipment materials that is quite good. That's Golden Willow Dew, a magical potion that can wash the qualifications of psychic beasts. Ability to reset psychic beast skills, attributes. There is also a certain chance to wash out the best psychic beasts. Then let's take a look at the attributes of this leader-level Timberwolf King first. Yuan Qing opens the psychic beast interface. Soon, a little wolf covered in fluff and grinning teeth appeared in his field of vision. Timberwolf King, Psychic Beast, Juvenile, Affiliation, Long Song, Level, LV1, Chi and Blood, 300, Chakra, 300, Physical Damage, 102, Ninjutsu Damage, 10, Physical Defense, 40, Ninjutsu Resistance, 30, Skills, Sprinting, Roaring, Biting, Claw, Smell, Rush, Growth Talent, Feeding XP, 0/20,000 Description, a cute little wolf cub, but it's still terrifying to get angry. Well, Psychic Beasts need to be cultivated by the player himself. The maximum level can reach level 200, the same as the player. It's still a 5-star talent. It seems to be much better than I expected. Yuan Qing was very satisfied with the attributes of this Timberwolf. The growth talent of psychic beasts can reach up to 9 stars. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the Warcraft, the higher the growth talent of the psychic scrolls dropped. Yuan Qing originally thought that this Timberwolf King, whose level was only LV20, would be able to open a 3-star psychic beast, but I didn't expect to directly open a 5-star talent psychic beast. It's unbelievable. After seeing the growth talent of this Timberwolf King, Yuan Qing suddenly had a thought. That is to wash it with Golden Willow Dew. Jin Liela can increase the talent qualification of the psychic beast with a high probability, and reduce the talent qualification with a small probability. If successful, maybe you can directly wash out a 6-star psychic beast in the early stage. Isn't that a good feeling? Even if you take it out and sell it, you can get a lot of money. Absolutely no loss. Psychic beasts are non-binding items, and can be resealed to the scroll for retrading after activation, but since they have been activated once, players can view the details of the psychic beasts in them through the sealing scroll. Of course, this definition of not losing is because Yuan Qing feels that it is all robbed anyway. Even if it's wasted, it doesn't feel bad. Think about doing it at the same time. Yuan Qing took out Jin Liela directly from the package. Choose to refine. Ding, congratulations on the successful refining of your Psychic Beast Timberwolf King and the improvement of your growth talent. System prompt: your Psychic Beast Timberwolf King has mutated during the refining process. Let's go and see what's going on. Ha! The prompt message behind made Yuan Qing stunned for a moment. Alright, Psychic Beasts sometimes mutate during the refining process, but this chance is non-existent. Yuan Qing didn't expect that he had only washed it once, and he was tricked. However, it is a good thing that Psychic Beasts have mutated. Mutated psychic beasts tend to have stronger skills and higher growth talent than similar psychic beasts. Sometimes, it will even directly change the internal genes of the psychic beast. That's right. It's species evolution. Yuan Qing couldn't wait to open the psychic beast interface. In an instant, his face changed drastically. Hell Three-Headed Wolf, Mutated Psychic Beast, Juvenile, Affiliation, Long Song, Level, LV1 Chi and Blood, 1000 Chakra, 1000 Physical Damage, 480 Ninjutsu Damage, 180 Physical Defense, 250 Ninjutsu Resistance, 250. The Three-Headed Wolf of Hell, mutated from the Timberwolf King, has not only undergone earth-shaking changes in attributes and skills, even the appearance has become much more hideous than before. Although it is still in its infancy, it has already revealed a ferocity that other young beasts do not have. It looks a little similar to the three-headed wolf of Inyazuka. It's just that the fur of the three wolves of hell is red, and it spreads out in the wind, like a raging flame. Originally, Yuan Qing wanted to make a Mount Psychic Beast for transportation. Unexpectedly, I accidentally got this xenomorph three-headed wolf with tailed beast qualifications. And looking at its skills, it seems to be somewhat similar to the Cerberus of the Six Paths Pain in the original book. Yuan Qing felt that it was necessary for him to cultivate this three-headed wolf of hell. After all, this is a rare attacking psychic beast that combines material injuries and meat tan. If you grow up, you will definitely become a great help to yourself in the future. Thinking so, he quickly opened the cultivation bar under the psychic beast. Then he smashed all the unallocated experience points on his body. Ding, your psychic beast, Hell Three-Headed Wolf, has been raised by 1 level under your cultivation, and the current level is LV2. Ding, your psychic beast, Hell Three-Headed Wolf, has been increased by 1 level under your cultivation, and the current level is LV3. If you feed 100,000 experience points, you will only be upgraded by 2 levels. However, because of the 9-star qualification, the attributes of the three-headed wolf in hell have also been greatly improved. The physical injury has soared directly to 700, which is even more boss than boss. You know, this is only the LV3 level. Although the three wolves of hell are still in their infancy, they are stronger than a bull. Yuan Qing leaned over and jumped and rode directly on the wolf's back, then galloped in the direction of Konoha village. On the way, it attracted countless players to watch. Konoha village, on the foreign square of the Hyuga clan. At this moment, Purple Rose had already gathered all the Lingian Pavilion congregations who had settled in the ninja realm here, and told them that there would be a war with Prague at any time. Prepare everyone in advance. Are these the only people in the meeting right now? Purple Rose said with a solemn expression to several Lingian Pavilion sub-leaders beside her. A subhead in charge of counting the number of people nodded. There is a group of guild members who were just transferred from other online games not long ago, and they are still leveling up in the novice village, and now they can arrive in Konoha village, and these are the only ones who can arrive in Konoha village. Purple Rose, how many people can go to war? There are 2,787 guild members who can participate in the war, of which 1,783 are shinobi, and the rest are either still doing the shinobi trial, or they have just rushed over from the novice village, and their overall strength is slightly worse, the group replied. Hearing this, Purple Rose's face became even heavier. If you want to deal with Prague, these people alone are not enough. Everyone was silent for a while truly. When I was encircling and suppressing the demon ape before, there were nearly 5,000 guild members present in Prague, and at present, in the novice village, there are still 10,000 new members who are training frantically. I believe that soon, Konoha village will completely fall under the control of Prague. At this time, another subhead looked at Purple Rose and said, Sister Rose, just now the president sent a message, saying that let's not act rashly. She can complete all the transfer procedures for other online games tomorrow, and she will personally bring someone to negotiate with Prague when the time comes. Negotiations. Purple Rose's eyes flickered. If the negotiation is useful, then they won't be called Prague. We are still talking. There was a sudden commotion outside the clan land. Sounds like a lot of people are exclaiming. What's going on? Could it be that Prague came to the door so quickly? Purple Rose's face changed suddenly. At this time, I saw a girl running in from outside the clan land with a shocked face, and shouted in her mouth, Long Song is back. Hearing that someone other than Prague was looking for trouble, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A subhead patted his undulating chest and said coquettishly, Changa is not one of our people. He will come back when he comes back. What is the fuss? I thought it was someone from Prague who came. You really scared me to death. No, it's not like this. Changa came in on a monster. It's so terrifying, many people are scared. As soon as she said that monster, the girl's face suddenly turned a little whiter. Riding a monster, are there any mounts in this game? The head of the subgroup wondered. Just go out and see. With that, Purple Rose immediately led someone out to greet her. Come outside. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was a three-headed vicious dog as strong as an ox. And then there's the handsome man who rides on that vicious dog. As for the surrounding players who came to watch, they had been automatically ignored by Purple Rose and the others at this moment. Since Baitu announced all the clan lands of Konoha and all of them, the Hyuga clan is no longer the only family in Lingian Pavilion. However, the dominance of this place is still in the hands of Lingian Pavilion. Just when Purple Rose led people out of the clan land, Yuan Qing happened to also ride the three wolves of hell to the family gate. Bang, with a cloud of white smoke rising, the three wolves of hell suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Yuan Qing jumped into the ground, then looked at Purple Rose and smiled. Big fierce Lori, you brought so many girls out, are you here to greet me? You want to be beautiful? Purple Rose said with a disgusted face, and then changed her words. By the way, how did you conjure up that big dog with 3 heads just now? Is it transfiguration? Yuan Qing smiled. Then I'll take a look at you when you become one. Purple Rose said angrily, get out. Oh, then I'm leaving. Yuan Qing raised his steps and was about to leave. This made the Purple Rose anxious. She hurriedly grabbed Yuan Qing, and her tone suddenly became a lot softer. Alas, don't go. You haven't said how the 3-headed big dog came out. Yuan Qing turned around and looked at Purple Rose and smiled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. This time you Lingian Pavilion and Pseudo Ghost Snake supported me in front of Prague. I have to thank you. Then you still sell off. Say it quickly. Summoned by Spiritism, of course. Spiritism, isn't that a chicken skill? I tried last time and I couldn't get anything at all. Speaking of this ninjutsu, Purple Rose is angry. She also broke out a book of Spiritism before, and the introduction said that she could summon powerful ninja beasts to participate in battle. As a result, she tried, but none of the farts made a single one, and a lot of blue was wasted. Yuan Qing patted the Purple Rose's brain, and said helplessly, nonsense, you don't have a psychic beast, how can you summon it? Summoning your sister. Psychic beasts, isn't this a thing summoned directly from Spiritism? Purple Rose was still confused. And no wonder. Although they also have a lot of game information. But in terms of psychic beasts, it doesn't have much to do. I only know that there is such a thing as a psychic beast, but I don't know how to summon this summoned beast similar to other online games. I thought that as long as I learned Spiritism, I could summon psychic beasts. As a result, I later found out that things were not as simple as I imagined, and now seeing that Yuan Qing knew so much about psychic beasts, Purple Rose suddenly became interested. The Lingian Pavilion can't compete with Prague at the moment, that's right, but if only you could know how to summon psychic beasts. Then the ending will be very different. When the time comes, each person will have a psychic beast, and the combat power will be doubled. Seeing that the Purple Rose humbly asked for advice, Yuan Qing did not hide it. He took out the psychic scroll of the green Yama spider from the package, and then raised his head. See, it's this kind of psychic scroll, only by activating it, you can use the psychic technique to summon it. The Purple Rose suddenly realized, then where did this psychic scroll fall from? Yuan Qing put away the psychic scroll and smiled. Any magical beast has a chance to fall. Okay, I'll organize people immediately and go hunting demonic beasts immediately. With that, Purple Rose immediately discussed the matter of hunting demonic beasts with those subgroup leaders who had already heard the confusion. And yet at this moment, a group of murderous players suddenly stood up from the crowd. Damn, kill him. When the others saw their boss being killed, they immediately picked up their weapons and slashed at the bones. It's just right, Lao Tzu is holding back the fire in his belly, and he has nowhere to pour it. The pellet bone is also a ruthless person. Seeing so many people rushing towards him, instead of showing the slightest fear on his face, he laughed wildly, and then picked up the axe and slashed over. The two sides suddenly fought together. These players who came to hunt Yuan Qing were also counted as two. A few people feign to attack, a few people to sneak attack, and the cooperation is extremely tacit. Apparently a squad that often brushes up together. But, in front of the #1 bounty hunter in the previous life, their tricks are simply not enough to see. The means of fighting the pelvic bone are simple. It's just one word: vicious. In the face of attack, he can dodge. If you can't hide, then, exchange injuries for injuries. It's so spicy. The pelvic bone is to add points with all its might, plus the high damage of that black iron axe. An axe down, dead or maimed. Soon, this group of bounty hunters who came to hunt Yuan Qing fell aggrievedly at the feet of the #1 bounty hunter in the previous life. The whole battle can be said to be clean and neat. It didn't take more than 1 minute. I saw that many players frequently looked sideways. This bone is so ruthless, it deserves to be the big guy on the list. But he can hit such a high damage value, it should be the credit of the axe. But the attack of those people just now hit the body of the disc bone, and it doesn't seem to have cut much blood. Maybe his clothes are awesome, right? Maybe it's also a kryptonite boss. Damn, are the kryptonite bosses so rampant now? When did the kryptonite boss stop being rampant? There was a lot of talking, and after killing these players who were looking for trouble, the Pan Bone was ready to walk towards Yuan Qing. However, at this time, there was a sudden whining in the crowd. I said, Pan Bone, can you stop running so fast? My friend can't help me either. You can't throw the pot at me, right? Besides, you still owe me money. The voice landed, and I saw a dusty player suddenly squeezed out of the crowd, still babbling something. It's a demon. After squeezing out of the crowd, Demon A saw the gray name ID on the top of the bones. Then he subconsciously looked at the piles of graves at the other party's feet. His face suddenly showed helplessness. Alas, if you continue like this, sooner or later you will become a traitor, I will tell you. What about rebellion? Anyway, Lao Tzu kills happily. It's much better than staying with you and the hero and getting angry, he snorted coldly. Speaking of this, Demon Ape could only sigh and said, the last time the Hero Club encircled and suppressed the Demon Ape, it suffered heavy losses and its strength plummeted. How can you negotiate with a behemoth like Prog now? And this time Changa killed by 2, do you think they will give the hero face? Pangu said disdainfully, if you can't talk about it, you can do it with them. I'm afraid of a bird that's hitting a stone with an egg. In this way, the two came to Yuan Qing with their own words. Iemo said apologetically, God of Long Song, I originally wanted to ask the hero to come forward to protect you, but unfortunately you also know that the hero will be in Prog's eyes. I'm afraid it's not worth mentioning at all. Looking at this friend from his previous life, Yuan Qing smiled, it's okay, Prog, I never paid attention to it. He was telling the truth. At that time, after killing by 2, the reason why he chose to escape. It's because he was gray at the time. If he kills on a big spree, maybe it will turn into a traitor. This is extremely detrimental to his next development. Otherwise, he is really not afraid of those half-hung scum. Hee, you're really kidding. A demon obviously didn't believe it. Yuan Qing smiled. He doesn't want to argue, anyway, his own strength, he knows best. At this time, Purple Rose, who had already discussed the countermeasures, came over to Changa. We have decided to organize an elite team to hunt the green Yama spider in the purple mist jungle. What do you think? Well, the poisonous mist of the green Yama spider is indeed easy to use in the early stage, but the probability of dropping the psychic scroll is too low for a magical beast of this level. I don't recommend that you spend so much energy on this, Yuan Qing said. Do you have any good suggestions? At this time, Purple Rose had completely regarded Yuan Qing as a jack of all trades, and even had an extremely delicate dependence on him. You go collect some monster-type dungeon scrolls, there are a lot of monsters in them, and you can also drop psychic scrolls, plus in the dungeon world, no one will come to rob monsters. If you go to the Purple Mist Jungle, can you make sure that people in Prague won't come to make trouble? Yuan Qing smiled and said. Purple Rose thought for a moment, then said, you're right, but there aren't many dungeon scrolls now, and few people take them out to sell. Is that so? Yuan Qing was thoughtful. The rarity of a quest scroll in the early stage is no less than that of a psychic scroll, so few people can explode it. Even the vast majority of players don't know that there are 2 types of scrolls. Then it seems that we can only go to other towns to open up the wasteland. After a while, Yuan Qing suddenly opened his mouth and said such a suggestion. The map around Konoha village has almost been mined by players, and as a map that is overused by newbies. On the streets of Konoha village, the pot has already exploded at this moment. All the players are excited to talk about the same thing. That's the mount. That's right. The scene where Yuan Qing rode the 3 wolves of hell on the street before, but a large number of people were red. Damn, did you see the 3-headed wolf under Changa's crotch just now? It's so handsome. I saw it. I didn't expect this game to have mounts. I heard that the great god of Changa snatched and killed the demon ape and received the bounty reward of the Ape Fae clan. Could that mount be the bounty reward? How could the demon ape burst out of the wolf mount? You think too much, right? I think the god of Long Song should have joined the Inyazuka clan. You see those players who joined the Inyazuka clan, aren't they all with a wolf-type ninja beast? It's also quite cute. Cute with a chicken, such a small ninja beast, and can't be used as a mount. The players were talking to each other. Although the excitement is abnormal. However, they still do not know the origin of the mount. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 wolves were moving too fast at that time, it would have been fleeting. It is estimated that the outside of the Hyaga clan has long been surrounded by those players. No way. After all, that hellish 3-headed wolf is really too windy. For these players, it's a powerful weapon. If only you could find out how to get this mount from Changa. After that, it doesn't matter if you're in a hurry or pretending to be forced. It's all at your fingertips. Meanwhile, within the Ape Fly family, Bai Tu quickly convened a high-level meeting of the guild. At the meeting, he looked at the heads of several subregiments around him with a gloomy face, and said in a deep voice, before the meeting, I will order you to go down and double the reward for the guild's wanted warrant, and be sure to recruit those scattered people to hunt down Changa, and inform the intelligence department and let me find out who Changa is in the real world, and I want to see who he is. Yes, when a player in charge of intelligence statistics received the order, he immediately ran out. Looks like it's time to take care of this. At this time, a subhead suddenly looked at Baitu and said with a solemn expression, Commander, what about Lingyan Pavilion and Pseudoghost Snake? They have said before that they will support Changa. So what? Am I still afraid of them in Prague? Baitu showed a look of disdain in his eyes, and then changed his words, and said, then, let's talk about the key points of this meeting. I just got the news that the development progress of the other 4 countries has surpassed our fire country, and some top players have even reached level 15 or above. This time we are dragged down by the Demon Ape incident, and the guild still has to focus on development, and after the novices who have just entered the game are all promoted to the lower ninja, you can start to develop in the neighboring towns. Also, cultivate a 5-person elite team as soon as possible, and when the time comes, you must grab the city management authority of several nearby towns, which is very important for the development of the guild in the future. Hearing the word city management rights, the faces of all the subheads present became extremely solemn. This inside information was bought by them from a certain high-ranking official at a great cost. At the moment, only a handful of guild leaders are aware of it. Even the top 10 guilds, which were as strong as Lingian Pavilion and Pseudo Ghost Snake, didn't know anything about it. This is an advantage for Prague, and it is also an absolute advantage that has quickly opened up the gap with all other guilds. Yes, once a guild settles in a town, it can take over the management of the city in the city. The guild that has been given the right to manage it will be able to collect a commission on the rent of all player shops in the city. At the same time, if its members buy supplies and equipment in the city, you can also enjoy certain preferential policies. This is a fatal temptation for any guild. Of course, it is not easy to get the right to manage the town. Not only do you have to compete with other guilds, but you also have to pass the city's lord's challenge and trial. Only by passing the test of the city lord can the guild be eligible to obtain the management rights of this town from the city lord. Manage on their behalf. To put it bluntly, it is the so-called Urban Management Brigade, and the reason why By2 transferred the nearly 10,000 congregations was in addition to deterring other guilds. Its main purpose is also this. Prague had already begun plans to attack nearby towns, but Yuan Qing did not know about it. But no book is made without coincidence. At his suggestion, Purple Rose took an elite team from Lingian Pavilion and rushed to the hot spring town first. Along with it, there are also Pelvic Bones and Adamons. These two originally came to seek refuge with Yuan Qing. However, as soon as he heard that Lingian Pavilion was going to organize people to hunt demonic beasts, he also followed. After all, there is such a thing as a psychic beast, but everyone wants to get it. By the way, I almost forgot to add Wang Xinshan's friend. After the girls of Lingian Pavilion left, Yuan Qing suddenly patted his head and remembered the agreement with Wang Shanshan, so immediately opened the friends bar and searched for friends. Lights out. And the other side. Wang Shanshan was staying with Nanmu in the Hyaga clan's land. When Purple Rose called for an elite team of 200 people before, neither of them made the list, so now they both look a little lost. Nanmu sighed and said, "Alas, we missed the encirclement and suppression of the demon ape last time, and we can't hunt the demon beast this time. Our luck is really bad. The two of us are not even shinobi, of course Captain Rose will not use us." Wang Shanshan thought a little clearly. Of course, compared to hunting demonic beasts, she was thinking about another thing in her heart at the moment. I also said that I would take the initiative to add my friends. I have been online for so long, and there is no response at all. Wang Shanshan muttered quietly. Nanmu snorted, "You're still thinking about that, Yuan Qing. Don't think about it. Don't you see the other party's level information when you search for friends? I guess he will be cowardly when he sees that you are already a novice 10 tuba, and he has no face to add you. Men, they all want to save face." Wang Shanshan pouted, about to say something. At this time, a request message suddenly popped up in the friends bar. Long Song, Shinobi level 11, asked to add you as a friend. Did you agree? Additional information, I'm Yuan Qing. Seeing this information, Wang Shanshan couldn't help but scream. Nanmu said inexplicably, "What are you calling blindly? Really? Scare me. Do you want to be crazy for a man?" No, Wang Shanshan hurriedly shook her head and said, "It's Yuan Qing, he added me as a friend." Nanmu pouted, "Cut at it, what's all the fuss? It's not a big god to add you." Yuan Qing had already taken a brisk step to the square where they were. This square is where Lingian Pavilion gathers guild members. And at this moment, since Purple Rose had just selected the elite members of the Wasteland map, there were still many Lingian Pavilion congregations nearby that had not dispersed. Seeing Yuan Qing coming, those girls' eyes suddenly lit up. "Wow, look, it's a Long Song. Really, he's so handsome. You said that Chang'e is also from the Hyaga clan. If he is in the same family for a long time, will something happen? Don't be complaining, people are the men that Captain Rose has a crush on, and it's not our turn. Hee, I can't even think about it. Poof, do you still want to solve it yourself with your hands while thinking about others? Hee, if you don't see through it, you're still a good sister. I don't believe you don't have this idea. Look, Chang'e seems to have gone to find those two people. I'm so envious, I can get the blessing of the great god. Fortunately, you're big, can you not be so sassy? Be careful of being heard by Chang'e." The girls talked in a low voice, their eyes glancing in the direction of Yuan Qing from time to time, their faces full of spring. Yuan Qing came to Wang Shanshan, who was full of surprise, looked at her, and smiled. "I didn't expect you two to level up quite quickly. You have already risen to novice level 10 so quickly." "No, we were just lucky. We joined Lingian Pavilion when we were in the novice village, and then we chartered the field with our sisters to farm monsters, and before we knew it, we were promoted to level 10. Wang Shanshan smiled sweetly. "Well, yes, luck is also part of strength." Yuan Qing nodded, then took out a few skill books from the package and handed them to the two women, and said, "These are 3 body skills, you can use them when you go to the assessment of the lower forbearance. I have something to do, so I'll go first." After speaking, Yuan Qing walked towards the clan land. Nanmu secretly pulled the corner of Wang Xinshan's clothes, and said in an inaudible voice, "Alas, why don't you let him take us? He should have his own business to do, right? Wang Shanshan looked a little dazed. She still can't believe that Yuan Qing is the legendary god. That's right. At this time, Yuan Qing paused, then turned around and threw two things over. These two things are also given to you, maybe it will help you a little. Wang Shanshan took the two things and looked at them, and was dumbfounded. Spiritism Psychic Beast Scroll, Green Yama Spider. In fact, before the Psychic Scroll of the Green Yan Spider, Yuan Qing wanted to give it to a demon. However, the other party said that he wanted to hunt psychic beasts with his own strength, so it was put on hold. Now seeing Wang Shanshan, Yuan Qing remembered that this girl had always taken care of herself in life. So I took this scroll and gave it a favor. A psychic scroll, which is currently extremely rare, was sent here and there by him like this. If other players find out, I'm afraid I'll have to be so angry that I vomit blood. Nima. We haven't even exploded spiritism, but you're already giving away psychic beast scrolls. Is this still a way to live? After saying goodbye to Wang Shanshan, Yuan Qing went straight to the place where he took over the family task. Took on a C-class family mission again. This time, I received a delivery mission. Mission information: ship the stone to the Kanabi Bridge to repair the bridge that was blown up during World War III. Difficulty grade C. Reward 3 family honors. The Kanabi Bridge is the main road of the Fire Country. Because it was blown up during World War III, it is currently being repaired in full swing. It's a bit of a long way from Konoha Village to Kanabi Bridge, but fortunately, the stones used for these missions are all in the package. Otherwise, if you pull a car over, it is estimated that it will not take a few days, and you will not be able to arrive at all. After Yuan Qing took over this task, he left the Hyaga clan directly. But before we set off for the Kanmu Bridge, he first went to the shopping street and cleaned up the contents of the package. Although there is currently 1 billion in hand, there are many places to spend money in the future, so you can't sit back and eat nothing. It took a while to clear the package. Only then did Yuan Qing set off. Ah, perverted. It's you again, you old pervert. Just as he was passing by a bathroom, suddenly, the exclamations of several women came from inside. A bathroom, pervert, these 3 words combine and make me think of a person. Hearing those exclamations, I don't know why, a lewd uncle with white hair suddenly appeared in Yuan Qing's mind, who was still pinching and scratching with his hands. That's right. It's self-serving. Dare to peep so recklessly in Konoha Village, and there is no patrol ninja to control it. I'm afraid this guy is the only one. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing immediately jumped directly onto the roof. Lean over and look. After seeing the hidden information on Jiraiya's body, Yuan Qing suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. Jiraiya-sensei. Yuan Qing shouted softly. Shhh, be quiet, don't you see that I'm collecting materials? Jiraiya seemed to have been aware of his arrival a long time ago, and he didn't look back when he spoke, his eyes still staring at the bathroom, watching with relish. Yuan Qing has a black line. It seems that judging from the exclamation just now, it seems that the people in the bathroom have already discovered him, right? Could it be that this product is still addicted to voyeurism and stealing? Well, maybe that's what those writers call inspiration. Yuan Qing thought so in his heart, and he jumped into the side of Ziai directly. Teacher Jiraiya, do you want me to help you look out for the wind? Yuan Qing got straight to the point. There's no way, for the sake of favorability, I can only be so brazen. However, what Yuan Qing didn't expect was that Zilla would directly reject him. You kids still want to give me the wind, are you, when my perception is ornamental? Alright. I'm afraid I can't ask for the 50 favorability points to help Wangfang. Perception is actually a support skill. Its purpose is to be able to detect nearby situations based on the level of the skill. In the original book, when the second-generation Hokage Senju was chased and killed by the Golden Horn troops, it was with this ability that he accurately perceived the number and identity of the opponent. And Jiraiya, as the legend of Konoha Sunin, has a little perceptual ability, which is not surprising. However, Yuan Qing was not discouraged. Isn't there still 2 hidden messages? As an old fritter who is familiar with the plot of the Hokage, Yuan Qing can be said to know Zillai's character well. He took 2 steps back. Suddenly a mudra formed on both hands. Seduction bang. Suddenly, a stunning beauty of Chikuakuo appeared next to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei. Yuan Qing deliberately lowered his voice and shouted at Jiraiya in an almost womanly voice. Zilla originally sensed Yuan Qing's movements, but that's just the chakra's fluctuations. Didn't know that Yuan Qing had already made a killer move. At this moment, when I heard such a coquettish voice, even the bones were a little crispy. Jiraiya turned his head. After seeing that stunning beauty conjured up by Yuan Qing with transformation technique in front of him, he suddenly felt a stream of heat overflow from his nostrils. This thing has a nosebleed. This. What a kawaii girl, I can already see that my eyeballs are about to bulge. Jiraiya-sensei, let me help you get the material. Yuan Qing winked playfully, then deliberately squeezed out a very cute expression and walked towards Zilla. Good. Pick up the material, take the material. Jiraiya stretched out his hands, while doing the grasping and pinching action that he often does, he said with a halazi. Ding, Jiraiya's opinion of you is plus 100. Ding, Jilla has also become extremely interested in you, and has an additional plus 500 opinion of you. When the second prompt sounds, Yuan Qing was stunned on the spot. Groove, it's 500 opinion points. This Nima is awesome. His friendship with Jiraiya was originally 200, now it's 600. In other words, another 200 will directly reach the reverence, favorability. And the last favorability reward for helping Jiraiya enter the girl's bathroom is not exactly 200 points? Thinking of this, Yuan Qing immediately cleared his throat, and then pretended to be delicate and said to Zilai, yes Sensen, do you want to have something that can be stimulated? I wanted. Do you have anything more exciting? Jiraiya is full of anticipation. Although he knew that the stunning beauty in front of him was Yuan Qing, he didn't care. After all, the visual impact is also a kind of enjoyment. It's like when you watch a movie, you know that the woman in it can't touch or smell it, but you still watch it with relish. It's the same thing. Seeing Zilla's impatient expression, Yuan Qing suddenly smiled. Then he leaned into Jiraiya's ear and gave him a great idea to sneak into the girl's bathroom and feast his eyes. It's nasty, but I love it. After listening to the idea given by Yuan Qing, Lasai suddenly lit up and said, no wonder Teacher Apeface said that you are the most potential student he has ever seen. I admit this. And I can tell you now that I would like to call you the strongest of all the perverts I've ever seen. After saying that, Jiraiya immediately performed the transformation technique, and she also became a pure and beautiful girl. However, this girl of hers is wearing a bathrobe, and she is not as unrestrained as Yuan Qing. And then, the two women swayed into the girl's bathroom next to them. A few minutes later, because the somatosensory realism of this game is close to the real relationship, in order to relieve the pressure brought by life and work, many players sometimes come to the bathroom and bathhouse to relax. Now, in the girls' bathroom of this bathhouse, in addition to some NPCs, there are many female players soaking in the hot springs. When Zile also walked in with Yuan Qing, he was transformed into a woman. And these female players are all relatively low level, and they don't have the ability to decipher illusions like writing wheel eyes and white eyes. So for a while, I didn't find out that these two women were disguised by men. However, in this environment of dancing demons and magnificent, Yuan Qing and Zile also failed to withstand such a surging offensive. In the case of high emotions and restlessness, the transformation technique of the two disappeared in advance. Zile is also a well-known voyeur in the neighborhood, even if the identity information is at the shadow level, but it is still the eyes of many female players. And those indigenous NPCs were even more ruthless, and directly took out the bath stick and drove him out. Seeing this, Yuan Qing also wanted to slip away. Turned out to be pulled by a group of female players who made waves. After a fierce tear, he finally got away from this place of right and wrong with his stand and technique. After Yuan Qing and Jile escaped from the bathhouse, they leaned directly against the nearby wall and gasped. I've never done such an exciting thing in my life. You can even think of such a bad idea. Zile also said unsatisfied, and his face was full of satisfaction. Yuan Qing smiled, haha, I didn't expect that the dignified Konoha-sunin, a shadow-level powerhouse, would be beaten by a group of women with sticks. It's really embarrassing. You know, I'm not looking for material, am I? It's for art. Jiraiya looked proud. Ding, Jiraiya has a plus 200 opinion of you. Ding, congratulations on the promotion of your friendship relationship with Jiraiya from friendly to reverence. Ding, your relationship with Jiraiya has reached full capacity, and you can't continue to increase your opinion. Ding, -10 opinion of ape flying sunslash towards you. Ha! The first few prompts were all expected by Yuan Qing, but what the hell is this last ape flying sun/favorability -10? Yuan Qing couldn't help frowning. Open, supercilious. In an instant, his right eye turned pale. With the help of the perspective ability of the white eye, Yuan Qing took in all the scenes within 1 kilometer of the surrounding area. But unfortunately, I didn't see the figure of the ape flying to the sun. It's strange, ape face sun/ is not nearby, so how did this good feeling be detained? Closing his eyes, Yuan Qing thought thoughtfully. Wait a minute. Ape flying sunslash looks like there's a crystal ball. And that crystal ball was in his previous life. He remembered it as an epic survey prop. As long as you enter the coordinates, you can survey the scene information of that location. More perverted than most of the perceptions. In the original book, Sarutobi often used that ball to spy on Naruto. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing was stunned. I guess when I was also peeping into the girl's bathroom, the old guy from the ape flying sun was also watching it. After all, there seems to have been such a scene from the memories of Jiraiya. Ape Fei Ri Chop was a color blank when he was young. I didn't expect to be so disrespectful to the old when I was old. What are you suspicious of? Jiraiya's voice came. It's nothing, I just feel a little emotional. If only the transformation technique lasted a little longer at that time. At this moment, Yuan Qing lied and not only was able to keep his face from changing, but he had even reached the point of perfection. Ahem, okay, just look at this kind of thing, see too much and hurt the body, moderation is the most important thing. At this time, Zilla also seemed to have become a teacher who was kind and seductive. While educating Yuan Qing, he took out something from his arms, handed it over, and said, since everyone is so involved, then I will send you something. Yuan Qing took the thing and glanced at it, and suddenly his pupil shrank slightly. It's a skill book. And it's also an extremely rare teleportation skill book. Reverse Spiritism skill level, B skill attribute, ninjutsu skill effect, set teleportation coordinates in a fixed town in advance. After casting this spell, the caster will instantly return to the coordinate location. Note, you can only set coordinates in the town. Skill cooldown, 60 minutes, chakra consumption, 100, chi and blood consumption, 1%, condition chi study, shinobi, description, spiritism summon psychic beasts, while reverse psychic spell summon you. Jiraiya said proudly, this is my own ninjutsu, except for Mr. Sarafii, no third person knows, now it's cheap for you. Thank you, Mr. Jiraiya. As he spoke, Yuan Qing crushed the scroll and collected this teleportation ninjutsu for use. That's a good thing. If you want to go back to town when you go far away in the future, it's almost a blink of an eye. Equivalent to the stone of returning to the city of other online games. By the way, I'm going to go to the land of waves now, do you want to come with me? Zille also looked at Yuan Qing and said, Ding, Jiraiya invites you to go to the country of waves to investigate the information of the Akatsuki organization. Ding, this mission is a level of difficulty, which is beyond your ability, so choose carefully. Ape-Face Sun Slash withdrew his gaze from the crystal ball with a strange expression. Then he shook his head and said, alas, it seems that the child was also damaged by Zilla, in vain I still expect him so much. After saying that, he stared at the crystal ball again with relish. If you look closely, you can find the picture in the crystal ball at this moment. It's a girl's bath. And the other side. Yuan Qing hesitated slightly for a moment after receiving the invitation message for the A-level mission. But in the end, I still accepted the mission invitation of Jiraiya. That's what he thought. Anyway, I have an anti-psychic technique in my hand now. If you fall into a crisis, you can't beat it, and you should be fine with escaping. What's more, what kind of organization can there be in the country of waves? The land of rain is their nest. For this Xiao organization, Yuan Qing couldn't know anything better. Inside are a group of S-class rebels. The lowest strength is all shadow level. Some of them are powerful, and they even have super shadow level strength, which should not be underestimated. The boss of its organization, Nagato, with the help of the Eye of Reincarnation, barely reached the level of the 6 realms. The overall combat power of the entire organization is definitely above the 5 major powers. And more importantly, and that's just the strength of the organization. But fortunately, this mission is just to find out the information of the Xiao organization. It's not about a head-on confrontation with the other party. Otherwise, not to mention accompanied by Jiraiya, even if the 3 ninjas of Konoha arrived, Yuan Qing would not take this task. Then let's go now. Zille also suggested. Good. Yuan Qing nodded. Then, the 2 of them set out on their way to the country of waves. The land of waves is a small country without any ninja institutions, located on an island on the border between the land of fire and the land of water. That's right. It's an island nation. Although a bridge is under construction, it has not yet been completed. If you want to get there, you have to board a boat and cross the sea. Yuan Qing and Zille also came to the ferry, found a ferry boat casually, paid the money, and set off. However, just as the ferry left the port, a sudden voice suddenly sounded in my ears, server-wide notice, congratulations to the player, Long Song, Fire Country, for opening the overseas map, becoming the first player to go to sea, and getting the reward for opening the map, 1 million experience points, 50 attribute points, and 20 skill points. System news, the overseas map of the land of waves, neutral country, is now open, and all players are welcome to explore this map. System news, in view of the fact that the country of waves, neutral country, has been open to the outside world, from now on, all faction players will have a certain chance of being dropped into this country with escort missions, transportation missions, and collection missions. Hearing these 3 prompts, Yuan Qing was overjoyed. He never thought that he would just go out to sea with him. I haven't even gone to work in the sea, but I got such an extra benefit. And, the first one, it's a full server announcement. 2 full server announcements in a row. There are also a few faction announcements. It's hard to be famous. Alas, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Yuan Qing sat on the ferry, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said with a look of embarrassment. Meanwhile, at the moment when the announcement of the whole server sounds, players from all 5 major camps on the server are in the circle. It's that long song again, this guy is hanging, right? It's been announced on 2 servers in a row. What the hell is this overseas map? Is there a sea map in this game? Wait, the map of the neutral country is open. Doesn't this mean that you can go there and collide with players from other countries? Awesome, it's hard for this long song not to be famous this time. There is such a big guy in the fire country, and the other 4 countries will have a hard time in the future. Which guild is this long song from? Is it from Prague? No, the guild in Prague pays attention to order, and the ID prefix of each member is the same. Or maybe it's from Lingian Pavilion? Damn, the route of the escort mission was okay before, but now it's going to fucking go overseas. I'll grass your uncle's long song. It's okay to open an overseas map. Almost everyone is complaining. The opening of the overseas map means that the difficulty of the game will be further increased. It's like a LAN game suddenly becoming a network-wide connection. It's not just that some tasks have become more difficult, and when you go to other countries to do missions, you have to worry about whether you will bump into players from the opposing camp. This difficulty has increased more than a little. Of course, as the initiator of this matter, Yuan Qing didn't care about it at all. He beautifully distributed all the attribute points and skill points he accidentally obtained. Combat power is rising again. The stand-in technique was directly cultivated to the full level. At this point, he can finally do without seals and become an instant stand-in. You know, in this kind of highly realistic virtual game, masters make moves between them, even if it's 0.1 seconds of negligence. All have the potential to rewrite the outcome of a battle. Moreover, the cooldown time of the stand-in technique after the full level is only 7 seconds. Hint, you have entered the waters of the Wave Nation, neutral, please be careful. After the ferry traveled on the sea for dozens of minutes, taking the ferry can reduce the distance in the sea area. With a prompt sound, Yuan Qing knew that he had reached the range of the country of waves. You kid has a lot of crooked brains. Why did you drop the chain at the critical moment? Jiraiya has come back again. He touched his backpack, and then took out a skill scroll from his bag. You watch and practice yourself. I'll go to the country of waves to explore the wind first, and come to me after you go ashore. As he spoke, he threw the skill scroll in his hand. Then his figure flashed, and he continued to step on the sea and gallop towards the country of waves. The raging waves are raging, but he is still walking on the ground. Damn, are you bullying me for not having all my skills? Yuan Qing rubbed his nose with a helpless expression. But that's fine, and I cheated a skill book from Jiraiya. Well, that's the benefit of having a burst of friendship with such high-level NPCs. Chakra control skill level. See skill attribute, ninjutsu skill effect. Attach chakra to the sole of your feet. You can move on any terrain, but your movement speed will be reduced by 40%. Skill cooldown none. Duration 1 minute. Chakra cost 50 points. Can be used continuously. Condition she study, shinobi. Description, heaven and earth can do anything? Of course not, but treading the waves, flying eaves and walking on the wall is not a problem. Another very useful support skill. Don't explain. She directly. After learning chakra control, Yuan Qing also has the ability to walk on the sea. Then he jumped into the sea and rode towards the land of waves. Although the LV1 level chakra control will have a 40% reduction in movement speed, but with the mutual cancellation of the 6 immortal bodies, his speed was actually not slow. A few minutes later, Yuan Qing came to the vicinity of the island. Like Zilla, he deliberately avoided the ferry. I found a random beach to land. Quest tip, congratulations on your successful arrival in the land of waves, so go to the market now to inquire about the Akatsuki organization. The moment I landed on the island, a mission message suddenly popped into my eyes. Tasks above A level, including A level, sometimes have many phased task branches. Players will need to complete all of these quest branches in order to reach the final core quest. But Yuan Qing didn't plan to inquire about any information right now. He first opened the map of the area, then confirmed a place, and touched it. He remembered that there was a medicinal herb shop in the country of Banaku. A very peculiar potion can be purchased inside, can deal a percentage of damage to aquatic creatures, regardless of level. This potion was originally intended to deal with the sea beasts near the land of waves. Of course, water-based monsters also have an effect. This potion is very practical in the late stages. It can be said to be the nemesis of water-based warcraft. However, due to the limited supply, there are not many of them. At that time, it was almost copied to a sky-high price, and only local tyrants could afford it. Soon, Yuan Qing touched the map and came to the medicinal herb shop. Card too many herb shop. Hello, do you need anything? A sweet and lovely shopkeeper looked at Yuan Qing and smiled. I'll take a look. Yuan Qing rummaged through the counter list for a while. It didn't take long for a familiar potion to appear in his sight. Eclipse White Quality Colon Effect, deal 10% true damage to water monsters. Description, a corrosive agent developed by the islanders of the land of waves to deal with sea beasts. Price, 500 coins. I want this potion. Yuan Qing pointed to the Eclipse White, displayed on the counter and said. The little sister of the store picked up the Eclipse White and glanced at it, and then smiled. How much do you need, please? All. Yuan Qing said without hesitation. The little sister of the store was slightly surprised. There are 100,000 doses of this medicine in stock in our store. are you sure you want them all? Don't talk nonsense, I look like the kind of person who goes back on my word, hurry up and get it. Yuan Qing was a little impatient. Damn, I'm still in a hurry to do the task. You're still chirping, don't think you're a girl and don't dare to hit you. All right. Except in special circumstances, wantonly beating up resident NPCs or molesting female NPCs will be taken down by the shadows on the spot, and he is naturally not so bold. But it's okay to complain in your heart. Oh, okay, wait a minute. The little sister of the shopkeeper ran out in a panic. Yuan Qing was stunned. Just ran away? Don't want to do business? Just when he was wondering, the little girl of the store ran in with a group of people again. Mr. Cardo is this guest officer, he said that he wants to buy all the inventory of Eclipse White. Cardo? This name seems familiar. Character, Cardo, NPC, information, a wealthy merchant in the country of waves. It is said that he is currently working on a big deal. Looked at the short man in a suit with sunglasses and two mustaches in front of him. Yuan Qing finally remembered. Isn't this the profiteer from the original books? He didn't expect that he would come to buy some potions, but he ran into such a character from the plot line of the world. Young man, you're the one who wants to buy all my inventory? Cardo asked with a wicked grin. Yuan Qing nodded, that's right, the unit price of Eclipse White is 500 a bottle, and you have 100,000 inventory, which is 50 million, I can trade with you immediately. He doesn't want to deal too much with the characters in this plot line, he just wants to complete the deal as soon as possible. After receiving the confirmation, Cardo immediately clapped his hands and said, okay, readily, I just like lads like you. Thanks, but I don't need you to like it. Yuan Qing replied lightly. Haha young man, you have a character. I see that you are wearing a forehead guard on your head, and you are also a ninja, right? What do you think? Are you interested in coming and doing things with me? Hear this quest prompt. Yuan Qing couldn't cry or laugh. Nima came to buy some potions, but accidentally found a clue to the Xiao organization. That's too much, isn't it? But having said that, Yuan Qing was not flustered in his heart, and was even a little excited. From Cardo's words, he already got a message. That is, there are two ninjas who came from the land of rain. Let's not say if those two are members of the Xiao organization. With Jireya's current strength, there is absolutely no problem in confronting the two members of the Xiao organization, as long as those two don't come from Pain and Obito. Of course, it is impossible for those two bigwig-level figures to cooperate with profiteers like Cardo. Most likely, it's the flight segment and angle. Of course, it could be someone else. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing decisively agreed to Cardo's invitation. Okay, you give me an address, and I'll go to you after I finish dealing with the things at hand. Cardo smiled. Okay, after you finish the matter at hand, just go to the western mining area to find me. I have been supervising the work there recently. After saying that, Cardo left the store with his men. It didn't take long for a few guys to come to the door of the store with 2 carts of potions. The little sister of the store walked up and counted the number of potions, then looked at Yuan Qing and said, Sir, there are a total of 100,000 bottles of whitening potion here, and the original price was 50 million, but Mr. Cardo just instructed that you will be given a 9% discount, and you only need to pay 45 million. Here you go. Yuan Qing happily threw a bag of coins over. After chatting casually with Cardo, I saved 5 million, and this transaction is not a loss. There is only a 24-hour time limit for follow-up tasks, and Yuan Qing does not dare to delay. After leaving the pharmacy, he went straight to Jiraiya, although Zilla did not reveal where he was exploring the wind. But you don't have to think about this kind of thing to know, it must be that kind of romantic place. In a place like the country of waves, where economic conditions are not good, there are not many places for romance. Yuan Qing used the shadow clone to search for it at the same time, and soon found Jiraiya in a tavern called Cyan Small Bar. At this moment, Jiraiya is sitting on the sofa on his back, drinking sake and eating fish balls, and there are 2 big girls with choppy waves by his side. Not to mention how easy it is. Mr. Jiraiya, is this how you explore the wind? Yuan Qing's face was black. Haha, I said, Changa boy, didn't you notice that there was a danger in this tavern? Jiraiya said as he leaned his head to one of the big girls, and then used the corner of his eye to keep scanning inside. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qing suddenly shook his eyebrows. Is this old pervert here for recreation, or is he here to track down the Xiao organization? Ahem, I've found a clue. Yuan Qing said bluntly. Oh, so fast? Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes lit up suddenly, and then he pushed away the 2 women beside him and walked over. It is worthy of the graduates I am optimistic about, Jiraiya said as he walked out of the tavern. Watch your sister. Did you just pull me over and run an errand for you? Yuan Qing complained in his heart, preparing to keep up. At this time, the big girl who was leaning on Zilla just now grabbed him. You little handsome guy, you still want to eat white food, you haven't paid yet. Yuan Qing. The western mining area of the country of waves. At this point, there are 22 hours left until the mission time limit. Yuan Qing and Zilla also crouched on a rock, watching the crowd coming in and out of the mine below. Jiraiya-sensei, do you have the ability to perceive the ninjas of those two rain countries? Yuan Qing asked. Zile also shook his head. My perception ability is also a half-ass. I can only sense the situation within a radius of 100 meters, and the distance of the mine is too far for me to sense. Oh, is that so? Yuan Qing smiled and moved his gaze to the side of the mine again. Then the chakra slowly condensed to the right eye. White eyes. Open. Yuan Qing instantly entered a state of white eyes. He wanted to use his ultra-long range vision to directly scan what was in that mine, but soon, he gave up. The mine is unfathomable, and I don't know how deep it has been dug. The white eye can clearly detect things up to 1 kilometer away, but he didn't see the bottom of the mine just now. In other words, the bottom of that mine is far beyond the detection distance of the white eye. Looks like we'll have to go to the mine to find out. At this time, Jiraiya suddenly got up and walked towards the mine below. Yuan Qing frowned and followed. The two of them soon came to the entrance of the mine. Who are you? This is not the place for you, get out of here. A few ruffians who were patrolling saw a stranger coming, and immediately surrounded them. Yuan Qing smiled and said, I was invited by Mr. Cardo. One of the ruffians who seemed to be the head of the ruffian carefully looked at the young man in front of him and the white-haired greasy man beside him, and then suddenly squeezed out an ugly smile. It turned out to be you. Our boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me. Good. Yuan Qing glanced at Zilei, and then followed. And Jiraiya's eyes flickered slightly at the moment, not knowing what he was thinking. The voice landed. Yuan Qing saw a man with long hair and a pair of golden snake eyes coming out of the ground. Character Orochimaru, NPC, Faction Rain Country, Dawn Level, Shadow Level 130. Description: one of the three ninjas of the original Fire Country, Konoha Village, and Jiraiya and Tsunade are the disciples of the third generation of Hokage Flying Sun Slash, with extremely strong strength and almost immortal reincarnation secret art. Currently Konoha Ninja Village S level wanted rebel ninja, member of the Rain Country Dawn organization, is the same Konoha Sunin, and the overall information of Orochimaru is not much different. But the aura emanating from his body is very cold and chilling. Orochimaru, you don't mind if I make your original partner a puppet, do you? Not long after Orochimaru appeared, a bald old man who looked like a hunchback also appeared from the mountain over there. Seeing this person, Yuan Qing suddenly frowned. Character Scorpion, NPC, Faction Rain Country, Dawn Level, Shadow Level 135. Description: a puppeteer known as a genius, known as the Red Sand Scorpion. He used to be a ninja in the Land of Wind, and was later wanted by the Land of Wind for killing 3 generations of wind shadows, and is currently an S-level rebel in the Land of Wind, and a member of the Rain Country Xiao organization. This is a trickier character than Orochimaru. Ding, congratulations on successfully confirming the identity information of the members of the organization, and receiving 500,000 XP rewards and 10 skill points. Mission tip: fight off Orochimaru, Scorpion, and search the underground mines for 1 hour to see what information is available. At the same time as the Great Snake Pill and the Scorpion appeared, a task prompt also came from Yuan Qing's ears. A black trench coat with a red auspicious cloud pattern and a hat with wind chimes. Orochimaru, you really joined that organization? Jiraiya's gaze has been locked on Orochimaru. It seems to have overlooked the existence of scorpions. But that doesn't mean he doesn't know where he is. While staring at the Great Snake Pill, he said in a voice that only Yuan Qing could hear, you will run away as soon as I make a move later. These two guys are not something you can handle. I don't need you to remind you of this. Yuan Qing said as a matter of course. He is not a fool, and the two opposite are both tricky characters with shadow-level strength, and each has a secret technique. Launching anger, even Super Shadow may not be able to please them in their hands, especially the Red Sand Scorpion. This person is a dangerous person who has killed 3 generations of kage. It is said that 100 machines can destroy a country. The strength is terrifying. Psychics. In the face of the 2 shadow levels, Zile also felt pressure, and he immediately called the Toad boss of Miyama Mountain to help. Yo Jiraiya, you've been looking for so many years, and finally found Orochimaru, but from the current situation, it seems to be very bad. After the Toad boss appeared, when he saw the big snake pill and the scorpion, the huge toad face also changed slightly. Boss, buy me a little time. Jiraiya jumped directly on top of the Toad boss's head, and then formed a strange handprint with his hands. Suddenly, a very subtle aura emanated from him. The Toad boss said solemnly, do you want to use that technique? It seems that this time it is really a moment of life and death crisis, so I will complete the technique for you. After speaking, the extremely explosive legs suddenly kicked. Its huge mountain-like body instantly rose to the sky. Water Iron Cannon. Wind Escape, Great Breakthrough. Scarlet Amber Prosthetic 1000 Books. Jiraiya directly fought with Orochimaru and Scorpion. The collision of Shadow Level and Shadow Level. And it's also the top film level. This encounter is not something that can be encountered casually. Of course, it's just coming for someone else. As a person who came over, Yuan Qing naturally didn't pay too much attention to this battle. Since Jiraiya has dragged down Orochimaru and the Scorpion, then he can go to that underground mine to find out. Thinking of this, Yuan Qing immediately turned around and galloped towards the side of the mine. Stop him for me. Seeing this, Cardo, who was standing aside, immediately urged his subordinates to rush over. Two of the samurai, armed with katanas, were the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed in front of Yuan Qing. Get out of the way. Yuan Qing bit his fingertips, his hands quickly formed a spell, and then slapped it on the ground. Psychic technique. Roar. A three-headed evil wolf like an elephant appeared directly in everyone's field of vision with three bloody mouths open, because all the experience points gained from doing tasks before were fed to the relationship. At this moment, the size of the three wolves of hell has become even larger than before. Before, he thought he could recruit another ninja to do things for him. After the result goes back. The two ninjas of the Rain Nation told him that the whereabouts of their organization should not be exposed to other ninjas. Otherwise, the partnership will be terminated immediately. Although I don't understand the division between ninjas, but Cardo knows. Those two ninjas from the Land of Rain must be better than the other ninja boys. It's a gut feeling as a businessman. So, in order to keep those two Rain Country ninjas, he decided to kill the other one. But what he didn't expect was this. The ninja boy who thought that with the assistance of the ninja of the Rain Country, could easily handle it, actually brought a helper. And this helper can even fight with those two Rain Country ninjas with one enemy in two. It almost blinded him. But now that he has already done it, he can only go all the way to the dark. Hurry up, kill him for me, otherwise I won't want to receive this month's salary. Cardo yelled at his subordinates angrily. However, the three wolves of hell are blocking the door. How could those ruffians who didn't know anything ninjutsu be the opponents of the 9-star psychic beasts? It's all about being abused. If it weren't for the two samurai in the lead, they were in front. I guess I've already run away. And the other side. Under the cover of the three wolves of hell and Jiraiya, Yuan Qing had already come to the inside of the mine. When he entered, he realized that this mine was a little different from the others. It's a huge straight-barreled hole, bottomless. And the two walls of the mine are very smooth, not at all like they were dug by man. It's like being drilled out by a giant python. On either side of the cave is a tunnel that leads to the bottom of the cave, winding and winding to the dark end. And on the mine road, from time to time, there are miners in tattered clothes who come up from below with stones on their backs, looking wilted, apparently due to physical exhaustion and excessive fatigue. Yuan Qing didn't pay attention to these miners' NPCs. He looked at the mission time, and then ran down the mine as fast as he could. Ding, your psychic beast, the three-headed wolf of hell, successfully kills a ruffian and you gain 3,000 experience. Ding, your psychic beast, the three-headed wolf of hell, successfully kills a ruffian and you gain 3,000 experience. Not long after Yuan Qing ran down, there was a sudden sound like this in his ears. He was secretly surprised. The two samurai just now were in their 20th level. Coupled with a group of ruffians and hooligans of more than 10 levels, I thought it would be good if the three wolves of hell could drag them down. But I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. It seems that he has somewhat underestimated the strength of the 9-star psychic beast. But it's no wonder. The three wolves of hell have two passives, infinite regeneration and infinite splitting, and as long as the chakra is sufficient, it is almost immortal. When fighting against others, if you abandon your defense and attack with all your might, it's a killing machine. Quick, it's him, he's coming down. There is only one way to offend the boss. Brothers, kill him. At this moment, a group of ruffians with weapons surged up from under the tunnel. Judging from the information, it should be the supervisor who was in the mine before. The level strength is a little higher than that of the ruffians outside. The mantis arm is a car. There is a time limit for exploring the mine, and Yuan Qing doesn't want to waste time with these little minions, so he directly separates a shadow clone. Let the shadow clones deal with them. The main body continued to run towards the bottom of the cave without slowing down. I don't know how deep this hole has been dug in. Yuan Qing ran all the way down the mine road, and he didn't see the bottom of the mine for more than 20 minutes. At this moment, the inside of the mine has become pitch black. Only a few nearby miners' lamps hung crumblingly there, emitting a dim yellow glow. Vision is severely blocked. Hint: due to the thin air around you, you have entered a state of hypoxia, and all stats are reduced by 20%. Mission hint: there are 30 minutes left to explore the mines. Looking at these two eye-catching message prompts, Yuan Qing frowned. He knew that if he continued to run around the mine, he would miss the mission. When the time comes, the final link fails, and everything will be in flames. Come to think of it, Yuan Qing suddenly turned his heart sideways. The next second, he jumped straight onto the mine wall. Then, with the help of Chakra's control skill, he rushed to the bottom of the mine by sticking to the mine wall. Although the movement speed is a bit slower than when you were in the mines. However, since it is a straight line distance, it shortens the relationship by a large number of distances. Overall, the speed has improved a lot. However, there are drawbacks to doing so. If there is a powerful character guarding the bottom of the mine, Then, because of the sluggishness of his movement speed, he is likely to be used as a live target by the other party. But time is of the essence. I can't care about so much at the moment. Yuan Qing moved quickly towards the bottom of the mine, with constant away from the ground. The oxygen content in the air is also becoming thinner. At this moment, his full stat has dropped to 50%. He was already on the verge of weakness. And yet at this moment, a dense yellow light suddenly appeared in his sight. Under the dim lamps of the miner's lamp, it dotted the mine walls like stars. Illuminate the neighborhood. Info: you found a gold mine, 92% gold. He glanced at the corpse. Information: miners, corpses, level 18, chi and blood, 150,000, skill, virus infection, description, a failed product created by some kind of parasitic experiment. Orochimaru's parasitic experiment. Seeing the information about this corpse, and then thinking of the big snake pill who was fighting with Jiraiya outside, Yuan Qing suddenly thought of this possibility. In the ninja world, the pervert who doesn't even let go of the corpse, except for Orochimaru, I'm afraid there is no one else. It was also at the same time that Yuan Qing approached the miner's corpse. The corpse, which had been lying on the wooden bed, slowly rose from the bed. The corpse first slowly turned its head, glanced at Yuan Qing with those unfocused eyes, and let out a zombie-like roar from his mouth. Then he suddenly pounced with his teeth and claws. Konoha whirlwind. Dash 4434 HP. Yuan Qing's leg is a kick. Kick the corpse out of the air. However, in the case of a sharp reduction of 50% in all attributes, the damage value of the fight is not optimistic. The corpse seemed to know the pain. After receiving a heavy blow, he twisted his joints a little and pounced again. White eyes, open. Right the wheel, open. Strange power state, open. This kind of corpse with a virus, Yuan Qing has also encountered it in his previous life. Once it is attacked by the other party, it will enter a state of continuous poisoning, which will not only continue to lose blood, but also affect the attack speed and movement speed. There are 5 minutes left in the mission time, and he doesn't want to waste time. As soon as he makes a move, he will do it with all his might. The riding wheel eye and the white eye are turned on at the same time. The agility stat has been greatly increased, and the evasion rate and block rate have also been qualitatively improved. Even if all attributes have been reduced by 50% now, Yuan Qing's actions are still swift, as if they are not restricted. Shadow Dance. Dash 4245 HP basic attack, 3583 HP basic attack, 3324 HP basic attack, 3284 HP. Ding. Congratulations on successfully killing the parasitic subject, failed item, and gaining 50,000 XP. After a crushing blast, the corpse of the miner who was damaged by the great snake pill finally died. But alas, nothing was dropped. And at this moment, there are 4 minutes left in the mission time. Yuan Qing immediately began to search the bottom of the mine. It stands to reason that this kind of search task can be completed by finding a special item related to the mission. Fortunately, this place is not big, and the time should be in time. Just when there is less than 1 minute left in the mission time, Yuan Qing finally found that special item in the pile of potion containers. It's a riveted contract letter. Ding, congratulations on finding the contract between Cardo and Akatsuki. Ding, congratulations on completing the A-level hidden quest, assisting Jiraiya to investigate the organization, gaining 2 million experience points, 20 attribute points, 10 skill points, and 1 copy of instantaneous technique. Boom! At the moment when the mission prompt sounded, a stone suddenly fell from the top of the mine. Is it going to collapse? Yuan Qing frowned slightly, and reached out to take all the medicines on the operating table into his bag. Then he jumped onto the mine wall and ran towards the entrance of the cave. These are all good things developed by Orochimaru. Don't waste it. Yuan Qing soon came to the entrance of the mine. At this moment, the outside of the mine has already become dark. In the line of sight, I saw a purple python more than 50 meters tall towering between the sky, exuding terrifying might. And beside the giant python, there were nearly 100 humanoid puppets in crimson robes suspended. And every puppet has an extremely dangerous aura on its body. Standing densely in the sky, like a heavenly soldier descending, it's 10,000 snakes, and 100 machine exercises. Yuan Qing's eyes flashed slightly. He didn't go over, but directly found a stone to hide, observing the battle not far away. Tut-tut Jiraiya, although your immortal skills are powerful, they shouldn't last long, right? At this time, Orochimaru's voice suddenly came from the head of 10,000 snakes. If you make your immortal body into a humanoid puppet, it must be the most perfect work in the world. The scorpion's voice rang out. However, at this time, Yuan Qing did not see the figure of Zilei. Even the imposing Toad Boss just now didn't see it. Toad Boss shouldn't be beaten back, right? Isn't it impossible to complete the immortal art of Zilei? Yuan Qing was secretly worried in his heart. It was at this time. 2 more strange voices came from behind a boulder not far away. Orochimaru, don't be complacent. Xiao Zilla can't kill you. But that doesn't mean we can't do it either. Dad, don't be angry, Xiao Zilla also knows what to do. The voice landed. Yuan Qing saw that Zilla also calmly walked out from behind the boulder. At this time, Jiraiya's face is painted with red patterns. After entering the immortal mode, Jiraiya's strength has far surpassed the shadow level. Although it is not as good as the 6, but it has surpassed the vast majority of super shadows. No wonder Orochimaru summoned 10,000 snakes, and the scorpion even used his trick of pressing the bottom of the box, the red secret drill 100 machines. Don't look at the two of them talking so easily now. In fact, I was also panicked. Yuan Qing had already found a good position, ready to enjoy a battle between Immortal Jiraiya vs Orochimaru and Red Sand Scorpion. As a result, at this time, the guy Orochimaru dropped the chain first. Pain is looking for us. Orochimaru suddenly looked at the scorpion and said, "It was chosen at such a critical time, it seems that the immortal puppet can only wait for the next time to make it." There was a hint of regret in the scorpion's tone. After saying that, the two of them used their own escape techniques and left here. And Zilla didn't want to kill his former comrades. At this moment, when I saw the other party evacuate, I didn't press forward step by step. He removed the immortal mode. Then he turned around and beckoned to Yuan Qing. "Yo stinky boy, you finally came out of the mine." Yuan Qing poked his head out from behind the stone and smiled. "I thought you would fight with them just now." Zilla is also in the immortal mode. His perception ability will be greatly improved. He can sense that he is under the mine just now. Yuan Qing is not surprised. Orochimaru's strength is not below me, and the guy who controls the puppet technique next to him is also very tricky. If he really fights, I'm not sure that he can win. But I didn't expect that guy from Orochimaru to really join that organization. Speaking of this, Jiraiya's face suddenly became extremely solemn. Maybe he will quit in a few days. Rebellious, she. Yuan Qing said with a smile. "You think it's a vegetable market, you can enter if you want, and you can retreat if you want to." Jiraiya walked over with a disgusted face, and continued, "That organization is not simple, almost all of it are S-level rebels from various countries, powerful, and very mysterious. It is said that the death of the 3 generations of kage is related to that organization." "Really?" Yuan Qing shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be indifferent. But he was smiling in his heart. "The big snake pill is awesome. If you say rebellion, you will rebel, and you will never drag the mud in water." Seeing Yuan Qing's unbeaten look, Zilla also shook his head and did not continue to discuss this topic with him. He turned his head to look at the collapsed mine and said, "By the way, did you find anything under the mine?" "Now, I found this." Yuan Qing handed the Xiao organization's employment contract to Zilla. "Ding, congratulations on submitting a quest item to get an extra reward, 10 skill points." The prompt sounds. Jiraiya opened the employment contract and glanced at it, then frowned slightly and said, "It seems that I have to go back to the village quickly and give this letter to Teacher Ape Fei to see. Do you want to go back with me?" "No, I still want to visit the country of waves." Yuan Qing refused. "Then be careful yourself." After saying that, Jiraiya left here in a flash. "We have to find a way to dig up this gold mine with a gold content of up to 92%. After Zilla also left, Yuan Qing immediately fell into deep thought. Said before. In the ninja world, players can learn many life skills, such as forging, pharmaceutical, tailoring and so on. And closely related to these life skills, there are also gathering skills. Among them, peeling, medicine picking, and mining are the most common. And life skills. Gathering skills don't have to be learned. As long as you have the right tools, you can use it straight away. Each gathering skill can bring players a good income. It can be said that it is the first choice of the vast majority of poor players. In his previous life, Yuan Qing had seen many players make a living by collecting skills, and finally made a name for themselves in the ninja world. But gathering skills requires opportunity. After all, except for the fur of animals, herbs and ores in the wild are very rare. It's good to meet one or two. And in front of this collapsed mine, there is a gold mine with a gold content of up to 92%. If you mine it all, then you will definitely get a great fortune. But the mining speed of one person is too slow. It seems that we still have to find a guild to cooperate. Yuan Qing muttered in a low voice, and then opened the friends bar to chat with Purple Rose privately. "Big murderer Lori, do you want a benefit?" Purple Rose quickly replied, "Who do you say is the big murderer Lori?" "Stinky and shameless, say it quickly, what do you want to do?" Yuan Qing, I just found a mining area, and I originally wanted to cooperate with the big murderer Lori, but since you're not the big murderer Lori, then I'll go find other guilds and ask. Purple Rose was anxious. "What did you say? Where's the mine? Tell me quickly, and I'll wrap you a red envelope when the time comes." Yuan Qing, "I'm only looking for the big murderer Lori to cooperate. If you admit it, then I'll look for you. By the way, that mining area is a gold mine, with a gold content of up to 92%, you think about it carefully." Purple Rose was silent for a few seconds. Then he messaged back, "I doubt I'm the big murderer. Okay, so tell me where the mine is, right?" Yuan Qing smiled faintly. "Let's talk about profit dividends first." Purple Rose, "A big red envelope for you." Yuan Qing, "The ghost wants your big red envelope. I want 3 or 7 points. Of all the guilds, the relationship between Yuan Qing and Ling Yan Pavilion was the best. In addition, the group of girls before were still competing with a behemoth like Prague for him. Therefore, he immediately found Purple Rose to cooperate. Of course, if Purple Rose doesn't agree to divide the 3/7 shares, then he doesn't mind talking to the ghosts. After all, human favor is human favor, and interests are still the most important. After the gold mine matter is dealt with, take advantage of the fact that the people from Linjian Pavilion haven't come over yet. Yuan Qing opened the package and took out the copy of Instantaneous Body Technique obtained from the task just now. Instantaneous Technique, Skill Level, D Skill Attribute, Ninjutsu Skill Effect. You need to seal before casting, and then use high-intensity physical skills to move at speed, which can achieve the effect of sound speed. Limit distance, 30 meters, skill cooldown, 8 seconds, chakra consumption, 30. Condition she studied, Shinobi. Description, for people with poor eyesight, it is easy to cause an effect similar to spatial movement. Of course, this is not a real teleportation, this is the only D-rank ninjutsu in the lower ninja stage. However, the difficulty of obtaining this technique is no less than that of any kind of A in ninjutsu. Yuan Qing remembered that except for some special dungeons, there was only a chance to get them when doing A-level missions. I didn't expect my luck to be good this time. I actually got this ninjutsu. Don't explain. Learn she decisively. With a flash of white light. Fill in the skill slot again. Next, Yuan Qing allocated the attribute points he had obtained before. 20 attributes, still full strength. Without hesitation. However, when it came to allocating skill points, he had a hard time. He currently has 20 skill points. The stand-in technique has reached the full level, and it is already able to achieve instant without a seal. In terms of physical skills, it has the amplification of the 6 immortal bodies and the blessing of strange power. Even if it is currently at the level of LV1, it's enough to crush all the other players. Therefore, it is not in a hurry for him to improve his physical skills. Then, let's upgrade the teleportation technique to the full level first. I remember the skill of the teleportation technique. After reaching the full level, it will trigger a hidden effect. After a long time, Yuan Qing finally made a decision in his heart. Although the teleportation technique is only a body skill, it is mainly used for high-speed displacement. However, if the skill level is cultivated to the maximum level, and the caster has a full-level clone ability to trigger a hidden ability, that is to use the teleportation technique to create a clone and fight. It's different from the shadow clone. Those doppelgangers, there are no entities, but they are all entities. In the original book, Uchiha Shisui easily suppressed the elite members of the 2 roots by this technique. A piece of cake. Even with this technique, it is known as instantaneous water stopping. Faintly on par with the 4 generations of Hokage Yellow Flash, you can see the horror of this technique. Ding, congratulations on your instantaneous skill level has been increased, and your current skill level is LV2. Ding, congratulations on your instantaneous skill level has been increased, and your current skill level is LV3. It's a skill that can trigger hidden effects. If it is other D-level skills, 20 skill points are enough to cultivate the skill level to LV5. But the instantaneous body technique can only be cultivated to LV3. This is also the main reason why many players do not cultivate to the full level after learning Shi instantaneous technique. Because it's too much skill point. Just when Yuan Qing improved his skill attributes. In the sea near the country of waves, fairies have been coming from all directions. Most of these fairies come from the direction of the fire country. However, some of them are from the direction of the land of water and the land of thunder. As a fairy ship with the flag of the land of thunder slowly approached, a player with the ID of Fan Shao quickly walked down the ship with a group of his men. Looking at the new map in front of him, the corners of Fan Shao's mouth hooked slightly, and then ordered his subordinates immediately find out the long song of the fire country. I want to see if this person has 3 heads and 6 arms. At this time, one of his subordinates suddenly came over and said, Fan Shao, look at that side, there are so many beautiful girls, all of them are from the fire country, should we go up and get it? Fuck your sister, don't you see the title on their heads, Lingyan Pavilion, those are the people of the 10 great guilds of Huaxia, it would be good if they didn't come to trouble us. Fan Shao glared at the subordinate fiercely. Neutral maps are now available. But faction wars hasn't started yet. Killing players from other factions will not receive any glory rewards. Unless a conflict of interest erupts, few people will meet and go. Of course, some homicidal players are not excluded either. After all, killing players from other factions will not only not accumulate kill points, but will also be able to explode equipment. On another level, it's also an alternative humanoid monster, but only if you have the strength. Fan Shao was very clear about the gap between himself and Lingyan Pavilion, so after seeing those girls in Lingyan Pavilion, he chose to retreat. But after all, he is the boss of one of the forces, and he is thoughtful. He felt that there must be something wrong with a large number of guild members in Lingyan Pavilion who had landed in the country of waves en masse. So after those girls in Lingyan Pavilion left, He immediately sent a message to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, which was also in the camp of the Thunder Country. Yuan Qing is now a celebrity on the official forum. Information about him is familiar to players of all camps. Especially those battle videos that are hung on the front page of the forum are even more horrifying to everyone. However, it is precisely because of those battle videos that many people have discovered a problem. That is, Changa's head does not show any guild information. So many people are speculating, who is this Long Song? Is it a deliberate hiding? Or rather, he's just a loose man. If it's a loose person, well, to everyone else, he's a humanoid boss. As long as you kill it, you will definitely drop a lot of good things. After all, people who can make 2 consecutive full server announcements and get the first rush gift package will have no good equipment on them? Of course, if the other party is just hiding the guild information. Then, before you start, you have to confirm the guild that is hidden by the other party. Can you afford to mess with it? And at this moment, Fan Xiao has such an idea. After Fan Xiao and the others landed on the shore. On the sea, there are many players who sail on ferries. While the air on the sea is good, compared to the country of smoky water, it is simply an overseas paradise. On a ferry boat with the mark of the water country, a tall girl is standing at the bow of the boat, looking excitedly in the direction of the country of waves, with a look of fascination. We'll enter the neutral map later, we have to be careful and complete the mission first. Behind the woman, a middle-aged man-like player reminded him. I know, isn't there still Uncle Wei and the people of the Chi Wolf group? What is there to be afraid of? The woman winked mischievously at the middle-aged man. The ferry docks. Subsequently, the woman and the middle-aged man stepped off the boat one after another. Meanwhile, behind them, there were many ferries from the land of water. Immediately after, a group of players with solemn expressions and full of evil spirits stepped down from the ship. See this scene. Many players who landed nearby cast shocked eyes. Look, it's the wolf people. I saw a lot of people coming to Linjian Pavilion just now. This time the wolf clan is here again. Shouldn't it be a war? Wouldn't it? There doesn't seem to be any deep hatred between the wolf clan and Linjian Pavilion, right? Who knows? Wait to look at the people who got off the ferry boat behind. His had turned out to be the wolf group, and the wolf clan actually brought all the people from the wolf group. Wolves? You mean that ace elite group of the wolf clan? That's right, it is said that the wolf group once fought with the celestial god group of the divine domain in an online game, and even pressed the other party to death. I'll go, awesome. There was a lot of talking. First, the people of Linjian Pavilion collectively landed in the country of waves. Later, the wolf clan followed suit. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the rhythm of a guild war is about to break out. At this moment, many people feel a breath of wind and rain coming. And the other side. Purple Rose had already taken the people of Linjian Pavilion around the town and went straight to the coordinate location designated by Yuan Qing. Big murderer Lori, you're so slow. Looking at the panting Purple Rose, and the group of warblers and girls behind her, Yuan Qing smiled. Purple Rose rolled her eyes. The life players of our guild have not yet settled in the ninja world, and all the people brought this time are from my clan, and it took some time to transfer people. After all, everyone wants to improve their strength as soon as possible, and there are not many people who want to come to mine. Truly. She only brought 200 people this time. No way. After all, the main responsibility of the warband is to be a PvP team based on conquest. If you draw too much at once, it will be very detrimental to the future development of the guild. But Yuan Qing doesn't care about this. It doesn't matter if you are a war group or a life group, in his eyes, there is only one role. That's where you come to be a coolie. Of course, if other people knew about him this idea, I'm sure I'll scold him for being a beast. Unexpectedly, let a group of such beautiful young ladies come to mine and act as labor. The location of the mine site is a bit deep, but fortunately, there is already a mine road inside. You only need to clean up the rocks that have collapsed outside, and you can go directly to the mining area to mine. Yuan Qing pointed to the entrance of the cave that had collapsed not far away and said, "Good." Purple Rose suddenly rolled up her sleeves and yelled at those Linjian Pavilion girls who were not very interested. Sisters, it's time to work. Next. These girls who were still in good shape took out life props such as mine shovels and steel skids from their packages and began to dig up. Is this how you mine? Yuan Qing smiled bitterly. These girls went down with shovels and hoes, seemingly hard, but they could only dig out some small stones. At this rate, when the mine tunnel is dug through, it is estimated that other guilds should also discover their mining area. Isn't that how you dug it? Purple Rose looked at Yuan Qing with a puzzled expression. As the head of Linjian Pavilion, she has taken Linjian Pavilion to fight in many online games. In all the online games she knows, isn't mining like this? That's right, that's how mining works. Yuan Qing smiled and said, but in the ninja world, there is another way to erase obstacles. What method? Can you still use explosives? Purple Rose seems to have thought of something. The explosives are too troublesome. You tell your people to stand back a little, and I'll show you. Yuan Qing smiled. Boss, I didn't expect this long song to be mixed with the people of Linjian Pavilion. Yanfu is not shallow, damn, there are so many girls, you can get one a day for a whole year. Behind a boulder not far from the collapsed mine, Fan Xiao and the others were leaning there, staring at the Linjian Pavilion girl in front of them, and the only male player in the group of women, Chang'e. Fan Xiao frowned and said, those people in Linjian Pavilion are all holding mining tools in their hands. There must be veins around here, don't act rashly first, wait for the people from Tianji Pavilion to come over. Before, after he notified Tianji Pavilion, he had been sending people to follow the people of Linjian Pavilion. But then the player who was sent to follow him suddenly sent a message, saying that he had found the trace of Chang'e. So he immediately brought someone over. And then this is what happened. Fortunately, the entrance to the seemingly abandoned mining area seems to be crushed by a big stone, and those people will not be able to dig it for a while. Fan Xiao retracted his gaze and was about to inform Tianji Pavilion of the discovery of the ore vein here. Fire escape, fire dragon, flame bullet. And yet at this moment, with a cold drink came. After a while, one of the players came to his senses, looked at Fan Xiao, and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Damn, how do I know? But the fire escape skill performed by Chang'e in the video doesn't seem to be so large scale. Fan Xiao couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his eyes were full of deep jealousy. Then do we still want to him? At this point, another player asked. Fuck your sister, if that fire escape skill just now is released on our side, do you think we still have a chance of survival? Fan Xiao slapped the player in the face, and said with hatred. The player covered his red and swollen cheeks and said aggrievedly, but just now you said that if Chang'e is a loose person, you will kill him. Hearing this, Fan Xiao only felt that his face was hot. Yes, he's instigated. Entrance to the mine. At this moment, the boulders that had accumulated at the entrance of the mine due to the collapse had all turned into a puddle of black ash. Purple Rose and those girls from Linjian Pavilion looked at the scene in front of them in amazement, their eyes full of disbelief. Is this the other way you are talking about? Purple Rose said in surprise. She thought that Yuan Qing would take out explosives and blow up these boulders. As a result, I didn't expect the other party to do it directly with a ninjutsu. But then again, can the fire escape skill still be used to blow up mines? Yuan Qing clapped his hands and said, do you have anything better? Nope, Purple Rose said embarrassedly. Next, Purple Rose took the 200 girls from Linjian Pavilion and started mining. However, she didn't participate in it, just stood at the entrance of the mine and commanded the blind chicken, and then ignored it. The life players of our guild have already settled in the ninja world, but they are still leveling up in the novice village, and it is estimated that they will not be able to officially enter the mining area until tomorrow, and the progress will come up by then, Purple Rose said. Well, then I'll go first. Yuan Qing smiled, and then added, but you'd better transfer more people over, this is a neutral map, if someone finds out that you are mining here, it will cause a lot of trouble. What are you afraid of, isn't there still you? Purple Rose suddenly smiled slyly. That's right. The reason why she brought 200 people here was because there was the great god Chang'e here. After all, the interests of this mining area, the other party has the lion's share. If there are other guilds to grab it, she is not afraid that the other party will not make a move. Your sister dares to calculate me? Yuan Qing frowned. Each other. Purple Rose raised her nose with a smug expression. Yuan Qing was about to say something. However, at this time, several regional messages suddenly sounded. Regional news player Waning Moon, Water Country, triggers the regional hidden quest, defend against sea beasts. 5 minutes later, the land of waves will be besieged by sea beasts. Please return to the city as soon as possible to assist the residents of the city to resist sea beasts. Area news, defend against sea beasts. Quest rewards, kill 20 sea beasts, reward wooden chest *1, kill 50 sea beasts, reward iron chest *1, kill 100 sea beasts, reward bronze chest *1, kill 200 sea beasts, reward silver chest *1, kill 200 sea beasts, and fight back sea beast king, gold chest *1. Regional news, players who participate in the defend against sea beasts quest can get 500,000 experience points reward, 20 attribute points and 10 skill points after completing the quest, and participate in the quest method, kill 1 sea beast. When the messages in these 3 regions are spread out, the sky over the sea near the country of waves suddenly became black clouds and thunder. The sea is even more stormy. Hint, due to abnormal weather, the ferry is temporarily unavailable. After the regional task is released, the land of waves has been completely isolated. Players in this area can't leave, and no other players can ferry here. Only after the sea beast has retreated will the route be resumed. It turned out to be that guy from the waning moon. I didn't expect her to come to the country of waves too. Seeing the player ID that triggered the hidden mission, Purple Rose's face suddenly changed, revealing a dignified look. Yuan Qing didn't care. Come on, come here, isn't it just a second girl? You are a scattered person, do you still know the young princess of the wolf clan? Purple Rose rode. Sort of. Yuan Qing shrugged his shoulders and didn't argue. How could he not know this waning moon? The daughter of the boss of the wolf guild. The identity is special, and the strength is also strong. Often take the Wolf Clan guild to fight in all directions. However, speaking of the waning moon, Yuan Qing remembered another person, Wei Xiong. This person is a bodyguard sent by the boss of the Wolf Clan guild to his daughter's side. Among them, there is no shortage of the highest level of Warcraft Tide. For him, just to see Beast Tide is nothing at all. He knows. When the Beast Tide is launched, the entire sea area will be swallowed by the sea beasts that come one after another. At that time, those who are outcast, or who don't have time to return to the city, will be preyed on by countless sea beasts. That's a beast tide. If you don't go back to the city, do you still have to wait here to die? At this moment, Purple Rose looked at Yuan Qing with an ugly face and said, he admits that the other party is very powerful, but no matter how powerful it is, can it still shake the entire beast tide? Yuan Qing smiled, how can that be? In just 5 minutes, do you think you'll still have time to get back? Hearing this, Purple Rose was stunned. Oh, yes. Their current location is an abandoned mine. It's at least a few dozen minutes away from town. It's impossible to get back in 5 minutes. Sisters will go offline immediately, and then go online after the beast tide is passed. Purple Rose is worthy of being a member of the Great Guild, and she immediately thought of a countermeasure. Scold, it's too late to rush back to the city, can't you just go offline? Although it can't be forcibly taken offline in battle mode, isn't it that the beast tide hasn't broken out yet? Going offline is definitely the best way to deal with it. You just take your time here to brag, Miss Ben won't go crazy with you. Purple Rose stuck out her tongue at Yuan Qing, and then decisively went offline. However, just as she locked the offline option, she received this prompt in her ear, warning, you are currently in a special scenario and cannot be offline. At this moment, Purple Rose was completely panicked. Can't go offline? Isn't that a choice? And seeing the embarrassed little Lori in front of him, Yuan Qing suddenly sneered, big fierce Lori, I didn't expect you to have a moment of cowardice. With that, he appeared on the top of the mine in an instant. Then he looked down at the sea. At this time, in the surging sea, there were already many huge sea beasts showing their hideous shapes, slowly crossing the sea to the land of waves. Due to the distance, Yuan Qing couldn't find out the specific information of those sea beasts, but that didn't bother him. White eyes, open. The sight was instantly closer. Meanwhile, the information of those sea beasts also appeared in his sight one after another. Man-eating whale, grade LV14, HP 2W, skill, impact, toughness, description, a giant creature that inhabits the deep sea, likes to eat human flesh, has rough skin and thick flesh, and cannot cause damage to it with ordinary weapons. King squid, grade LV15, HP 1.8W, skill, tentacle wrap, inkjet, description, a huge deep sea creature, don't look at its soft stomach, it's actually very dangerous. The difficulty of the beast tide is determined based on the overall strength of players in the vicinity of the area. The players who are currently in the Land of Waves are only in the early 10th level of their overall strength. Therefore, the monster level of the beast tide that broke out this time is not very high. It's a wave of small beasts. Judging from the information of these sea beasts, these large sea beasts that landed first were basically tank types with meat shields as the main type. It doesn't hurt much, but it's very resistant. Its function is to cover those aggressive sea beasts that come up later. Is the maximum HP 20,000? It's okay. Yuan Qing grinned. While withdrawing his white eyes, his hands suddenly sealed. Shadow clone technique. Meanwhile, the waters of the Land of Waves. Due to the outbreak of the beast tide, some fairies that haven't had time to leave or have just entered the waters of the Land of Waves have been killed. Before many boats could get close to the ferry, they were swept up by the angry waves. Countless players have been forced to fall into the sea. In the end, without exception, they were all swallowed by sea beasts. Commander, several ferries have sunk, and this time our Tianji Pavilion has suffered a lot of losses. On a fully loaded ferry from the Land of Thunder, a player shouted as he looked at his companion in horror. Damn, why did we receive information about the area where the Sea Beast dynasty broke out as soon as we came? Isn't this aimed at my Tianji Pavilion? The head of the Tianji Pavilion is crying with a sad face at the moment. Looking at those companions who were constantly buried in the mouth of the sea beast, he suddenly became angry and said, damn, it must be that young man who estimated us, otherwise how could it be so coincidental? Commander, what should we do? If we continue like this, even if we land, we will also be overwhelmed by the beast tide. The player said again. This time, in order to snatch that vein, the Tianji Pavilion dispatched a full 500 elite members. Those flesh shield-shaped sea beasts the size of mountains stepped on the island where the country of waves was located. Roar 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 gollum gollum. Suddenly, the whole island is filled with terrifying beast roars, one after another. It's like Senro hell. Many players hiding in the city heard this sound and were immediately frightened. Some even hid in the NPC's house in fright. Then, they get a negative opinion tone warning. The penalty is, prices rise when buying items in the Land of Waves. Uncle Wei, I didn't expect this hidden mission to really trigger the beast tide. At this moment, the young princess of the wolf clan, Wanyu, stood slimly on the roof of a two-story building, looking at the direction of the sea area. Her expression was indifferent, her clothes fluttering, and she had a sense of dust. Judging from the intelligence, the level of these sea beasts will not be too high. As long as you stay in the city and use the building as a cover, it is not difficult to repel the beast tide. Wei Xiong stood respectfully behind the waning moon and said unashamedly, moreover, after the baptism of this beast tide, the combat power of my wolf group will definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds, and achieve the name of the first battle group in the ninja world. Uncle Wei, when you say that, have you ever asked the heavenly god Wardrup in the divine domain? Wanyu covered her mouth and smiled. Last time, I was negligent and was counterattacked by the other party's Jedi. If I meet the celestial god group again, I must make them look good. Wei Xiong sneered, and there seemed to be a fighting intent burning in his eyes. That's when it happened. Wei Xiong's face suddenly changed slightly, he looked ahead, raised his knife high, and shouted, the beast tide has arrived, and the wolves are hunting. Slaughter. The voice landed. I saw that hundreds of players in the city suddenly drew their weapons and shouted in unison, slaughter, 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 slaughter. Just when the wolf warband faced the beast tide, the abandoned mining areas in the west have also been hit by a large number of sea beasts at the same time. Oddly enough, though, the people of Linjian Pavilion didn't make a move to defend against the sea beasts. They just stood near the mine with a blank face. Look at the 9 figures in the line of sight that are quickly shuttling in the sea of beasts, and a 3-headed wolf that was surrounded and killed by a group of beasts, but was still cruel and ferocious. In those bright eyes, in addition to shock, it is still shocking. Haha, cool, it's been a long time since I brushed weird like this. On the other side, Yuan Qing laughed loudly as he galloped between the beasts, with a series of afterimages, and every time he made a shot, he could knock a huge sea beast away. If it just triggers the critical hit effect, even a meat-shaped sea beast can be smashed to pieces in an instant. Since returning from rebirth, he has already brushed monsters like this a lot. That hearty feeling made him feel as if he had found the battlefield he had once had. With the power of one person, he shook the figure of tens of thousands of players, and it seems to reappear in the world. Ding, you kill the king squid and gain 5000 XP. Ding, you kill the man-eating whale and gain 6000 XP. Ding, kill the white-toothed double-headed shark with your shadow clone and gain 5000 XP. Ding, your psychic beast, the 3-headed wolf of hell, slays the king squid and earns 5000 XP. The sound of the sea beast slaying kept coming from my ears. But at this moment, Yuan Qing was already completely immersed in this beast hunt, and ignored these rigid prompts. He couldn't remember how many beasts he had killed. Anyway, if you see it, kill it, and find the one alive. And the women of Linjian Pavilion were already completely stunned at this moment. There are 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping through my heart. Didn't insider intelligence say that when encountering a beast tide, you must use the terrain to defend it? Isn't it said that the wild monsters when the beast tide breaks out are much more powerful than ordinary wild monsters? Doesn't it mean that when you encounter the beast tide alone, there is only one way to die? But in that long singer, how did these seemingly cautious sea beasts be like little rabbits, and they were beaten up in a few clicks? And it depends. The other party seems to have a great feeling that he wants to contract all the sea beasts in the abandoned mining area. That's right. Sea beasts are bloodthirsty, and as soon as they smell blood, they are immediately attracted to it. After Yuan Qing killed a sea beast, he led all the nearby sea beasts over. And then, as more and more sea beasts fall, so do the sea beasts that are attracted to the past. Until now, the sea beasts of the entire abandoned mining area have all been led over there. And here in the mine, not even a single sea beast has come. Faintly, it seems to have become a safe zone, even safer than in the city. Sister Rose, shall we do it? Although the Purple Rose also rushed into the sea beast group with the people of Linjian Pavilion. However, most of the sea beasts still rushed towards Yuan Qing one after another. No way, because the smell of blood over there is too thick. It's as if you can inhale any breath and inhale the blood floating in the air into your nasal cavity. The stumps and broken bones were scattered all over the place. It's a purgatory-like scene. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bomb. At this time, Yuan Qing suddenly used the instantaneous body technique to flicker in midair, and then quickly completed the technique with both hands, and suddenly spewed out a pillar of red flame from his mouth, engulfing and incinerating all those sea beasts that had been beaten into blood by the shadow clone and the 3-headed wolf of hell. Ding, you kill the king squid and gain 5000 XP. Ding, you kill the man-eating whale and gain 6000 XP. Ding, you kill the white-toothed 2-headed shark and gain 5000 XP. Ding, you kill the king squid and gain 5000 XP. It's a lot of experience points again. Bang, and yet at this moment, the last shadow clone was finally drawn by the tentacles of a king squid and dissipated. The shadow clone only has 30% of the attributes of the body, although it also has the blessing of the 6 immortal bodies. However, due to the low base stats, even a 5x increase is not much. But these shadow clones have already helped him take a lot of the pressure off him. At this moment, it can be regarded as a successful retirement. At this time, Yuan Qing also took the opportunity to check the number of his kills. Quest tips: number of sea beasts killed 329, sea beast king killed 0/1. You've reached the qualifications to get the silver chest. But if you want to get the highest reward, golden chest, then you have to find the sea beast king and kill it. But the sea beast king's whereabouts are secretive. It may exist in any location of the beast tide, and it is difficult to find and kill it. In the last life, whenever there was a beast tide, few people could find the location of the beast king. However, Yuan Qing disagreed. He has both white eyes and riding wheel eyes, a super long-range probe, and extreme dynamic vision. If your luck isn't too bad, it shouldn't be difficult to find the Beastmaster. Just do it. Yuan Qing rushed over and kicked the man-eating whale that had been fighting with the purple rose for 300 rounds, and then looked at the purple rose with a confused face and said, "I have something urgent to deal with, you guys take it first." With that, he rode the 3 wolves of hell and headed in the direction of the town. This bastard, just leave, what a scumbag who doesn't recognize people. Purple Rose stamped her feet. Big murderer Lori, I didn't even get into it, how can I pull it out? Did you admit the wrong dick? Yuan Qing's voice came from a distance, faintly with a hint of flirtatious charm. Hearing this, Purple Rose's face suddenly turned red. Then he picked up his mace and slammed it at a sea beast. Its offensive was much more rapid than before. Seems to be venting his dissatisfaction with Yuan Qing. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. Because with Yuan Qing's departure, most of the nearby sea beasts actually left with him. Apparently he was led away. Purple Rose subconsciously glanced at Yuan Qing, who was about to leave her sight. Suddenly, it was discovered that the 3-headed wolf under the other party had a sea beast corpse hanging in its mouth, and the carcasses of the sea beasts piled up near the mines. At this moment, they have all turned into a pile of coke with the fire escape ninjutsu released by the other party before. The smell of blood in the air had turned into a disgusting scorching smell at some point. This guy actually lured the monster away. Could he? Are you worried about my safety? Thinking of this, Purple Rose's heart seemed to be touched by something. And the other side. Just when the purple roses are springing, Yuan Qing had already let the 3 wolves of hell carry a bloody sea beast corpse to an empty plain. Behind him was a large group of bloodthirsty sea beasts that followed. Looking at it, there are at least a few hundred of them. It's long overdue. Looking at the group of sea beasts behind him who followed one after another, the corners of Yuan Qing's mouth suddenly curved into an arc. He lured the sea beast away, certainly not for the sake of Purple Rose's safety. Instead, I want to use these sea monsters to find the Beastmaster and brush up on a wave of experience. By the way, the meat-type sea beasts have almost been cleaned up. At this moment, most of the people who are following behind are high-strength, weak defense, and strong-attacking sea beasts. The amount of blood is less than half that of the flesh-type sea beast. For Yuan Qing, it's basically one punch. But in the current situation, he is too slow to punch one. After all, the physical technique is used for single-point killing. Farm monsters, of course, you have to use ninjutsu. Next, Yuan Qing once again separated a shadow clone. Then the main body clone stood on the back of the 3 wolves, and the seal was formed at the same time. Ontology: Fire Escape. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Shadow Clone: Wind Escape. Big break. Moment. The wind is on fire. A huge pillar of red flame suddenly exploded, and it was strong in the wind, engulfing all the sea beasts behind it in an instant. 4874 HP 5029 HP 683 HP, burn damage 9734 HP, crit 4783 HP. A large amount of damage points jumped up from the pillar of fire, layering on top of each other, as if endless. And Yuan Qing also received such a kill prompt at the same time. Ding, you killed. 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 He didn't know how many of those kill prompts he had heard. Yuan Qing had previously used the sea-level fire escape Phoenix Immortal Fire with the Great Breakthrough, and the power was already able to kill more than a dozen level beasts in seconds. Although the sea beasts in these beast tides are a little more powerful than ordinary beasts, with the cooperation of the B-level fire escape ninjutsu Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, they still can't escape the fate of being killed in seconds. When the sea of fire has dissipated, there is no beast left in this vast plain. However, it is a pity for Yuan Qing that the sea beasts in these beast tides did not drop items. Otherwise, it's a lot of income. If you brush it up in this way, this sea beast tide is probably not enough for me to brush alone. Yuan Qing sighed, and then rode the 3-headed wolf of hell towards the direction of the town. The main target of the sea beast siege is the town, and the number of sea beasts around the town is also the largest. He felt that the sea beast king must be around there, too. Meanwhile, the land of waves. Town Bazaar. Wanya skillfully dismembered the sea beast in front of her, then looked at Wei Xiong beside her and said, "Uncle Wei, did you notice the fire over there just now?" Wei Xiong nodded and said, "It should be someone who released a range of fire escape ninjutsu over there, but judging from the brightness and range of the firelight, it should be caused by a team that specializes in fire escape ninjutsu." A team that is good at fire escape ninjutsu? The waning moon seemed to have thought of something. Yes, some guilds will set up some such teams, and their team members are all the same type of players. Either all of them are long-range physics ninjas, or all of them are fire escape ninjas with strong magic injuries, or all of them are melee-type physical ninjas. In short, this is a more targeted battle group, and sometimes it also receives miraculous effects on the battlefield, defeating the enemy. Wei Xiong said bluntly. A team with a single attribute, the defect is too big, that is, the measurement of the side door, which is not enough evidence. The waning moon disdainful. Wei Xiong smiled and didn't argue. The two continue to hunt the monster. I have to say, relying on the town buildings as shelter to hunt these beasts from the bottom of the sea is indeed the best place to go. There are nearly 500 members of the entire wolf riding regiment, and more than 5,000 have been hunted so far. The number of hunts for almost every member has reached 10, and Wanyu and Wei Xiong have already hunted more than 20 heads respectively. The conditions for receiving the reward have been met, and they believe that as those sea beasts continue to pour in from outside, their hunting numbers will continue to rise. "Commander, Sister Yu, there is a wolf-type sea beast rushing towards this side in the southeast. The speed is so fast, it can't be the Beast King, right?" At this moment, someone suddenly shouted such a sentence. "The Beastmaster will rush up on his own?" Wei Xiong and Wanyu were both stunned, then jumped onto the roof at the same time and looked in the direction pointed by the member of the wolf band. In sight, I saw a three-headed vicious wolf covered in red fluff that was rapidly approaching in the direction of the town. It's as fast as thunder. Sometimes, when you encounter sea beasts that stand in your way, you will even step on their heads and run wildly. And as the wolf beast continued to get closer to here, Wanyu and Wei Xiong's pupils couldn't help but shrink, because they saw that there seemed to be a man riding on the back of the three wolves. "What's on the wolf's back is a player," Wanyu exclaimed. "These three wolves should be psychic beasts. I didn't expect someone to get psychic beasts so soon." There was also a hint of surprise in Wei Xiong's tone. However, after hearing that the three wolves were psychic beasts, Wanyu thought about it. "I heard that psychic beasts can be resealed and traded. If we buy the other party's psychic beasts, it can be said that it is like a tiger with wings for the wolf clan. Psychic beasts are already scarce, and I see those three wolves running like the wind, and they can even ignore the terrain. Presumably the star is not low. If you want to win people's love, how easy is it?" After all, Wei Xiong was from the past, and he knew that this rare psychic beast would not be easily transferred. "So what?" The corners of Wanyu's mouth curled slightly, and she said disdainfully, "If he refuses to sell, let's grab it. Anyway, there is a wolf group. Even if the other party is a person from the divine domain, we have nothing to be afraid of." The two were talking, but he saw that the three-headed wolf had already rushed into the city, and then pounced on a sea beast and began to gnaw wildly. The scene is extremely bloody, and at this time, Yuan Qing also jumped off the wolf's back. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he instantly reached the roof of a house. However, just as he was about to open his eyes to explore the sea beasts around the town, two figures suddenly jumped near the roof where he was. "Long Song?" Wanyu was slightly stunned. "What's the matter?" Yuan Qing turned around and looked at Wanyu and smiled. Although this sentence was said to Wanyu, his attention was always on the middle-aged man behind the other party. "Wei Xiong. Sure enough, here he is. I have a crush on your psychic beast. Can you make a price? My wolf clan wants it," Wanyu said unceremoniously. Presumptuous. Seeing that Yuan Qing dared to speak like this to the princess of the wolf clan, Wei Xiong was about to do it immediately. But at this moment, Wanyu suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him. "Uncle Wei, wait." Wanyu looked at Wei Xiong and shook her head, then her beautiful eyes flowed, and she looked at Yuan Qing and said, "In this world, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. You don't know who I am?" A smile appeared at the corner of Yuan Qing's mouth. "The pearl of the palm of the dignified wolf clan boss, the first beauty of the water country camp. How could I not know it? Now that you know my identity, why are you making fun of me? And what do you rely on? Those great guilds in the Land of Fire will support you, or your so-called number one person on the full server ranking list. Do you know that what you are proud of may not be worth mentioning in front of me?" When she said this, a sharp color suddenly flashed in Wanyu's eyes. She wants to see what this bulk-deed god who is famous in the ninja world is capable of. Dare to talk to yourself like that. Don't pretend to be so cold. It's obviously just an untrained chick, and you have to pretend to be very old-fashioned. I tell you, you won't have a boyfriend like this. Yuan Qing smiled faintly, and instead of answering Wanyu's question, he said something that made Wei Xiong stunned and Wanyu blushed with shame. It's not that he deliberately provoked the other party, but he knew that this wolf princess was indeed a chick. In the last life, when the invasion war broke out, Huaxia rebelled except for Prague and a very small number of guilds. The other guilds all put aside their previous suspicions and were unanimous to the outside world. And at that time, he went with this wolf princess to sneak attack an elite assassination force of the empire on which the sun never sets. However, on the way, the news leaked and was ambushed by the American Union. To buy time to complete the mission, Yuan Qing shook the ambush force with the strength of one person, and let the wolf princess lead the Red Wolf Regiment under her command to continue the sneak attack mission. But later, when he wiped out the ambush troops of the American Union, when he arrived at the front line, he was stunned to find that the entire Red Wolf Regiment had been wiped out, and the princess of the Wolf clan was also tied up in a dilapidated house at that time. Seeing that he was about to be corrected on the spot by a few beasts, fortunately, he arrived in time and killed those who wanted to do wrongdoing, so that the other party was spared. But the next thing was bloody. Because after saving the princess of the Wolf clan, Yuan Qing suddenly found that the other party seemed to have been drugged. With spring in his eyes, his face is swinging, is still exploring in him. That look, it's like I love a piece of firewood, and it's extremely commotionful. Yuan Qing had no choice but to reluctantly save her. Well, after all, the family is also a country and a city, and it is also a major battle force in Huaxia. If it is not saved, it will also be a loss for Huaxia. However, in the process of doing things, he unexpectedly found that this girl was still a chick. This made Yuan Qing very surprised. So much so that now, he is extremely impressed by this matter. And at this moment, looking at the blushing wolf princess in front of him, Yuan Qing suddenly had a terrible thought in his heart. If I do this girl again in this life, does that mean that you have broken the other party twice? You're looking for death. The waning moon has completely lost its previous composure at this moment. In an instant, he pulled out two poisonous short blades. But just when it's time to do it, she suddenly saw a huge man-eating whale poking out its hideous head from Yuan Qing's back. And then, a bloody gulp swallowed it violently. Seeing the scene, Wan Yu and Wei Xiong were both slightly stunned, but they didn't make a move. Yuan Qing was not even reminded. Their idea is simple. That is, with the help of this man-eating whale, teach this guy in front of him a good lesson. Get out! However, in the face of the devouring of the man-eating whale, Yuan Qing just raised his hand and swung a punch, without even looking back. But this punch, he used a strange force. Basic attack damage increases by 50%. More than 1,800 physical injuries were suddenly increased to more than 2,700 points. And at the moment when you swing your fist out, for the first time, he used the hidden talent skill. Outer Path, Ninjutsu. The whole body attribute is increased by 1 times again, plus the original increase of the 6 immortal bodies. As a result, its physical damage soared to 10 times, more than 2,700 points of physical damage, nearly 30,000 points of damage. Under this punch, the man-eating whale was instantly blasted into pieces. Whoa, a rain of blood mixed with debris poured down. The smell of blood in the air is several times stronger than before. How can it be? Looking at the extremely bloody picture of the clothes in front of him, the pupils of the waning moon contracted rapidly, and her expression was extremely exciting. She knew the man-eating whale all too well. This is a meaty sea beast with rough skin and thick flesh, which is very difficult to kill. Even if he joins forces with Uncle Wei, it will take a little time to grind it to death. But in the hands of the other party, it was turned into slag by a punch in seconds? Not even a corpse remained. This is at your dependence. At this time, Wan Yu suddenly muttered with palpitations. Young master, be careful, this person's weapon is likely to be legendary. Wei Xiong said vigilantly. Legendary weapons? Wan Yu frowned, and her eyes subconsciously glanced at the bandage knife behind Yuan Qing's back. Although she didn't believe that anyone could possess a legendary weapon so quickly. Can be thought of the other party's explosion damage just now. I'm afraid this is the only possibility. Hearing this, Wan Yu and Wei Xiong's faces changed dramatically in an instant. At this moment, the expressions of the two were unprecedentedly solemn. If that nearly 30,000 damage points isn't enough for a full hit, so, to what extent has the strength of the other party reached? Yuan Qing smiled but did not speak. Truly, he didn't hesitate to use his hidden talent just now to kill the man-eating whale in one blow, and his original intention was indeed to deter the Wolf Clan. But it's not what Wan Yu thinks. That's why he did it. Just to warn the Wolf Clan, don't him off. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind cleaning the Wolf group thoroughly. As for the all-out blow that the other party said, that's right, it was indeed his full blow, but it's just a normal attack with all your might. If combined with physical skills, or after the flounder is liberated, the result of his injuries, at least another 50%. Of course, the reason why he warned the waning moon was only because of the little do marriage in his previous life. Otherwise, the punch just now would not have been as simple as a man-eating whale. Next, Yuan Qing no longer paid attention to the two of them. He turned around, his eyes opened instantly, and he went straight into ultra-distant view mode. Start your search for the Sea Beast Master. With his ultra-distant perspective, he carefully examined all the sea beast heads within several kilometers of the vicinity. Wrap up the sea beasts that have rushed into the city and are fighting other players. The Beastmaster is good at disguise and extremely cunning, but there is one thing that cannot be changed. That is, in its body, there is chakra. That's right, the Sea Beast King is called the Beastmaster. It's because he's different from other sea beasts. It's a monster. And the wide-eye perspective effect is just enough to directly see the chakra in the Sea Beast King's body. Yuan Qing quickly checked all the sea beasts in the vicinity, but alas, no trace of the Sea Beastmaster was found. Then, he jumped again and jumped onto the roof of another room. Keep searching. Soon, as the distance of exploration became, his figure gradually disappeared from the vision of Wan Yu and Wei Xiong. This Long Song is a dangerous person. Seeing Yuan Qing leave, Wei Xiong seemed to be relieved. Uncle Wei, why didn't you summon the people of the Wolf Clan to kill him just now? If you can explode the legendary weapon on his body, then the overall strength of our Wolf Clan can definitely make a qualitative leap. Wan Yu looked at Wei Xiong with a puzzled expression and asked. She was very strange, the other party had a legendary level weapon on his body, which Wei Xiong said. But since there are legendary weapons, why not grab them? Young master, do you think that a god-level player who can possess a legendary level weapon is so easy to kill? At this time, I saw Wei Xiong laughing at himself and said, what's more, judging from the current situation, the other party alone is more advantageous than our team. Wei Xiong's sentence is in one sentence. At the same time, it also made the waning moon see the current situation of the wolf group. Oh, yes. Now the city is full of sea beasts. If the wolf group messes up the formation and goes to besiege Chang'e with all their might, then, the defensive advantage that was built up with great difficulty before will be gone, and it is very likely that the other party will use the Beast-Tide Rebellion to fight back. Pay for one's whistle. Chang'e, let's see, you ridicule me, I won't just forget it. Looking at the direction Yuan Qing left, Wan Yu said with a slightly red face. What was worried about by the princess of the Wolf Clan, Yuan Qing, as the person concerned, naturally had no idea. Now, before he knew it, he was on the other side of town. Same as the Wolf Clan side. There are also many players here who are fighting off the encroachment of the beast tide on the town. However, due to the lack of strength, even with the help of terrain advantages, there are still many players who are buried in the mouth of sea beasts. There are even quite a few sea beasts that have broken through the outer defense line and wreaked havoc in the city. The scene is extremely chaotic. Mom, save me, I'm going to be killed by the sea beast. This sea beast is too hard to kill, I can't stand it. Dog's Day, forget if it's hard to kill, and don't fucking explode anything, just give some experience points, it's a big loss. Quick, kill that bloody sea beast first, and 2 more will come later. That's pretty much the information in the current channel. Yuan Qing glanced at it, and didn't pay attention to it. However, just as he was about to continue his investigation, a current message suddenly caught his attention. Damn, is this sea beast so cunning, it's still hiding in the NPC's house. Lao Tzu just wanted to hide in the Echo Blood, but he was killed by it. Fucking, is there a big guy who did it well? Will the sea beast hide in the NPC's house and wait for the rabbit? Still sneaking up on players? That's a IQ. Could it be the Sea Beast King you've been searching for? Thinking of this, Yuan Qing directly sent a private chat to the player. Brother, tell me the coordinates of that sea beast, and I'll help you kill it. Cai Sukin said, I'll go, it's the god of Chang'e. I'm not mistaken, you actually took the initiative to end me? Still call me brother? Yuan Qing looked embarrassed. Can you tell me the coordinates of the sea beast first? Cai Sukin said, it's in the house of 12 and 83, be careful when the great god goes in, it hides behind the door. Yuan Qing said, thank you. Cai Sukin said, brother, will you have time to play basketball together next time? Yuan Qing said, no need, turn off private chat. Yuan Qing immediately stepped on the roof and jumped towards the coordinates that the other party said. When approaching that house, the White Eye's Claring ability instantly captured the sea beast's information: Boilman, disguise, grade unknown, HP unknown, skill unknown, description: a false mask may hide a terrifying identity. The sea beast hiding behind the door looked like a beaver. However, its face is hidden by 2 white bones, and it looks very cautious. All attribute information is unknown. There is definitely something wrong with this sea beast. Yuan Qing's pupils shrank, and without thinking much, he directly walked to the door of the house where the house was built. Then through the wooden door, it is a kick to lift your legs. Kanaha whirlwind. Miss Boom. The wooden door was directly lifted into debris, and the sea beast hiding behind it was also directly swept out. It didn't do any harm, though, but that bone mask was directly smashed to pieces. The true face of the sea beast was revealed. Quest tip: congratulations on discovering the Sea Beast King. Dog Rush. After the Sea Beast King revealed his original form, his body, which was about the size of a fox, suddenly swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a flash, it burst the house where it had been hiding before, and stood between heaven and earth. This beast is in the form of a beaver, but it is covered in scales and armor, and it looks more like a giant pangolin. Human, you've me off. The Sea Beast King roared angrily, as if to confirm the appearance of the Beastmaster. There was a rain shower as big as a bean in the sky, pouring down. It seems that he wants to wash away the bloodshed of the city. The IQ of Warcraft is much higher than that of ordinary beasts. Some can even speak, just like some psychic beasts. Yuan Qing is not surprised, but others saw it. All of a sudden, I was stunned. I'm Nima, this sea beast can actually speak human language. Did I hear it right? I heard that, too. Is this a sperm? Look at the attributes of the sea beast. It's a dog, 2 million blood. Damn, that's the Sea Beast King. When did it appear in the city? Damn, a 20,000 point blood man-eating whale is hard enough to kill. It's 100 fucking times, and that's a dick. By the way, didn't the Sea Beast King just say that someone provoked it? Who did it? Hurry up and apologize to it. Brother, you're in a hurry, aren't you stupid? I'm sorry for your mother. I didn't expect there to be a braindead like you in this world. Seeing the terrifying attributes of the Sea Beast King, most players were scared. Then they began to scramble to flee the place. However, there are also some players who think they are awesome and rush over from the neighborhood after hearing that the Sea Beast King has appeared. Successfully hunting the Sea Beast King will reward you with the highest level of quest rewards. They are certainly not ready to let go. Prepare the formation. If we can kill the Sea Beast King, then we can make up for our previous losses. Tianjaize quickly rushed here with the people of Tianji Pavilion, and after seeing the Sea Beast King, he immediately ordered an attack. Ninjutsu, detonator, shuriken, moment. But all the skills that can hit high damage, forbearance, are all thrown over. You can even see some of the most expensive giant shuriken. However, whether it was ninjutsu or ninja equipment, after falling on that Sea Beast King, it only hit a trace of blood. Most of the damage was blocked by the hard scale armor. Tianjaize originally wanted to be able to blast out a wave of Sea Beast King's HP before the war started. Unexpectedly, the long-range attack launched by nearly 500 congregants at the same time only knocked out more than 10,000 points of blood from the other party. Not even 1%. This is a drop in the ocean for the Sea Beast King with 2 million HP. No, if it goes on like this, even if you use up the detonation charm, it's not enough. This Beastmaster's defense resistance is too high. Someone shouted. Tianjaize frowned. If the detonation charm is not enough, you can go to the city to buy it. Is our guild still short of that money? But the head of the group, I went to see it just now, and there are only recovery products sold in the store in the country of waves, and there are no forbearance equipment for sale. The man reminded again. Hearing this, Tianjaize's face suddenly changed. That can only be ground with the help of terrain. There are many of us, and we are not afraid that we will not be able to grind it. In short, this Sea Beast King, we must get it in Tianji Pavilion. However, the voice just fell. Everyone saw that a green number suddenly flashed on the Sea Beast King's body. Plus 14732 HP Nima. Full of blood in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Damn, a Beastmaster with 2 million terrifying HP. It even has a heal passive. How else can this be grinded? Grind a few handfuls. Damn, it can still recover blood. This Beast King can't be killed. Hurry up, let's go hunt ordinary sea beasts elsewhere, and strive to make up for the loss of the previous death. Tianjaize immediately ordered. That's right, he coaxed. But what he never expected was that the previous wave of group attacks would actually pull the hatred of the Sea Beast King over. Now, the Sea Beast King turned his hideous head to the side of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and then opened his bloody mouth in the horrified eyes of everyone. In an instant, I saw a huge ball of water quickly condense and form in its mouth. Then it was launched. Water Iron Cannon Bang quickly opened the defensive formation. Quickly, Tianjaize suddenly shouted loudly. Then a few flesh and blooded players came out. Hands quickly seal. 2 done, earth flowing wall. 2 done, earth flowing wall. Boom, and the slight concussion, seemingly unbreakable rock walls rose from the ground in an instant. It completely isolated the people of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion from the Sea Beast King. However, under the bombardment of water and iron cannons, those seemingly solid rock walls were smashed to pieces in an instant. Rocks flying, and the water and iron cannon also smashed into the crowd. 1232 HP, impact effect, 982 HP, impact effect, 1092 HP. Although the damage of the water skill is not high, the knockback effect is indeed the strongest among all single attribute ninjutsu. Those players who were bombarded by the water and iron shells survived, but they were all swept away from the team by this wave of rage. The defense line was broken, and the sea beasts that were originally defending against the periphery took advantage of the situation to rush in. Tianji Pavilion fell into a bitter battle in an instant. Roar meanwhile. Hint, your potion, Eclipse White, dealt 200,000 HP of true damage to the Sea Beast King, Dog Rush. There was a beep in my ears. Yuan Qing smiled indifferently, and then immediately cast the teleportation technique and left here. Meanwhile, the Sea Beast King also felt the pain coming from under his feet, and immediately looked away. But now, all it saw was a ruined ruin. and the large piece of flesh that had been corroded away from his claws. And the scale armor that was hard enough to resist the detonation charm has now been eroded. Black smoke is coming out at the moment. The flesh and blood inside are blurred, shocking. Leader, look at that sea beast king. Why did he suddenly lose 10% of his chi and blood? Could it be that it has a side effect from the blood return just now? Absolutely, just like the boss in the game I've played before, it only recovers temporary chi and blood, and it will disappear after a certain period of time. So, it's not like we can't kill this sea beast king. That's right, this beast just killed so many of us, we must kill it today. Seeing that the sea beast king suddenly lost 10% of his chi and blood inexplicably, those heavenly machine pavilion congregations who were already about to despair suddenly rekindled their fighting intent. Under the command of the regiment commander Tianjaizi, everyone quickly reorganized the formation. Then, while resisting the beast tide, he killed the sea beast king. 6-5. For on the other side, Yuan Qing was quietly hiding in a dilapidated house near the sea beast king, counting the countdown in his mouth, and his expression was slightly solemn. The elixir can deal 10% true damage to water-based beasts, but it can't be used continuously, because after the target is hit, there will be 10 seconds of drug resistance. In the meantime, if you use the same potion again, the effect is immune. Therefore, after he smashed a bottle of Eclipse White, he found a place to hide, waiting for the end of the anti-drug time. This is actually a protection mechanism for aquatic beasts. Otherwise, just throw 10 bottles of Eclipse White down, and the sea beast king can't be killed directly? Of course. At this time, Yuan Qing was also glad that there was a group of players outside who were attracting the attention of the sea beast king for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get close to the sea beast king so easily. 3-2. It was in the 10th second. Yuan Qing's pupils shrank slightly, and he rushed out decisively. Then he smashed out the second bottle of Eclipse White at the sea beast king not far away. 200,000 HP, true damage, another blockbuster. Now, the sea beast king has only 164W of total chi and blood left. One shot succeeded. Yuan Qing once again used the instantaneous technique and left the place. But this time he didn't return to the hiding place just now. It's a different place. Roar hit hard again. The sea beast king suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. Steel tail flick. Boom boom boom, dozens of houses were razed to the ground in an instant. Among them, there is a relatively dilapidated old thing, which is where Yuan Qing hid before. The water-type demonic beast is trouble. According to this level of blood regeneration, it is estimated that it will take a bottle of Eclipse to kill it. Yuan Qing glanced up at the rain that was pouring down, and frowned slightly. After the water-based demonic beast leaves the water, if it touches the water source again, there will be a certain chance of blood regeneration. Randomly restores 1%-2% of your own chi and blood. Although it doesn't seem like much, it is enough to discourage all players from this kind of big boss with a limit of millions of chi and blood at every turn. And this sudden rain just added this passive skill to this sea beast king. The other side. Suddenly, seeing that the sea beast king had inexplicably dropped 200,000 blood, the people of Tianji Pavilion were even more excited. Under the command of Tianjaizi, they burst into unprecedented passion, and the sea beast king's attention is once again attracted. As if to vent the anger in his heart, this time, its offensive is even more fierce. And the people of Tianji Pavilion have also died even more. 10 seconds later, Yuan Qing appeared near the sea beast king again. 200,000 HP, true damage, that's it. With the intentional or unintentional cooperation of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Yuan Qing successfully grinded the sea beast king's chi and blood to 80,000. It's just one kick away. Meanwhile, on the side of Tianji Pavilion, there are only about 20 survivors left. As for those who died and were resurrected at the resurrection point, they couldn't come in time due to the beast tide. Damn, I finally know the weakness of the sea beast king. It will have a sharp decrease in chi and blood every 10 seconds, and there are still 10 seconds. Brothers, hold on, we are about to grind the sea beast king to death. At this moment, Tianjai's face was filled with unprecedented joy, and even a little crazy. Although this time they encircled and suppressed the sea beast king, they paid a great price in the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. At this moment, in order to snatch and kill the sea beast king who has lost blood, the way they fight can be described as very violent. Almost abandon the defense, charge with all your might, ignoring the fact that there are still a large number of sea beasts wreaking havoc in the vicinity. However, at the moment when they were about to collide with the beast tide, everyone suddenly formed a handprint. Clone technique, clone technique, clone technique, bang bang bang. As white smoke rises, I saw that another group of lifelike galloping wolf groups appeared here out of thin air. Ordinary doppelganger, although there is no entity, it cannot be attacked, but it can confuse the enemy. After the hundreds of clones appeared, they immediately dispersed, diverting most of the beast tide in front of them. As for the remaining sea beasts, they are not vulnerable at all in front of this group of battle-hardened wolf groups. A few cooperate with ninjutsu to go down, and in an instant, a gap for people to walk with them opens. Then, everyone followed this open gap and quickly approached the Sea Beast King. It's a long story, but it's only taken 5 seconds since they started. Uncle Wei, can you break the Sea Beast King's scale armor? At this moment, Wanyu is holding 2 poisonous short blades, stepping on a light step, galloping at the limit speed, like a wild and untrained lone wolf. Young master, rest assured, armor breaking is originally my housekeeping skill. Wei Xiong nodded solemnly. He held the hilt of the knife in his hand, and followed closely behind the waning moon. His whole body was restrained, like a sharp sword hidden in the scabbard, and the edge was slightly obvious. No, it's a wolf clan. When the waning moon appeared nearby with the wolf clan, the people of Tianji Pavilion also noticed them for the first time. Although they are all among the top 10 guilds in China, the heritage of the wolf clan is definitely not comparable to them. What's more, the wolf clan at this time can be said to be in peak state, and their Tianji Pavilion has only a few dozen remnants left. If there is a conflict, it will definitely be an ugly death. No matter, we have paid such a big price. Even if the Wolf Clan boss comes in person this time, we can't let the Sea Beast King out. Looking at the Wolf Clan that was speeding towards the Sea Beast King, Tinjaiza suddenly turned his heart sideways and said coldly, the Sea Beast King's kill quota must be obtained. Looks like there's a lot of people out there. In a dilapidated house not far from the Sea Beast King, Yuan Qing silently counted the seconds in his heart while muttering to himself, but even if there are many people, it will be in vain. The Sea Beast King, I want to decide. With that, he took out another bottle of Eclipse White from the package and held it in the palm of his hand. Start counting seconds silently. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. This second. Tinjaiza took the lead and rushed to the Sea Beast King with the rest of his subordinates, and then was unfortunately discovered by the Sea Beast King, and more than a dozen of them were exploded at once, and Tinjaiza escaped with blood. 3 seconds. This second. Under the opening of the Galloping Wolf Group, Wanyu and Wei Xiong also successfully approached the Sea Beast King. At this time, Wei Xiong suddenly shouted to Wanyu, young master, prepare. Before the words fell, its figure suddenly rushed up, like a disarmed cannonball, quickly appearing in front of the Sea Beast King. Draw a knife sweep. Jue/hum-1634 HP, cracked nails. The Sea Beast King's hard-scale armor, which could even withstand most of the damage from the detonation talisman, actually cracked open in an instant under the sword, revealing the scarlet flesh inside. 2 seconds. This second. Wanyu jumped in front of the Sea Beast King, and then threw a black sphere into the gap in the scale armor that had been cut by Wei Xiong. Boom-7234 HP, blasting, with a muffled sound, the Sea Beast King's chi and blood were suddenly blasted off nearly 10,000 points. Okay, that's it. Wei Xiong was about to encourage the waning moon, but he wasn't finished yet. A dazzling green word appeared in his and Wanyu's eyes. Plus 25434 HP. The Sea Beast King has reigned. Wei Xiong's expression froze. Wanyu's eyes widened even more. What a situation. She even used the thunder explosion bomb that her father bought for him to protect him with a lot of money just now, and with the internal explosion, it also blew up more than 7,000 damage. But this Sea Beast King suddenly regained more than 20,000 blood. Do you want people to live? But it was at this moment that something suddenly occurred to her. Anyway, this Sea Beast King returned blood so violently, so how did it get beaten into such a miserable situation? The thought flashed through Wanyu's mind. Before she had time to think about it, suddenly, another digital message that subverted her 3 views appeared. -200000 HP, true damage. The digital information that appeared this time was white. That is, real damage. And as this digital information appeared, the extremely hideous Sea Beast King also raised his head to the sky and wailed. Then it fell to the ground with a bang. How so? Could it be that the thunderstorm shell that bursts inside still has a shock effect, but it hurts too much? Wanyu frowned, and such an idea suddenly popped into her heart. No, I didn't receive a kill message. I didn't kill the Sea Beast King. Wanyu opened the mission information and glanced at it. Though it was hard to believe, Wanyu moved her gaze to the direction where the voice was coming from. Then, she saw a handsome face with a wicked smile. Long Song, the Sea Beast. Did you kill it? After being stunned for a moment, Wanyu finally couldn't help but ask the deepest doubt in her heart. And at this time, seeing Yuan Qing reappearing, Wei Xiong's expression condensed slightly, and he held his right hand on the handle of the knife faintly. Meanwhile, inside the scabbard, the sharp but restrained aura exuded again. This is the state of IAI/S momentum. In this state, he was able to unleash his sword as quickly as lightning and burst out with terrifying sword chi damage. Before, he used this trick to break the Sea Beast King's perverted defenses, slashed out the damage that everyone else can't reach. The man in front of him was too dangerous, Wei Xiong had to guard against it. Area information: the Sea Beast King, Dog Rush, has been killed by the player Long Song. The Sea Beast Dynasty will retreat after 5 minutes. After that, the task rewards will be automatically distributed to the players who participate in the Beast Tide Resistance mission, so stay tuned. Yuan Qing was about to answer the waning moon, but at this time, the regional information broadcast the news first. Hear this area information: not only the waning moon, the entire country of waves is boiling. I'm going, it's this Long Song again. How can I hear this name everywhere? Damn, this guy is definitely the operator's own son, report Chi Hammer. Stupid, if it's the operator's own son, is it useful for you to report it? When he is not banned, you will lose contact first. Changda God, why are all the benefits taken by you alone? Leave some soup for your brother to fill your hunger. Kneel and beg. Kneel and beg you to be paralyzed. Licking the dog will not be good to death. The western mining area of the country of waves. Purple Rose was gathering near the mine with the people of Linjian Pavilion, taking advantage of the concealment of the mine to desperately resist the attack of the Sea Beast Tide. Hear the voice. A flash of amazement flashed on Purple Rose's delicate face. She bit her cherry-like thin lip and whispered, Changda, who are you? Why every time you appear in a place, that place will leave your own footprints. Wave Country respawn point. Dimensity is here again. That's right. He has been resurrected twice from here. The first time was on the way to the country of waves by ferry, because of the tide of sea beasts. The ferry boat was overturned by the raging waves, and finally fell into the sea with the rest of the team members, hiding in the mouth of the sea beast. Second, just now, he was hit by the aftermath of the Sea Beast King's skill, and escaped with blood. I thought I could get away with it. As a result, he didn't expect to be bitten to death by a sea beast that suddenly rushed out. Damn, this situation happened at the last moment. It seems that the Sea Beast King is destined to be taken away by the Wolf Clan. At this moment, Tinjaizi was dying. He was very unwilling. In order to kill that Sea Beast King, it can be said that their Heavenly Machine Pavilion spent a great price. Didn't expect to make a wedding dress for the Wolf Clan in the end. He really can't swallow this breath. Leader, instead of getting any benefits from our visit to the country of waves this time, the whole team has dropped 2 levels in a row, and some of them are unlucky, and they have dropped 3 levels, and their strength has dropped seriously, and they will definitely be blamed by the president after they go back. What should I do? At this time, the deputy head of the regiment, who also had an ugly face, suddenly revealed the truth. Damn, it's all the one who is harmless. I will definitely make him pay. Tinjaizi was venting his anger, and at this moment, regional information arrived. He was stunned for a moment. Long Song, how is he again? Didn't the people of the Wolf Clan launch an offensive just now? How did he get the final blow? 3 questions in a row. But there was no response. Because everyone at the resurrection point at this moment knows these answers just like him. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the Sea Beast King, Dog Rush, and get an additional 100,000 experience points reward, 10 attribute point rewards, and 10 skill point rewards. Ding, since you killed the Sea Beast King, Dog Rush, and caused the Sea Beast Tide to recede ahead of schedule, the people of the Land of Waves are grateful and admire you, and your reputation in the Land of Waves is plus 1,000. Ding, congratulations on the promotion of your reputation relationship with the country of waves from neutral to respect, and the price of the country of waves has been reduced by 30%. Just when the Sea Beast King fell, and the regional information spread throughout the wave country, these 3 prompt tones also sounded in Yuan Qing's ears at the same time. It's a pity, if you get this prestige relationship earlier, you can save a lot of money when you buy 100,000 bottles of whitening elixir before. Yuan Qing sighed. Of course, he was just whining. After all, he didn't know at the time that the waning moon guy would trigger the hidden mission of the Beast Tide in the country of waves. However, when he thought that he still had 100,000 bottles of whitening potion on his body, Yuan Qing suddenly had a bold idea. If the idea can be implemented smoothly, then he might be able to make a windfall. Come to think of it, little princess of the Wolf Clan, you see that the tide of sea beasts is about to recede. Do you Wolf Clan want to eat all those sea beasts? Yuan Qing said with a smile. What, how is it possible to eat all the sea beasts in 5 minutes? Wanyu was surprised. At this moment, not to mention how many sea beasts are still wreaking havoc in the rest of the country of waves. There are nearly 10,000 sea beasts inside and outside the city alone. If they were given enough time to gallop the wolves, they could indeed eat them all. But now the problem is, there are only 5 minutes left. How could it be possible to wipe out all these tens of thousands of sea beasts? Do you think everyone is just like you, a punch and a man-eating whale? Hee, nothing impossible. I have a potion here that can cause 10% true damage to these sea beasts. It's very useful. It's a home trip, killing. Few. It's a good thing to hunt sea beasts, think about it. After saying that, in order not to waste time, Yuan Qing suddenly flashed in front of a man-eating whale with the highest blood volume with an instantaneous technique. Then a bottle of Eclipse White elixir smashed down directly. 2000 HP, true damage, how? Time waits for no one, and if you don't, I think there will be a lot of people who will. Yuan Qing blasted the man-eating whale with a punch, and then looked at the waning moon with a smile and said, 10% true damage. Real damage. You didn't just use this potion to trap the Sea Beast King, did you? Seeing the white character injury that rushed out of the man-eating whale, Wan Yu suddenly realized. Bingo, you got it right. Yuan Qing snapped his fingers. Young master, that potion is very important to our wolf clan. If the other party has a large number, we must buy them all. Wei Xiong's eyes showed excitement. Uncle Wei, I know what to do. Wan Yu looked stunned, then looked at Yuan Qing and said, how many of these potions do you have? 100,000 bottles. Yuan Qing replied truthfully. Although the elixir is available in limited quantities, it can be refreshed once a month. Only he knows the exact refresh time. If he wants, he can get another 100,000 bottles next month. Originally, he bought this potion for backup, in order to be able to sell it in the later stage and earn the difference. But now that such a good opportunity is in front of him, he naturally wants to make good use of it. So how? Wan Yu hesitated slightly. If I want them all, what price do you give me? Unit price 5,000. Yuan Qing smiled and said, are you robbing money? The unit price is 5,000, so 100,000 bottles, won't it cost 500 million? Cheaper. If you can't sell it in 5 minutes, I'm afraid you're going to rot in your hands, Wan Yu sneered. Truly. If the tide of sea beasts recedes, then the price of this potion will inevitably plummet. After all, you don't always encounter regional missions. Yuan Qing smiled but did not speak. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Long Song God, can you buy 50 bottles? I know I'll buy less, so I'll buy from you at a unit price of 6,000. A player with an ID named Tuhao Lu Renjia asked. Yes, Yuan Qing decisively sent the transaction. Ding, you successfully traded with local tyrant Halogen A and got 300,000 coins. Great, now you can finally get the copper box reward. After getting the potion, the local tyrant Lurengia first glanced at the introduction of the potion, and then happily ran to hunt the sea beast. I even invited a drag, Wan Yu said disdainfully. As a result, the voice just fell. But I saw that several more players came up. God of Long Song, I also want 40 bottles. Long Song God, I want 200 bottles. Can I buy 20 bottles? Great God. Less than a moment. There were more than a dozen players around Yuan Qing who were arguing to buy potions. These people were already hunting sea beasts nearby. At this moment, I heard that Yuan Qing had such a useful potion for sale here, so he suddenly had an idea. That's right. If the Eclipse White elixir could only hunt sea beasts quickly, it wouldn't be worth the price. But isn't the regional mission over yet? If only you could kill enough sea beasts in less than 5 minutes. Then, the rewards for the final settlement will also increase. At present, the skills and equipment of the ninja world are very valuable. If you can open a good thing in the treasure chest, it will definitely be a bloody deal. This profiteer. Wan Yu was still wondering why so many players suddenly gathered around to buy potions. As a result, I later found out that when Yuan Qing talked to him before, he actually sent a regional message. Soon, the potion in Yuan Qing's hand was bought thousands of bottles. At this time, the waning moon is in a hurry. Looking at the players who came from the neighborhood one after another, she finally made a compromise. Okay, the unit price is 5,000 for 5,000, I want it. Nonsense. Those guys even bought the unit price of 6,000, and it was a self-raised price. If she bargained again, she would be slapping herself in the face. I'm sorry, the price has increased now, the unit price is 6,000. Yuan Qing smiled brightly. Changa, this batch of potions is very important to our Tianji pavilion, please be sure to sell them to us. As for the price, you can negotiate. Tianjaizi looked at Yuan Qing with great sincerity. He didn't get it through, but the meaning was clear. That is, if you are willing to sell all the potions to Tianji pavilion, in terms of price, you can raise it appropriately. Money is not an issue. This batch of potions is the first thing our wolf clan fancies. Do you Tianji pavilion still want to intervene? At this time, Wei Xiong also stood up. He stared at Tianjaizi with bad intentions, and the majesty in his words was extremely obvious. As long as the deal hasn't been made, why can't I buy it? The wolf clan is powerful, but my Tianji pavilion is by no means a soft persimmon to be needed. Tianjaizi said stubbornly. If it had been placed before, he would definitely not have dared to clash with the wolf clan, but now there's really no way around it. The entire team continued to be relegated, and its strength was sharply reduced. At present, I am afraid that only that task reward can make up for all their losses. Of course, this is also because their Heavenly Machine Pavilion is in the Thunder Country camp, and the Wolf Clan is in the Water Country camp. Sooner or later, there will be a conflict between the two sessions. It's just that now, driven by interests, it's just advanced. The Fertat aura of the two guilds suddenly made the casual players who came from nearby to buy the whitening potion retreat. Looking at the passage of time minute by minute, Yuan Qing knew that this matter had to be resolved as soon as possible, so he suggested, give each of you a chance to come up with a price, send me a private chat, whoever gives the highest price, I will sell this batch of potions to whomever it wants. This is fairer, and in order for the guild that obtained the potion to be able to hunt the sea beasts smoothly in the future, the other guild can't take advantage of the situation to retaliate and make trouble, otherwise, I'll make a shot. When he said the last few words, his tone was slightly heavier, as if to declare sovereignty, and at the same time warn the two guilds. Here, who is in charge? Don't worry, our wolf clan still has this bit of morality. Wan Yu replied without hesitation. We Tianji Pavilion can also guarantee that if we can't win it, we will evacuate this place immediately. Tianjaizi also quickly showed his attitude. Soon, Yuan Qing received 2 private chat messages. Dimensity offer 6,800. Wanxing Moon offer 6,500. Obviously, Tianjaizi's desire to survive is relatively strong. Tianjaizi, let's trade. Yuan Qing did not hesitate to shake off a transaction information. Ding, you have successfully traded with Tianjaizi and obtained 646 million coins. The remaining 95,000 or so bottles of whitening potion were sold directly at this price. And Yuan Qing also relied on this trip to the country of waves. Coupled with the 5,000 bottles sold before, a total profit of nearly 700 million. If this is seen by a real estate tycoon, it is estimated that he will be so angry that he has nothing to say. After all, his little goal is to earn him 100 million first. Compared with Yuan Qing's income today, he is completely only beaten. Let's go. Seeing that the bidding failed, Wan Yu immediately left this place with the wolf group. Before leaving, Wei Xiong passed a message in a private chat. Boy, don't be too gullible in Tianji Pavilion, you will suffer. Yuan Qing smiled faintly and replied, who suffers? It's not necessarily time is running out, let's go hunt the sea beast first and try to get the silver box. Tianjaizi quickly divided the potion evenly among his team's men. Then he immediately took them and scattered towards the place outside the city where there were the most sea beasts. Over there, a large group of dense sea beasts is pouring towards the city. At first glance, the number is definitely no less than 10,000 heads. That's still the amount you can see. There's more to come. 2000 HP, true damage, 2000 HP, true damage, 1600 HP, true damage, 900 HP, true damage. Under the restraint of the whitening elixir, that area was quickly invaded by such a white character injury. Soon, however, the complaints followed. Damn, this potion can't be used continuously, it takes 10 seconds to do it. Fuck, you didn't say it earlier, no wonder I just threw 2 bottles down, and without any reaction at all. The first bottle caused damage. If it goes on like this, although the speed is a little faster than your own output, but you can throw it once in 10 seconds, and you can kill 1 head in 100 seconds, in more than 4 minutes, you can only kill 3 heads at most, so it's better to organize a camp and use group attack ninjutsu seconds like just now. I feel that this potion is simply chicken ribs, and it is not as good as the detonation charm, 6,800 a bottle, blood loss. The people of Tianji Pavilion complained one after another, and Tianjai's face collapsed all of a sudden. If this continues, then the guild funds he has spent will probably be in vain. But at this moment, Yuan Qing gave them an idea. Don't brush it one by one, you should smash all the sea beasts in that area into a bottle, and then turn around and smash it again, control the time and the gap between the medicine and anti-medicine, and then you can harvest a large number of kills at one time. Everyone suddenly realized, this method may really work. It's worthy of being a character who has been on the full server twice. This method is good. Tianjaizi was about to cry gratefully at this time. It's nothing, I do all this for the sake of the customer, Yuan Qing said shamelessly. And then, Tianjaizi took the people of Tianji Pavilion and launched a large-scale baptism of the sea beasts in that area according to Yuan Qing's method. When the time comes to 4 minutes and 50 seconds, that is, there are only 10 seconds left before the sea beast tide recedes. At the same time, the people of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion were about to use the potion to harvest the last wave of chi and blood of the sea beasts in that area. Yuan Qing moved. Together with the shadow clone, a total of 10 figures suddenly disappeared into mid-air. Seal quickly. Followed by, the mouths of the 5 figures spewed out Fire Dragon Flame Bullet at the same time, and the other 5 figures released the Great Breakthrough at the same time. In the other direction of the city, Wan Yu and Wei Xiong are leading the wolf group to hunt sea beasts wildly, although he didn't grab the whitening elixir in Yuan Qing's hand. But as the top ace team in China, their hunting speed is actually not slow. Since saying goodbye to Yuan Qing, in that short space of 4 minutes, they've already hunted more than 2,000 sea beasts. The hateful stinky boy, he didn't sell my wolf favor, and chose to cooperate with Tianji Pavilion. It's really to me. Wanya killed the last sea snake beast in her hand, looking at the tide of beasts that had gradually withdrawn from the city, and for some reason, she remembered the figure that made her angry and annoyed, and the handsome face with a wicked smile. Tianjaizi is insidious, he will never suffer a loss in doing things. This time he spent a lot of money to buy that kind of potion, probably also to grab a higher level task reward, but when the reward is obtained, he should start with that long song. Wei Xiong put away the long knife, then looked up at the bloody remnant sun hanging on the sea level, and sighed heavily. The 5-minute beast tide duration is coming to an end. Next, it should be time for the system to issue mission rewards. He checked his kill count, number of sea beasts killed, 165, you can only get bronze chest rewards. It's a pity, if you can get that kind of potion, maybe you can hit the mission reward of the silver chest. A gloomy look flashed in Wei Xiong's eyes, but at this moment, in his gaze as he looked at the sea level, a tsunami wave of flames suddenly rose into the sky, cover up the entire sea and the bloody remnant sun that hangs on it. How is that possible? Wei Xiong's face suddenly changed greatly. Uncle Wei, what's the situation with that wave of fire? Could it be that the fire escape team you said did it? Guan Yu came to Wei Xiong's side and looked at the flame tornado in his sight, his expression extremely solemn. Wei Xiong nodded, then frowned and said, to be able to release this range of fire escape, I think, the number of people in that team is definitely not less than 500 people. At the same time that Wei Xiong was guessing, the other side, Yuan Qing had already leaned over and fell from mid-air. Looking at the sea beasts that kept wailing and roaring in the waves of fire, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but raise slightly. Ding, you killed a man-eating whale and gained 6,000 XP. Ding, you have killed the red sea serpent and gained 5,000 XP. Ding, you killed the king squid and gained 5,000 XP. Ding, congratulations on killing the 7-star thunderfish beast and gaining 7,000 XP. Countless chimes rang in my ears one after another. Yuan Qing didn't bother to listen anymore, he directly opened the task information, Sea Beast Kill 1098, Sea Beast Kill 1398, Sea Beast Kill 3928, Sea Beast Kill 5983 heads, Sea Beast Kill 8982. As sea beasts continue to be swept away by the fire waves, the kill numbers on the mission hints are soaring like crazy. A moment later, when the fire is gone, the sea beasts in that area have been completely reduced to ashes. And the number of kills of Yuan Qing at the moment has also exceeded 10,000. In these last 10 seconds, he gained more than 50 million experience points just by killing sea beasts. If the experience gauge is already full, don't fill it again. How so? At this moment, Tinjaizi looked at the empty horizon in front of him with a blank face, and his eyes were full of horror. He used the guild funds and spent so much money. It's another to attract blame, and it's another to throw money. Finally, it's time to harvest. But I didn't even get a single hair. Changa, it was that Changa who released the fire escape ninjutsu just now. But the range of that fire escape ninjutsu just now is too terrifying, right? Is that really just ninjutsu? Damn, we were all tricked by him. He sold us the whitening potion and gave us ideas, obviously just to rob us of the monster. Damn, he dared to break ground on the head of our Tianji pavilion, he was tired of it. Seeing that the sea beast that was about to arrive was being harvested by others at this moment, the people of Tianji pavilion were immediately furious. However, just when everyone was angry and wanted to go to Yuan Qing to settle accounts, but there was no trace of the other party. Tinjaizi was furious, but just when he was about to give the order to hunt and kill, a voice came suddenly. Brother Tinjaizi, you are here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, Fan Xiao ran over with a disgraced face. He looked at Tinjaizi and said, Brother, you may not know, I was really in danger just now. If it weren't for my subordinates desperately opening the way for me, and there were inexplicably missing a lot of sea beasts on the road, I might have to be sent back to life by those sea beasts. When the 3 words resurrection point came out of Fan Xiao's mouth, many people in Tianji Pavilion showed a trace of killing intent. Staring at Fan Xiao's eyes, they all turned red. That's right. These people once believed that the culprit that caused their loss this time was this Fan Xiao because it was the other party who led them to the land of waves. Master Fanda, in fact, the resurrection point of the country of waves is very good. It doesn't matter if you miss it, I will let you go for a good time today. Tianjaizi sneered. Fan Xiao looked confused. Brother, what do you mean by this? It's not interesting. A hint of ruthlessness suddenly flashed in Tianjaizi's eyes, and then he waved his hand to the others and said, Let me die. The voice landed just when Fan Xiao and his group of younger brothers were beaten by the angry Tianji Pavilion congregation. Yuan Qing had already ridden the 3 wolves of hell towards the western mining area. I didn't expect that the biggest beneficiary of the hidden mission triggered by the wolf clan this time would be me. Yuan Qing shook his head, and then immediately took out a golden exquisite treasure chest from the package. It is the kill reward that the system automatically issued after the end of the previous beast tide, the golden chest. And he's the only player to successfully kill the sea beastmaster and get the ultimate reward. Golden chests have a chance to open epic items. If luck goes against the sky, you can even open legendary items. Seriously, Yuan Qing is still a little looking forward to it now. He thinks he's been lucky lately. Maybe you can really open a legendary item. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to open the gold chest. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the legendary item, First Hokage's Pendant. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the B-level ninjutsu skill Water Escape, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the A-rank ninjutsu skill Thunder Escape 1000 Birds. Ding, congratulations on earning 100 skill points. It is worthy of being the highest level treasure chest in the ninja world, and it has opened 4 items that make all players crazy at once. Especially the first one, Legendary Gear. And it's also the hardest to get a necklace. Yuan Qing never dreamed that he was praying casually just now, but I didn't expect that the prayer would be successful. Item, the locket of the first Hokage, quality, legendary, physical damage plus 300 ninjutsu damage plus 800 ninjutsu critical plus 50% physical critical strike plus 30% chakra recovery plus 500% HP recovery plus 500% additional trait. 1. Would escape. When using the would escape skill, you can deal an additional 50% damage result. Additional trait. 2. Suppression of beasts plus 50% plus 100% as damage dealt to psychic beasts, tailed beasts. Additional trait. 3. Heal increases healing by 50%. Additional trait. 4. Protection. Gain a damage shield equal to 20% of your current total chi and HP, and after the shield is destroyed, you need to leave the battle to reappear. Additional trait. 5. Charged. Restore the current chakra limit at 1 time. Cooldown 3 hours. Equipment requirements. Shinobi. Durability 2000/2000. Description. The relic of the first Hokage. It is said that the necklace contains the chakra of the first Hokage sealed the 9 tails during his lifetime, and has the power to suppress the tailed beast. The first Hokage is known as the god of the ninja world, so this chain is also called God's relic. Oh my god, it turned out to be a necklace for a wet nurse. Yuan Qing was a little speechless. The properties of this necklace are okay, and it's also a star legend, which is so much higher than the average legendary level props. But these additional attributes are completely tailor-made for wet nurses. For him, it's mostly chicken ribs. It seems that I am still a little overjoyed, but it doesn't matter, let's make do with it first. Anyway, next time I have a better one, I can change it. Although it is not eye-catching, this is also a legendary necklace. If you make a transition, it's still okay. Of course, if this idea is heard by others, it is estimated that they will even have the heart to kill him. Nima. A 2-star legendary necklace, a god-level equipment that others dream of. In your eyes, it's just a transitional outfit. When you say this, doesn't your conscience really hurt? In the ninja world, the more awesome the equipment, the lower the wearing requirements. Like this legendary necklace, its wearing requirements are lower than the epic weapons on Yuan Qing's body. As long as you reach the lower ninja, you can wear it. Yuan Qing quickly replaced the whiteboard necklace on his body. The attributes of the whole body have skyrocketed again. Meanwhile, a looming green mask suddenly appeared around his body. This is the aura effect of the protective characteristic when it is activated. Belch green reticle. It's good that it didn't just appear on the head, otherwise it would be too bad. Yuan Qing shook his head and smiled, and then took out the 2 skill books. Water Escape, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, She. Thunder Escape 1000 Birds, She. Anyway, don't pressure yourself with a lot of skills, let's talk about it after you learn it. Next, it's time for the allocation of skill points. Ding, your teleportation level has been increased, and your current skill level is LV4. Ding, your instantaneous skill level has been increased, and your current skill level is LV5. Ding, your teleportation level has been increased, and your current skill level is LV10. 100 skill points, just the teleportation technique points to the full level. A full level teleportation technique, the skill cooldown is only 4 seconds. And the limit distance of the instantaneous body has also reached the current 100 meters from the initial 30 meters. Consumption remains the same. Yuan Qing opened his character panel again. I glanced at the experience slot at the back that had exploded and couldn't explode anymore. Experience points 49,838,000/200,000. I used up some of the full level teleportation technique before, but nevertheless, just these experiences are enough for him to rush directly to the middle ninja stage. However, Yuan Qing currently has the full attribute points of the 6 immortal bodies. The level of the character doesn't matter to him. He hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to put the character level first. Then open the lineage panel. The properties of the writing wheel I have been turned up. To advance to the next stage, you only need 10 million experience points. Compared to raising the level of the character, the increase in combat power obtained by increasing the writing wheel I is definitely even greater. Advanced writing wheel I. Ding, congratulations on your successful progress to the state of Double Hook Jade. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the special ability skill copy of the Sharingan, Double Megatama. Skill copy, copy any single attribute ninjutsu/body technique released by the target next, and gain the ability to use the copy ninjutsu within 30 seconds. The skill level of the copy ninjutsu is the same as that released by the target, but the chakra consumption is 2 times that of the opponent. That's not bad. After all, in the original book, Kakashi Heiji relied on this copying ability to copy thousands of ninjutsu. He was a well-deserved ninjutsu technician in Konoha village at that time, and the name of Copy Ninja Kakashi was once famous in the ninja world. After using up 10 million experience, Yuan Qing took another look at the advanced conditions of the three-hook jade riding wheel eyes. Advanced condition, 30 million XP, just right. Yuan Qing did not hesitate to smash the 30 million experience. Ding, congratulations on your Sharingan has advanced to the state of triple hook jade. Ding, congratulations on acquiring the special ability Illusion Hypnosis of the Sharingan, Sangoyu. Illusion Hypnosis, release the pupil technique to make the target enter the hypnotic state. The duration is 110 seconds. Release condition, the target needs to look directly at the writing wheel eye to release the pupil technique. Skill cooldown, 30 seconds, chakra cost, 50 points. Hypnotic state vision is confused by hallucinations, and movement is severely limited, but it will recover immediately when attacked. The effect of illusion hypnosis depends on the opponent's ninjutsu resistance. You can continue to hypnotize your opponent for up to 10 seconds, but if there are players who have the skills to crack illusions, well, there is also a chance that the hypnotic state will be lifted in an instant. This is a very useful special ability, especially when it comes to PK. Even 1 second is enough to put your opponent to death. This special ability can be said to be the most important pupil skill in the eyes of the writing wheel. It's much more useful than the first two. The three-hook jade writing wheel eye is also the top-level state of the ordinary writing wheel eye. Naturally, its basic stats have also been improved. The basic attributes of the three-hook jade writing wheel eyes are agility plus 30%, dodge plus 30%, physical block plus 60%, and 30% chance to be immune to all illusion attacks. In order to advance the writing wheel, 40 million experience points were used up at once. But Yuan Qing was not distressed at all. Anyway, these experience points are all pit from others. As soon as he thought of this, he thought of those guys from Tenji Pavilion. Alas, it's to help me attract the hatred of the Sea Beast King, and it's to help me attract monsters and consume blood. It's really hard for them. Yuan Qing smiled indifferently, but he didn't feel any guilt about it. That day was not a good thing. This time, he bought his whitening potion at a high price, probably just to grab those task rewards. Even if Wei Xiong didn't remind him, he would know. Once the tide of beasts recedes, then, the other party should find all kinds of excuses to deal with themselves. This is human nature. As a human being in two lives, Yuan Qing can also be regarded as a deep man. Even if those high-level public accounts are cunning, how can they play with him, an old fritter? Thinking of this, Yuan Qing's eyes couldn't help flashing a trace of fierceness. Not killing you this time is the greatest gift to you for your life for me. If you pay attention to me next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Next, Yuan Qing took another look at the next stage of the writing wheel. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, advanced condition writing wheel eye, 3-hook jade, *1, experience value 500 million, Uchiha bloodline required, 500 million experience is not a problem. Although it is currently out of reach, it can be accumulated one day. However, this 3-hook jade writing wheel eye is a bit troublesome. While it is possible to drop in any quest about the Uchiha, the drop rate is extremely low. Sometimes you can't explode even if you brush it thousands or hundreds of times. At present, the easiest thing to obtain is to directly spend the family honor points to exchange them from the Uchiha clan. But now the problem is that Yuan Qing has joined the Hyuga clan, so this quickest solution can only be put on hold for the time being. Although the advanced writing will cost 40 million experience, but at this moment, Yuan Qing's experience slot still has 9.83 million left, enough to upgrade. Then, let the people of the Fire Nation camp remember my existence again. Yuan Qing smiled, and then directly clicked upgrade. Ding, congratulations on your level up. Ding, congratulations on your rank. Ding, congratulations. Meanwhile, the land of fire. Hot Spring Town. Baitu is leading the people of Prague to frantically brush up in this area. The level of monsters on this side of the Hot Spring Town is much higher than that on the side of the Konoha Forest. The average grade has reached LV20. Among them, there are some powerful magical beasts with chakra in their bodies. After these four-legged lizards are cleared, the first team will immediately go back to buy supplies, and the second team will continue to advance. While commanding his subordinates, Baitu said all the experience points are reserved for the elite team to eat, and strive to push their level to level 15 within 4 hours. The level increase in the lower ninja stage is much more difficult than the novice stage. From level 11 to level 12, 200,000 XP is required. After that, every time you level up, you'll have to double it. In other words, from level 12 to level 13, it takes 400,000, and from level 13 to level 14, it takes 800,000, and then 1.6 million, 3.2 million, and so on. The higher the level, the more experience, and it's not a little more. At present, the highest level of the entire Ninja World camp is level 15, and he is a big man in the God Domain Guild. And because the Fire Country was dragged by the Demon Ape World last time, the overall strength has not improved, but has decreased a lot. It was once reduced to the camp with the worst overall strength among the 5 major powers. The highest level player, only level 13. According to the information that Baitu knows, if you want to pass the city master trial in the hot spring town and get the management of the city, it is best to raise the level to level 15, and then equip the team that participated in the trial with a set of bronze equipment. In this case, you can basically pass. After all, this hot spring town is a big place. The city lord's trial requirements are not high. Commander, the level of the elite squad has reached level 13.5, if you brush it down at this rate, in 4 hours, you can definitely push their level to level 15. A subhead with the ID of Prague Starry Sky, flattered by Tuesday by 2 nodded the progress is okay, wait until we get the management of the hot spring town first, and then gather our strength to get rid of the big trouble in Prague. You mean that long song? Starry Sky asked. That's him. Baitu's face was solemn. Actually, you don't need to care too much about him, you see his current level, he has fallen out of the rank list, and what he said before was that the god who rushed to the first place on the level list is just in vain in my opinion. Starry Sky continued. Baitu frowned slightly, you think too simply, that guy seems to be very familiar with ninjutsu skills, and the method of using it is completely different from the routine we use, even I was deceived by him last time. As soon as he thought of this, a trace of killing intent suddenly flashed in Baitu's eyes. He's in power in Prague. It can be said that under one person, above 10,000. When have you ever been killed? But last time, not only was he killed by that long song, but he was also killed in seconds. This breath, like a fish in the throat, is always difficult to swallow. And this time he formed an elite team, in addition to getting the management authority of the hot spring town. In fact, there is another purpose. That is to let this elite combat force of Prague hunt Changa. He was just lucky last time. Anyway, I was talking about the list, an outdated god who fell out of the list. There is no evidence at all. If the commander believes me, I can immediately lead the team in person. Go. Singkong said as he opened the character level list. Originally he just took a look at his ranking, so as to add a little confidence to himself, but when he opened the level list, he was stunned all of a sudden, and even the words that he hadn't finished speaking stopped abruptly in an instant. What are you going to do? Why don't you go on? Baitu looked at it expressionlessly, and then frowned. Why are you with this expression? Conductor, you doubt if you open the rank list and take a look, I seriously suspect that I must have read it wrong. At this moment, the upper face of the Starry Sky was full of shock. What's so good about the rank list? Don't you want to say that you have jumped from the 19th place on the rank list to the first place, right? With the name Long Song once again reaching the top of the rank list, the players of the entire Fire Nation camp are boiling. I'll go. When did this Long Song become the number 1 on the ranking list? Hasn't he already fallen out of the list? Level 16, 69% experience. Oh my god, the level of this ninja world is as difficult as eating. How did he do it? Is this the legendary Soaring Sky? Damn, I haven't rested since I started the service. I've been practicing hard, and now it's only level 13, and he's level 16. He's too perverted, right? I heard that the highest level of the other camps is only level 15, and now the great god of Long Song has rushed to level 16 all of a sudden. Does this mean that the progress of our Fire Nation camp has been ahead of the other camps? When Changa was squeezed out of the rank list before, I remember that he seemed to only have 20% experience at level 11. Why did he suddenly take off now? Is it really as rumored on the internet that he is the son of a game operator? The world of the great gods, we don't understand. Ask the god of Changa to expose the brushing method, and I am grateful for the new one. Kneel and beg the great god of Changa to lead the level, any conditions, whatever you want. The little sister is willing to be a cow and a horse to the god of Changa to swallow clouds and spit out fog. I only hope that the god of Changa can take a little sister when leveling, although the little sister is not a place, but it is still as tight as ever. Please think about it. Offline contact information, 135 ******* upstairs is so shameless. Is it really a girl? You won't take it out bigger than mine, will you? At this moment, the current channel of the entire Fire Nation camp is almost all chatting messages like this. Some strange players even tried all their might, all kinds of tricks and temptations, wanting to get the method of leveling up from Yuan Qing. But alas, they all post free current channel, and Yuan Qing, who is in the country of waves, can't see it at all. Of course, even if he saw it, he would turn a blind eye. And yet at this moment, the camp channel, which has always been very deserted, was suddenly swiped. Camp channel, only need Big Brother is awesome. Camp channel, only I am proud, Big Brother is mighty. Camp channel, only me, it's worthy of being a big brother. Camp channel, only me, you're better than my dad. Camp channel, only me, I'll mess with you in the future. Camp channel, only I am proud, Big Brother. Camp channel, only, time. The entire faction channel is full of messages left by the only one. At this moment, the players of the entire Fire Nation camp, including those newcomers who were still struggling to level up in the novice village, were all numb. Nima. It costs 10,000 coins to send a faction message. This lone man posted more than 100 posts at once, and it's all nonsense with little nutritional value. Is this a idiot, or a real tyrant? Why did this thing pop up all of a sudden? Yuan Qing, who was rushing to the western mining area, naturally saw the series of camp news. He wasn't surprised, though, because he knows the identity of the only one. Even if the other party brushes more than 100 more, he will not feel strange. In the eyes of local tyrants of that level, more than 1 million is actually about the same as more than 100 in the eyes of others. At this moment, a private chat message from the friend bar also came. Big brother, you are so awesome, you rushed to the top of the rank list all of a sudden, I am proud of you. Yuan Qing, don't come with me like this. Did you meet the person from the Kimu clan? I met, but the NPC named Kakashi was too dragged, and he ignored me at first. By the way, why did he call Kakashi the name? Because he often stuck his head and almost returned to the west. Yuan Qing was embarrassed. I have to ask his father. How do I know? Then what's his father's name? It won't be Kakadan, right? Yuan Qing was speechless. Your sister, people call Kimu Ziyun, a powerful character comparable to the Hokage, or even beyond the shadow level. Only I was a little excited. Damn, I deserve to be the eldest brother. I even know this. What about the Kimu Ziyun people? I'll see if I can get him some favorability. Yuan Qing, he's dead. I was stunned for a few seconds. Oh, that's a pity. By the way, do you know how he died? After all, it's such an awesome character, and he should die very heroically, right? For example, being besieged by tens of thousands of people, and finally dying of exhaustion, or be surrounded by enemies of the same level who are several times your own, and after severely injuring the opponent or killing several opponents, you are attacked and killed. Yuan Qing, no, he committed suicide. I am the only one. I was silent for a while. Half an hour later, he sent a private chat again. Forget it. Anyway, it's the family you introduced, big brother. It's definitely right. I'm going to feed the dog first. The trial of the Kimu clan is also wonderful, and I was drunk if I was asked to stay in the kennel to feed the dog. Yuan Qing, then come on. Seeing that Yuan Qing didn't seem to want to reveal the reward in the gold box, Purple Rose was also very acquainted, so she didn't continue to ask. Now that the ferry has resumed traffic, I believe that a large number of players will soon come to the Land of Waves to investigate the reason for the closure of the sea. You had better let the people of Linjian Pavilion guard this mining area as soon as possible. I don't have time to stay here all the time. Yuan Qing looked at the Purple Rose lightly, and then added later, also, I chose to cooperate with you Linjian Pavilion because you once stood up for me, but if you don't have the strength to eat this mining area, then I should consider whether it is time to cooperate with other guilds. How can you be so ruthless? I thought we were friends. Purple Rose looked a little stunned. However, Yuan Qing disagreed. My brother still settles accounts, not to mention that your Linjian Pavilion is one of the top 10 guilds in China. I don't believe that you can't even defend the mining area of a neutral country. Ling Yanj dared to calculate himself before. This was the warning he gave to the other party. Of course. Yuan Qing also knew very well in her heart that Purple Rose was doing a lot of things, and this idea of calculating herself was definitely not something that her kind of brain could think of. If she guessed correctly, this idea should have been given to her by the president of Linjian Pavilion. That woman is good at fueling behind the scenes. The city is very deep. Yuan Qing has heard of it in his previous life. I'll go offline first, you can do it yourself. After speaking, Yuan Qing decisively went offline. This time, because I received a hidden mission from Jiraiya, I didn't say that I came to the country of waves after a long journey. Later, he was inexplicably involved in the Sea Beast dynasty. So much so that when it comes back to the real world, it's already 1 a.m. I'm so hungry. Yuan Qing touched his stomach, and then remembered that he hadn't even eaten dinner. So I started rummaging for food at home, and after looking for a long time, I found a pack of instant noodles. Since he has chakra in his body, the amount of food he eats in reality can be said to be increasing day by day. Alright, it's only the first day, but it's already a sign of it. In short, a pack of instant noodles is definitely not enough. Forget it, let's go to the nearby food stall to eat a little. Now that you have money, it's time to treat yourself directly. Looking for no result, Yuan Qing had no choice but to open the door of the house and walk out, ready to go out for a good meal. With the convenience of instantaneous art, he soon arrived at a nearby food stall. Boss, copy a few small stir-fry for me, and then have a bucket of rice. Yuan Qing casually found a place and sat down. The boss came over with a smile and said, young man, you just said a bucket of rice, didn't you mean a joke? Well, let's have a bucket first, it's not enough for me to order again. Yuan Qing nodded. Hearing this, the boss subconsciously glanced at his signboard, which read stir-fry at the real price, rice is free. Boss, why don't you fry it? I'm starving. Seeing that the boss was unmoved, Yuan Qing urged him. Oh good, I'll go right away. The boss came back to his senses, and then ran to the back kitchen to stir-fry. Just waiting for the stir-fry to come up, a few more people came in from the food stalls. 1 man and 2 women, to be exact. The 2 women are Wang Shanshan and Nanmu. And that man, Yuan Qing also knows, is the rich second generation who has been frantically pursuing Wang Shanshan recently. It seems to be called Xu Yu. The family opens a leather bag company, a little money. drove a BMW X3 around the door of Wang Xinshan's house all day long. However, Wang Xinshan didn't seem to be interested in him. "Hi Yuan Qing, you're also there." When Wang Xinshan entered the food stall, she still had a trace of sadness on her face, but when she saw Yuan Qing, she immediately smiled. Nan Mu also beckoned to Yuan Qing at this time. What a coincidence. Since knowing that Yuan Qing was the great god in the ninja world, Nan Mu's attitude towards him had eased a lot. Only Chuyu frowned, his eyes were full of hostility when he looked at Yuan Qing, and he walked over and said, "Yo, aren't you the one who rented a house at Xinshan's house? Oh yes, it seems to be called Yuan Qing, right? I didn't expect you to rent a house and have spare money to come here for supper? What's wrong with renting a house? Can't you eat supper if you rent a house?" For this kind of stupidity, Yuan Qing has always been very disgusted. But he is also secretly complaining in his heart at the moment. This kind of bloody plot that was only encountered in TV novels in the past, he didn't expect to be bumped into by himself one day. It's really a dog. "Can we sit at your table?" At this time, Wang Xinshan also pulled Nan Mu over and looked at Yuan Qing and smiled sweetly. "Well, sit down," Yuan Qing said lightly. With permission, a wave of joy suddenly appeared on the faces of the two women, and then they sat down on Yuan Qing's left and right side. Seeing this scene, Chuyu only felt that his face was hot and painful now. Damn, Lao Tzu has been chasing Wang Xinshan for a few months, and the other party has been cold to him, and now it's even eye to eye with this poor ghost. What the can you do? Bang! Chuyu directly threw a stack of thick banknotes on the table, and then pointed at Yuan Qing's face and said, "Take this money and give it to me." Bang! Before the words fell, Chuyu's body flew directly out of the food stall. Just at what just happened? Why did he fly out all of a sudden? I didn't see it clearly. Wang Xinshan and Nan Mu opened their mouths at the same time, looking at each other. They really couldn't understand how a person who was standing in front of them just now could fly out when he said he was flying. It's so annoying to eat, it's really bad. Yuan Qing frowned. That's right. It was he who kicked Chuyu just now. It's just that the kick is so fast that no one else notices it. Even Wang Xinshan and Nan Mu, who were sitting beside them, only saw the scene of Chuyu flying out upside down. As for who made the shot, or why the other party flew out upside down, they don't know. Here comes the hot stir-fry. At this time, the boss came over with a small stir-fry, and when he saw the stack of banknotes on the table, he was stunned for a moment. "Young man, this money. Here's a tip for you." With a little stir-fry, Yuan Qing quickly swept away the bucket full of rice in front of him. With that look of feasting, Wang Xinshan and Nan Mu couldn't help but swallow their saliva. That's too much to eat, isn't it? It's comparable to those big stomachs on TV. Hiccup. After a long time, Yuan Qing burped with satisfaction, and then he found that Wang Xinshan and Nan Mu didn't seem to move their chopsticks, so he asked, "Why don't you eat?" Wang Xinshan said embarrassedly, "That you just poured all the food into the barrel." "Oh, in this case, then I'll order a few more dishes." Yuan Qing smiled a little embarrassedly. He ate too happily just now, but he directly poured all the small fried fry on the table into the wooden barrel, and came a super large wooden barrel to cover the rice. "I forgot that there were two beautiful girls sitting beside me." "No, we're not hungry anyway." Wang Xinshan excused herself. In fact, she didn't have the she of eating supper, but when she played the game just now, the Chuyu came to beg her to come out for supper, and her mother seems to want to match the two too, and has been fanning the flames by the side. In the end, there was really no way, so she had to pull Nan Mu out together. "Well, let's go back." As he spoke, Yuan Qing stood up from his position. "You doubt, are you trying to send me home?" Wang Xinshan blushed, lowered her head, and spoke like a mosquito. Yuan Qing was speechless. Am I just renting it at your house?" I forgot about this." Wang Xinshan's face turned a little redder. "Ahem, you two are enough. In the middle of the night, I don't eat this dog food. Let's go, I'm sleepy." At this time, Nan Mu's voice came from behind him. Yuan Qing smiled, and then walked out of the food stall with the two girls. At this moment, an ambulance is parked in front of the food stall. When Yuan Qing and they came out, I just saw several doctors in white coats walking in front of them carrying a man foaming at the mouth on a stretcher. 13 ribs in my chest are broken. It seems to have been caused by some heavy impact, and it is preliminarily estimated to be a car accident. There are multiple fractures all over the body, the internal organs have also been severely squeezed, and some places have been bleeding, and they need timely blood transfusion treatment. Wait a minute, Dr. Chin, look at the patient's chest. This mark seems to be a footprint. Could it be that he was kicked like this? Don't talk nonsense, who can kick with such a big force? Several doctors said as they carried the injured man into the ambulance on a stretcher. Then the ambulance sped away. At this time, Nan Mu reacted. "Shanshan, wasn't it Chuyu who was lying on the stretcher just now?" Wang Shanshan nodded confusedly. "It seems to be him. How could he become like this?" "Whatever, anyway, he won't pester you in the future. I heard that Chuyu often gives up on him, and I don't know what your mother likes about him, so she has to let you go with him," Nan Mu said indignantly. "Okay, don't talk about this." Wang Shanshan pulled the corner of Nanmu's clothes, then turned the conversation, looked at Yuan Qing and said, Yuan Qing, the psychic beast you gave me is so powerful, when I summoned it out to farm monsters, many people looked at me with envy. Well, the poison of the green yen spider is indeed very useful to those beasts, but if you want to experience faster, it is best to feed the level of the green yen spider first. This kind of poisonous psychic beast, generally speaking, you can always bring it to Shangnan, and then change to other psychic beasts. Yuan Qing suggested. No, I'm going to take it all the time. Wang Shanshan looked at Yuan Qing with a serious face. At the same time, he said in his heart, Yuan Qing, this is something you gave me, how can I replace it, even if it is just a virtual item, but this is also the first gift you gave me. Nanmu said enviously, Yuan Qing, when will you give me a psychic beast, I really want it. I'll get this for you next time, I've been brushing the family quest recently, and I don't have time to hunt Warcraft. Well, then it's decided. After returning to the villa, Nanmu suddenly smiled and asked Yuan Qing if he wanted to go in and sit, but was directly dragged in by Wang Shanshan, who was blushing. Alas ignorance, maybe it's also a kind of happiness. Looking at the scene of the two girls laughing and playing, Yuan Qing couldn't help but shake his head. The world is about to usher in a drastic upheaval. He can't afford to waste any more time here. Bidding farewell to the two daughters, Yuan Qing went directly back to the room. Lock. Lie down in the game pod. Log into the game. Water escape, water waves. 2 done, earth flowing wall. Wind escape, vacuum jade. Retreat quickly, we have few people, don't fight with them, quickly withdraw to the mine and hold on. The place where Yuan Qing appeared was originally near the mine, surrounded by people from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. So after Tianjaizi gave the order, he was quickly surrounded and couldn't get through. Chang'e, if you know each other, return the money, otherwise I will let you know what it means to not be able to survive, and to die. Tianjaizi walked out of the crowd and said with a resentful look on his face. What he was referring to was naturally the money he had used to buy the whitening elixir. Yes, you give me the potion, and I'll give you the money, Yuan Qing said with a smile. Fuck you, dare to fool me. Tianjaizi was already in a state of anger, but when he saw Yuan Qing with a fearless look at this moment, he was immediately furious. Kill him for me. The voice landed. A few of the players flicked several shuriken with detonation charms attached to them. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions rang out. The blazing fire immediately engulfed Yuan Qing. Is he dead? No, the detonator didn't hit the damage value. When the two rig players standing side by side saw that the detonation charm they threw hit each other, not only did they not show joy, but their hearts sank for no reason. They had clearly seen Chang'e engulfed in flames from the detonation charm just now, but why didn't they explode the damage value? Almost as soon as the thought crossed their minds, a figure appeared behind them like a ghost. 18853 HP, crit, 9323 HP 2 general exercises, take 2 people directly. One of them was directly exploded into a pulp. Vulnerable. The corners of Yuan Qing's mouth slightly hooked a trace of arc. After equipping the first Hokage's pendant, he has become more and more violent. Fire escape, the art of impatience fire. 2 done, dirt stray bullets. Fire escape, the great fireball technique. At this moment, dozens of ninjutsu skills came from all directions. Many of these ninjutsu are known for their high damage. If they are all hit, I am afraid that even a high-blood man-eating whale will have to be killed directly. Yuan Qing's face did not change, looking at these ninjutsu skills that bloomed with brilliant luster, his hands quickly sealed. Water escape, water array wall. In an instant, a curtain of water instantly condensed from all around its body, and then rise to the sky. It is like a waterfall falling from the sky hanging between heaven and earth, which is extremely shocking, and Yuan Qing's whole person was in the waterfall curtain at the moment, as if he was completely isolated from the outside world. Boom! At the moment when the water curtain was formed, the dozens of ninjutsu that bombarded from all directions also collided at the same time. Then, a roar erupted even more violently than the previous detonators. Time. Black smoke billowed and mist rising. Even the earth is trembling. It can be seen how terrifying the power of those ninjutsu erupted at the same time just now. But at this moment, everyone's faces suddenly collapsed. How is it possible? Still no damage is played. Could it be that he has a defensive ninjutsu that has resisted dozens of our offensive ninjutsu? Wait, didn't he use the fire escape ninjutsu? How can you even escape from the water? Yes, I remember that in the video on the forum, he seems to use Huodun. Damn, isn't there only one talent for ninja? How did he have 2 attributes at the same time? Many players were stunned. As a recently famous figure in the ninja world, they also have some investigation into Yuan Qing, knowing that the other party's fire escape ninjutsu is very perverted. But I didn't expect that the other party would even know how to do water escape ninjutsu now. And with a defensive water escape ninjutsu, he was able to resist the combined attack of so many of them at once. Not even a bit of damage was played. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. Just when everyone was moved and shocked, an indifferent voice suddenly came from the mixed land of mist and smoke. Immediately after, a giant water dragon with 5 people hugging each other suddenly broke through the fog and rushed over with a roar. The eyes of the people were straight. Is this also water escape ninjutsu? I'll go, this is a dragon, why is there such a thing in the water escape ninjutsu? Even a dragon can summon, what kind of character is this long song? Water condensation dragon, this is a high-level water escape ninjutsu. I'll fuck you. The water dragon bullet technique and the water array wall are both B-grade ninjutsu, plus the 5x ninjutsu amplification of the 6 immortal bodies. Naturally, its power can't be compared to these people's C-rank ninjutsu, because there's nothing to compare with. 2 done, the land is back. 2 done, earth-flowing wall. Several reflexes immediately unleashed defensive ninjutsu in an attempt to fend off the terrifying giant water dragon. But alas, these previously indestructible earth escape defense ninjutsu are simply a younger brother in front of B-level water dragon bombs. After only one photo, it was smashed to pieces. Whoa, the water dragon entered the ground, and suddenly set off an amazing wave of splashes, knocking dozens of people directly into the air, and bring up a large area of terrifying damage value. 4258 HP, 7456 HP, crit, 3908 HP. Except for a few meat-type players, all the others who were affected were turned into graves under this terrifying bombardment. Don't panic, everyone, the higher the level of skills, the longer the cooldown time, it is impossible for him to use it continuously. Tianjaiza deserved to be the head of the Grand Guild, although he was shocked by Yuan Qing's water dragon bullet technique, he quickly calmed down, and the others also suppressed the fear of Yuan Qing in their hearts under his comfort. Start building your formation quickly. Whoosh whoosh, several agile physical players suddenly ran quickly on the periphery of the battlefield, galloping like the wind, ready to cut into battle at any time. Meanwhile, another wave of players in charge of long-range magic injuries have also completed the spells in their hands, and they can launch ninjutsu bombardments at any time. And those Meat-Tan and Phaeton-type players who are proficient in Earth Escape are also standing in the front row of the team at this moment, protecting the output and healing of the side tightly behind them. Everyone looked solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even if there are more than 400 people on their side, even if what they are facing now is just Yuan Qing, but this battle is already the highest lineup in the team battle duel. I have to say, as the top guild in the Chinese online game industry, this lineup of Tianji Pavilion is indeed powerful, offensive and defensive, can resist energy output. Moreover, it is also the dual protection of Meat and Phaeton, which ensures the safety of remote output and treatment in the rear. After forming this formation, their overall combat power has increased by more than a little bit compared to the previous stragglers, and they have also used this lineup to run rampant in the Thunder Country camp, and no one dares to mess with them. Is this the team battle formation that Tianji Pavilion is proud of? However, in the face of such a strong lineup, Yuan Qing smiled disdainfully. Then, let me completely crush the little remaining arrogance in your hearts today. As he spoke, his hands flipped and changed quickly, at 5x hand speed. A seemingly extremely complex handprint, completed in an instant. Sitsaizi, as the handprint ended, a dazzling electric current suddenly condensed in his palm, and accompanied by a sharp sound that can almost puncture a person's eardrum. It's like thousands of birds chirping at the same time, breathtaking. At this moment, Yuan Qing was surrounded by electricity, as if he had become a god who controlled thunder. Lay done. This is Thunder Escape Ninjutsu, how could he still have a third attribute ninjutsu? Someone was surprised. The arc emitted by this Thunder Escape ninjutsu is much stronger than my earth walking technique, it's not at the same level at all, and also, what the hell is this piercing voice, how can it make my scalp feel numb? Another player who also used Thunder Escape was shocked. However, at this time, Tianjaiza suddenly let out a sneer. Look at the range of that Thunder Escape ninjutsu, it must be a single attack type. Don't panic, there are so many of us, are we still afraid of him? A single ninjutsu? Maintain formation and get ready for a wheel offensive. In this kind of siege situation, if the other party uses the large-scale ninjutsu just now, he may still be afraid of 3 points, but it's just a single ninjutsu, and there's a hairy use? Even if he loses one person in seconds, the more than 400 people in the back can still kill them. Hearing Tianjaiza's reminder, everyone reacted, but not yet. Before they can make their next move, the corners of Yuan Qing's mouth suddenly hooked up a touch of arc. Thunder, plover. Sitsaizi in an instant, the current in his palm seemed to have condensed to the limit state in an instant, burst out with unimaginable power. In the violent stabbing sound, Yuan Qing pressed the 1,000 birds directly to the ground. Zilla lala. The water array wall and water dragon bomb just now have already turned the nearby terrain into a depression. At this moment, as soon as it was touched by 1,000 birds, those currents suddenly flowed down the water on the ground to those people in the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, followed by, it's a large amount of eye-catching burst damage. -10927 HP -18903 HP, crit -19823 HP, crit -9023 HP -18203 HP, crit, in an instant. With the exception of a few survivors who were lucky enough not to stand on the water stain, everyone else was sent straight back to the respawn point, and that team battle formation that was known as the Iron Legion in the previous life. Also at this moment, it instantly came to naught. Why is this happening? At this moment, looking at the graves everywhere, Tianjaizi has been completely numb. In fact, from the moment you did it to me, this result was already doomed. Yuan Qing instantly appeared beside Tianjaizi, raised his hand, and directly killed the head of this Tianji pavilion in seconds. Quick. Run. Damn, this Long Song is a pervert. As soon as Tianjaizi died, several other survivors were so frightened that they turned around and ran. Sister Rose, Changa's thunder escape skill just now looks like a single ninjutsu, but why does it become a group attack ninjutsu as soon as it touches the ground, and it's still that large scale? After Yuan Qing left, those girls in Linjian Pavilion came back from their shock, and then one of the girls blinked and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. I haven't learned your science well. Water is a conductor of electricity, and the 2 water escape ninjutsu released by Changa before have turned that area into a depression, so when he presses the thunder escape skill on the ground, that area will naturally be covered by an arc. Purple Rose was worthy of being one of the top 10 powerhouses in Huaxia in her previous life, and she could see through the ninjutsu combination that Yuan Qing had just used at a glance. First, use a large area of water to escape, turn the nearby terrain into an environment conducive to your next ninjutsu, and then use this to completely defeat the opponent's defense line. Of course I know that water can conduct electricity, I'm just surprised that attribute ninjutsu can still be used like this, the girl said aggrievedly. Okay, you've all seen the battle just now. When you fight with people in the future, you must also pay attention to the terrain near you. This game is not the same as what we used to play. If the attribute ninjutsu is used well, it can work wonders. Purple Rose reminded everyone. When the women heard this, they immediately looked at each other. Actually, I know that water can conduct electricity, but I didn't expect the skills in this game to be used like this. It seems that when you fight in the future, you really have to pay more attention to the environment you are in. By the way, you said how could Changa have so many attribute ninjutsu? Didn't the information say that the lower ninja can only learn one kind of specialized talent? It's not all. The bloodline of the 8 Fei clan seems to be able to learn Shi-5 attribute ninjutsu at the same time, but isn't Changa the same as us, from the Hayaga clan? There's no way he's going to join 2 families at the same time, right? Yes, and even if he joins 2 families at the same time, he can't exchange the family prestige needed to exchange the bloodline. He can't exchange it so quickly, right? And his thunder ninjutsu, it's also perverted, not to mention that he has done so much damage, and the critical strike rate is ridiculously high. Alas, is this Long Song really a pervert? He is so handsome and has such a strong strength, he is worthy of being the male god in my mind, and he is so lucky to be in the same family as him. Don't be an nymphomaniac, this level of male god is not something you can control. The women talked about it. And this time, Yuan Qing had already arrived at the ferry. He found a random ferry to the land of fire and got on it. Look, it's a Long Song. Wow, really? I didn't expect me to be on the same ferry boat as the great god. He's more handsome than on the video. There are many people who are popular, and there is nothing wrong with it. No, Yuan Qing had just gotten on the boat, and he was recognized by those players who were also in the Fire Nation camp. But fortunately, he has long been shy to this kind of high-profile scene. So at the moment, his face still does not change. Sitting on the boat, Yuan Qing opened the package and began to sort out the harvest of this trip to the country of waves. I have to say, this trip to the country of waves not only made his strength skyrocket, but also benefited a lot from his wealth and resources. Rewards for unlocking the sea map. A well-known announcement of all servers. Rewards for A-rank hidden missions. The highest quest reward for the Beast Tide. More than 50 million additional experience gained from hunting sea beasts, plus the 700 million coins that came from the Tianji Pavilion. There is also the discovery of high purity ore holes. This pile adds up. Even Yuan Qing is a little overjoyed. This harvest is really not ordinarily big. However, when sorting out the package, he also sorted out a lot of clutter. Bread, water, low-level instant return potions, garbage shuriken, whiteboard equipment. Most of these were all from those people in Tianji Pavilion before. Looking at these useless things, Yuan Qing frowned. He really didn't bother to dispose of the garbage, so he didn't hesitate to sweep them out of the package. Whoa, with a crisp sound of items dropping. Soon, a mountain-like garbage heap appeared on the deck of the ferry. Damn, what are you doing here? So many good things, this is forcing me to commit a crime. Great god of Changa, hurry up and put these things away, otherwise my thief will not obey the call. These items may be garbage to Yuan Qing, but in the eyes of others, they are all very valuable things, especially those whiteboard gears. If you put it outside, even if the attribute is bad, it can be sold for 1,800 yuan. Moreover, supplies such as water and bread are necessary for fighting monsters and leveling, who would be too little. Hee, if you want it, just take it, I don't care. Yuan Qing said lightly. Belch. This sentence suddenly caused the players of the entire ferry to come to a temporary standstill. Immediately after, everyone rushed up and quickly snatched up all the things scattered on the deck. The great god of long songs is awesome, I don't want such good whiteboard equipment. Thank you for your generosity. If you need anything in the future, as long as you say a word, brother, I am duty-bound. Get out, even if you dare to call the god of Chang'e, the god of song still disdains to be with you. If anyone dares to say that the god of Chang'e is hanging up in the future, I will kill him first. Eating people with short mouths and soft hands with people, this sentence is not wrong at all. At this moment, when the people of the entire ferry boat looked at Yuan Qing, their eyes were shining. Hint, you've entered the realm of the Fire Nation. With the prompt sounding, the ferry has finally crossed the endless sea and sailed into the territory of the Fire Nation. Yuan Qing didn't want to waste time waiting for the ferry to slowly dock, so he jumped off the boat. With the help of chakra control skills, run fast towards the shore. All of a sudden, the ferry, which was about to dock, was left behind. And this scene immediately attracted the attention of those players on the ship. Isn't it? Can you still run on the sea?